This is an audiobook by authors Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. To maintain content guidelines, certain scenes have been removed from this audiobook. Summaries of these deleted scenes can be found within this audio. To listen to this full audiobook with deleted scenes, please visit hiddenlegendsbooks.com. The Devil's City. Hidden Legends. Prison for Supernatural Offenders Book 5. Written by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Narrated by Taylor Harvey and A.J. Carter. Music by Sean Collins.
Chapter 1. Charlie. Freedom had never been a privilege afforded to a guy like me. All my life, I'd been scraping by with the bare minimum, taking only what I needed to get by. I'd been really fucking good at it, too, but that life was over. Now, the entire world was mine for the taking. Anything I desired, I could have. And why not? I was a freaking demigod, and no one was going to stop me, not even the warden. We'd escaped his prison, and we were finally free. I held tight to my familiar scales as the wyvern flew high above the French Nature Reserve, where my friends and I had been hiding for the past 2 weeks since our escape from the Dark Institute. The wind whipped through my hair, and my air magic buzzed throughout my body in exhilaration. This was true freedom. There wasn't a soul around for miles, and I was completely surrounded by my elements. Earth and air magic pulsed through my veins, and the setting sun touched my skin. "Hold on tight, Charlie," Oberei stated through our telekinetic bond. He should know me better by now. I spread my arms out wide and let out a gleeful laugh as air rushed by me. Oberei dove downward, and my stomach leapt into my throat. "Woo!" I cried as I plummeted toward the ground. I relished in the high. I'd never felt anything quite like it. Oberei shifted his weight, and we leveled out over the treetops. He pumped his wings, pulling us higher into the air. I squeezed my legs against his form and held tight to the spines on his back. Oberei flipped through the air, and I laughed as my stomach flopped into my abdomen. "Again!" I shouted over the roar of the wind. "As you wish," Oberei said. He was having just as much fun as I was. Oberei reared his head upward and tilted his wings. We flipped over backward, and I loosened my grip. I slipped off his back, and although my heart hammered as I fell through the air, I'd never been more at peace. I tumbled through the open air, my arms spread out wide as I took in the thrilling sensation. I couldn't see the incoming treetops, but I felt them with my magic. I intended to catch myself with my magic, but instead, a loud cry came from above me, and Oberei plucked me out of the sky with his talons. He tossed me upward, and I landed on his back again. I'd never gotten to be a kid, or felt that careless sense of freedom other children had growing up. For the first time, no one was going to hurt me for letting my guard down, so I was going to enjoy it as long as possible. I couldn't stop laughing as I clutched one of his spines and righted myself again. "That was incredible! You were about to become shish kebabbed," Oberei said. "Relax," I told him, patting his scales. "I'm a big boy. I can catch myself." "Playtime is over," Oberei said. "We're supposed to be scouting." "Well, what do you see?" I asked. Oberei was our eyes up here in the sky, but I could sense supernaturals with my elf magic. I didn't feel a soul anywhere. "Nothing but trees and mountains," Oberei said. "No signs of life." "Perfect," I replied. If I could live in the wilderness with my friends the rest of my life and no one bothered us, I'd be golden. "We can't stay here forever," Oberei said, catching my thoughts. "Eventually, we have to go back to fighting the war." Out here in the nature preserve, it was easy to forget the supernatural communities were bombing each other. It had only been 2 weeks since we escaped the warden, but already it felt like the man had only been a figment of my imagination, a specter I'd conjured up while being locked up in the Dark Institute for Supernatural Offenders. Of course, I knew he was still out there, but some days it was easy to forget a whole world existed outside of this little slice of heaven my friends and I had created.
"I spot a white wolf,"
Oberei reported. "Let's see what she found," I said. Oberei swooped out of the sky, and we landed in a small clearing. I beamed, still riding the high of the flight. I slid off his back, and he transformed into a husky beside me. The white wolf approached. "Did Oberei see anything?" she asked. "Nothing," I said. "What's your report, Callie?" My friend's heavy footsteps became light as she transformed back into her sorceress form. "I didn't pick up anything for miles, not so much as a scent." "So we're still safe," I stated. "For now," Callie agreed as we started back toward our camp. "But we're going to have to get moving soon, Charlie." "Why?" I asked. "If the warden was able to find us, he would have by now." "That's only because we have strong wards keeping him from tracking us," Callie said. "But we can't survive out here without resources. Eventually, someone is going to notice us. We can't keep going into town." Our first night here, we'd portaled to the nearest town to steal food. Ava was feeling reckless and wanted to shoplift, and Marcus was too chicken to stay in the woods by himself. Callie and I were both strong illusionists, and our illusions were enough to give us shelter and clothing, but illusion food had no substance, and we'd starve without real food. My illusions were getting better. The clothes I created were solid, and they'd stay that way forever, unlike Callie's illusions that vanished when she got too far away from them. I'd even learned how to apply color to my illusions, which was significant progress. But any food I tried to create had no nutrition. It really fucking sucked, because I was all too familiar with the ache of hunger, and it seemed like the one thing I couldn't provide my family with at will. My days of thieving and conning had come in handy, because at least if I couldn't conjure real food, I could steal it. And maybe that was the problem. I'd grown up fighting for scraps, and my relationship with food was far from the best. I never once believed that food could be permanent, and so it was impossible to create it. I knew how to get resources one way or another, but unlike before, I was no longer starving. I could take whatever I wanted, and not a damn soul on this earth was going to prevent me from doing that. I never had so much fun stealing things than when I did it with my friends. I used to be scared that I'd get caught, but now I was unstoppable. Ava didn't care one way or another if we stole shit or not, and I had to admit, her encouraging me to misbehave only made me want to commit more crimes. The Institute hadn't changed that part of me at all. If anything, it had only made me a better thief, and my wife was more than willing to be my partner in crime. Up ahead, I heard a door shut, then the sound of my wife's wheelchair on a ramp as she came out of the cabin. Our camp was nestled in a tiny clearing, just big enough for a cottage, a campfire, and a picnic table. Callie had created a nice little cabin with her illusion magic that we'd been staying in, and it was spacious and comfortable. We had a roof over our heads, and really, that was all I could ask for. "How's the temperature?" Ava asked in the distance. She must be approaching the campfire, where Marcus was brewing our potion. "It could be hotter," Marcus replied. "I need the potion at a rolling boil." "Here, let me help," Ava offered. I heard the crackle of a fire, then the snap of bubbles. "Perfect," Marcus said, though his voice sounded strained. "Are you hungry?" Ava asked, sounding concerned. "We have a few extra rations." "No," Marcus answered, almost too quickly. "Save it for the others. Charlie and Callie will be hungry when they get back." "You haven't eaten all day," Ava pressed. "There's enough for—" "I said I'm not hungry," Marcus snapped. "All right," Ava huffed, and I knew she had to be rolling her eyes. I heard the rustle of a bag, then a gasp. A twinge of agony rippled up my back, and I knew instantly it had come through our bond. The pain ebbed slightly, but Ava had failed to hide it from me. She was powering through and using her healing magic to help with the pain of dealing with her spinal injury, but it wasn't always enough. Callie grabbed my arm, and I stopped in my tracks. She pulled me behind a big tree and lowered her voice. "Charlie, they're getting worse. We need to make a decision." "You're talking about leaving," I stated flatly. "We have to do something," Callie pressed. It felt like an impossible ask. I never felt safer than I did in this forest, shielded from the world by these trees and encompassed by my element. Here, my wife had a warm bed to sleep in every night, and my familiar could roam free. The last thing I wanted to do was leave. No one would bother us here. Everything would stay perfect. "Charlie," Callie prodded when I didn't say anything. "We can't keep hanging around. Marcus is on the edge of losing it because he doesn't have his antidepressants. If he's not brewing that potion, he's in bed, and it's only getting worse. Ava's off her bipolar meds, not to mention she's out of painkillers. That's dangerous for both of them, because Ava quitting her lithium and Marcus stopping his SSRIs abruptly could really hurt them. Ava's healing magic is only enough to prevent the worst side effects, but if she doesn't get back on something soon, she'll start having withdrawals or she'll go completely manic. Not to mention Marcus is already showing signs of a depression relapse. None of us want him to get suicidal again. We need to go find some medication for both of them. And if you and Ava want to keep getting it on like you do, you're going to need a new dose of birth control." I groaned. "Okay, fuck. I don't need a lecture on safe sex." "You do need it if it's going to get you to move," Callie insisted. "I know you were on birth control at the Institute, and that it was specially brewed using magic. I know where we can get our hands on more." "If we run, we can't ward ourselves from the warden," I argued. "Wards don't work that way. They're stationary, so our wards are the only thing keeping him from finding us right now. Besides, we don't know where the next key is, so why are we talking about leaving when we don't know where we're going next? We've been here too long. We need to move to another isolated location," Callie argued. "Wards or not, the warden will eventually track us down." "Okay, so let's do that forever, so we can't be found," I said, completely serious. "You can't keep living your life only looking ahead for the next couple of days." "Why not? It's worked before." "Look, you can sit around and convince yourself that running is the only way to survive, but we all know what will happen if we don't find those keys," Callie said. "What happens when you die and you're trapped in the in-between forever, just like all the other souls, because you never opened the Elven gate? We can't do nothing while the warden is taking over the world. I know you like it here, Charlie, but you have to decide once and for all if you're going to lie down and take it, or if you're going to go after the keys." I rubbed my face. "We can't go anywhere anyway. Moving is risky without the anti-tracking potion, and Marcus hasn't finished it." "I know we should wait, but I don't think we can any longer," Callie insisted. "Not when it comes to their meds, at least. These two need some happy pills." I hated to even consider Callie's argument, because all I wanted to do was keep my friends safe behind our wards, never to face the warden again. But they weren't safe if they weren't getting the medical care they needed. I turned my attention back to my wife. In the distance, I could hear her rifling through papers. She'd barely taken her eyes off the files we'd stolen from the Institute since we got here. We'd been studying what the warden knew, so we could accurately predict where he was going and how to face him. It was a long, arduous task that I could tell was weighing on Ava-Marie. Even from here, I could hear the quiet moans of discomfort as she shifted in her chair. A ripple of pain slipped through our bond, and it felt like someone had lit my spine aflame. I grabbed the trunk of the tree to keep from falling over. Ava usually shielded her injury from me, but the fact that she couldn't anymore was telling. She was in far more discomfort than I could fathom, and the only reason she was getting by was because she was so used to being in pain. "All right," I agreed. "We need to come up with a plan." "Let's go talk to the others," Callie suggested. We approached the camp. Ava immediately slammed our bond shut when she heard us approaching. She hadn't realized we'd been in the trees, or that I'd felt her pain only moments before. It wasn't that she was trying to hide it from me. Rather, she didn't want me suffering alongside her, because no matter how much of her pain I felt through our bond, I couldn't take it away from her. "How was the flight?" Ava asked, keeping her voice even. "It was nice," I said, but the high I'd felt had vanished. Now I was more worried than anything. To steady my hands, I approached Rishi, who was lounging on the picnic table atop the files Ava was studying. I stroked the cat's fur, and he purred under my touch. Alette fluttered by and landed in my hand. Spriggs quickly joined her, tickling my fingers with his spindly legs. The sentient twig climbed atop the moth, and he gave a tiny cry before she took off, fluttering him around the campsite. "The perimeter is clear," Callie reported. "How's the research going?" Ava shuffled papers around. "I found a file detailing the warden's experiments. He's somewhat cryptic with his notes, almost like he was intentionally hiding details in case anyone came across them. But from what I can gather, stealing our powers and becoming a demigod himself is only the first step in his master plan. With enough power and Inferokite, he should be able to make demigods out of anyone." "So he's building a demigod army?" I asked roughly. "In theory, he could," Ava said. "He's limited by Inferokite, though, because it takes so long to grow." "He's got plenty," I stated. "Now that the Institute is destroyed and we escaped, he has no reason to leave the Inferokite perimeter around the property. He could have dug up all those crystals to reuse." "Yes, but now they're his weakness too, since he's a demigod like us," Ava pointed out. "Just being around Inferokite is going to slow him down." "Slowed down or not, he's still got to be going through with the ceremonies," Callie said thoughtfully. "We already know he's had demigods working for him for a while, though I think we can reason that Esther and Mad Dog are both natural-born demigods. How many more do you think he's created by now?" "And who?" I added. Ava flipped through a few more papers. "I'm not sure. From what I can tell, the ceremony won't work on just anyone. The subject has to be strong enough to withstand a demigod's power. He killed a lot of people running his experiments, and he's surely killing again. But whoever he's recruiting, they surely have to be as loyal and crazy as Esther and Mad Dog." A sizzling sound cut her off, and we all whirled toward the fire.
No!
Marcus exploded.
No, 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 no!
His voice grew with intensity with each passing word. It sounded like his potion had boiled over. No one had quite forgotten how he'd gone psychotic the night we broke out of the Institute. We'd all been a bit on edge, hoping it wouldn't happen again. Callie was right. He really needed his meds. "Marcus, calm down," Ava insisted. "I've got this." The temperature around us dropped, and the sizzling stopped. Ava had used her fire magic to kill the campfire and stop the boiling. Marcus began pacing back and forth. "This is all wrong. It's not working!" "What's the problem?" Callie asked. "Maybe I can help."
"You can't come along and fix this with your false realities and illusions!"
Marcus raged.
"We need better ingredients. Real ingredients."
Marcus wasn't acting like himself. He didn't usually yell at her about things like this. He was losing his patience with Callie, and that was telling him how low he felt. He definitely was getting depressed.
"Hey, I'm good for more than just my illusions," Callie snapped. "Get me a list. I'll get whatever you need."
Marcus scoffed.
"From where? I need magical plants, Callie. In case you haven't noticed, they aren't exactly bountiful in this stupid forest."
Callie walked over to Marcus, and his footsteps came to a halt as she shook him.
"Marcus, I need you to pull yourself together and get me that list. I know a Fey apothecary not far from here. Charlie and I will go. I'll portal us there, and we'll get everything you need."
"You're not going to find what I need at any random apothecary," Marcus insisted. "I'll find it at this one," she promised. The message was loud and clear. This wasn't just any Fey apothecary, bound by the rules of Malovian law. She knew about black market dealers, and she was willing to walk us into danger to get what we needed. It was either that, or eventually let the warden find us. We really needed this potion if we wanted to move about without being tracked.
"What if someone recognizes you?" Marcus demanded. I can disguise us with glamour, Callie said. It's a simple illusion that will conceal our features. See? Magic tingled over my skin and across my nose. I had no idea what I looked like, but judging by the way Marcus gasped, I must have looked like a completely different person. What if the warden's tracking you? Ava asked nervously. You'll be leaving our ward. We'll be quick about it, before his spells can find us, Callie said. We have to take the risk to get the ingredients. All right, give me a minute. Marcus came over to the picnic table. He must have conjured a paper and a pen, because he began scribbling something down. The paper rustled as he handed it to Callie. I hope this place really has the stuff, because if it doesn't, we're fucked. We'll get it, Callie promised again, though I heard uncertainty in her tone. Charlie and Oberai are with me. Magic bloomed in front of us, and Callie took my hand and led me through the portal. The temperature dropped, and my feet hit solid pavement. Voices came from somewhere nearby, echoing off walls around us. It seemed we were in some sort of alleyway. Get down, Callie hissed. The three of us ducked, and I leaned against the cold metal of a dumpster. I knew that feeling all too well after spending many nights on the streets. I missed the forest already. We're in the alleyway behind the pharmacy, Callie said. They're closed for the night, but there are cameras on both sides of the alley. I should be able to scramble the images with my magic. The pharmacy? I asked. I thought we were headed to a black market dealer. 2 birds with 1 stone, Charlie, Callie said. The pharmacy is a front for the magical dealings that happen behind the counter. We're getting Marcus and Ava their meds and the ingredients for the potion. These places are usually warded against magic, so we'll have to get in the old-fashioned way. We could try bartering first, Oberai suggested. With what? I questioned. They'll spot an illusion from a mile away. Come on, Callie hissed. We don't have much time. Oberai, keep watch. On it, sister, Oberai said. Callie dragged me forward. She pulled something out of her hair and shook out the strands, nearly smacking me in the face. Callie knelt beside the building, and the lock wiggled as she stuck her bobby pin inside it. Once I get this open, an alarm will go off, Callie said. We'll have to disable the alarm system immediately. I smirked. Working with Callie was better than any thief I'd teamed up with in the past. I'm guessing you know how to do that. You learn security systems really quickly when you're a vigilante assassin, Callie said proudly. The lock clicked, and the door swung open. We're in. We hurried inside, and Oberai slipped through the door behind us. A keypad beeped as Callie hacked it to disable the alarm system before it could notify the owners. Done, she announced. Come on, the pharmacy is this way. Callie led me down the hall, and the air expanded to a huge room, like the grocery stores back home. She picked another lock and disabled the alarm system again. I entered some sort of storage area. I reached out and felt shelves, all lined with bottles. You and Oberai find the meds, Callie said. I'll cover the apothecary and get the ingredients on Marcus's list, and get you your birth control. We'll meet back at the exit in 3 minutes. Got it, I agreed. Callie fled the room, and I heard her footsteps racing down the hall. Oberai was already sniffing around, searching the shelves for the medications we needed. In husky form, he was particularly sensitive to smell, and he didn't need to read the labels to know which meds Ava and Marcus usually took. Here's the lithium, Oberai said, nudging his nose at a bottle on the shelf. I felt for it and gathered several in my arms. He hurried down the aisle and found the antidepressants, along with painkillers. The bottles were big, at least a quart each. I wanted to take as many as possible so we didn't run out. Whatever we didn't need, I could sell for real cash so I could make sure my family had whatever they needed. I'd given up drug dealing a long time ago, but I'd do it again if I had to. That should be it, Oberai said. Let's go. I left the storage room, but 2 bottles slipped out of my arms. I knelt to pick them up, and another one slipped. Screw this. I went to create a backpack so I could carry them that way. An alarm squealed overhead, and my heart lurched. Everything happened so fast I couldn't quite process it. The magic concealing my features disappeared.
Oberai barked once, then came the sound of her phoenix cry.
Something's wrong!
Oberai screamed in my mind. I felt her shift again, and fire blazed across the bond as she became a fire unicorn. Shelves knocked over as her form grew, and the smoothness of water magic filled the bond. Her horn poked me, and I jumped out of the way before I could be impaled by her narwhal horn.
Oberai, what's happening?
I screamed.
I can't control it!
She cried. The bond shifted again, becoming masculine. I heard the unfurl of leather wings as he shifted. Oberai grew so large that his wyvern scales squashed me against the wall. The ceiling shook overhead, and dust rained down on me. Shelves crushed under his weight. Oberai barely fit inside the store. The alarm came to a sudden stop. Although the room had gone silent, I could still hear the heavy pulse of my panicked heartbeat in my ears. Oberai shifted again, shrinking to the size of a husky.
What the hell happened?
I demanded.
Some sort of magic,
Oberai said. Yeah, I figured that, I growled. I slung the backpack over my shoulder, the medications rattling around inside of it. Let's go, before it happens again. I started for the hall to find Callie, but the sound of a male voice stopped me. You're not going anywhere, he sneered. He spoke in a Malovian accent, so he had to be some kind of shifter.
Hands in the air, or your girlfriend dies!
Callie let out a pained cry, as if the shifter had her by the hair. I went to cast a battle spell, but Oberai barked.
He's got a dagger to her neck! Charlie!
Callie cried, causing me to hesitate. She knew all too well what I'd do to this guy if given the chance.
If we kill him, we'll attract attention from the whole supernatural community!
The glamour's gone, I seethed. Better to leave no witnesses. Kill me, and she dies with me, the shifter threatened. Callie could kill him in a heartbeat, but she was right. If we left a trail of bodies, other supernaturals would come after us. We had to get out of this clean, and without anyone on our tail. You think you could steal from me? The shifter said with a laugh. Some thieves you are, casting magic in my shop. My spells have revealed you for what you are. I realized that I'd fucked up. Callie had said we couldn't cast magic to get through the wards. I didn't realize a simple illusion spell would set things off, as it wasn't an outright attack. I mentally kicked myself for the stupid decision. The spell had stripped us of our glamour and forced Oberai to reveal all 5 forms, all for a dumb backpack. I had to find a way to get through to this guy, because we weren't leaving here without our stuff. I didn't care if Callie thought we couldn't leave bodies behind. I would if I had to.
Please, sir,
I said sadly, throwing in a voice crack for show. When you wanted to run a con, you had to play to what was important to the person you were trying to fool. Hopefully, this guy had a shred of empathy.
We don't mean anyone any harm. My wife is in a wheelchair and in a lot of pain. We have nothing left, and we just want to help her. Don't you have a family? Wouldn't you do anything for them?
He didn't seem to care. Instead, he scoffed and said, You think I'd believe a sob story like that? I should be turning you into the authorities right now! So why aren't you? Callie asked. Because I've seen what you can offer, he practically sang. I'm willing to forgive you for trespassing and sell you whatever you want in exchange for one of those wyvern scales.
What do you want me to do? Just pluck one off his back?
I sneered.
If you don't want me turning you into the authorities, you will,
he demanded.
That's a rip-off,
Callie spat.
1 wyvern scale is worth 100 times what we're here for. You destroyed my entire pharmacy,
the shifter roared.
I think it's a fair trade.
Or I could just kill you and walk out of here, I said with a shrug. Screw conning the man. I was ready to get this over with. Kill me, and other Fae will be here in moments to hunt you down, the shifter said. Now that I've stripped your glamour, I got you on camera, and the recording has already been sent to an off-site server. Give me a wyvern scale, and I'll wipe any traces of you ever being here.
Charlie, do it,
Callie insisted.
The last thing we wanted was to be followed. I gritted my teeth. I didn't like being pushed around by some sleazy black market dealer, but no one could find out where we were. It was the one weakness we had, and this guy knew how to play it. "If it gets us out of here without a trace, I'll give him one of my scales," Oberei told me. "Fine," I growled. I turned to Oberei, and he shifted. He didn't make the full shift, or he'd take up the whole room. It was just enough that I could feel his scales. I pinched a scale around his neck and ripped it out. Oberei winced. I held up the scale to show the shifter, but I didn't hand it over right away. "Let my friend go." "Give me the scale first," he demanded. I started, but Callie cut me off. "Charlie, just give it to him so we can get out of here." I placed the scale in the shifter's outstretched hand. At the same time, I grabbed Callie and yanked her away from him. "Now get out of here!" he yelled. "I don't want to see either of you back here ever again." We scrambled down the hallway. "Did you get it all?" Callie asked. "Yes. You?" "Everything, including your anti-baby meds. Let's get out of here." Callie created a portal in front of us, and we leapt through. We landed on soft ground, and the scent of the forest filled my nose. Oberei shook out his fur. "I can't believe I gave up a scale to that stinky old dude. That guy was suspicious." "Of course he was," I said. "What else did you expect from a black market dealer? Do you think he recognized you, Callie?" Callie hadn't been seen around these parts in over 2 years, but the Fae wouldn't soon forget the face of the young princess who'd been sentenced to prison for an assassination attempt on the king. "I don't think so," she said. "If he had, he would have asked for a lot more. That wyvern scale should keep anyone from coming after us. It's worth a lot of money." She seemed so certain, but I couldn't help but keep my attention on the forest, listening for footsteps or any other signs of life. I heard nothing. We returned to camp, and Marcus and Ava were gathered around the fire. The sun had set by now, and the air grew colder. Marcus scrambled to his feet when he heard us coming. "How'd it go?" "We got it all," Callie said, dropping to her knees beside the fire. Vials rattled and bags rustled as she laid the contents of her hull out in the dirt. "How long will it take to brew the anti-tracking potion?" Marcus mumbled under his breath as he looked everything over. "It'll have to simmer overnight. We should be able to leave in the morning. Once we take the potion, the warden can't track us anywhere." "Then let's pack up so we're ready to go as soon as possible," Callie said. "We've got something else, too." I slipped the backpack off my shoulder and pulled the medicine out. Oberei sniffed the bottles, then took one in his mouth and walked over to Ava. "Medication?" Ava asked. "You both needed it," I said, handing a bottle to Marcus. He hesitated, but took it anyway. "Thanks." Ava didn't say much, but I felt her relief slip through our bond. She hadn't wanted to ask us to obtain her medication, but she was grateful it was there. At the very least, it would give her some relief from her pain, and we'd stolen enough meds to last quite a while. "So what happened to you out there?" Ava asked, as we all sat around the fire. She must have noticed my agitation. We told them about our run-in with the black market dealer. Ava seemed nervous when we finished telling her what happened. "Are you absolutely sure you weren't followed?" she asked. "Certain," I said. "He got the better end of the deal, so he's not going to follow us." "He sounds sketchy, no matter what you gave him," Ava replied. "We portaled out of there, so I don't know how he'd find us, even if he wanted to," I said. "We didn't leave a trail behind." Ava didn't say anything more, but I knew she was still concerned. She'd been paranoid since we left the Institute, worried the warden was going to find us sooner or later. Hell, let him. I'd kick his ass all over this forest. Marcus mixed his ingredients together, and the potion bubbled lightly. Finally, he said, "The potion should be done in a few hours. We should all get some sleep." We gathered our records spread over the picnic table, and Marcus subconjured them, along with the medication bottles. I helped David to bed, then gave Marcus her chair so he could keep it in his stash. That way we could leave as soon as possible. Oberei curled up at Ava's feet, but I sensed he wasn't sleeping. The hair on the back of my neck stood, and I paid close attention to the sounds of the forest, but I heard nothing except the wind rustling the trees. I tried to tell myself we were safe here. The warden couldn't track us behind our wards, and the guy at the pharmacy didn't know where we'd gone. Still, I couldn't shake the odd sensation crawling up my back as I climbed into bed beside my wife. I didn't bother changing into pajamas, because I wanted to be ready to get the hell out of here as soon as the potion was ready. I loved it here. I never wanted to leave. But now that we'd been spotted, I didn't think we could stay any longer. The Fey apothecary hadn't been far from here, and even if our cabin was secluded, they knew where to start looking. It was time to start moving and find the rest of the divinity keys before the warden did. I lay awake for a long time, unable to sleep, but eventually I drifted off. Bang! I startled awake as the front door of the cabin burst open. I immediately reached over for my wife, and she grabbed onto me. I barked loudly, and my heart hammered. Ava's panic flooded through the bond. Charlie, what's... A deafening noise came from above us, and dust rained down on our heads. Wind came rushing into the room as debris flew everywhere. It was like someone had ripped the roof of the cabin off. I threw myself over Ava to shield her, wondering what the hell had happened now. Come out, wherever you are! A deep voice rang from outside. Holy shit, that sounded like Mad Dog. I didn't have a second to process it before the bed vanished from beneath me. Ava and I fell to the forest floor as the illusion broke, and the cabin around us vanished. Ava let out a pained cry, and Oberei shifted into a wyvern, spreading out his wings to shield us. I felt Spriggs jump into my pocket, and I heard a whizzing sound as Alette hid beside him. We're under attack! Oberei cried. I didn't care if Mad Dog was here or who he brought. We were demigods. We could take on anyone. Oberei's venom sizzled as he shot it at our attackers, but it made a splatting sound, like it hit a pane of glass before disintegrating. I can't get past their shields! Oberei panicked. Hold them off, Callie! Marcus screamed. The fire pit hissed, like he'd spilled some of the anti-tracking potion into it. Everything that we'd made with illusion magic was gone. The only things that remained were our real belongings, like Marcus's cauldron and the vials we stole from the apothecary. Marcus sounded like he was rescuing the potion, while Callie fought off the attackers in the open clearing. My whole body shook as I rushed to cradle Ava in my arms, but she was already blasting off magic. I felt water and fire converge through our bond as she used simultension on herself, creating that deadly blue fire she'd made in the Dark Games. Ava shot it off, but I heard it fizzle out before it made its target. What the hell? She growled. She shot off another spell, but it ricocheted back in our direction, and the fire seared the ends of my hair as I flinched away. Someone cackled loudly. You think your fire is a match for us? We're demigods now, and we're stronger than you'll ever be. All the other mission kids who wanted to become demigods died, but we were strong enough. Your spells can't touch us! There was only one person who would brag that much during a fight. It had to be Deuce, the vampire who got sent to Cell Block 9 after I framed him for murder. Last I saw him, he was lying unconscious in Cell Block 9. The fact that he was strong enough to withstand demigod power was impressive, considering I'd knocked him out more than once. Oberei threw himself in front of us again, letting out a loud, threatening cry. Ava clung to me. It's the mission! Esther, Naya, Mad Dog, and Deuce! Charlie, they're stronger than I've ever seen them. I don't know how, but they're shooting my fire back at me! I wasn't sure how they got in here so quickly. The bastard at the pharmacy must have ratted us out. Stay low, I warned Ava. I won't let them hurt you. It killed me to leave my wife's side, but these fuckers would die before they touched her. I leapt onto Oberei's back and conjured a spear, which became solid in my hand. It was the easiest illusion that came to mind, and appeared almost without thought. To the right, Oberei told me. Through the bond, I could sense the exact spot I needed to aim, and I thrust my spear forward. Something shattered, and I realized my illusion spear had been broken. I blasted off battle spells, but each one fizzled out. Below me, Marcus and Callie threw spells, but I heard their magic wither away before they could do any damage. I heard the shattering of glass, as if their shields had been broken.
"Stop playing this game and submit to the Lord!"
A woman's voice came from above me. Feathery wings flapped, which meant it had to be Esther. Only she would try preaching about her God while actively trying to kill us.
"I think they're better off dead,"
a woman laughed. Her leathery wings flapped nearby. It was definitely Naya. We'd had far too many run-ins with this succubus for me to ever forget her voice. Gathering all the magic I could, I thrust a heavy gust of air above me, and Esther went spinning downward. She knocked into Naya, and they both spiraled into the ground. A tree cracked and groaned, but Naya only laughed. The succubus was as hard as rock. I doubt I left so much as a scratch. Oberoi lifted his head and spat venom at Esther. Esther screamed. I expected the venom to encompass her and kill her like it did the guards the night we escaped, but she flapped her wings again, flying high above us.
"The Lord has foreseen your deaths!"
Esther shouted.
"It is His will that you perish!"
She sounded perfectly fucking healthy to me. Damn angel healing magic. Mad Dog laughed maniacally, like our magic was nothing short of amusing to him.
"Your wyvern is weak, just like the rest of you,"
he sneered. Something shifted in the bond, and I didn't know what it was at first, until I realized Oberoi was shrinking beneath me. He shifted so fast that I fell out of the air and landed hard on the ground. Oberoi roared loudly, but it morphed into a bark as he became a husky.
"I can't shift!"
Oberoi panicked.
"It's some sort of compulsion!"
Mad Dog had used vampire compulsion to kill Thaddeus, but back then he'd used blood magic to do it. It seemed that his demigod powers were growing, and he could compel anyone, blood magic or not. I barely had a second to take it in before Ava screamed my name.
"Charlie!"
Her panicked cry cut through the forest. I felt the rush of air swirling through the clearing as Mad Dog raced toward her at super speed. I moved so fast that I crossed the impossible distance in less than a second. I threw my hands upward and caught him around the throat before he could go in for the kill. Magic swelled through me as I siphoned his super strength and held him back. The magic felt familiar, and it occurred to me that I moved so fast because I'd siphoned his super speed at a distance before I consciously decided to. They didn't know who the hell they were messing with. Mad Dog hissed as his fangs protruded, pressing into the skin on my neck. He never got the chance to break the skin, because I used his super strength against him. I lifted him by the neck, then slammed him into the ground so hard that it left an impression. I forced the earth open beneath him, and it swallowed him whole as I buried him alive. It wouldn't kill a vampire, but it'd hold him off for a bit. Esther's feathery wings continued to flap above us. She turned her sights on Callie and Marcus as they shot spells in her direction. A clap of thunder rang out around us, and the air sizzled as we narrowly missed being struck by lightning. An explosion blasted off near Callie and Marcus, and the whole earth rocked back and forth. Fucking hell. Esther was one strong angel. She'd learned to manipulate energy to create electromagnetic blasts and bombs. Callie and Marcus were able to defend themselves, but barely. Deuce was killing their spells every chance he got and shattering their shields the moment they cast them. Esther aimed energy at them again, and they got out of the way just in time, their screams echoing through the trees. Dirt flew into the air and rained down on us. Ava was casting whatever was in her arsenal. Fire, water, spirit magic, yet none of it had any effect. We were practically sitting ducks. A whine of agony sounded nearby, and I felt a slicing sensation across our bond as Oberoi was cut open by one of Esther's spells.
"Callie, get us out of here!"
I screamed. I heard the snap of her fingers, then the strangest sensation surrounded me. The sounds of the forest vanished. The rustling of the trees was gone, and the dirt falling from above halted midair. I could still feel pebbles of dirt on my skin, and I knew Callie had stopped time. So why did I still hear the sound of beating wings above us?
Charlie, duck!
Ava screamed. A wave of fire blasted past me as she went to defend me, but Esther got to me first. The angel hit me so hard I nearly blacked out. Angels were fucking strong, I knew, because I'd fought them in the ring. But Esther was one hell of an angel. We'd severely underestimated her power. I went flying across the clearing and landed against a tree. I felt something snap, and at first I thought it was my back, until I sensed the tree waver above me. The sounds of the forest returned, and time began moving forward again. The tree groaned as it began to fall, but I levitated it with my earth magic and threw it at Esther. She let out a heavy oof as it hit her, and she toppled out of the sky. "Ooh, what's this?" Naya practically sang, sounding amused. "The Fey Princess can stop time?" Fuck. Callie had been learning how to stop time without influencing other demigods, but we were in too close proximity. She couldn't pick and choose to take us and leave them behind. Now they knew what she was capable of, and we'd revealed one of our greatest assets.
It changes nothing!
Esther roared.
Our Lord wanted them dead, and so they shall be!
All at once, my friends let out a collective scream. Oberai yelped like he was in pain, and Rishi hissed. I didn't know what had happened.
She's blinding us with her light magic!
Oberai cried. Did this bitch forget that I was blind? I was unaffected, and I went in for the kill. I had Mad Dog's super strength and speed, so I crossed the distance to Esther in a moment. I pummeled my fist into her face, and blood spurted over my shirt. Damn it all if that wasn't satisfying. Esther got a hold of my wrist. She wrapped her legs around my middle, then curled her wings around my entire body as she dragged me to the ground.
Submit to his will, she demanded.
A familiar pain overcame my body, and my muscles seized up. I remembered it all too well. The warden had used this power on me and forevermore. It was a type of life force manipulation angels had, a way to suck the life energy out of you by sheer will. Back then, I couldn't defend myself from it, but I was stronger now. My magic warred against her, siphoning my energy back into me. I tugged even harder, trying to take her power for my own, but I couldn't muster anything beyond her super strength. Her demigod powers were a match for mine, and I couldn't take anything more than her weakest asset. She was powerful, I'd give her that. All her healing abilities and energy manipulation powers were beyond my reach. I threw a punch, but she dodged it, and my fist met nothing but air. I went to sink the other fist into her gut, but she drew her knee upward and blocked the attack. It was like she knew what I was going to do before I did it. That was her demigod power, I remembered. She always had a way of reading our weaknesses, and now she knew how to read us better than ever. She knew every attack we were going to throw at her before we even thought of it ourselves. This bitch may have been at the Institute voluntarily, but she was the worst inmate they'd ever let in that place. There were only so many ways to kill an angel. Let's see how well she functioned without a head. I conjured a sword, and it pierced her wing. Esther screamed in pain as I yanked the sword downward, slicing through her wing. Esther leapt backward, and I jumped to my feet. I wasted no time aiming the sword at her head, but before it could make contact, it disappeared in my hands. Shock must have crossed my features, because Deuce stood by the tree line, laughing maniacally. Of fucking course, because he always needed someone else to fight his battles. Before I could conjure another spell, the dirt beneath me shifted. I hadn't realized I was standing right where I'd buried Mad Dog, and he was making the climb out of his grave. A hand curled around my ankle and yanked me to the ground. I aimed a blast of battle magic at him, but panicked when the magic never came. I felt Mad Dog's compulsion locking my powers down tightly, forcing me to hide my own magic from access. I wondered why he didn't just puppet us around and make us kill ourselves like he'd done to Thaddeus, but I realized we were too strong for that. He could compel our magic against us, but he couldn't overcome our consciousness. Mad Dog let out an angry roar, almost animalistic.
A little help!
I screamed.
Let him go, you soulless bastard!
Marcus sneered. I thought it was just an empty insult, because vampires still had a soul, until I realized what Marcus was doing. Mad Dog's scream came to an abrupt halt the same time an image formed at my feet. An ethereal picture of a furious vampire appeared, his spirit hand curled around my ankle. If I could see him, that only meant one thing. Marcus had ripped Mad Dog's spirit out of his body.
What have you done?
Esther screamed. I heard her footsteps racing forward, then felt her body land on top of Mad Dog. For the briefest of moments, his grip on me loosened. Then his spirit vanished, and he clutched me even tighter, as if Esther had shoved his soul back into his body. Obviously, she did, because she could manipulate a person's life force. That had to have some effect on the soul. Even if Marcus could take someone's soul out of their body, Esther could just put it right back. I kicked Mad Dog hard in the face, and he dropped my ankle.
Rishi, attack!
Marcus screamed. Marcus cast a spell, and Rishi transformed into a deadly spirit. He dove toward Mad Dog and Esther, and his form swept through me for a moment. I saw the ethereal shape of a cat's face as he dove toward our attackers. As soon as he passed me, the image vanished. Rishi hissed as he went in for the kill, but he never made it to Esther and Mad Dog. Instead, he shifted course and turned straight toward Marcus and Callie.
Rishi, no!
Marcus screamed. Rishi lashed out, and I heard the tearing of fabric as he swiped his claws out at Marcus.
Stop!
Marcus ordered. The spell broke, and Rishi landed on the ground. Naya laughed, and I knew whatever happened had been her doing. She had some way of turning our powers against us. This was bad. If Naya could turn our spells back on us, Deuce could break them, and Mad Dog could cut off all our magical access, we were fucking screwed. There was no way we could fight these people, no matter how much power we had, because their special demigod abilities prevented us from fighting back. Our only option was to run. I raced to Ava and scooped her up in my arms. Marcus and Callie sprinted to our side.
Callie, a portal!
I screamed.
I can't!
She yelled back. Mad Dog must have been blocking her power. We had to get far enough away so his compulsion wouldn't affect us.
You aren't going anywhere,
Esther sneered. Her wings flapped again, which meant she'd healed already. A spell crackled, and Oberoi barked loudly, warning us of the incoming blast. Ava threw up her hands. Protection magic bloomed out of her so strong it seemed to rock the very earth we stood on. The explosion sounded all around us, but never touched our forms.
Holy shit! Ava can make shields!
Callie cried. Magic smashed against Ava's shield, never touching us. Curiously, I reached out my hand, and my fingers connected with something solid. An image formed in my mind, because the shield was made with Ava's spirit magic. I saw what appeared to be a big glass dome encompassing my friends and me, pulsing with spiritual power, thin beads of energy moving throughout. I'd heard A.J could create shields, but I didn't know it was possible for Ava. I felt her strong emotions bleeding through the shield, created out of Ava's love for us and her fierce instinct to protect us.
Get them!
Esther barked.
Deuce can't break it,
Marcus realized.
Then let's go,
I demanded. We need a portal now, Callie.
We have to get further away,
she insisted.
I can't hold this for much longer,
Ava whimpered. Her whole body quivered in my grasp as I felt the shield drain her magical energy. We ran into the trees. The earth shook beneath us as Ava's shield grew stronger. A deafening snap sounded, and the earth split in two at the strength of Ava's spirit magic. Trees groaned and toppled over once they hit Ava's expanding shield, and I heard Naya scream. Good. I hope she'd been pinned under one of them. A shattering sound filled the air, and Ava went slack in my arms as she passed out. Her shield broke and faded away, leaving us completely vulnerable. Esther's wings beat from overhead, and the others followed.
We have to keep going! Mad Dog's cutting off my power!
Callie yelled.
Submit to the Lord's will, for he is always watching!
Esther screamed in the distance. She was coming for us quickly. We had mere moments before she caught up. Then the air shifted around us. I felt familiar sparks as I heard a portal bloom in front of us.
Thank the goddesses your ward finally fell!
A voice came from the other side of the portal.
We've been trying to track you all for weeks!
Quickly, everyone drink the potion so they can't follow us, Marcus insisted. He shoved vials into our hands. The vials were wet, as if he'd spilled a lot of the potion while he'd been trying to bottle it up. We downed the anti-tracking potion without question, and I tipped the bottle past Ava's lips. She coughed as she drank, but didn't wake up.
Come with me,
the strange voice said. I didn't know who this guy was, but something told me we could trust him. Anywhere was better than here, at least. Esther let out a primal scream as she dove for us. We jumped through the portal, and it slammed shut. Feathers drifted over me, but I realized they must have been cut off from Esther's wings as the portal shut, because she hadn't made it through. I dropped to my knees and set Ava in the grass beside me. I pulled her into my lap and pushed her hair out of her face. Pidge, are you okay? Wake up. She took a rattling gasp and breathed. Charlie, are you hurt? That was a pretty big spell, I worried. I'm fine, she said warily. Just a little shaken up. I held her for several long moments, then sagged onto my back, trying to catch my breath. Alette fluttered away, and Spriggs hopped onto my shoulder.
We made it!
Obereye cried. Barely. I breathed a sigh of relief. We'd been training with our demigod powers for months, but we never had to go up against other demigods before. They'd caught us off guard, and we weren't prepared to fight them. I would never let that happen again. I got to my feet. I didn't know where we were, but I turned to the individual who'd portaled us to safety. I reached out a hand to shake his. Thank you for coming to our rescue. We wouldn't have gotten out of there if it weren't for you. He didn't shake my hand, though. Instead, he dragged me into a tight hug. He was taller than me, and I recognized his scent. Holy shit. It couldn't be.
Master! I'm so glad I finally found you!
My guard squeaked. This couldn't be real. I felt the world tilt on its axis as I asked in complete disbelief. Eddie?
Chapter 2. Ava-Marie. I was still spinning from my place on the ground. I didn't know where we were, though we were clearly in another part of some distant forest, different to the one we'd left. The trees danced overhead in circles, as a familiar, loved voice broke into my dizzying thoughts. I heard my husband say a name that I recognized. I managed to push myself upright. My lip trembled as I observed Eddie's form. He was just as I remembered him, standing tall, optimistic, that same goofy smile plastered across his face. But there was an eye patch over his right eye that concealed what lay under. My stomach dropped. Eddie embraced Charlie so tightly he lifted him off the ground. Charlie gaped as he loosely held Eddie back. I can't believe you're here. Charlie coughed as Eddie let him go. You came at just the right moment. Not soon enough, I'm afraid, Eddie replied, pocketing a small hand mirror. I was hoping to find you before anyone else did. Eddie, how did you survive? We were told you died in an explosion, Marcus explained. Oh, yes, a very compelling story, that, Eddie said eagerly, excited to launch into the tale. Obereye bounced at his side, and Eddie reached down to pat his head. But it'll have to wait until we get somewhere safe. Apparently hugs were more important than safety, because Eddie went around and embraced everybody. He got to me last, kneeling down before me and wrapping me in the tightest hug. Dearest princess, life's been dark without you. I missed you too, Eddie. What happened to your eye? I asked. It was an unfortunate event of being in the Elvish concentration camps, Eddie informed me.
They tortured all of us for information, but I am proud to say I never gave in. The warden's tormentors grew tired of me eventually, and took my right eye as punishment, so to say.
I'm really sorry that happened, I said sadly.
On the contrary, when they took it, I considered it a privilege, because it helped me to better understand my master, Eddie said brightly.
Oberai gave a high-pitched whine, and Charlie's expression softened.
It's really nice to have you back. How'd you save us? Elves can use mirrors to create portals, Eddie explained. It is how we used the Mirror of Ingress to escape forevermore when it was sieged.
Eddie fished in his pocket and took out the small pocket mirror again, displaying it to us all.
I used this to portal you here, to this waypoint along the path. Elves must have a mirror on the other side of their destination to make portals. Thankfully, the portal I created was able to generate off the reflective surface of Ava's spirit shield. My instructions were to make sure we weren't followed before I brought you back to a safe place.
It doesn't appear we've been followed. Otherwise Esther would have blown our heads off by now, Callie noted.
I'd rather she do that instead of listening to another one of her stupid sermons, Marcus complained.
Eddie nodded in utmost sincerity, then turned his attention back on me.
My princess, why are you still on the ground? Here, I'll help you stand.
Eddie offered a hand, but I cringed away and kept my gaze on the ground. I can't, Eddie. Not anymore. Eddie's look was so full of sorrow as his eyes locked on my legs. He glanced away regretfully.
Yes. It seems all of us have lost something in these past months since we've been apart.
Charlie picked me up. I felt safe as he cradled me against him, and my head fell onto his chest. I was so exhausted after making that spirit shield. I didn't think I could stay awake for longer than a few moments.
Do you have somewhere for us to go? Charlie asked. Of course. Follow me.
Eddie pointed the pocket mirror to the empty space in front of him, and as he did, a portal bloomed there. He gestured for us to go through it. Callie and Marcus went first, while Charlie carried me forward. I didn't see where we were heading, because as we went through the portal, I fell into unconsciousness. I lingered there, somewhere in the darkness and complete stillness, until I felt myself rousing lightly in a soft bed. I knew Charlie was near before I saw him. I felt his weight on the bed, and I recognized the smell of bergamot. Are we okay? It took a tremendous amount of effort to open my eyelids. The first thing I noticed was there was golden light everywhere, and the area I found myself in was pristine. I'd woken up in an elaborate bedroom, which was made of marble and decorated with gorgeous furniture. The bed I lay in was big enough to sleep 4 people, and it was layered with silk sheets and cashmere blankets. A massive sliding glass door that led to a stone balcony stood open. Gossamer drapes drifted in the breeze, which smelled like seawater and was warm. I heard seagulls and the muffled sounds of people below. I expected to wake up in some sort of army tent, but I'd arisen in a palace.
We're safe. Charlie stroked back a few strands of hair from my eyes. We're with the elves. Eddie took us to their new city.
A new city? I slowly sat up. Oberai licked my chin.
After Forevermore was taken over by the warden, my grandfather and the rest of the Elven refugees that got away built a city on an island in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. It's surrounded by wards. No one's found it yet.
The elves built an entire city in a year? I questioned.
They used magic, but they had help, Charlie explained. Apparently, a sorceress from Malovia took an abandoned elven city from the Fey realm of Edenmire, a settlement named Ithriel, and moved it through a portal to this island. Then the elves rebuilt the ruins of Ithriel and filled in the gaps with magic. Besides the old structures, the city is created out of illusions that are solid. The elves can't do that, so the Fae stepped in to lend a hand. Once the rebuild was complete, the elves renamed the city Elamanth.
So, the Fae are allies with the elves now?
I asked. They'd been enemies during the last great supernatural war, with the Fae being the greatest persecutors of the elves. But I supposed Callie's brother was running things in Malovia now. Seems like it. The Fae want to make amends for the last Elven genocide, so they're here to help. The Fae created this city for the elves as a peace offering. It was a good thing they managed to build it so quickly. I had to marvel for a moment. What Fae could be so powerful she could move an entire city from one realm to another? I'm not sure, but hopefully we'll get some answers soon. Whoever she is, she must be one powerful sorceress. As I got to a sitting position, I realized I was wearing some sort of pretty silk dress, soft enough to sleep in, but definitely fit for a princess. I'm assuming there's a dress code? Charlie looked different too. He wore a pair of black slacks with a fine silk shirt that had a few buttons open at the top. He appeared positively dashing. The servants gave us some new clothes. I dressed you when you were out of it. All of us were covered in dirt from the fight with Esther. How long has it been? I was horrified important things might have been decided when I was sleeping. I didn't want to be behind on what was going on. You've only been sleeping for a few hours. Eddie had us rest here until we were ready to see everyone. This is our personal suite. Callie and Marcus have rooms nearby. Basically, we have an entire section of the palace to ourselves that the servants are referring to as my quarters. All of our friends are rooming in this tower, which is reserved strictly for the prince and his guests. But you and I have the biggest suite. We have a whole tower to ourselves? It sounds crazy, but it's actually nothing compared to the rest of the palace, Charlie informed me. This place is enormous. It makes the Institute seem small. Well, I'm up now, so we better get to it. My wheelchair stood beside the bed. Marcus must have dropped it off. Charlie helped me into it. I found a gold brush on a nearby vanity, and I combed out the tangles in my hair before we left the room. The rest of Charlie's quarters were just as grand as his suite was. In the center of the tower was a living space, where all the bedrooms were connected. There was a massive fireplace in the main room, as well as floor-to-ceiling windows that displayed the city below. A widescreen TV hung on the wall, and large sectional couches were spread throughout the space, the walls lined with dozens of bookshelves. One of the walls housed a floor-to-ceiling mirror that made the space appear even larger than it already was. It was even better than the rooms at the palace in Forevermore. Everywhere I looked, there was a new piece of art or another beautiful thing to look at. I rolled myself to one of the giant windows and looked down, observing the scene. Hundreds of buildings were clustered around the city's palace. I recognized the beauty of ancient Elvish architecture in every stone structure. They really had taken the bones from Ithriel and turned those ruins into the incredible buildings they were today. Everywhere I looked, I saw tall spires, domed buildings, and formidably tall architecture, with massive gargoyles and stained glass windows. It appeared the palace itself had been built on the side of a mountain that overlooked the city, and the buildings that had been constructed around it were collected on the cliff sides below. Small dots moved within the city, as thousands of elves maneuvered throughout the cobblestone streets. The Mediterranean Sea spanned outward all around us, appearing endless, while a glistening sandy beach circled the island's edge. I felt tears rise and nearly spill over. I couldn't believe the elves had made it after Forevermore had been sieged. More so, they'd thrived. What an exceptional and resourceful people the elves were. I thought for sure they'd be hiding in cities around the world, but here they were. Despite the worst, they'd gone on to survive. The doors to the quarters opened. Eddie walked in, followed by Callie and Marcus. When Eddie saw us, he hurriedly bowed so low it was nearly funny. "My prince and princess," he gushed. "Welcome to the city of Elamanth. In Elvish, it means City of New Light. Our emperor thought it was a fitting name for the place that now resides us. He changed the name from Ithriel because this place is no longer just an elven city, but a city for all, and the freedom that inspires us to carry on. New light indeed. I certainly felt revived. Eddie took a seat on an armchair while Callie and Marcus went to lounge on the sectional. On opposite ends, I might add. I rolled to the end of the sectional where Callie was sitting, while Charlie took a seat on an armchair opposite Eddie's. "Okay, out with it," Callie said. "How'd you escape the camps, Eddie? We were certain you were dead." "I all but was. By the time I left the West facility. That is the name of the place they kept us. It was a concentration camp on the other side of Dark Island, far from the Institute," Eddie said. "The West facility? Was that really what it was called?" Marcus asked. "Yes," Eddie nodded grimly. "The warden isn't a particularly imaginative person." That was putting it lightly. He was about as creative as my left butt cheek, and I hadn't seen that create any masterpieces lately. "The name just seems so cold," Callie scowled. "Like some sort of landfill." "That is the point. As far as the warden is concerned, once we're at the camps, we're garbage to be disposed of. We weren't afforded the right to a proper name, not even to terrify us." Eddie's shoulders drooped. "The angels are the ones running the camps. They starved us, beat us, and forced us to work making war supplies for the warden day in and day out. Many of us got sick from disease and died, while most others starved to death. Others were merely tortured until their bodies could endure no longer." "Elves are immortal and super strong. They aren't easy to kill. The angels must have been extra brutal to kill them this way," I said. "Indeed. Their tactics went beyond the point of cruelty," Eddie admitted heavily. "They regulated us to one slice of bread and a watery soup with one radish per day. Elves are immune to magical restraints such as Noxite, so starvation was their way of keeping our magic contained, as we were too weak to summon it. I spent most of my time carrying stones from quarries I could barely lift, and making bricks, as the angels needed them to rebuild Celestial City." Eddie shrugged unhappily. "I thought at times of attempting to sneak out, or of creating a weapon with the bricks I was making. But I was so malnourished I knew I wouldn't win if there was a fight, and I didn't have enough energy to run fast enough to escape. When I wasn't being made to labor, I was being tortured for information. It is how I lost my eye." "These monsters are sick," Marcus growled. "It's deplorable they can do this to people." "That is not how the angels see it," Eddie stated. "In their eyes, these camps are a sort of purgatory, a method for cleansing sin. The angels who run the camps allowed prisoners to leave, so long as they swore an oath to join a new religion and work as soldiers for the warden and his cause." "The mission," Charlie said in disgust. "Indeed," Eddie replied. "The prisoners who converted were stuffed into military vans and never seen again. Some of my company agreed to be converted, but most of us stuck to our faith. Eventually, the warden got tired of waiting for answers. If we couldn't be converted, he wanted us to be exterminated. Myself and several other elvish prisoners were taken out of the camp and into the woods. I realized that we were being moved out of the West facility into a new camp on the mainland. I knew that if we had any chance of escape, we needed to do it then, because once they took us to the larger camp, there was no possibility of getting out alive." Eddie smirked. "I was very weak and didn't have much magic left. But as we stopped for the night, I remembered my master and all my friends, and I realized I didn't want to die this way. So when the backs of the soldiers were turned, the other elves and I got together to join our magic with simultension, just like Charlie had taught us. We were able to create a magical blast that killed the soldiers. But we were unable to control the magic, so it backfired and killed a couple of us as well." "Oh, Eddie." I was breathless with the admission. It was awful. "We knew some of us could die if we resisted, but we didn't care. Death was acceptable when compared to how we'd been living in those camps," Eddie replied. "Our magic left a crater in the ground. There weren't any remains of those who'd perished in the blast. We knew we had to leave there quickly. We scattered in all directions, so anyone following wouldn't be sure where we went. For a day or so, I survived off roots and tubers I found underneath the ground. I didn't mind. It was more than they were feeding us in the camps. I thought about returning to the Institute to find Charlie and help him escape. But before I could, the other elves found us and brought us to Elan. I've spent the rest of that time recovering and searching for you. We're proud of you for staying so strong, Charlie said. I can't even imagine what you've been through. It wasn't easy, and is still not. I have nightmares about the camps. Eddie shivered. But I am comforted in knowing the West facility no longer exists. Once I got to Elan and told the Emperor where the camp was located, we were able to send agents in to destroy the West facility and rescue those we could. Eddie smiled. But I should pause the story for now. You have others eager to join you. I was about to ask who he meant, until the door to the room burst open. Elated voices rose throughout the room, and I gave a scream of joy as I watched Chansey, Ivy, Ez, Opal, and Alistair stampede into the room. Callie, Marcus, and Charlie jumped up from their seats, and the room was quickly enveloped in a mess of shouting joy and love. "You're alive!" I cried out. I instantly reached for my brother, who squeezed me tightly. His Periton familiar, Tahoma, gave a gentle snort and nuzzled my cheek with his soft lips. I was so relieved that I let out a couple of sobs. The moment was overwhelming. All of them had gotten out and unhurt. It was nothing short of a miracle.
Fuck yeah, we are. It's gonna take more than a burning prison to get rid of us,
Ivy exclaimed as they embraced me. I let the tears fall, because it was a huge weight off my shoulders to know that despite my choice to allow the Institute to burn, the people I cared about hadn't suffered the consequences of my actions. "This is crazy. How'd you guys escape?" Charlie asked. "Now that's a story," Chansey said, slinging his arm around Charlie's shoulders. "See, as you know, shit was going down at the Institute that night," Alistair said. "Ez, Opal, and I were still in the woods when you guys were taken to Cell Block 9. The guards never found us, but we spent days trapped out there, trying to figure out how to get over the fence. Eventually, the guards came looking for us. I was able to trick them with my mentalist powers and puppet them away from our location long enough to remain hidden. But then, the fire happened, and everything started going up in smoke. You guys remember Ives and me got separated from the group when the guards started attacking students," Chansey said. "The mob carried us away, where we met up with Alistair and the others outside. It was complete chaos, I tell ya." "The prison yard was in shambles," Alistair said excitedly, sounding like he was retelling the events of some rager party and not a life-or-death situation. "We figured if we wanted to live, we had to get the hell off the island. So we thought, why not take a bus?" A huge grin spread across my face. I recalled the memory of the Institute's submarine bus smashing through the prison's fence line and ambling clumsily toward freedom the night we'd escaped. "No way. That was you?" "Oh yeah. We overpowered the guards protecting it. Chansey hotwired the rig and we took off out of the Institute's cage," Alistair said proudly. "One of the grandest moments of my life, if I do say so myself. They came after us like hell, but everything was smooth sailing once we hit the water, 'cause they couldn't come after us. I gotta say, though, I might have run over a couple of vamps on our drive out," Chansey added. I nearly toppled out of my chair laughing. I pictured Chansey recklessly driving the massive submarine bus across Dark Island while being chased by guards, the rest of my friends clinging to the bus seats like cats in order to hold on.
One of the angel guards smashed into the windshield and rolled off the top. It was great, Ivy cackled. We popped open the back door and flung some battle orbs behind us before we hit the ocean. We watched a couple guards blow up. It was quite the riveting experience.
"Maybe for you," Ez scowled as he rubbed his head. "I still got the scar from when I hit my head on the ceiling. Chansey nearly rolled the damn thing." "I got us out," Chansey said defensively. "You should quit complaining and be glad you got a ride. It was hard enough squeezing your big-ass familiar on the bus." Tahoma let out a sullen bray, and I asked, "Are the keys safe?" "Yes. They're in a royal vault here in Elamanth, protected by Elven guards. I made sure I didn't lose them," Ez said. My shoulders sagged. I was more than grateful the warden hadn't gotten his hands on the divinity keys we had, because it'd taken a lot of sacrifice to obtain them. What happened next?
We just kept driving until we hit land. By the time we pulled onto a beach, your dad was waiting for us,
Opal informed me. My dad? I tilted my head curiously. Our parents are here. Everyone's parents are here, actually, as stated. We've got a bit of bad news. Kinpago and Octavia Falls were taken by the warden. What? Marcus asked, and my stomach twisted. They couldn't hold up. The warden was going to destroy both cities if we didn't let him have them, so they decided abandoning the towns was the best way to preserve what was left, Alistair said. The priestesses and the chieftains got everyone out they could. The elementals and witches that survived are currently living here, in Elamanth. Then Alistair scoffed, and he mumbled under his breath. Or at least, everyone who isn't a traitor is here. What do you mean? I asked. Some elementals and witches surrendered to the warden and joined the mission when the cities fell. They didn't see a point in continuing to resist, as clarified. As far as our side, we don't have many strongholds left. Hokavale is safe, but we don't know for how long. Where did the warden take all these prisoners of war? I questioned. If Kinpago and Octavia Falls have fallen, those supernaturals that didn't get a chance to flee had to be taken somewhere. Eddie gave a heavy sigh. Unfortunately, we believe they've been taken to the same camp the warden had attempted to move me to. From the intel we've gathered, we know it is even larger and more dangerous. The main facility is somewhere in the contiguous United States. It has many more elves in captivity, and it is also where the warden holds his prisoners of war. There are all kinds of supernaturals being kept in that camp, some even of the warden's own race, angels who didn't support his cause. Then what are we waiting for? Charlie demanded. Let's go there right now to destroy it and liberate the prisoners. I wish we could, but it is very well hidden. We've been trying to find it for some time but have so far been unsuccessful. It is a highly concealed secret of the warden's, and until we locate where it might be, a rescue mission is impossible, Eddie said. I'm betting the main facility has to be near California. Dark Island is off the western coast of the United States, I said. 600 miles off the coast, Callie objected. Yes, but it's still easier to transport people across the open ocean rather than thousands of miles across land where they might be spotted. And we know the warden used Dark Island as his base for years, I said. He's probably been building the camp for a while, waiting for the right time to use it against his enemies. The West facility was just a holding center on the island he could use until the main facility was finished. What about the witches? Connecticut is a long ways away from the West Coast. If the main facility is on the other side of the country, you must have found clues as to how the captured witches were being transported, Marcus asked. Unfortunately, we did not, Eddie replied. The warden must be using some type of magic we aren't aware of or don't have access to in order to transport all these prisoners from one side of the nation to the other. Why couldn't the warden just conjure portals and move people that way? Charlie questioned. They're harder to trace. Moving a lot of people through portals is hard. It's not easy magic, especially not across hundreds of miles, Callie said. Only the best supernaturals can pull it off, and the warden doesn't have any elves helping him. That we know of, Charlie mused. He could be forcing prisoners to do his bidding. You would need many, many portals to transport that number of prisoners, Eddie explained. Even if it was possible, which it could be. It's unclear as to how he could create so many portals without leaving supernatural traces that we could follow. But from what we can guess, the facility must be somewhere near the West Coast, just as Ava predicted. That still doesn't narrow it down, Marcus grumbled. The western United States is huge. There's massive sprawls of open desert that go on forever without a soul in sight. The warden could pick 1,000,000 places to put this camp. It's like locating a needle in a haystack. We'll find it, Callie said firmly. And once we do, the soldiers who are torturing those poor people are going to beg for mercy. Which we aren't going to give them, Charlie added coldly, and Oberai gave a growl. I wholeheartedly agreed. I just don't know how the elves managed to find somewhere so efficient to hide, Callie said. This area is perfect to hold the city of Elamanth. How'd they locate such a well-concealed area after Forevermore was sieged?
Your family, actually, Ivy stated. Turns out that King Ethan and Queen Emmeline were the ones who found the island after Forevermore fell, and they helped the elves build a city here with illusion magic. They've been busy doing that in secret while your brother and his mate have been running Malovia.
If Chasm has ascended the throne, why are Ethan and Emma still referred to as King and Queen? Marcus asked. My parents aren't reigning monarchs anymore, but they still retain their titles, Callie explained, before turning back to Eddie. How are things in Malovia? Apparently, after Octavia Falls was taken over, King Chasm aligned himself with the witches and officially declared war against the angels, Eddie said. The Fae have been providing endless resources to Elamanth to get the elves back on their feet. Although many Fae have sought refuge in Elamanth, their country is still standing. For now. I was glad that the Fae had chosen to side with us, because they were powerful allies. They were just as rich as the elves used to be, and since the Malovian Revolution had been over for 20 years now, the country had plenty of time and resources to recuperate and help others. Callie nodded. Kaz would do that. Is my brother here? He is. There are many individuals waiting in the council room to speak with you all, Eddie noted. Then let's talk to them right away, Charlie said. The room began to clear out as the group headed into the hallway. I went to follow, before I felt a light touch on my shoulder. Princess, may I speak with you in private? Eddie appeared wholly somber. Charlie paused at the door, as he was the last to leave, but Oberai nudged his hand, and he continued after the others. After the door shut quietly behind us and we were alone, Eddie hung his head. Princess, I feel so much guilt. Why, Eddie? You didn't do anything wrong, I insisted. While you were sleeping, Charlie informed me of what happened. You and the others ventured into the infernal underground to find me. That attempt to rescue me led to you losing your ability to walk. Eddie choked. I am no guard, but a coward. My duty in life is to protect my master and his princess, and you have sacrificed a part of yourself to protect me. There is no greater shame for an emperor's guard. I am worth nothing if I cannot serve you. My failure to defend my life's purpose is what led you to this predicament. The warden took you, Eddie. You did all you could, but you didn't have a choice, I pressed. Eddie shook his head violently, and tears flung from his eyes as he fell to his knees before me. You don't understand, Princess. I deserve to be punished for my insolence. Oh, please, Eddie, get up. He was making me emotional, and I didn't blame him for what had happened in the slightest. I'm not going to punish you, that's ridiculous. And please, don't tie your self-worth to Charlie and me. You're worthy just by being alive. You don't need to prove yourself. I understand, but this is my culture and how I was raised. I was born to serve and be a good guard, he whimpered. You are a good guard, Eddie. You've never let us down, and I'm sure you won't in the future, so long as there's anything you can do about it. My princess is too kind. Eddie wiped at his face and sniffed as he staggered to his feet. But if there is any way to repay this debt and make it right, I will. There's nothing you have to repay, I said kindly. But if you want to escort us to the council room, it would probably be helpful. This palace is massive and I don't feel like getting my ass lost. Eddie laughed lightly. Of course. May I? I gestured that he could touch my chair. He pushed me out of the room and into the hallway, where everyone else was waiting. Eddie pushed me at the front of the group, carrying on as he explained everything the palace had to offer. The servants are here to feed and clothe you, as well as clean your rooms and tend to anything you don't desire to do yourselves. We have a grand dining hall, magnificent private pools, theaters, magical creature stables, and a temple to our goddesses all within the palace walls, as well as a hospital should anyone fall ill," Eddie stated. "Everything you need here is accommodated for, though if you wish, you may venture out into the city to explore." The decoration of the palace was ornate and carefully styled. Every furnishing appeared elaborate. It felt so odd, leaving the despair and filth of the Institute to be welcomed into such a bright place that was clean, shining, and full of light wherever you went. I almost felt uncomfortable, like I didn't belong here. But that wasn't true. I was an Elven princess now. I belonged here more than anybody. I just had to get used to living comfortably again. Here, the guards wouldn't bully and stalk me. They'd follow my orders and protect me with their lives. The elves we passed in the hallway gave delighted noises, bowing and curtsying with glee. A couple of elvish ladies had sparks in their eyes as they watched me roam by, whispering to each other in excitement. Overwhelm settled in my bones. These people were looking to me to become the mother of their race. There hadn't been a female elvish monarch in decades, and now that I was here, I gave them hope. I didn't think I was worthy of having that responsibility, but it was on my shoulders now, so I had to perform my duties to the best of my ability. "You'll do well," Callie murmured beside me, and she reached out to lay a hand on my shoulder. She knew what it felt like to be a respected princess, with a whole country waiting for her to make the right or wrong moves. I wish I could say I'd gotten better at making good choices over the past few years, but I wasn't so sure I hadn't gotten worse. Now my decisions affected more than just Charlie and me, or my friends. They affected a whole nation. This was very different from being the daughter of a chieftain. I hoped I'd make the elves proud, or at the very least, that I wouldn't mess it up too badly, because I was good at destroying whatever I touched, including my own life. I didn't want to ruin the lives of the elves as well, and I already had once, back in Forevermore. I couldn't afford to screw up this time. Eddie took us to a set of golden double doors, where a pair of guards were waiting. They bowed to Charlie, then to me, before they pulled the doors open. The council room was absolutely massive. It was a circular marble room, with a glass ceiling that opened up wide to the sky. At the end of the room was a gigantic tree with twisting limbs and large multicolored fruit that hung off its branches. Elvish designs formed into the bark, as if with magic. The tree reached upward to the high ceiling, framed by a lovely indoor waterfall that pooled around its roots. Someone was playing a soft flute nearby, but I couldn't see who. It looked more like a greenhouse to protect this beautiful tree rather than a council room. A massive round table stood in the middle of the room, surrounded by high-backed chairs. Gathered in front of the table were a large number of people, most of whom I knew. "Daddy!" I cried happily. I threw my arms out, and he rushed forward to give me a hug. "It's wonderful to see you, Peanut. We had no idea where you were," Daddy said, giving me a kiss on the head. "Though we were sure you were safe," Mama added, and she stroked my hair. "We had faith you and your friends made it out of the Institute." "Yeah, seeing as how we weren't completely convinced you didn't cause the fire," Daddy laughed. I cringed. He'd meant it as a joke, but it hit closer to home than I wanted to admit. I hadn't started the Institute fire, but I had let it burn, and that was still a decision I wavered on from time to time. I noticed a certain red dragon was missing, my father's companion, Julian. He almost never left Daddy's side, and that worried me. "Did Julian make it?" "Yes, Peanut," Daddy said. "Julian is too large to navigate most of the castle, so he's spending most of his time with the Elvish military, defending the city. But rest assured he is safe." "Are the others here?" I asked them. "Your siblings are staying with us right here in the palace. The Emperor has provided us, as well as Callie's and Marcus's parents, and your grandparents, with the finest suites in all the castle, Mama said. Your Aunt Imogen and Uncle Jonah, along with their families, are all in Elan. They have their own apartments in the city. We managed to get everyone out, even though some people couldn't be saved. Mama gave Daddy a sad look, and I didn't ask about home. I didn't want to know what the angels were doing with Kinpago now that they had it under their control, because it would make me too sad. Whatever the case, I was an elvish princess. This was my home now. My parents weren't the only ones I knew. Everyone else's parents were here too. Nadine and Lucas were in the room, and both of them reached out to give Marcus a hug. King Ethan, along with Queen Emmeline, greeted Callie warmly, pulling their daughter into an embrace. Emperor Cassiel was surrounded by members of the Emperor's guards, two of which I recognized, General Ibrahim and Colonel Amilda, whom we had met in Forevermore, stood guard at his side. Cassiel approached Charlie. His grandfather gave him a gentle welcome as Cassiel reached out to shake Charlie's hand. And Cameron. He was hanging back. I stared Charlie's father down. Although he glanced away from my glare, it was only for a moment. "We're grateful to be together again," Emperor Cassiel said, clapping Charlie on the back. "I had hoped our reunion would come sooner, but you are here now. Your father is here as well, Charlie." "Hello, son," Cameron said softly. Charlie's tone became cold. "You haven't earned the right to call me that. You left us in Forevermore. You just fled so that we could be captured by the Warden, and we remained locked in his prison for another year. How could you?" "Charlie," I said gently. "My husband wasn't on the best terms with his dad, but I didn't think it was fair of Charlie to blame Cameron for leaving us in Forevermore. I told them to leave. They were standing by the Mirror of Ingress, and there was no way we were going to reach the portal with them by that point. They had to get out while they still had the chance, even if we didn't. They didn't need to be captured alongside us." "I never would have left if I had a choice," Cameron replied. But Charlie only looked more disgusted by his response. "You had the chance to come with us, and you broke my arm to get away from me." "To get to Ava," Charlie spat. "You may feel comfortable leaving your family behind, but I would never do such a thing." By the ancestors, Cameron wasn't helping. Emperor Cassiel quickly stepped in. "We wanted to take you with us, but we had to make a decision at that precise moment. As Emperor, it was a choice I had to make for my people. I realized as Forevermore fell that 3 elvish royals were in danger, and if all of us died, the monarchy died with us. Our people would be completely unprotected and left vulnerable in our absence. It was our job to lead the elves to refuge here in Elan. One of us can die, but not all 3. Otherwise, our nation will die with us. Believe me, Charlie, as my grandson, you are precious to me." Charlie relaxed slightly. "I knew the Warden would keep you alive, and there was nothing that would stop us from rescuing you in time," Cassiel added. "We've spent the last year building Elan and getting our people back on their feet so that we could come back and get you. We had an extraction plan in place and returned to Dark Island the first chance we got. But by then, the Institute had already caught fire, and you and your friends were gone. We've been tracking you ever since, and were lucky enough to gain the narrow opportunity to portal you back here. I know you felt alone and had to go through a lot of things by yourself. But you were never truly alone, because I've always been trying to bring you back to the family, even if I wasn't successful. Can you ever forgive me for the decision I made that day?" Charlie's hesitation was evident through the bond. It was clear he trusted his grandfather far more than Cameron, respected him even. "I believe I can forgive you, and learn to understand why you made that decision," We're all here and safe, so I guess it all worked out in the end.
I looked to the other people in the room, to those I didn't know. There was a small brunette girl that had to be Marcus's little sister. She appeared confident and held herself tall. I missed you, big brother. Erica gave Marcus a one-armed hug. I want to hear all about how you busted out of prison. I'm sure it was epic.
Hi, Erica, Marcus said. Sorry about home.
Erica shrugged. Wasn't much left of home once we had to leave anyway. I'm not too worried. I'm sure we'll get Octavia Falls back.
What does it look like? Marcus asked warily. It's a literal hellscape, Lucas said gravely. When we left, the entire city was in shambles. There were cracks in the earth and massive black tar pits had popped up all over the city to suck people to their death. The dark gods and the mission destroyed the town. It was nearly uninhabitable. After everything you did to fulfill your prophecy and save it, now it's gone. Marcus nearly wept. He ain't the only one, kid, Liam grumbled. Kenpago's destroyed for what has to be the millionth time. I'm starting to get used to it being on fire. We can get our cities back, Lucas said firmly. This war isn't over, and everything isn't completely gone. We can rebuild once we win. The true heart of a community isn't the place. It's the people. We're still surviving, so they haven't beat us yet.
Dad's right, Erica cut in. We don't stop being a community just because we lost our home. Witches are still going through with their evoking ceremonies to awaken their powers, and they're still brewing potions, casting spells, and surviving no matter what. We don't stop being witches because there are people out there who want to take us down. No matter where we are on this planet, we're going to continue being who we are.
You need to stay out of this, Erica, Marcus said. You're too young. You can't fight yet.
Actually, my birthday was last week and my powers awakened, Erica stated matter-of-factly.
Marcus's features paled. How long have we been on the run? What day is it? It's July 15th, Lucas told him.
Marcus blew a breath of disbelief.
I didn't realize how much time had passed since we left the Institute. I'm sorry I missed your birthday, sis. And your evoking ceremony.
Erica nudged him. It's fine. It's not like I expected my fugitive brother to break out of prison to show up for my birthday. But look, here you are. Just a couple days late.
Marcus choked back tears.
He obviously really missed his family.
Of course I'd break out of prison for you, he whimpered.
After all the complaining Marcus did about how perfect his sister was, I was surprised to see they had a good relationship. Clearly, he'd just been talking out his ass.
Can I see it? He asked her.
I wasn't sure what he meant, but Erica obviously understood. She pulled down her shirt collar to show a tattoo of a skull across her collarbone.
Mortana, Marcus said with a nod. You got the powers of a death witch. What's your specialty? Necromancy? Can you control dead bodies like zombies?
Nah, it's not as cool as your powers, bro, she teased. I'm a Reaper's apprentice, just like Dad.
Marcus gasped and clutched his heart until he nearly fell over. Reaper's apprentice? That's a super rare gift.
The Coven needs more Reapers. Erica dropped her gaze. I've already heard more voices in the last few days than Dad did in his first year. It's tough out there.
Voices? What do you mean? I asked.
What exactly is a Reaper's apprentice? I have the powers of a Reaper, Erica explained. In Miriamic culture, Reapers are specialized spirits who greet witches at death and help them cross over to the afterlife. I hear the last thoughts of the Coven's dead, and I carry them with me to the afterlife to help make their transition easier. As a Reaper's apprentice, I'm studying under Dad to learn my abilities, so that one day I can help the souls of the Coven reach our spiritual realm.
Did Kellen make it out of town? Marcus blurted. Is he here with you?
Kellen had been Marcus's mentee before he came to the Institute. His older sister was Anya, Marcus's former girlfriend who he'd accidentally killed years ago. I'm sorry, Marcus, Erica said gently. I saw him get captured by the mission before we left Octavia Falls. Neither me nor Dad have heard his last thought, which means he's still alive. We believe he's being held at the main facility.
Then we need to get him out. The minute we find out where the main facility is, I'm going in there, Marcus pledged.
He turned his attention to two people standing near Callie.
Let's get to work. Who are these people?
He'd asked that question rather rudely. One of them had to be Callie's twin because they appeared to be very alike. Chasm didn't look much like a king, more like a scholar. He was scrawny and wore glasses that were slightly askew, his blonde hair a mess on top of his head. Nobody answered Marcus's question because the twins were staring each other down.
Kaz.
Callie observed her brother, unsure of what to say. This had to be the first time they were facing each other since she'd been sent to the Institute. Chasm's face brightened into a wide smile. He embraced Callie, lifting her off the ground with the force of his hug.
Never thought I'd miss you so much as the day you left for the Institute. It's a wonderful thing we're together again. Shouldn't have ever been separated.
Callie gulped back tears as Chasm placed her back on the ground.
Shouldn't have. Wouldn't have either if not for Valen. Believe me, he's on my list, Chasm growled. I've got guards crawling the country looking for his arse. If he's anywhere to be found, I'll have them bring him back to Malovia so I can skin him alive myself.
Callie leaned in to hold her brother again, like she couldn't get enough of him.
I can't tell you how much that means, Kaz. You know, I couldn't believe it when you tried to kill me, even when the evidence was staring me in the face. I felt something was wrong. I should have put it together that Valen compelled you. Once the evidence came out against Valen, I ordered him to be found and brought to trial immediately. I felt terribly guilty you had to go through all that. I should have listened to my gut and never allowed you to go to the Institute. Kaz frowned. We've all made mistakes,
King Ethan said, coming between them both and laying a hand on each of their shoulders.
All we can do now is put the past behind us. Indeed.
Kaz gestured to the woman beside him, speaking to the room at large.
For anyone who does not yet know, this is my queen, mate, and soon-to-be wife, Sigrid.
Sigrid was tall, taller than Chasm, with black hair and dark hooded eyes. She spoke with a slight Malovian accent as she nodded toward the rest of us. We finally meet again, Kalina. As for the rest of you, I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Chasm's eyes raked up and down Marcus's form, like he was expecting more than the man before him.
Is this it?
Kaz, Callie hissed.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to put it that way. Just never seen one of our kind with a warlock before, Chasm said.
He reached out to shake Marcus's hand.
You're my sister's mate, correct?
Chasm's parents must have informed him about what was going on between Marcus and Callie. Her parents knew she was mated, but beyond that, I wasn't sure what else she'd told them. Marcus appeared to have no idea what was going on.
Not really.
Chasm's eyebrows knitted together, like he didn't understand why Marcus didn't accept the title. He slowly let go of Marcus's hand and drew away.
Good to meet you, besides.
I'm really happy to see you both, Callie replied, quickly diverting attention away from Marcus. From what I've heard, Malovia hasn't been seized. Shouldn't you be there preparing for battle?
Mom and Dad are staying in Elan to support the Fae who have fled Malovia, but I'll be returning to our country soon, as Sigrid and I need to maintain a stronghold in Dolinska, Chasm replied. We're here to see you, and to speak with everyone about what's to be done about this war. We need to make some decisions on what to do next. Everyone, take a seat, Emperor Cassiel instructed.
Chair legs scraped across the floor, and a variety of noise surrounded me
as everyone went to sit at the round table. Obereye changed into a phoenix and sat on the back of my chair, tilting her head inquisitively. Cassiel took a breath, inclining his head.
Firstly, I wish to thank King Ethan once again for providing us this island where we can hide. I'd also like to thank him for lending his fae to help us to build this city. Your aid is greatly appreciated in a time of war.
King Ethan nodded.
I promised myself long ago that if there was another supernatural war between the races, I would do whatever it took to protect others and do what is right. The Fae made a mistake in the last great supernatural war, and my family is here to right the wrongs our race caused. Secondly, I would like to thank Queen Emmeline for providing an alliance with the Dark Fae city of Irigrad, which is located in Edenmire,
Cassiel stated.
Assistance between the Dark Fae and ourselves has been vital to keeping the city alive, and the portal that's been sustained in Ilamanth that leads to Irigrad by your magic gives us an advantage. The magical pathway between the two cities enables us to exchange resources and have an exit strategy if Ilamanth is compromised. I would also like to thank you once again for moving the ruins of Ithriel from Edenmire to Earth, which enabled us to build Ilamanth from the bones of our ancestral city.
I nearly toppled out of my chair. Callie's mother was the sorceress who'd portaled the city of Ithriel to Earth? That kind of magic would kill most Fae instantly on attempt. Queen Emmeline was far more powerful than I could have ever conceived.
The city was helping me, and the magic was working for me, not against me. Ithriel wanted to be inhabited again, and the spirit of the city enabled my powers,
Queen Emmeline responded.
It wasn't a simple task, but it needed to be done, so I finished the job.
I could hardly take my eyes off such a powerful caster. If Queen Emmeline could do that, move whole cities across space and time to new realms, she was an ally we needed on our side. More than that, she was a woman I wanted to be like. She caught me staring at her and looked my way. I felt a shiver roll up my spine as the Queen set eyes on me. She frightened me. Her power was so immense it was terrifying, and I wasn't an easy person to scare.
All the same, moving a city from one realm to another is an incredible feat. One the very gods could be proud of,
Cassiel responded.
It is what my goddess expects of me, and I'm more than happy to be of help,
Queen Emmeline replied.
It was the least the Fae could do, to repay the elves for what we did to them 100 years ago.
Isn't Edenmire its own realm? One the Fae and elves come from? Marcus asked. If there's a portal open to Edenmire, why don't the elves hide in Irigrad? Edenmire would be safer than Earth. Some elves have moved there, Cassiel said. But migrating to Edenmire is a permanent choice.
Most supernatural races can't go there, Callie explained. Fae and elves are able to handle the strange way time and magic works on that planet, but other supernatural races aren't able to spend more than a few hours there. Otherwise, they become trapped and go mad.
Isn't it better for the elves to hide there then, if the angels and other races can't stay in Edenmire? Marcus asked.
It's difficult to move back to Earth once you've spent more than a few days in Edenmire at a time, even for one of our kind,
Queen Emmeline said.
The Fae and elves who choose to live in Irigrad can never return to Earth once they've settled there, as the magic doesn't allow them to leave. If the residents of Ilamanth were to migrate to Edenmire, they'd be stuck there permanently, though it is a last resort if Ilamanth is sieged like forevermore.
And we've settled here on Earth. We aren't going to let the other races push us out of our home, not when Charlie's prophecy is so close to being complete, and we have a chance to move on to the blessed haven,
Cassiel said firmly.
If we move to Edenmire, we have no way of coming back to Dark Island and communing with the gods again through the Elven Gate, or journeying to the Blessed Haven at all. Running isn't the way to solve this. We have to pursue some sort of peace. And opening the Elven Gate is the only way to do it, Charlie said. We have 5 divinity keys now. The Elemental, Witch, Fae, Angel, and Merfolk key. If we can find the Vampire and Astromancer key, we can open that gate and put a stop to this. Not to mention if the elves die out, all magic will as well, because the elves are the original supernaturals and the magical world's connection to the Blessed Haven. So I'll lead the elves to paradise, and perhaps then, the war will be over.
The war's never going to be over, not until we stop the Warden, I said. Even if we open that gate, he's dead set on starting a war between the gods, so he can rule over the afterlife and life on Earth both.
Quite right, Obereye said. Dominion over the spiritual realm is his top goal, and if he succeeds, there will be no hope for any of us, not even if we manage to open the Elven Gate.
I repeated what Obereye said to the room at large. Chasm leaned on the table.
What's his plan here? How does he think he'll be strong enough to conquer all the gods in the Blessed Haven so he can seat himself as the only ruler of the afterlife?
He set the dark gods from hell loose, Callie said. He plans on overwhelming the gods in the Blessed Haven. Then, once they're taken care of, he'll be making the rules.
Then what? He expects all these dark gods won't turn on him once they're done doing his dirty work? Chasm asked. They're not just going to fall in line and do as he says. There must be more to his plan that we don't know about, Lucas said. He'd think further ahead than what we're considering. There must be a way he can control them.
A shiver ran up my spine at the suggestion. I couldn't imagine what kind of power or weapon the Warden had that would make even the dark gods fear him.
Do we have any clues on where the last 2 keys might be? Nadine asked.
She flipped open a notepad and clicked a pen. A detective gathering clues. No one said anything. Ez groaned and said,
Come on, there has to be somewhere we can start. The Astromancer key will be the most difficult to find. The enchanters are a very reclusive society, and as such, information on where their key is will be almost impossible to locate. If anything, finding the vampire key should be the next step, Cassiel mused.
Why don't we ask for their help? I questioned. The vampires have already taken the Warden's side, but maybe the Astromancers will want to lend us a hand.
We've already sent a request to their leaders for an alliance, and have been ignored, Cameron noted. The Angels haven't outright attacked the Astromancer city yet, so we believe they're playing both sides.
This isn't right, I said in frustration. The Astromancers can't sit out and claim to be Switzerland when the supernatural world is in chaos. Whatever happens affects them as much as it does us.
But that's the stance they've chosen to take, Daddy replied. The Astromancers won't make an alliance until there's an obvious winner to the war. Then it'll be too late.
If I know anything about vampires, and I do, they're all greedy bastards who want the most power for themselves, Ivy said. So I bet the vampire key has been passing through the hands of dozens of vampires through the years, who kept on killing each other for a shot at having it. That'll leave a bloody trail we can follow, so we can start investigating.
At least that's something, Charlie grumbled.
What do we know about the gods? All the gods, I asked. Can we infer anything from there?
That's a very large subject. Where do you wish to begin? Cassiel asked.
I sighed. Well, the Hawkeye god is the Great Spirit, who in our culture is above all beings. The Great Spirit split into hundreds of other Hawkeye gods, such as Coyote Spirit and Whale Spirit. I was worried about Coyote. He hadn't contacted me since I'd escaped Cell Block 9, and I wasn't sure what had happened to him, or if he was okay. And it wasn't like I had a way to get a hold of him, so I was left to wonder.
Mother Miriam is the goddess of the Miriamic Coven, alongside her husband Santos, and the 7 gods are the deities of the Fae Pantheon, Marcus said. Hopefully they're still in the Blessed Haven, in their respected afterlives, and defending their territories from these dark gods the Warden sent to take them down. How many of these dark gods are there?
And why should the gods in the Blessed Haven be threatened by them? Charlie asked. These dark gods are lesser deities that aren't as strong as the rulers in the Blessed Haven, but they outnumber them, Cassiel said. That's where the threat lies. They were previously contained in the eternal torment, but now that the Warden has set them loose, they've become a threat. And these dark gods are angry, Cameron added. They were banished to hell because they were weak and unable to accumulate followers to worship them like the other gods did. They most likely seek to take the patrons of the more benevolent gods for themselves once their enemies have been destroyed.
Not all of the dark gods are weak, Ivy countered. The vampiric god resides in hell, and I can assure you, he's gonna want a piece of the action.
What's he like? Callie asked.
The vampire god is a high-level entity named Uraeus, Ivy explained. You can't get into his lore without learning about the angel deity, the Almighty One.
Chansey nodded. The King of Heaven, surrounded by all his archangels. His brother Uraeus used to be a god as well, but he got kicked out of the afterlife after he tried to overthrow the Almighty One.
So Uraeus is definitely on the Warden's side, because I'll bet he's pissed that the Almighty One kicked him out of the Blessed Haven and wants payback, Ivy stated.
How loyal are vampires to Uraeus? Marcus asked.
Uraeus created vampires to do his bidding, but honestly, he rarely calls upon us anymore. We don't have a holy book or morals to follow, Ivy said. The vampires don't worship Uraeus. We just know he created us. I don't think Uraeus cares if we murder people. That's why vampires are more atheistic. Not that we don't believe in our god, but that we live our lives on our own terms, because Uraeus won't interfere one way or another. He's a very uninvolved god. But if he shows up to ask you to do something, a vampire better damn well do it, or face his wrath.
So we can't count on the vampire god to help us because he'll want the benefits of working for the Warden, Callie said. Isn't the Almighty One worried about the Warden and what he's doing? I'm sure the so-called King of Heaven doesn't want to be kicked off his high horse. Well, it's clear he hasn't done anything about it yet, has he? Chansey asked. The Almighty One allowed the deacons of the Celestial Church to rise to power and make the Warden what he is. Maybe there's another angle.
There are other gods, I insisted. Who else is on our side?
The merfolk worship an ancient pantheon called the 12 Titans. But since the merfolk have joined the Warden, we don't know if they'll be of any help, because the merfolk have turned against their gods in favor of following the mission, Cassiel said. The 12 Titans could be preparing to fight against their ex-followers. We aren't completely sure.
Anyone else? I was beginning to lose hope that we weren't on our own.
There are the Shinri of the Astromancer culture. They are spirits, divinities and forces of nature that possess both positive and negative qualities, who love and destroy in equal measure. They are unpredictable and extremely dangerous, Cassiel said. The Astromancers believe that their powerful ancestors or rulers can become Shinri after death, although the main concept behind the spirits of the Astromancer world is animism, that objects, places, and creatures all possess an individual spirit, such as a mountain taking on a life of its own.
It sounds similar to Hawkeye culture. We too believe that everything has a soul, even if it doesn't appear alive, I said.
Correct. Cassiel inclined his head to me. The thought of what these spirits are is ever-changing, and the religion expands and grows, shifting to include new thoughts as they are conceived. A Shinri can be an ancestral hero, or something as simple as an idea that is worshipped as a god. From what I've heard, the numbers of Shinri rival the gods in the Hawkeye religion, in the thousands. Since we're not astromancers, these spirits will be difficult to connect with, as they will most likely ignore our request.
Do we have an astromancer who's willing to help us commune with them? So they can help us find the astromancer key, I asked.
We've been searching, Cassiel said. We'll continue to look until we find someone who's willing to lend their aid.
What about a half-astromancer? There are plenty of those. Kicked out of Astromancer Society, Marcus said.
Unfortunately, those with mixed blood are ignored by the Shinri as equally as those who have no Astromancer heritage at all. We will need a pure-blooded Astromancer, if we would like the help of the spirits in locating the Astromancer key, Cassiel clarified.
We could ask Professor Takahashi, I said. He's a full-blooded Astromancer. He would help us. The room became very quiet, and Daddy said,
We're very sorry to tell you this, Peanut, but it seems Professor Takahashi has vanished. We can't find him anywhere.
Professor Hemlock is also missing, Queen Emmeline added.
We haven't been able to locate either of them since the Institute was abandoned by Dr. Torres.
They must have been kidnapped before the Warden set fire to the Institute. We couldn't find them before we went down to Cell Block 9, Callie said.
Cassiel nodded. That is what we believe happened. It is our best guess that Takahashi and Hemlock are being imprisoned somewhere by the mission. We've made efforts to find them, although we are unsure if they are dead or alive.
I felt very ill. If our teachers were still breathing, they were definitely being tortured by the Warden, and it was because they'd protected us. Hemlock and Takahashi had guided and mentored us for years. Besides aiding us with our demigod quest, they'd made life at the Institute bearable, sometimes even fun. I wouldn't forgive myself if something happened to either one of them.
We won't give up until we find them, Daddy said, noticing the stricken look on my face. I promise. Cameron gave a huff. Not like the Elvish goddesses have been any help. We haven't been able to commune with Idril and Carolyn for some time. They've been ignoring our offerings and prayers for help.
He nearly sneered the words.
They are not ignoring us, Cassiel said, sounding annoyed. They simply cannot hear us. Something is wrong.
The gods are having trouble reaching across the spiritual plane to communicate with us. Coyote Spirit told me so, before I left Cell Block 9, I said.
You've spoken with a Hawkeye god?
Daddy yelped in alarm, and he leapt out of his chair. I've talked with Coyote like 1,000,000 times, Daddy. Get with the program, I said, rolling my eyes. I guess I never had told anyone beyond my little group that I'd had full conversations multiple times with gods, because almost everyone else in the room appeared completely shocked. But it was old news to me, so we needed to move on with it.
This is not information to glaze over,
Daddy grumbled, as he fell back in his seat, but Mama cut him off.
What did Coyote Spirit say? She asked curiously.
Everyone centered their attention on me. I crossed my arms. Well, Coyote told me that the connection between Earth and the spiritual realm is closing, so the spirits of the dead can no longer cross over to the afterlife. They're stuck in between, and because of that, the gods aren't able to influence things like they were before. Coyote insisted that it was really important for Charlie to fulfill his prophecy, because if he doesn't open the Elven Gate, the afterlife remains inaccessible for everyone, not just the elves.
I've been trying to move the souls of the Coven to the afterlife without success, Lucas explained. I knew something was wrong, but assumed someone must have been targeting my Reaper abilities personally. Now we understand things are happening on a much larger scale. My magic isn't working correctly with the afterlife in such turmoil. I can't help anyone from the Coven cross over. They're stuck, and I'm powerless to help them. It is even worse than we feared, Cassiel said darkly.
Maybe that's why my birth mother Neva can't speak with me, even though I've tried, Callie said. The Fae goddess of time should have come to me by now, in a vision or in person, for all the times I've requested her help. I'm her blood. She should be honor-bound to visit me. But I don't know if she can, with the boundary between the realms being broken.
Princess Ava, if there's any hope of contacting the gods, especially our elven goddesses, it is through you, Cassiel said to me. You are now the mother of the elvish race, and the only spiritual bridge we have left to our deities.
Your experience in the afterlife could give us the connection we need to speak with them.
That was a huge responsibility. I nervously clasped my hands together under the table and managed to say, I can try. I have a strong connection to the spiritual realm. I have ever since I came back from the ancestral lands. Perhaps if I can commune with the gods, they'll be able to help us bring an end to the war on Earth, and we can help them stop the war in the Blessed Haven.
If Ava's doing spiritual work to cross the broken boundary in order to speak with the gods, I can help too, Marcus offered. I can work on accessing visions in order to gain intel on the enemy with my magic. My mind-reading abilities are growing. If I can access information that way, it'll be really helpful.
Do you mean if we capture one of the warden's higher-ups, you could look into their mind and see what he's got planned? Callie asked.
Maybe. I've been getting better at mind reading. But when you're inside somebody's head, there are so many thoughts and visions that not all of it is useful. And important people like the warden have wards against my powers, Marcus explained.
You're a demigod. You should be able to get into anyone's head, even if they have wards on them, Callie insisted.
Well, it's not that easy. Even if I can, that doesn't mean I'll find what I'm looking for, Marcus said. When I'm in someone's mind, it's like I have access to a whole library, and what we need is a singular sentence in one book, so I don't know where to start looking. Unless someone is thinking of the exact thing we're trying to get information on, right at the moment I peek inside their head, I have to go searching, and rifling through someone's thoughts takes longer than you'd think. The brain has over 6,000 thoughts a day, and I have to skim through all of that, and sometimes more to even narrow it down. There are ways to make it quicker, Lucas said. We'll find a witch who can teach you to be more efficient at mind reading.
What I don't understand is why the warden is keeping elves in concentration camps instead of executing them on a mass scale, I said. Why does he need to keep them around in prison camps? He's already unleashed the dark gods. What else does he need them for?
That may be the most worrying thing of all, Princess, Cassile mused. There's just so much to do, Charlie said in frustration. How are we going to manage finding the rest of these keys while fighting a war? I think it's best if we sort our efforts into 3 groups, Cassile began. My grandson, the princess, and their friends will spend their time investigating the Midnighters and searching for the vampire key. Myself and my son will do what we can to locate the main facility and put an end to the elvish concentration camps for good. We will also do what we can to learn more about the Astromancer key. The rest of us will occupy ourselves with helping the other races who've been displaced settle into Elan. That's a job for us parents, King Ethan stated. Agreed. We'll have the resources, Daddy added.
It was weird to see them working together, but I guess we all had to now. There wasn't any other option. Chasm rose from the table.
I'm going to focus my time on learning everything I can about the warden and his defenses. I want to know what his weak points are, and if there are any gaps in the mission we can use to gain the advantage. The Malovian army is large and strong, and the various races living here together in Elan are no small force. We have a shot at winning. The mission won't be easy to conquer, but if we stick together, we just might pull through this.
If you want to kill the warden, you better come up with a damn good plan, because nothing we've tried has worked, Alistair said dully.
Did you get a chance to work your mentalist powers on him, like you did Professor Mazur? Charlie asked.
I shuddered at the memory. Before we left the Institute, Alistair had used his powers on Mazur to make her turn her own life energy magic against her, draining her until she was nothing but a husk. Angels were all but impossible to kill, yet Alistair had done it, so we were hoping he could do the same thing to the warden.
I did. We ran into him before we stole the bus, Alistair said. I tried casting the spell and forcing him to drain his own life energy, but it instantly rebounded. I don't think he had a ward on him either. He was just so strong that the magic immediately backfired the second it hit him. We only got away because he was in too much of a hurry to summon the dark gods than to deal with us, Chansey said. But he did send a nasty spell back, one that nearly cut me in half.
If I wasn't an angel and didn't have self-healing abilities, I would have been sliced in two.
Chansey stood and lifted his shirt. A deep scar ran across his abs. Ivy winced, like recalling the moment pained them greatly. Alistair was a talented warlock. If the warden could brush off one of his spells like it was a nuisance and not an actual threat, we were in big trouble. The warden has to die if we're ever going to finish this, I insisted. There has to be a way to kill him. I'll research it, Az offered. I'm spending all my time learning about healing magic. I can learn about the systems of angels too, and figure out any potential weak spots. I slightly winced when Az spoke. I hadn't had time to tell my brother what we'd discovered in the warden's office. We'd found medical records from angel surgeons who'd done a live autopsy on me during my spinal surgery after I'd gotten hurt in the underground. Because they'd been experimenting on my body while my Anachi magic was attempting to heal my spine, the injury had set wrong, and there would never be a cure. Ez still thought there was a chance I could walk, and had been researching ideas on how I could make a full recovery for months. He was going to be devastated to learn the truth. I'd tell him later. He didn't need to know right now. Not when he was doing the hard work of figuring out how we could kill the warden. We can kill the warden after we get the divinity keys, Charlie said. And they're not here, so we need to pack our things and go looking for them again. I understand your impatience, but it's best for all of us to remain within the safety of Elan until we have ironclad clues on where the keys might be. The supernatural world isn't safe, Cameron said. Don't tell me what to do, Charlie shot at him, and I watched Cameron recoil. This is my responsibility. I'll fulfill my prophecy the way I see fit. And we can't be expected to find the keys while sitting around here, because they're obviously not in this city. Chansey started, and he shook his head. Sorry to tell you this, pal, but it's not gonna be easy searching for these keys outside of Elan. The warden's got wanted posters of you four painted all over every town. What? Charlie's expression became dark. He put out a huge bounty on your heads, Chansey stated. He's promised millions of dollars to the soup who can bring the four of you in, dead or alive. So you've got bounty hunters crawling all over the place just looking for a clue on where they can find you. I bet that sleazeball at the pharmacy recognized you and called it in hoping to get the reward, Oberoi remarked. That's great, Charlie growled. Like we needed more complications. Guess we have no choice but to stay here. You'll manage. We all will, Mama said gently. Daddy huffed. Not like we all don't know what it's like to be hunted down. Very true, King Ethan nodded. This shit's getting kind of old, Nadine mumbled. Lucas reached out to grab her hand. The door to the room opened, and two older women strode in. The first woman had caramel-colored hair and wore a multicolored dress. The second twirled as she entered the room, a variety of bangles jingling on her lithe form, as she danced to my side with a broad smile. These are two members of the Demigod Guardians, Professor Wyckoff and Professor Amber, Cassiel said, gesturing to them in turn. Although the Guardians prefer to keep their membership as secretive as possible, they have sent these strong women to stand in Takahashi and Hemlock's place. We will be taking over your demigod training from this point on, Wyckoff said, stopping before the table. It's important to advance your abilities so you can stay ahead of our enemies.
And bless the world,
Professor Amber cheered. She had literal glitter in her pockets and flung it upward so it tricked down onto the people closest by. I sneezed. Daddy rose from the table. It's good to see you again, Professor Amber, he said as he gave her a hug.
And you too, dear,
Amber said, placing a peck on his cheek.
It was a blessing to help you on your ascension toward enlightenment. Now I get to help your daughter. What a joyful time this is.
I wouldn't call this war a joyful time, but I liked Professor Amber's style. She seemed like the kind of person who could turn anything into a spiritual lesson, no matter how crappy it felt. We're happy to see you again, Professor Wyckoff, Lucas said.
giving her a nod. "We need you on this team." "Aren't you a member of the Union?" Marcus asked, looking up at Amber. Amber gave a high-pitched giggle. "I am a member of the United Supernatural Union, representing the Hawkeye. But as things have gone rather bottom-up there, I've decided to spend most of my time with the Guardians, while keeping up appearances on the Council. Not that anyone knows, of course, as the Guardians are a secret society. The Union members I cannot trust believe I am spending my spare time at a nudist colony in France." "It's certainly something they'd believe you to be doing, Professor," Mama said with a smile. "There are more Guardians than anyone realizes, scattered throughout the globe. We're wise supernatural elders concerned with the survival of the supernatural races as well as this planet. Therefore, it is imperative that the demigods within our care are ready to take on the Warden," Wyckoff added. "During your training, you'll be joined by another demigod in our care." "Another demigod? Who?" I asked. Somebody literally kicked the door in. Oberai gave a surprised screech from the back of my chair and fluttered her wings in alarm. I turned my chair slightly to see who had entered. A tall, pale-skinned vampire entered the room, with an enormous amount of swagger. He had a mess of red hair and black sunglasses over his eyes. He was dressed in a way that flattered his form, and he was astoundingly attractive, even by vampire standards. He looked somewhere around 19, maybe 20. The way he rolled his shoulders as he walked told me he thought he was the god's gift to the world. "That's my cue to join the party," the vampire sang loudly. The slightest of Irish accents tinged his tone. "Everybody, welcome to my world."
Well, hello, Danny, Ivy purred. "Wish I could say that I missed you, but I didn't."
Danny removed his sunglasses and pocketed them in his jacket. His eyes were an even redder sheen than his hair. "That's too bad, Ivy. I thought we had some fun back in our day." Chansey put his arm around Ivy's shoulders, staring Danny down. Danny appeared gleeful at the negative attention. He wiggled his eyebrows at Chansey, who glared in turn. Ivy rolled their eyes.
"It wasn't anything like that. Stop implying things. You're not as hot as you think you are."
Danny grinned. His sharp incisors weren't as prominent as Ivy's, but I could still see them if I looked closely. "I'm here, aren't I?"
"A demigod?
Ivy raised an eyebrow.
Didn't know you were that special."
"You better believe it," Danny said. "I'm strong enough your dad was hunting my ass down back in Chicago to work for him, and he wasn't going to take no for an answer. It's a good thing the demigod guardians picked me up. Otherwise, I'd be taking jobs for Salvatore Bianchi, and we know he doesn't like me."
"I barely like you,"
Ivy shot back.
"And you still gotta prove yourself to the rest of my friends."
When Danny saw me, he stuck his tongue between his teeth. "Hello, princess." He pushed Marcus out of the chair beside me and promptly sat down. "I'd like to get to know you better." "That's my wife you're talking to," Charlie warned. Marcus grumbled as he got off the floor and Rishi whined. "Hey, you're welcome to join if you'd like," Danny joked. I could tell when a guy was an actual threat and when they were just joking around. And for the 5 seconds I'd known him, I'd determined that Danny was just another horny toad. I shook my head with a wry smile. "You aren't making the best first impression." "First impressions are widely misleading." Danny put his feet on the table and leaned back in his chair. "As far as I see it, I'm not joining you guys. You guys are joining me. So, what do you have to offer?" "Us?" Callie asked ludicrously, and she gave a short laugh. "We're the best at what we do." "You want proof of my abilities? I'll take any of you in a fight, right here and now," Danny offered. "I don't lose." "I don't either," Charlie sneered. Danny gave a loud, obnoxious sigh. He took his feet off the table and let his chair fall to the floor with a clatter. "Look, None of us want to live in a world or go to an afterlife where Dr. Taurus is making the rules. I've never met the guy, but from what I've heard about him, I'm willing to join the rest of you crazies in going against him.
We aren't crazy, I said sharply.
I took a look at your records, and I gotta say, the jury's still out on the four of you not being loony, Danny said. But, as far as I'm concerned, I don't care much about that, because I'm nutty too. Besides, the warden's gotta know there's only one king of the world, and he already exists. Me. Danny was definitely a live wire. A cocky live wire. This was going to be fun. I couldn't believe he was acting like this in the Emperor's own palace, at his round table. But Cassiel must have gotten used to Danny's behavior by now, because he said, I'm sure the 5 of you will make a great team. Danny has shown us he's more than willing to help our cause. Danny gave me a wink. I let out a skeptical noise and put my head in my hand. What about others? Marcus asked as he finally got to his feet. Are more demigods coming? No, Wyckoff said, and she blushed slightly pink. We've unfortunately lost them. Lost them? Marcus said blankly. How do you misplace a person? She's trying to tell you they're dead, Danny said flatly. The warden's been using the mission to hunt down any demigods the Guardians have been hiding, and he's exterminated them all. After draining them of their powers, of course. Besides the ones he's got on his side, which he made, the demigods left in this room are the only ones that remain in the world. There was a very long pause, and Amber said,
Yes, sadly that has been the case. But I'm optimistic the rest of you will pull through. After all, we're counting on you.
She gave us a thumbs up. It was far from reassuring. I think we need to bring this meeting to a close, Cassiel said. We've covered much information, and I'm sure the prince and princess, as well as their friends, need rest. Absolutely. I felt drained. There was so much for us to do, discover, and solve that it felt overwhelming. Good thing we were demigods because I felt like we had to be, in order to have a shot at fixing this. There was a sordid conversation as people got up from their seats. Marcus and Callie went to join their families, while others went in different directions. I really wanted to visit my parents, but I needed some downtime first. Meet you guys for dinner? I offered as Mama waved goodbye. Of course. And Ava, Daddy called before we left. I paused at the door. Daddy's tone was heavy. Your Aunt Maddie is in the city. She wants to see you, when you're ready. My stomach became hollow, and I nodded vaguely in reply. My aunt had made my prophecy. Maybe she'd discovered something that could help. I'd have to visit her as soon as I could. I didn't know if I had the strength. My prophecy had nearly killed me several times over, and had actually killed me once. I couldn't take more bad news if my aunt had any. I felt my nerves waver as I turned to face Daddy. I needed to talk to him about this, if only briefly. Daddy, if I'm an elvish princess, what does that mean when it comes time for me to be chiefess of the Tawakwa tribe? Don't worry about that now, Peanut, Daddy told me. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm definitely not stepping down from the chiefhood while the supernatural world is going to shit. We can talk about it after the war is over. I nodded, but I wondered if it ever would be. Charlie pushed my chair into the hallway. Danny did a complete turn on his heel and gave us a roguish smile. I'd love to get to know you better, but I've got more important things to do. See you at demigod training. That is, if you can keep up. Danny took off down the hall at super speed. The effect blew back my hair. I'm not sure if I like that guy, Charlie grumbled.
He's not as bad as he seems. Danny's for show. All bark and no bite,
Ivy said. Then Ivy paused and added,
Okay, maybe a little bit of bite, but not toward his friends, and he'll be loyal to us, if we're loyal to him.
You got a history with that chump?
Chansey asked, totally jealous. He's blowing smoke. We pulled off a couple of scams together, but we never had any romantic involvement. He's not my type, Ivy said, and they kissed Chansey's cheek. But you do seem to know him well, I pressed. Danny's an immigrant. He left Ireland and hopped over to North America when he was a teenager, Ivy said. I found him, hanging around Chicago looking all sad and desperate, and sort of took him in. We helped each other get by. The last time I saw him was before I ended up at the Institute. I'd like to say I'm surprised he survived without me, but I'm not. The kid's got 9 lives, kind of like a cat.
Chansey scowled. Or a cockroach.
Whoever Danny was, he seemed like the kind of guy that wanted to be the boss, and I knew that wasn't going to fly with my husband around. But they could work out their manly bullshit later, because as far as I was concerned, finding those keys and getting results was more important than any dick-measuring contest these two felt like having. Even if I'd always back Charlie up at the end of the day. It was good Danny didn't like to lose, because that meant he'd do whatever it would take to win. We needed people like that on our side, if we were going to beat the Warden. I couldn't believe the mission had eliminated all the other demigods. I knew there couldn't be that many, but their deaths proved our kind had to stick together. Alone, we were strong, but we couldn't resist the Warden unless we teamed up. When we returned to our room, Charlie and I were alone with Oberoi. As Charlie shut the door behind us, I said quietly, "You don't seem to harbor any resentment toward your grandpa." Charlie gave a miserable shrug. "I'm still kind of pissed at my dad for everything that happened to me as a kid. Though now that I've had some time to think about it, I can somewhat see that it wasn't all his fault. I don't know. I'm still on the fence if he did everything he could to find me. Though I want to believe he did." "Doesn't that mean you should be mad at Cassiel too?" "My grandfather is an emperor," Charlie replied. "He's responsible for everyone, so I can understand his position. It would be difficult for him to look for me while ruling an empire and trying to keep thousands of people safe. But my dad was merely a prince. He was responsible for just me, and he still let me down. I can't get over the fact that I think he fucked up. But maybe he didn't mean to." I didn't say anything. My hatred for Cameron was a sore subject. He wasn't my father, so I didn't have to love him or consider forgiveness. As far as I was concerned, he was a sperm donor who'd created the love of my life, nothing more or less. We didn't need him to get by. But maybe Charlie needed him, and I had to consider that. A loud bang cut off our conversation. It sounded like a gunshot. When I heard it, I jumped in my chair. I felt my skin become cold and clammy as a tightening sensation clamped down on my throat, sealing off the air from my lungs. My chest grew heavy with a weight that was more than 1,000,000 pounds, and as my heartbeat started thrumming wildly, I became dizzy. I still remembered everything. How smooth the pistol felt in my hands, and the recoil as it went off. The spatter of blood across my face, and the smell of brain matter as it spilled onto the floor from the bullet's blast. With that loud bang, I was no longer in the safety of Elamanth's walls, but trapped within cell block 9, choosing between my life or someone else's to survive. The sense of panic lingered for only a few moments before it began to pass. But still, Charlie noticed. He must have caught my thoughts, because he ducked out the door for a second. When he returned, he sat down beside me in a nearby chair and took my hand. "It wasn't a gun. A servant accidentally dropped something in the hallway. It was an innocent mistake." "Oh." I let out a whoosh of breath, but the tension didn't leave. I was still frozen. Charlie squeezed my hand. "Pidge, we gotta get you some help." My fingers shook in his. We'd talked about what we'd been through down in cell block 9 once. He'd told me what they'd done to him, and I'd told him what I had to do to survive.
We hadn't been able to stomach going over it more than that. But he was bringing it up again because it was obvious I couldn't handle it. I hadn't been able to, not since we'd left Cell Block 9.
The nightmares haven't stopped. You were tossing and turning in your sleep before I woke you up to go to that council meeting, Charlie insisted.
My head dropped. I shouldn't be this upset. I've killed more people than the guards I shot in Cell Block 9.
With your magic, Charlie clarified. It's different, destroying people with your fire or water, than it is killing them with a gun. The pistol made it more personal.
It did. My magic was a barrier. It turned people to ashes. Or my water magic caused them to collapse on the floor without me seeing the internal damage my powers caused. Even with the explosion I'd caused in the infernal underground, all of that was at a distance. Not in Cell Block 9. The warden had stolen my magic then, so I had to steal a gun in order to escape and shoot people at close proximity. I'd watched as the bullets made their heads explode. The blood spilled all over me with every shot. I was forced to see the damage I'd done and acknowledge if I hadn't pulled the trigger, those guards, deplorable as they were, would still be living. I wasn't remorseful that I'd killed them, more upset by the reality that I had to see those gory effects up close because I didn't have a choice. You aren't sitting here upset that you've killed people, I mumbled. I've seen you take lives with your bare hands, and you don't even seem like you care.
I can turn that part of me off if I want to, Charlie said. You can't.
I wish I could. I tried. Though I wondered if Charlie wasn't lying to himself. Even though he didn't feel the effects of what had happened, I worried there would be long-term consequences to some of the things he'd done, both out of survival and out of anger. Maybe he was just stuffing it down and pushing it away. I wasn't able to do that. What had happened in Cell Block 9 overpowered me like a giant wave, dragging me under. I wasn't sure if I needed to forgive myself, because these people had been trying to kill me and I had no other choice. Or if I needed to get comfortable with the fact that we'd have to do a lot worse if we wanted to protect what little we had left. One thing was for sure. I never wanted to touch another gun in my life. Though who knew what else I would do, or what lengths I would go to keep this world from falling into the warden's hands. I'd made peace long ago with the idea of becoming the villain. But after what had happened in Cell Block 9, I was no longer sure if I had it in me to be that villain. And that was a problem. If I couldn't become someone my enemies feared, we'd lose. And losing wasn't an option. Not even if I had to become the worst villain that ever was, and make a permanent decision to change things in this world for better or worse. Because as my prophecy stated, I was the only one strong enough to make those hard choices, even if they ruined me.
Chapter 3. Charlie. I couldn't believe we were here. Walking the halls of this palace felt like a dream. Eddie was alive, and everyone's families were okay. Sure, there were aspects of this palace that were made of illusion magic, but our friends were real, and it was a miracle beyond anything I could ever imagine. I was still trying to wrap my head around it the next morning. When I woke up, I couldn't remember where I was. For a moment, I thought I had awoken in my cell back at the Institute. Then I felt the morning sun on my face and the weight of Ava-Marie's head on my chest, and I remembered I was free of that place. Oberei was laying across my legs and snoring loudly. I ran my fingers across the silk sheet, then over Ava's soft skin. She stirred awake, and her form instantly stiffened in my arms as she startled awake with a gasp. "It's okay, Pidge," I whispered quickly. "It's just me." Ava relaxed into me, giving a blissful sigh. "Oh, Charlie, I almost forgot we were safe." I kissed the top of her head. "When you're in my arms, Pidge, You'll always be safe. Ava snuggled back into me, and her breathing slowed. I took in all the sensations around me, burning this beautiful morning into my memory. The birds were chirping, the sun was shining, and I had the most amazing woman in my arms. And the bed, dear ancestors, the bed. It was more comfortable than anything I'd ever experienced. War or not, life couldn't get any better than this. Leaves rustled, and the sound came from our room, not outside. "What's that?" I asked curiously. "Sprigs. The servants brought him a potted lemon tree to live in, and he's hopping from leaf to leaf," Ava explained. "He really likes it." I was glad the little guy was enjoying himself, because I was too. Ava and I stayed tangled up for a long time, until we heard servants enter our living quarters. The delicious scent of fried meat and fresh eggs filled my nose. Oberoi perked up from the end of the bed and sniffed the air. His tail thumped against the mattress.
"Bacon!"
Oberoi exclaimed before jumping off the bed.
"Finally, the type of service I deserve."
What a humble dog you are. I helped Ava out of bed and into her chair, then wheeled her out into the living area. The servants were already gone, but they'd left trays of warm food for us. I lifted the cover on one, and ancestors, the scent of bacon smelled like heaven. I wasn't entirely convinced I hadn't died and ended up in paradise. I dug in, though not before Oberoi snatched half the bacon in his mouth and ran off with it. I shoved bacon and eggs into my mouth and washed it down with the most delicious orange juice I'd ever tasted. There were croissants and mixed fruit and all types of pastries I'd never even heard of. Every piece of food I put into my mouth was more divine than the last. This was different from the Institute, where the cafeteria only allowed you to take so much, or you had to worry about other inmates stealing food off your plate. No one was bothering us here, and we could have as much as we wanted. My stomach expanded the more I ate, and I realized, for what felt like the first time in my life, that I was full. Still, I couldn't stop eating. I didn't want any of it to go to waste. There were starving people all over the world, and it would be wrong to let any of this rot. I paused mid-bite. I realized Ava was chewing slowly, as if this was a normal meal for her. Come to think of it, she'd only leaned over me once to grab a pastry. She'd hardly eaten anything. "Pidge, how much food is left?" I asked. "We haven't even eaten half of it. Why?" she replied. My very full stomach sank, and I pushed myself away from the table. "This is too much. It's not fair that we're given more than our share. I'm a prince now. I won't sit here in gluttony while people in my kingdom go hungry." "Charlie, there's enough food here for everyone in Elan," Ava said. Her words barely registered at first, because I didn't think it was possible. After a few beats, it sank in. Everyone? I wondered. Even the people who don't live in the palace? "Yes," Ava said. I furrowed my brow. Food has always been a scarce resource in my world. How can there be enough for everyone? "There's always enough food," Ava said. "The people of Elan choose to distribute it fairly, rather than punish those without access. When people go hungry, it isn't because there aren't enough resources. It's because people in power choose to withhold them, because they make more profit when people have to struggle." I felt resistance to the thought, even though I wasn't sure where it came from. I thought there was only so much to go around, and not enough for everyone to share. That's just what you were taught. The world isn't a pie. Just because one person gets a slice doesn't mean they're taking something away from someone else. There's enough on this planet to support everyone, and for everybody to thrive. But some people don't see it that way, so they think that hoarding what they have is going to protect them somehow. It was a completely new concept to me, everyone getting access to what they needed, regardless of how society chose to judge them. It was exactly what I wanted as prince. If we can give everyone food, then we can give them whatever they need, I realized. Access to housing, healthcare. We could set up a universal base income so everyone's needs are met. Nobody would have to be poor and homeless like I did. Nobody would have to starve or fight to obtain what they needed to survive. It was an amazing way to think. Ava reached out to touch my hand. I know you aren't sure about this prince thing, but you're already thinking like one. And when the crown is passed on to you, you're going to make a great emperor. For the first time, I dared to dream what that would be like. Being emperor wasn't about living here in this fancy castle, getting whatever I wanted. It was about helping the people out there. Elan may be a paradise on earth, but there were still people outside of this city who needed our help. Once we rescued the supernaturals from the warden's concentration camps, they could join us here, where everyone was taken care of. Sharing what we had was the only true way to end people's suffering. The warden was going about it in all the wrong ways. I don't understand why the warden is forcing people to follow him and join the mission, if his true desire is to stop suffering. There are other ways to do it with the tools he already has, I said. Because the warden doesn't really want to stop suffering. He just believes he does, Ava said coldly. He likes the idea of keeping everyone under his control. He believes if he has ultimate power, he'll be able to craft the world to his liking. He wants everyone to think, act, and behave like he does, without any outliers. The world wouldn't be beautiful if everyone was the same. In fact, it's more dangerous if no one is allowed to be different. Ava sighed. People like us don't belong in the warden's world, which is why we have to stop him. I thought about all the things I could do once I took the crown. It actually made me excited to think the kind of impact a guy like me could have on this planet. I'd seen so much shit in my life, and I didn't want my people to ever go through what I had. I took another bite, but I barely thought about it. It was just instinctual. Ava assured me there was enough to go around, and still, I didn't feel like I could let any of it go to waste. It's okay to stop eating, Oberei assured me. There will always be more. It doesn't feel like it, I admitted. I've never had this much food in my life. When you grow up with food as a limited resource, you learn to eat as much as you can when it's there, because you don't know when you'll be able to eat again. And the food is so good. Growing up, a meal to me was a plate of mashed potatoes, or a piece of bread for dinner. That was it. I never had so many options. I don't know what it's like to choose to just leave food off my plate. Ava placed her hand on mine. You're going to get used to it, because there's no way Oberei and I are letting you go back to that place again. You won't go hungry anymore, and you'll always have a choice from now on. Her words were comforting, but I had to learn to believe them. It was so hard to trust that what I had wouldn't be taken away. I stuffed myself until I couldn't take another bite. Just as Ava and I finished our breakfast, a knock came at the door, and the servants returned to take our plates. Several other people entered the room, and I heard the sound of something rolling in behind them. Sire, are you ready for your fitting? Eddie asked. Fitting? I wondered. Oh, yes, we have a very busy day, Eddie said. The royal tailor has accompanied me this morning to get your measurements, so you can be properly fitted into your suit. Our royal stylists have brought some outfit options for the princess as well. Oh, that dress is pretty. Ava rolled toward the stylists, and hangers clicked together as she started looking through the outfits they'd brought.
You didn't tell me there'd be hats!
Oberei ran past me, nearly knocking my chair over. Eddie, I really don't need a suit, I protested. I'm fine in my regular clothes. The Emperor requests it, Eddie stated. You're a prince now and must look the part. Think of it as your uniform. If the Emperor required it, then I guess I didn't have a choice. I wanted to show my grandfather I respected his position, so I would do as he said. The tailor had me stand with my arms straight out while he measured what felt like every inch of me. I had no idea fitting into a suit could be so complicated. I thought it was as simple as grabbing a suit off the rack in my size and slipping it on. Turns out it was more like an intricate science, apparently. Ava found a dress she liked, and the stylists worked on her hair and makeup while I stood there with the tailor. He got my measurements, then had me sit for the stylists. Several people surrounded me all at once. Someone ran their fingers through my hair and asked how I liked to wear it. I didn't care much for style, so I explained the way Ava liked it slicked back, and they began running gel through the strands. They even trimmed the beard I'd grown during our time on the run. Oberoi breathed a blissful sigh as one of the stylists brushed out his fur. I shifted uncomfortably in my chair. "Is something wrong?" Ava asked through the bond. "Nothing's wrong," I assured her. "It's just new. I'm not used to getting services like this." "I really liked watching you get pampered," Ava replied. "Maybe manicures can be our thing now." "I'm loving it." Ava's enthusiasm bled through our bond, and I found myself getting a little excited too. It was definitely strange, being waited on like I was someone important, but the way the stylists made conversation and were so nice to us, it felt natural. I didn't want to see myself as above them, or like their job was any less important than mine. They were merely my colleagues, helping to run this kingdom alongside me. The less I had to worry about how I looked, the more I could worry about my people. We all had a role to play, and just because my job was more public didn't make any one of these people any less valuable. I vowed then to always treat these people as my equals. I wouldn't be the kind of prince that let this stuff go to my head. When the stylists finished, the tailor helped me into a suit. I thought suits were supposed to be scratchy and uncomfortable, like the one I'd worn during the villain's ball, but this suit was soft and comfortable, like wearing pajamas. Something in the room changed when I put that suit on. I felt like I stood taller, but there was also this energy coming off everyone else that seemed, I don't know, more respectful? "How do you feel?" Ava asked. At the same time, her internal thoughts slipped through. "He looks so fucking hot. I can't wait to get that suit off him." I smirked. I stretched my arms out to the side, then took a few steps across the room. The suit moved with me like it was an extension of my body. Even the shoes felt form-fitted to my feet. I thought that in this suit I would be respected. "It feels great," I said honestly. "You're going to have a hard time getting it off of me," I teased Ava. "Believe me, it won't take much," she joked back. It was weird because I wasn't the type of guy to wear suits. Put me in a pair of ripped-up jeans and a cotton t-shirt and I was good to go. Or so I thought, up until this point. As I ran my fingers over the soft fabric, I realized how much I liked it. I used to think things like this were over the top and unnecessary, but maybe it wasn't that I didn't like nice things. Maybe it was that I'd never had the opportunity to enjoy them before. That realization hit me hard, and I had to excuse myself from the room as the stylists cleaned up. I exited through the sliding door that led onto the balcony. Sunlight touched my face, and a warm breeze passed through my hair. Even though on some level I enjoyed the pampering, and I loved the new suit, my stomach tangled into knots. Ava wheeled onto the balcony. She must have felt that something was off, because she asked, "Don't you like it?" I ran my fingers over the railing, because I didn't know what else to do with my hands. "Yeah, it's great. It's just..." I cut off as my fingers trailed over various raised bumps engraved onto the railing. At first, I thought they were just pretty designs, until I realized I recognized the patterns. "This railing is engraved with braille," I remarked in awe. Ava wheeled even closer. "The builders must have left some sort of message for you. What does it say?" I started on the left side of the balcony and began reading. It's a description of the view, I realized. It describes the sea, reaching out to the horizon, and the skyscrapers. Wow, I didn't realize the buildings here were so tall. I didn't know how big Elan was. "It's pretty big. There are a lot of refugees from all supernatural races here," Ava said. "I've been looking around our room, and I noticed there's braille embedded in a lot of places, on plaques on the walls and such. This palace was made so you could get around easily and see it the same way other people can." I got choked up and turned away from her. Ava reached out for my hand. "What's wrong?" she asked. "This feels too good to be true," I admitted. "There's the food, then the stylists, and now this. Someone cared enough to make this view accessible to someone like me. I've never had that kind of equal treatment before. It's like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. There's still a war going on out there. It's weird being in this safe, happy place with more resources than I could have ever dreamed of, while other people are still out there suffering. You're not a bad person because other people are suffering and you're not, Ava told me. She understood me far too well, because that was exactly what I was thinking. It doesn't seem fair, I stated. That's because it isn't, Ava said. But just because someone else is suffering doesn't mean you have to suffer alongside them to even the scales. Why not indulge in the good and then do what you can to make life better for others? Isn't it more fair if we all have it good, rather than using suffering as some sort of virtue? Her words felt heavy, but they lifted a weight off my chest at the same time. I guess I never saw happiness as something that we could all have. It's just another limited resource in my world. You can't think like that, Ava said. Happiness isn't a limited resource that only a few get access to. It's something that we create, and you know as well as I do that as demigods, we can create whatever the hell we want. Why not joy? I sighed heavily. That's a relief to think that way, but I'm not sure I can. To me, happiness was always something I had to suffer to achieve, and if I was happy, it meant someone else was suffering. That's not true, Ava said. Happiness isn't something that you steal from other people so you can make it your own. It can only come from inside of you. Anybody who thinks they have to steal joy from others to feel happy are miserable pieces of shit. I smirked. You're right. I guess that's why the warden's still out there hurting people, because no matter what he does to make other people suffer, it will never be enough. Exactly, Ava said. So don't feel bad about creating your own happiness in the meantime, because the more you and I can create for ourselves, the more we can share that joy with others. I may be a demigod, but I can't just create happiness and distribute it to the masses, I said. Why not? Ava asked. You can use the power you have, not just as a prince, but as an individual, to help others, and more importantly, help yourself. Because if we all took care of our own needs, the world would be a better place. When you're full, you can think clearly and make rational decisions that will keep your people from going hungry too. She was talking about more than just the food. This was like a spiritual hunger that had always been hard for me to satisfy. The difference between a good leader and someone like the warden is that a good leader believes that joy is limitless and everyone should have access to resources, Ava said. The warden doesn't believe there's enough to go around. He thinks he has to take those resources away to end suffering, but in the process, he's created the suffering he says he despises. We aren't going to be like the warden, I stated. Ava took my hand and squeezed it. Never. The stylists had spent a lot of time on us, so it was almost 11 o'clock before we left our room. Eddie took us on a tour of the rest of the palace, though we didn't even visit half the rooms. It was a lot of work, walking around the whole building. I pushed Ava so she didn't get tired, but I figured by the end we must have roamed at least a few miles, judging by the amount of steps I took. There were elevators for us to use, and like Ava said, braille plaques lined the walls before every door and entrance, along with beside windows. Ava typically had to describe everything to me, but she didn't have to this time, because the palace was accessible all on its own. It was nearly miraculous. When we returned to our suite around 1 o'clock, Eddie said, "Sire, it's time for lunch." I was still full from breakfast, though that had been hours ago. "Thanks, Eddie, but I'm not hungry." "You misunderstand," Eddie said. "This is a meeting. Your presence has been requested." Eddie had said we had a full schedule for the day, though I wasn't sure what that entailed. Hell, I didn't even know who I was meeting with. But this was the life of a prince, and if I wanted to change the world, it was going to have to start by making alliances, both inside the palace and out. "All right, let's go," I said as I reached for Ava's chair. "The princess will not be attending lunch with us," Eddie said. "She will be having lunch with Callie to discuss her court selection. She is permitted to choose a selection of ladies to assist her in daily tasks. Obereye shifted into a unicorn from the other room.
Count me in as a lady-in-waiting.
Ava squeezed my hand.
You've got this, Charlie. You're the prince now. And a fine prince at that,
she added through the bond. I could practically feel her eyes roaming my form, and that made me relax. I'll see you later, Pitch, I told her, before leaning down to place a kiss on her lips. Eddie and I left the room, and he guided me down the hallway and through a twist of stairs. This palace seemed bigger than the Institute. It was going to take me a long time to learn the layout. The delicious scent of steak and roasted potatoes filled my nose. I wasn't hungry, but that smell alone made my mouth water. I didn't know who I was meeting with, but when I heard the sound of voices making conversation, I stopped in my tracks. It was a man and a woman. I didn't recognize her voice, but the man's was almost too much like my own. My father. Eddie paused in the hall. Do you need a moment? Instinctually, I wanted to hightail it in the other direction. I wasn't interested in having lunch with the father who had abandoned me. But I was a prince now. I had to learn how to be diplomatic, even with my adversaries. Maybe my dad and I could smooth things out. It didn't have to be bad between us. I cleared my throat and straightened my suit jacket. No, Eddie, I'm good. Eddie opened a door, and I stepped inside what appeared to be a private dining room. My magic swirled around the room as I took in what I could. The room wasn't very big, but there was a large table set in the center. My father and the woman clinked their glasses together. I could hear Cameron's alicorn familiar munching on hay nearby. Charlie, my father said. I still wasn't sure what to call him. You're early. I was expecting your grandfather to arrive first. You look nice. The stylist did a great job, I replied, because I didn't know what else to say. Charlie, the woman gushed. She got out of her chair and wrapped me in a hug. I stiffened. The woman smelled of flowers and seemed very friendly, but it was a bit off-putting considering I had no idea who she was. Or had we met before? I wasn't good with voices, except for my closest friends. It's so great to finally introduce myself, she said in excitement. Cameron has told me so many good things about you. Was all I could manage. My father didn't know anything about me. What could he possibly have to say? Eddie pulled out a chair for me, and I sat down. He quickly got to work on setting my napkin in my lap, but I took it from him. I've got it. Thanks. He stepped back, and my father cleared his throat. Charlie, I'd like you to meet Drea. Drea's his guard, like I'm yours, Eddie said chipperly. Yes, Cameron confirmed, though I sensed hesitation in his tone. Drea is also my wife. The room fell dead silent, and it took me a beat to process his words. I was certain I hadn't heard him correctly. A storm brewed in my abdomen, and it took everything I had to force it back. I hid my hands under the table so he wouldn't notice them shaking. I'm sorry, I finally said, as calmly as I could manage. I must have heard you wrong. You said Dre is your guard and your wife? That is correct, Cameron said brightly. This was far from the great news he thought it was. It was wrong of him to marry his guard, on so many levels. My hands curled into fists. I understand this may be a lot to take in, Cameron said quickly. I know this is all still so fresh to you. It took me a long time to even consider moving on from your mother. So you forgot about Mom, like you forgot about me, I growled. Charlie, you know I went looking for you, Cameron insisted. I never forgot about either one of you. Losing you both was the hardest thing I ever had to go through. It's been over 20 years. I don't care how long it's been. You gave up! I shouted. Forget acting like a prince. I couldn't contain my anger. If I lost my son, I'd spend 100 years looking for him. Is she the reason you stopped looking for me? Once you decided to settle down, I didn't matter anymore? It wasn't like that. Cameron insisted.
She's your guard, Cameron!
I shouted. I didn't miss how I let his name slip out. I didn't feel like calling him Dad, that was for sure.
How has anyone allowed this to happen? She can't consent!
Charlie, please, Drea said softly. I assure you, I married your father of my own free will. Yeah? I questioned. Or has he told you to say that? Because I know damn well Eddie will do anything I say. He's magically bound to do it. I would never violate Drea's free will like that, Cameron said, his tone growing angry. To even suggest such a thing is awful. Just because you didn't want to violate her free will doesn't mean you didn't unintentionally, I argued. I could say, Eddie, give me a blowjob, and regardless if he wants to do it or not, he's gonna do it, because as my guard, he can't disobey a command.
Very well, sire,
Eddie said cheerfully. He ducked under the table and his fingers reached for my waistband. I shoved his hands away.
Eddie, stop,
I ordered.
It was just supposed to be an example.
Eddie poked his head out from under the table.
Oh, I see. Point made, my prince.
He squeezed himself out from underneath the table and went to sit back down, while I raged at my father.
See what I mean? I didn't intend the order, but he went to follow it anyway. Charlie, this behavior is unacceptable,
my father snapped, like I was a child.
I won't have you insult my wife to her face like this.
Then perhaps she should leave, I stated coolly. Eddie, why don't you and Drea give us a moment? Eddie started for the door immediately, but Drea hesitated, until my father told her, It's for the best. Charlie and I have much to discuss. Eddie and Drea exited the room, leaving Cameron and me alone. I understand you've been through a lot, and all of this is overwhelming, Cameron said calmly. It was too much when I was your age, too. That's why I ran away to Kimpago, where I met your mother. However, it's unfair to take that out on my wife. I love Drea very deeply. It's not fair to expect me to never love again. You may love her, but the power dynamic is off, I insisted. You're always going to be above her, and even if she wanted to, she can't say no. There are lines that you should never cross, and this is one of them. Don't make me out to be the villain, Cameron warned. You can't treat my wife like she's below me just because she's my guard. She and I are equals. My jaw dropped. I couldn't believe he had the nerve to suggest what he had. The last thing I'd ever do is look down upon someone for where they stand in society, I sneered. Have you forgotten that I was homeless and living on the streets? I'm fucking blind and have lived most of my life with no accommodations, let alone any money or status. In case you've forgotten, I've lived at the bottom of the barrel. I've been a prince for one fucking day. I'm not going to forget everything that happened to me. I never will. Cameron drew in a deep breath. I understand how hard this must be for you, but please try to comprehend that my relationship with Drea is not what you think. Yes, we connected at a vulnerable time, but she was the one who helped me through your mother's loss. I never pressured Drea to do anything, let alone fall in love with me. When I was searching for you, it nearly killed me. After the Hawkeye sent you away, I did my damnedest to find you, but your records led me nowhere. I wasn't even sure if you were alive. I continued searching, but I only came up with more questions. Without knowing if you were dead or alive, all I had was false hope. I wanted to keep looking for you, but there was nothing else to look for. I don't believe you, I insisted. Even if my records led you to a dead end, you had magic. I tried to use magic, Cameron said. None of it worked. I thought that meant you were dead. It didn't make sense at the time, but now I believe that your latent demigod magic overpowered any tracking spells I had access to. I was obsessed with finding you, to the point where it nearly killed me. Drea was the one who convinced me to give up the search. My stomach bottomed out. So she was the reason nobody ever found me. How long did it take you to give up after you got together? A year? 5 years?
What, did you marry her, then decide you were going to forget about the first family you'd created because you got a new one? It's not like that, Cameron insisted. Drea saved my life. How, by fucking you? I growled. Ancestors, Charlie, is that all you think about? Cameron demanded. My relationship with Drea goes far deeper than that. Phew, I'm sure it goes deep, I muttered. Cameron's voice turned stern. I know you're used to speaking your mind and throwing punches, but you can't act like that in the palace. If you're going to be a prince, you have to leave your attitude in the past. Great, now he was lecturing me. Regardless of what you think of your stepmother, you're going to have to learn to get along with her, Cameron said. She's my guard, which means wherever I go, she goes. She may not become the queen, but she is my wife. I won't have you insulting her again. And why can't she become queen? I demanded, already knowing the answer. I just wanted to hear him say it out loud. Drea was born into her role as my guard, Cameron explained. As such, she is magically bound to her birth station. She can't climb ranks or become a princess as your wife can, regardless of our marriage license, because her magical duty supersedes any other contract. There's your problem, I shouted. You just admitted it. She's your guard first. Can't you see this marriage is wrong? Cameron shot out of his chair and slammed a fist down on the table. That's enough! You don't know the first thing about what Drea and I have together. You've been married to Ava-Marie for barely a year. Don't act like you're an expert on marriage. I've been married to Drea for nearly 20 years, and I certainly know more about being in a committed relationship than you and your wife. That pissed me off more than anything else he'd said. Ava and I had managed to keep our marriage intact despite everything that had been thrown at us. It didn't matter how long my dad and Drea had been together. It didn't change that he was wrong and I was right. Don't you dare bring my wife into this! I yelled as I jumped to my feet. My chair fell over and my whole body shook. Magic rattled around inside of me, and I had the sudden urge to burst out of my skin and breathe fire out of my mouth. The familiar feeling of supernatural strength surged through me, and I knew I must be siphoning powers from someone nearby. You don't want me insulting your marriage? Don't treat mine like it's invalid because you've been married longer. Ava and I have been through hell together, something I bet you and Drea can't say while lounging around in your fancy-ass dining room and sleeping on your silk sheets, being waited on hand and foot every hour of the day. Cameron's breath wavered, like he was trying hard to hold back an insult. He spoke slowly and deliberately. Don't make any assumptions about what I've been through. Oh, I think I've assumed enough, I growled. Screw this prince duty shit. I was supposed to be in charge here, which meant I did whatever the hell I wanted. I turned from my father and stormed out of the room. It was better than throwing a punch at his head. I was too furious to process my surroundings. All I knew was I had to get away from my father. I hurried down the hall and heard footsteps coming my way. I thought it was Eddie until I heard the sound of my grandfather's voice. Charlie, slow down, Emperor Cassiel insisted. There's no need to get angry. I stopped in my tracks. You heard all that? Everyone in this wing heard it, my grandfather said, though his tone was hard to read. I noticed then that there were other footsteps and voices passing through the hall. We weren't alone. Magic rippled up and down my form. I rubbed my arms to feel scales appearing along my skin. I didn't know what the fuck was happening to me. I began clawing at the scales like I could rip them off my arms. Several people gasped. They'd all stopped to stare. You need to calm yourself, Cassiel instructed, sounding concerned. You're siphoning magic from a dragon shifter in the kitchens. My throat began to burn with the heat of fire rising up inside of it. I'd siphoned supernatural strength and speed from others before, but never anything as powerful as their shifter abilities. I wasn't even touching the dragon shifter. Hell, we weren't even in the same room. It really freaked me out. Cassiel grabbed my shoulders firmly and shook me. Charlie, you must get your anger under control, or it will control you. If you shift inside the palace, you could bring this whole hall down upon us." "What the hell do you want me to do?" I demanded. "Take deep breaths and confess my feelings? Not gonna work, Cramps." "It'd be a pretty damn good start," he stated sternly. He wasn't being mean. It was more like he cared. "So I'm just supposed to walk out of there acting like everything is fine?" I asked. "My father married his guard. How could you allow this? Why didn't you stop him?" I got even angrier, and I felt my grandfather's hands grow smaller on my shoulders as my legs lengthened. Oh, shit, I was shifting. People shouted, and footsteps retreated away from us. "Eddie, get these people out of here!" Cassiel shouted. I felt a powerful wave of magic yank my power away from me. I collapsed to the floor, suddenly feeling very weak. I hit the marble hard. The burning in my throat subsided, and I realized the scales on my arms were gone. The room spun around me, and it took me a moment to find my bearings. I shakily pushed myself upright. "What just happened?" "You were about to shift into a dragon that is far too big to fit inside this area of the palace," Cassiel said. "You would have killed half a dozen people. I siphoned the magic inside of you for my own, before you could hurt anyone." "I didn't know you could do that," I admitted as he helped me to my feet. "There's a reason I'm the Emperor," he reminded me. My grandfather wasn't a demigod, but he was certainly a talented elf. I furrowed my brow. "You didn't shift, though. How can you control it and I can't?" "Because I don't allow my emotions to control me," he said. "I was hoping to mentor you in elf magic, beginning this afternoon. It appears we should start immediately. Come with me, Charlie." My grandfather led me away from the dining room and through a twist of hallways. Footsteps followed us, and I realized it was his guards, though they kept a distance behind us to give us our privacy. We stepped outside, and his guards remained stationed near the doors. The air was warm, and a light breeze touched my face. I heard the sound of a trickling fountain nearby, and my earth magic tingled. The scent of lavender filled my nose, and something soft brushed against my skin as I walked by it. I reached my hand out to feel velvety flower petals all around us. He'd taken me to one of the palace gardens. My grandfather stopped at the edge of the fountain. "Sit," he instructed. I remained firmly planted in place. "I'm not doing anything until you answer my question. How could you let my father marry his guard?" "I did not," Cassiel said. "Your father never consulted me, and frankly, he didn't need to. I did not approve of the relationship at first, but over time, I've come to accept it. Drea loves your father deeply, and he loves her. It is not my place to get in the middle of that." "Even though it's wrong?" I demanded. "Who are we to say it's wrong?" Cassiel asked. "The world isn't black and white. There are gray areas that we must learn to navigate, especially if you're going to be leading the elves." "Oh, believe me," I said, "I'm more than familiar with gray areas." "And yet you have much to learn," Cassiel stated. "Now, sit." This time, I did as I was told and sat on the edge of the fountain. Cassiel sat beside me. "As you know, the elves have long been involved in criminal activity to ensure our survival. We've been known to cheat and steal, though not without purpose. We engage in these activities as a means to better our society and to right wrongs. People think that as criminals, we are driven by our rage, but that cannot be further from the truth. The reason we're so good at what we do is because we understand our anger, and we know how to utilize it to our advantage. As Prince, you're going to be heading all kinds of questionable operations. You cannot lead effectively if you let your anger get the best of you." "I don't get it," I said. "Are we the good guys or the bad guys?" "Who says there are good guys and bad guys?" Cassiel questioned. "Perhaps there are just people who are all doing their best.
The difference is who's better at what they do. I smirked. Here I was, thinking my grandfather was going to lecture me on shoving my emotions aside, but as it turned out, he really got me. I was liking him more and more. The reason our lineage has continued on after every war and genocide is not because our family is somehow virtuous and good, Cassiel said. It's because we know how to utilize situations to our advantage. We may not have the numbers the other supernaturals have, but we know how to work with what we've got. And we've got a hell of a lot of trauma and anger. Anger is a tool. And just like every elven emperor who came before you, you must learn how to master it. And if you do, you can restore our people to a good standing in the supernatural world, and our community can thrive. I liked the sound of that. How do I utilize it? You must first understand it, Cassiel said. It's like your illusion magic. Allow me to demonstrate. Since you can create solid illusions, why don't we try a gun? I wasn't surprised that a gun was the first thing to come to my grandfather's mind. He was, after all, the leader of the greatest crime lords in supernatural history. I was getting better at illusions, and it didn't take much for me to form a gun in my mind. I imagined the feeling in my hand, the shape of the grip and the cool of the metal. A solid gun took shape. Now, aim it at me and shoot, my grandfather instructed. I'm not going to shoot you, I insisted. Go ahead, he encouraged. Aim it right at me and pull the trigger. Are you insane? No. Aren't you mad? Cassiel said. Don't you want to take your anger out on someone? Don't you want to punish me for allowing your father to marry his guard? After all, why didn't I step in and stop it? How could I let your father move on from your mother and stop looking for you? Bang! I aimed the gun at his leg and pulled the trigger. A loud noise sounded through the garden, but something wasn't quite right. I'd shot guns before, but this one had no recoil. It felt more like shooting a water gun than a real gun. Cassiel laughed. Very good, Charlie. I didn't expect the sound. It was very realistic. I frowned. Well, clearly I missed my target. Of course you did, Cassiel said. That's because there was no bullet. You merely created a lump of metal and a nice sound effect. I furrowed my brow and began running my fingers over the gun. I'd created an old-style revolver, and it felt real. I opened the chamber to find it was full of bullets, and I emptied them into my hand. I thought they'd be mere casings, but they were all heavy and hadn't been shot. In order to create an illusion and make it function properly, you must first understand the thing that you're making, my grandfather said. Some illusions will be easy, while others require a deeper understanding. The bullets, for example, very likely could be shot, but you neglected other parts of the gun. You have the frame of the gun and the trigger, but where's the hammer? Without it, the bullets couldn't fire. Then why'd it sound like it? I asked. Because you believed it would, he explained. The sound was an illusion itself, spurred by your expectation. But when I told you to make a gun, did you think about what kind of gun you were going to make and how it would be designed? No, I admitted. It didn't matter to me whether it was a revolver or a pistol. I didn't really think about it. That's why we must be intentional, Cassiel said. If you understand the tool you're working with, you can utilize it most effectively. The same is true of our anger. Initially, anger makes us react, sometimes irrationally, just as your first instinct was to make the gun go off. You went for the quick result you'd come to expect, but underneath it, you forgot to utilize the real function of the gun. Anger can drive us to action, but if we react too quickly, all we get is a bang and no real solution. So how do I utilize it properly? I asked. The first step is patience, Cassiel answered. Our family does not simply react. We use our anger to devise strategy. I cannot cover strategy in a single lesson, but as you train with me, you will come to understand.
Today, let's focus on shifting our mindset. You must get comfortable with the idea that anger does not require immediate action. Your rage is better utilized for long-term strategy. Furthermore, damage is not the only course of action. You know as well as I that you can channel your emotions into your magic to create things out of nothing. So why not transmute that anger into something that can help everyone, instead of hurting them? I think I understand, I mused. Instead of being bitter about everything I've been through, I can use that anger to enact policies that will ensure none of our people ever live the way I did. Precisely, Cassiel said. I wanted our lesson today to cover mirrors and portals, as portals will be incredibly valuable to you. Perhaps we can use that to demonstrate some of these concepts. Follow me. I stood and followed my grandfather across the garden. He led me into a wide hall that was open to the gardens. There was a roof above us, but I could still feel the breeze on my skin. This is the Royal Wall of Mirrors, one of our main portal hubs, Cassiel explained. Although we try to limit our portal use as much as possible so we aren't discovered, this is where many of our agents portal in and out of Elan. I reached out to feel the wall, and my hand traveled over a cold, flat surface. I felt an ornate frame that stretched taller and wider than I was. As I continued feeling the wall, I found more and more of these frames, all evenly spaced. There had to be a dozen of them. They're mirrors, I realized. They're magical, like the mirror of Ingress in Forevermore, but smaller. Yes, but you misunderstand, Cassiel said. Elves do not have to use magic mirrors to create their portals. Any clear reflective surface will do. I was excited to learn about portal magic. I'd never done it before. How does it work? Think of portals like a fold in the fabric of space, Cassiel explained. The Fae are able to connect any 2 points, but elves are more limited in this power. We can connect any 2 mirrors to create a portal, or any reflective surface, such as a body of water that is still enough to be clearly reflected. But you must be careful, as this kind of portal magic can come with consequences. What kind of consequences? I asked. There's a space between each entrance and exit to a portal, a separate realm, if you will, Cassiel said. For a brief moment, you will pass through this realm before exiting the portal on the other side. This realm, the mirror realm as we refer to it, exists outside of space and time. If your connection is not secure, you may find yourself entering a portal with no exit. When you are in the mirror realm, you are stuck between time and space, which means you can't even age to death. You simply go on existing for eternity, with nothing but your thoughts to exist alongside you. It sounds worse than death, I remarked. I would imagine so, Cassiel stated solemnly. Because of this, we only use portals when absolutely necessary, as working with the mirror realm can be very risky. Once you get stuck, there's no escaping. So why do it at all? I asked. Because when fighting a war, sometimes the benefits outweigh the risk, Cassiel replied. What else is there to know about mirrors? I ran my hand over another flat surface. None of these mirror portals are activated, so I assume it's something that can be turned on and off? Yes, Cassiel said. An elf must activate their portal, and then it stays open for just a few moments as the elf passes through. You can take others with you, but an elf must lead them through. You couldn't create a mirror portal, then walk away and expect it to remain active. How big does the mirror have to be? I asked. These mirrors are all large enough to walk through, but Eddie portaled us to Elan with a mirror he had in his pocket. We can use pocket mirrors, but they are a little trickier, Cassiel said. One must use it to project the portal, reflecting the portal from the mirror itself onto the landscape. There must always be a reflective surface on the other end to portal through. You will soon learn that technique. Today, I want you to work on portaling through one of these mirrors to another on the other end of the hall. Do you think you can do that? I laughed nervously. I can't make any promises.
In theory, this all sounds great, but I don't know the first thing about how to actually achieve it. What if I get stuck, like you mentioned? I didn't warn you about the mirror realm to scare you, Cassiel said. You are an exceptionally strong elf. Traveling through mirrors should not be difficult for you. I simply wish to pass my knowledge on to you. Think of mirror portals like your battle magic. It's just another tool, and if you misuse it, it can do considerable damage. But if you use it responsibly, it can give you an advantage over your enemies. I stepped up to the mirror on the end and pressed my hand to the glass surface. So, how do I do it? As with illusions, it simply takes imagination, Cassiel explained. Picture this mirror connecting with another. Imagine the glass melting beneath your fingers, allowing you passage. I shrugged. Sounds easy enough. I did as he instructed and pictured my hand melding with the mirror and coming out the other side through a mirror at the other end of the hall. Nothing happened. I tried again. Still, the glass beneath my palm remained solid. I stepped back to think it through. I could feel my grandfather's curious gaze on me, but I ignored it. He wanted me to be strategic. I could try. He also said I had to understand the tools I was working with. All right, I could do that too. He didn't say anything as I walked to the other end of the hall and felt the mirrors along the way. I stopped at the one on the end, my target. I was going to portal from the mirror on the other end of the hall to this one, but I had to understand where I was going first. After feeling around for a while and getting an idea of what I was aiming for, I returned to the first mirror. I splayed my palm over it and imagined stepping through the mirror, and pictured myself coming out of the other across the hall. Still, nothing happened. It's not working, I complained. Anger bubbled up inside of me again. I still wasn't totally over what had happened earlier, and my frustration only grew. Keep trying, Cassiel explained. I drew a deep breath and tried again. This time, I pictured the entire hall bending to my will, imagining the mirrors connecting through space and becoming one. That was essentially how this magic worked, wasn't it? The mirror remained solid, and I got even more frustrated. My grandpa didn't say anything as I tried to work it out, but I knew he was waiting for something to happen. I couldn't let him down. I had to prove to him I could do this. If I couldn't create a simple mirror portal, I certainly couldn't sit on the throne once he and my father stepped down. You've got this, Charlie, Cassiel encouraged. All it takes is understanding and a bit of reality manipulation. Something occurred to me, and it made my anger flare. Then maybe that's the problem, I said, smacking my palm on the solid glass. You say that like it's so simple, but maybe I can't manipulate reality the way that you can, because I don't experience it the same. You can look down the hall and see all these mirrors lined up, but I can only experience one at a time. I don't know how to combine these mirrors into one point in space at the same time, because I can't experience them all at once. I don't have any sight! I never used my disability as an excuse, but it was the only thing that made sense right now. Cassiel said this should be simple, and I was the greatest elf to ever live, so why couldn't I do it like everyone else? Cassiel spoke calmly. You're reacting to your anger. Feel your rage in your body, but instead of releasing it right away, turn it into strategy. I don't know what that means, I insisted, whirling toward him. My foot hit a rock, and it went skidding a few feet away. You're telling me what to do without giving me the steps to get there. I've got one mirror on this end of the room and another over there, but the steps between them aren't making any sense. Magic swelled inside of me, and though it felt familiar, it was different from my own. I realized I was accidentally siphoning my grandfather's magic, like I had with the dragon shifter. Cassiel placed a hand on my shoulder, as if that would calm me down. Come to think of it, it was helping. I could feel him tugging on his magic, drawing it away from me. You already have the tools, Charlie, Cassiel said. Patience, imagination, creativity. You already know how to bend reality to your will. You've done it many times before. Bend this anger to your will as well. You've got to be strategic, and you can't do that by copying my strategies. You must make your own. You said yourself you experience the world differently than me, so what strategy is going to work for you? I rolled my shoulders, even though all I wanted to do was smash this mirror instead of portal through it. But my grandfather was right. Whatever I was doing wasn't working, so I had to change it. Instead of reacting immediately, I turned inward. My grandfather was preaching patience and strategy, so how could I use those to my advantage? I'd been strategic all my life, conning people to get to where I needed to go. I just had to do the same here. But I couldn't con a mirror. I had to con myself. I stood in front of the row of mirrors and focused on the feeling of sunlight reflecting off their surfaces and onto my face. We were shaded by the overhang above us, but there was enough sunlight coming through the gardens that I could still feel it. Or, at the very least, I imagined it. It didn't matter if the sunlight was real or not, because whether I imagined it or not, it was real to me. I sensed all the mirrors at once, and I suddenly understood something I didn't before. Of all the tools I had at my disposal, the ones inside of me were the strongest and the easiest to manipulate. I thought creating this portal would prove something to my grandfather, but maybe that was the wrong way of thinking about things. If I had something to prove to him, then I was trying to prove something to myself, too, which meant I didn't actually think I could do this. Anger led to solutions, or so my grandfather thought. Well, there was only one solution I could think of right now. I leaned down to grab the rock I'd kicked earlier, and I tossed it in my hand. The solution wasn't to prove what I was capable of. It was to know that I was already capable, no evidence needed. Callie had been trying to drill that into my head since she first taught me about illusions. Portals were a manipulation of reality, just like illusions were. So I came to the conclusion that there was no reason to create the mirror portal in the first place, because the portal already existed. I drew my hand back and threw the rock straight toward the glass. If it were any other mirror, it should have shattered, but the sound of breaking glass never came. Instead, I heard the rock clatter to the ground yards away from me, all the way on the other end of the royal wall of mirrors. I didn't have to celebrate it, because I wasn't surprised. I'd already made the decision that it would work, and I knew reality would warp to my command. That didn't mean I didn't feel damn good about it, though. Just to enjoy my work, I stepped forward and walked straight into the mirror. It was solid only moments ago, but now the glass melted around me like a viscous liquid. For a beat, I felt myself floating somewhere else entirely, then I stepped out onto solid ground. Clapping came from far away on my left. My grandfather had been standing to my right a moment ago, and now he was all the way on the other side of the royal wall of mirrors. "Excellent job, Charlie," Cassiel praised. I turned back to the mirror and touched it, but the portal had already closed. The glass was solid again. Cassiel approached me. "I wasn't sure you would master it so quickly, but you've done well." "Thank you," I said. I should have felt a surge of pride, but I just felt normal, like I knew all along how simple it was, and I just had to remind myself of it. I wonder how far I can take this, I mused. You said elves could only portal through reflective surfaces, but what if there aren't any around? I've got to be able to get my people out of a bad situation in a pinch if it comes to that. I'm not your typical elf, so what if I can make my own mirror? I concentrated, and the handle of a small mirror appeared in my hand, like what Eddie had used to portal us to Elan. I ran my fingers over the smooth surface of the mirror. Around the edge were intricate designs that reminded me of the elvish carvings in my room. I could feel the mirror reflecting the heat of the sun. The mirror was completely solid, and I'd done a good job. I turned the mirror down the hall to project a portal like Eddie had. I decided it was already done, but nothing happened. My magic seemed to be warring inside of me. "It's a good theory, Charlie, but I'm afraid the mirror you created is not reflective. It's merely made of glass," Cassiel revealed calmly. It will not work to make a portal. I ran my fingers over the mirror again. The glass was smooth, and it felt like a mirror in my hands. I don't get it. My illusion magic isn't like anyone else's. It's tied to my demigod powers. When I create something, it becomes reality and never goes away. This should be as real as the mirrors on the wall. As I said before, you must understand the tool you are using in order to utilize it properly, Cassiel said. I understood what he was saying immediately. I see. I'm unable to replicate a mirror's reflection because I experience it differently. It's like with the gun. I made the frame, the bullets, and the sound, but I didn't have all the other pieces in place. I understand how mirrors work, but I don't experience them the same way other people do. It's reflecting the sun's heat, but not an image, because my illusion magic is limited by my own understanding. It was the same way I couldn't create nutritious food out of nothing, because I never trusted that the food would last. Don't be too hard on yourself, Cassiel encouraged. If this doesn't work for you, we will simply explore other tools that will. You don't need to be able to use your illusion magic in a pinch if you are clever enough, because you will always find another way out, whether you have access to a reflective surface or not. In these lessons, I will teach you how to pivot in situations in which you might need to explore alternatives. You're a clever man, Charlie, and I trust that you will learn how to use that to your advantage in any given situation, just as well as you use your magic. His encouragement meant everything. No one ever thought I had what it took, because they didn't want to take the time to teach me. They saw a blind guy and wrote me off as a lost cause. But my grandpa wasn't like everyone else who had thrown me out like garbage before. He was going to do whatever it took to turn me into the next criminal mastermind in the family. I would become the next great emperor who would lead the elves long after he was gone. All right, I'm ready for the next step, I told him. Excellent, because it's time to meet your team, Cassiel said. If you're going to follow in my footsteps and become a criminal boss, you're going to need a specialized team. I'm going to teach you how to develop a strategy. You'll need people to execute it for you. An hour later, I was sitting in the palace throne room. The room was enormous, large enough to seat several hundred people. It was at the top of the palace and open to the air through gigantic archways that displayed the rest of the city. I could feel with my air magic that large banners hung from the cathedral ceiling, blowing lightly in the breeze. They probably depicted the symbol of my grandfather's house. At the head of the room was a raised dais, which overlooked the rest of the space. Dozens of stairs led up to the dais, where the thrones sat. There were 4 thrones on top of the dais, which my grandfather told me were made of gold. The largest throne was in the middle, and was where Cassiel sat. At his right hand was a throne identical to his, but smaller in stature, which was the place for my father. On the left were 2 other thrones in black wood, one that I currently sat in. They were for Ava and me, and signified our place in the monarchy. Underneath my fingers, I could tell that the thrones were carved with intricate designs. I was certain Ava would love them. My grandfather ignored his own throne and stood beside me as we waited. His guards, as always, had followed us here, but they remained still as statues. I quickly learned that my grandfather never went anywhere without several members of the Emperor's Guard close behind. The doors to the throne room opened, and several pairs of footsteps shuffled inside. "Sire," Eddie said, "your entourage, as requested." "These elves are highly skilled in various specialties," my grandfather explained. "Each emperor has access to his own team called the Elvish Associates, whose job is to carry out missions for the royal family. This team has been carefully curated for your purposes, Charlie, and you may direct them in any way you choose." I was feeling pretty cozy in the throne, but I stood to greet each one of them in turn. "This is Alex," Eddie introduced as I shook the first man's hand. "He's a highly trained marksman in both magical specialties and practical weapons. If you want a sniper, Alex is your guy." "Nice to meet you," I told him. "The very same, Your Highness," Alex said. "The twins are Asa and Ares," Eddie continued.
I shook their hands in turn. Their hands felt similar, both rough and muscular. They were both much taller than me, and their hands were practically twice the size of mine. They're the muscle of the team, and both have trained in torture techniques, Eddie explained. If you ever need to intimidate a witness, these guys have you covered. It's a pleasure to meet you both, I said.
The pleasure is all ours,
Asa replied in a deep voice. And this is Gavin, Eddie introduced. Gavin, why did that name sound so familiar? It's nice to see you again, my prince, Gavin said. Wait, you escaped the Institute after Forevermore was seized, I realized. Gavin was one of the young elves that had been captured in Forevermore and thrown into the prison with us. He'd siphoned angel wings from a guard and flew over the fence. It was a really big deal because he was the first inmate to escape. The warden said you died. Gavin gave a smug laugh. The warden is a liar, but you already knew that. I smirked. It's nice to see you made it. Gavin's more than an escape artist, Eddie said. He's our communications expert. If you need a negotiator, a messenger, a PR guy, he's your man. He's also very skilled at blending in if you ever need to go undercover. I nodded. Sounds great. And finally, meet Max, Eddie said. I reached out to shake his hand, but I was surprised to feel that he was smaller than the others, and his hands were smooth. He wore all types of rings, and bracelets jingled on his wrists. Max specializes in tech, Eddie said. If you ever need to get past human technology or you need to hack into a high-security system, just ask Max. I certainly will, I replied. It's good to have a guy like you on the team. Max gave a light laugh, but it came out higher than I expected. That's when I realized Max was a woman. She didn't correct me. Instead, she said, I'm happy to be included. Sorry, I said quickly. Look, if you see me as one of the guys, I'm happy to be one of the guys, she teased. I decided I already liked Max. She wasn't going to treat me like some stuck-up prince she had to bow down to, and I liked it that way. We were a team, and even though I was calling the shots, I wanted my team to work together as efficiently as possible. I figured I could really get along with these people. This is for you, Charlie. Max handed me a slim, rectangular item that fit nicely in my hand. We have phones for you and all of your friends. They're completely warded and untraceable, magically or otherwise. Your phone is already set up with assistance technology to help you navigate the apps. I'll teach you how to use it. Thanks, Max. I slid the phone in my pocket before turning to the others. There were 6 of them in total, including Eddie, and I needed to utilize their skills the best I could. It's my job, and the job of the other demigods, to begin our search for the vampire key. We're still looking for a solid lead. What I need from all of you is intel on the vampires. Learn as much as you can about the Midnighters. I want to know how their society operates and who their most notable leaders are. Report back to me on what you find. Ivy had a lot of intel on the vampires already, but I need to give these guys something to do in the meantime. With Max's hacking skills, I was hoping we could learn some things Ivy didn't know. Eddie, you're heading the research team, I added. Eddie gasped, but he tried to keep his excitement contained. Barely.
I'm the boss?
He exclaimed. Yep, I said. You're all free to go. Eddie started barking orders at them right away, and I internally laughed at his enthusiasm. He seemed so happy to be useful, instead of waiting around for my instructions. Before I left the room, my grandfather stopped me. Charlie, he said lowly, there's one thing you must understand as a leader. He piqued my curiosity, and I listened closely as everyone else left the room. These people are devoted to you, but they are not your friends, not in the sense that you've become accustomed to, Castiel warned. Your associates will lay down their lives for you, and if I know anything about my grandson, I know you would do the same for them. But you must remain focused on the long-term goal. Do not let yourself become a sacrifice for a single person. You're the Elven prince, and as a prince, you hold your people together. If you sacrifice yourself, you sacrifice us all. His words chilled me to the bone. My grandfather's message was clear. My associates were people I had to trust with my life, but I couldn't get too close.
One day, I would be put in a position that I didn't want to be in, and I'd be forced to make a decision that would crush me. What my grandfather didn't realize was that I'd been in that position time and time again, and if there was a mark of a true villain, it was that even though I'd already been there, I'd go dark again, and I knew exactly what decisions I had to make. They weren't the right ones by any sane person's standards, and somehow I was completely okay with that. I'd already grown too close to Eddie. He was my friend, but I had allowed that relationship to go too far. When the warden had sent Eddie to the camps, I tried to save him. That action had gotten Ava hurt, as well as put me and the rest of my friends in danger. I couldn't make the same mistake again. I wouldn't allow myself to see my team as anything more than people who worked for me. Expendable people who I was willing to sacrifice for the cause. I understand, I told my grandfather coldly. Then I turned on my heel and left the throne room. Eddie was waiting for me out in the hall. He fell into step beside me, though I wasn't quite sure where we were going. "What's next on the agenda?" I asked. "Well, you had a mentorship session scheduled with your grandfather this afternoon, but as I understand it, you've already completed your training for the day," Eddie said. "If I may ask, what did you cover?" "Mirror portals," I told him.
"Oh, fun!" Eddie exclaimed. "It took me years to learn mirror portals. I was thrilled once I figured it out."
"It really took you that long?" I asked. "I already traveled through my first mirror." I guess my grandfather made it sound easier than it was. "You forget that when you and I met, I still couldn't siphon magic from other supernaturals," Eddie reminded me. "My powers have grown considerably in just a year." "Yeah, I suppose," I said. It was easy to forget with his chipper attitude how much Eddie had been through. Trauma like that could really push a person to grow up quickly. I stopped in the middle of the hall. "Hey, Eddie." He halted beside me, and I said, "When I told you to blow me earlier, it was just something I said to piss off my dad. You know I wouldn't make you do anything like that, right?" Eddie instantly sounded confused. "Why not? It is a service like any other, such as arranging your schedule or fetching your things would be." "I don't think Alistair would see it that way," I pointed out. "Why so ever not? I am merely serving my prince. There is no romance involved. It is simply my job to please you in any way. Though he is not an elf, certainly, Alistair would understand I must serve you," Eddie said blankly. He really didn't get it. Elvish culture had brainwashed him to be loyal to a fault. I sighed. "Look, Eddie, you're not like the rest of my guards, okay? We're friends, probably closer friends than we should be. And because of that, I'm going to give you an order that overpowers all other orders for the rest of your time of service. Understand?" "Anything, sire. What is it you ask of me?" Eddie questioned. "If I give you an order and you don't want to do it, you don't have to follow it," I said firmly. "I want you to have free will, and this is the only way I can see getting around the magical contract that binds you to me. If I ask you to do something and it goes against what you truly want, then you can refuse." "I will follow any request my master demands. I can't imagine refusing you for anything," Eddie said in astonishment. "Maybe you'll never have to, but at least this way I know you're following my orders because you want to, not because you're required to by magic." "If this is what you wish, then I will agree," Eddie said. "But it is a promise I will never have to keep, because I will never disobey you." "We'll see. But keep in mind, I really don't want to do anything sexual with anyone who's not my wife," I said as we continued walking down the hall. Then I scowled. "I don't want to be like my dad." "You're too hard on him," Eddie insisted. "I have known Drea for many years. She is a part of my family, as all guards who serve the Elvish monarchy are related, distantly or otherwise. I do believe her and your father are truly in love. I don't think he's forced her into anything without her consent." "Well, that's good to know." I still wasn't certain he hadn't given up on me, though. It would take some convincing to make me think my father actually cared about what had happened to me. "Seeing as you've already figured out mirror portals, that brings me to an important feature in your room that we should discuss," Eddie said. "Allow me to show you." Eddie led me back to my room. Ava and Oberei weren't there, and the room was quiet when we arrived. "It's in here," Eddie said, leading me into the bedroom. He guided me to the wall across from the foot of the bed, and I reached out to feel a tall mirror attached to the wall. "This may appear as an ordinary mirror, but it is enchanted." I furrowed my brow. My grandfather said mirrors didn't have to be magical to pass through them. An elf creates that magic themselves. "This one is particularly special because it's warded to keep anyone but you from accessing it," Eddie explained. "That way, enemies can't use it to pass into your quarters. There is one other mirror like it, a sister mirror, if you will. That mirror resides right behind this wall, past 6 feet of blast-proof and magic-repellent material." "What, like some kind of bomb shelter?" I wondered. 6 feet seems almost excessive. "You are the prince," Eddie stated bluntly. "It's standard in all palaces to have some sort of safe room for the royal family. If we are under attack, you can pass through this mirror into the safe room, where enemies can't find you. Would you like to go inside?" "Sure." I stepped up to the mirror and splayed my palm over the glass. I imagined the gap between the wall collapsing, connecting the two mirrors into one point in space. The solid surface seemed to melt, and my hand sank through the glass. I stepped forward, and Eddie followed behind me. My magic swirled around the room as I walked inside. It wasn't very big, but it was spacious enough that it wouldn't freak me out to spend long hours in here if necessary. I couldn't make sense of anything other than the walls, though. There didn't seem to be anything in here. "Eddie, it's empty," I remarked. "Well, of course," Eddie said. "The builders didn't know when you would arrive. The room was sealed off when it was built, and we needed your magic to access it after that. Now that you're here, we can start stocking it with supplies. There's a closet for non-perishable food items, as well as a bathroom in case you're here for a long time. You have full access to electricity, and the room is equipped with a state-of-the-art magical ventilation system that has been rigorously tested for security vulnerabilities. There aren't any. However, in the case of debris, there are oxygen tanks in the closet. There are no exits apart from the enchanted mirror." "What happens if the mirror breaks during an attack?" I asked. "It's highly unlikely, due to other security protocols. However, if it truly came down to it, we'd be able to use machinery to get you out. It would just take some time." "If you can get inside, that means so can our enemies," I pointed out. "They'd have to know this place existed," Eddie replied. He smacked the wall and said, "This baby's completely enchanted so that even if someone's looking for signs of life, they won't find it. No amount of infrared cameras, tracking spells, or things like that can penetrate these walls, and they're completely soundproof. You've got complete privacy in here." Soundproof. I liked the sound of that. An idea began to form in my mind. "Just let me know how we can make this room the most comfortable for you, and I'll get anything you request right away," Eddie said. I already knew exactly what I wanted. "Eddie, I'm going to give you a long list of things I need, but you've got to get them with no questions asked, all right?" "My lips are sealed," Eddie promised. Good, because I didn't want anyone to know what I had planned for this room. This safe room was built for me and my wife, and I was going to make it our sanctuary.
Chapter 4. Ava-Marie. Charlie had a role to play here in Elamanth, and so did I. As Elamanth's princess, the elves were looking for me to guide them. I planned to fulfill that role to the best of my ability. An elvish woman led me down the hallway. A servant offered to push my chair, but I refused, preferring to move myself. These people needed to see I could be a capable leader, not a precious little thing who expected everyone to wait on her. "My name is Elri. I am in charge of the monarchy's daily operations, as I have been for the past 300 years, the woman at the head of the group told me. She was tall and beautiful, with long silver hair and a staunch expression. "If you need to organize an event, summon members of the royal court for meetings, or are simply confused on what your duties may be, call for me, and I will be able to point you in the right direction. I have served many elvish royals and assure you, I am the best at my job." I didn't doubt it. This lady was over 3 centuries old, I bet she saw me as nothing more than a child. As you've been told, the first item of duty is to decide your personal court. A princess needs allies and friends, and your court will be loyal to you alone, Elri said. She pushed open a door to a beautiful parlor room, one with an open balcony and flowers blooming along the walls. Elvish servants puttered around the room, taking care of the flowers and arranging the space. Callie was there, along with Opal. They were both dressed in lovely gowns and were having tea by an open window. Opal gave me a nervous wave as she chewed on a pastry, while Callie lounged against the chamise couch, indulging in the lap of luxury. I have summoned a few of your friends to help you with this task, Elri noted. Choosing a court is no small task, and your lady-in-waiting is the most important position. Oh, I thought Callie would be my lady-in-waiting, I replied. The Grand Duchess is a princess in her own right, and will have other duties here in Elan working for the King of the Arcania, serving as a Fey diplomat on his behalf, Elri said. It wouldn't be proper of her station to be your lady. My brother needs me to do work here. As much as I'd like to always be at your side, Callie said, and she slowly sat up. But I can help you choose a valuable court. I have experience with this kind of thing. It's your decision on how large or how small you wish your court to be, Elri noted. I think it's best to keep it small, I said. More ladies meant more people to watch, and I had more important things to do than keep an eye on potential traitors who'd stab me in the back. Very well. At the minimum, you will need a handmaiden to help you with daily tasks. This includes bathing, dressing, and getting ready for the day, as well as someone who can bring you food, who helps keep your quarters clean and fetches anything you may ask for. There are servants to help you with these kinds of tasks, but your handmaiden will be your own personal maid, in your service only, Elri said. It felt a little uncomfortable to have someone waiting on me so heavily, but I suppose that it was required. Not to mention, having a helping hand would really be beneficial now that I was a wheelchair user. Charlie had to help me out a lot at the Institute, but he'd be busy with other obligations now, so I was glad someone else would be stepping in. I would like my handmaiden to be someone I personally know, I said. I wasn't comfortable with strangers touching my body, and if this person was going to help me bathe, I'd at least like to be able to hold a polite conversation while I was buck-ass nude. I request Opal, if she's okay with it. I'd be happy to be your handmaiden, Opal said, in a voice so quiet I barely heard her. I don't have a job here to do in Elan, and I think it would keep me busy. A happy squeal erupted from the other room. A young girl with aquamarine hair and pigtails toddled in, running circles around Elri before she tripped over her multiple skirts. She pushed herself up and rushed to Opal with arms out wide. This must be your daughter, I said, as I smiled at the child. She gave a wide grin back. Yes, your parents brought her here, Opal said, and she lifted Marina onto her lap. Unfortunately, the foster family who took her in died during an attack on Atlantis. The elves worked together with the Toaqua to find her and bring her back to Elan. I'm very grateful. I understood. Opal cared about me and she wanted to help. But being close to me meant she and Marina could be in danger, because I was the princess and therefore always a target. But that also meant I had plenty of guards around to protect them at all times. I needed to keep them close. Excellent. Elves love children. We find after living for so long that they bring a sort of youthful energy to the room, Elri replied. You will also need a personal guard, princess. We have many to choose from. She clapped her hands. From another door marched a variety of guards, who turned at attention in unison. They were all brawny, tall, and armed to the teeth. Our guards are trained from the moment they are able to walk. All are skilled in both fighting and magic, and each one has taken a vow to lay their life down for any member of the monarchy, should it be required. These elves will fight to the death to defend you, Elri stated. I surveyed the faces of the guards carefully. Each of them looked the same, and there was nothing distinguishable about any of them. "Those who've seen battle, step forward," I said. About half of the guards lined up before me. I tapped my fingers on the armrest of my wheelchair and asked, "Have any of you killed an angel?" Only one guard emerged. I gestured for her to speak, and she said, "I have, Princess. Only one, and he nearly killed me. But I harnessed my magic to drain his life force energy and used that power to end him." The guard was over 6 feet tall and had layers of muscle. I figured she could stop a train coming toward her head-on and throw it in the other direction. She looked like somebody who could keep her mouth shut if shit went south. And even better, she was a woman. I wanted an all-female team, and if she had killed an angel, she was strong enough to defend me against nearly anything. "Perfect. I want you." "A fine choice. Eldon is at the top of her battalion," Elry replied. The rest of the guards left the room, and Eldon went to stand guard beside my chair. "Finally, you must decide on a lady-in-waiting. Your lady is different than your handmaiden, as she is required to be elvish, and is more of a companion than a servant. She will keep you entertained and accompany you to public engagements," Elry stated. "She is also responsible for arranging your schedule and fulfilling any demand you may have of her." Elry clasped her hands together. "If you had been born an elf and married Charlie among us, your lady-in-waiting would have been bonded to you after the ceremony, much like the prince is bonded to Edward. But since you are an elementai, a change is in order, and you must choose your own. For all these reasons, we simply must insist that the lady you choose is of elven blood, someone who knows our customs and can teach you about our way of life. A princess usually has several ladies, but since you wish to keep your court small, we shall keep it to one." I didn't want to be bonded to anyone but Charlie and Oberoi. This position sounded like a big deal, and honestly, I didn't trust any random-ass stranger with the job, although I would have to pick one. "Choose carefully," Callie warned me. "My cousins were my ladies-in-waiting, and they were very valuable to me. Your lady-in-waiting isn't just a friend. She's a tool, one you have to use effectively to retain control of the court." I looked to Elry. "Who do you suggest?" "In my opinion, I believe you should choose Abigail," Elry said. At the name, another person entered the room. The girl was around our age and had beautiful brown curls with big hazel eyes. I was surprised to see she used a wheelchair like me. When she wheeled before me, she shakily stood and gave me a short bow. "Princess, my name is Abigail. I am an elvish lady here at the court and am an ambulatory wheelchair user. I retain the ability to walk and stand, although I can't do so for long periods of time." I noticed her ears weren't pointed. "You're only half-elf," I stated. "What other supernatural heritage do you claim?" "I am an angel. I am of the Taurus family. In fact, I am the sister of Esther Taurus, who I'm sure you've met," Abigail said dryly. Revulsion churned my insides. I wanted to puke up my breakfast. "You're a Taurus? Why is she even here?" I demanded of Elry. "She should be thrown out of the city. I want her out of here at once." I was pissed. The elves had brought this girl in here because they thought we'd bond over being wheelchair users, but she was just another manipulator, and I didn't want that in my court. "I understand your reaction. It's true that I am Esther's sister, but there's a long history between us," Abigail said. "In truth, I am half angel, half elf. Esther and I share the same father, but not the same mother." "Why do I care?" I spat. "Leave." "Please, allow me to explain," Abigail said, and she slowly sank into her seat. "I would like you to understand my position." I was about to tell her to go to hell, but Callie caught my gaze, and something in it said to let Abigail speak, even though all I wanted to do was to cut her throat. "Fine, but nothing you tell me is going to change my mind." "Very well. May I come join you for tea? I didn't want her anywhere near me, but I felt Obereye prodding me through the bond.
This could be an opportunity, she said gently. Keep in mind you're in a royal court now, and this is how the game is played. Information is invaluable here, and if Abigail is a Taurus, she might have some.
I couldn't let my personal feelings get in the way of gaining intel, so I said, "Sure, whatever. State your case." "Thank you." Abigail wheeled up beside me. She poured herself some tea, then took the cup and saucer in hand before she began to speak. "Esther and I are around the same age. Our father had an affair with my mother before Esther was born. I am older, but only by a year," Abigail explained. "My mother was an elf, living among the angels in secret. After the Elven genocide during the Great Supernatural War, my mother went into hiding in Celestial City. Her entire family had been slaughtered, and she believed that she was the only elf that was still left alive. To hide her identity, she cut off the tips of her ears and made them round in order to fit in amongst the angels. She was beautiful and immortal, so they believed she was one of them." I wasn't buying this story just yet. "Go on." "She met my father after he was already married to Esther's mother," Abigail said. "My mother didn't know that he was married, so she thought she was the only woman in his life. He was attempting to live a double life. As I've heard it, he liked the power it gave him to have two different families. The Taurus brothers loved toying with people's lives, apparently. The secret came out after I was born. My father couldn't hide the affair any longer, and he was found out," Abigail explained. "Once the affair was revealed, my uncle, Dr. Taurus as you know him, discovered my mother was an elf and considered it proof that the elves were still alive. He tortured her, looking for information on Forevermore. But my mother didn't know anything because she believed herself to be the last elf alive. She died under his questioning. Although I didn't want to, I felt a small stab of pity for Abigail. No one was exempt from the warden's cruelty. He'd harmed everyone I knew, whether they were a stranger or my closest friend. "I was given to Esther's family," Abigail went on. "I was never told of my true heritage, and I was raised by Esther's mother. She treated me with kindness but was distant and cold. I thought she didn't like me because Esther was her favorite. I did my best to earn her love, but she never showed any affection toward me. My father wasn't particularly warm either. I don't think he truly loved my mother, just loved the attention she gave him. He didn't want a child to come out of the affair, but he was stuck with me." Abigail sipped at her tea. "Despite feeling like an outcast in my own family, Esther and I were very close. I loved my sister, and I knew she felt the same way about me. We did everything together. There was a time in my life I would have died for her had she asked." Abigail's tone became flat as she said, "Then Esther came of age and got her powers. My uncle discovered she was a demigod. Dr. Taurus told us the truth about everything, thinking I might have inherited some sort of spectacular magic as well from my elven heritage. But I didn't show any signs of talent, so he lost interest pretty quickly. Esther, though." Abigail gave a sigh, one that was a combination of bitterness and hurt. "She couldn't handle the fact that our father had cheated. She wanted that reality to go away, and I was a reminder that he'd been unfaithful to her mother. Any love she had for me was lost. She used her demigod abilities to conquer me in a fight, when I was just trying to get away from her. And she ripped out all my feathers." "That sounds awful," I said honestly. I couldn't believe Esther had done something so gruesome to someone she supposedly loved. She was worse than I'd ever dreamed. "Angels are weak without their feathers, and they can't survive if both of their wings are taken. It's their connection to the divine and the source of their magic, Abigail explained. So you can't do magic anymore? I asked. Abigail shook her head slowly. I have some elven abilities, but they're not very strong, and I'm unable to harness angel magic at all. Abigail stirred her tea with a slight frown. Esther left me for dead. I probably would have died, had the demigod guardians not found me. They'd been looking to convince Esther to join them, but after spying on her and seeing it was a lost cause, they rescued me instead and took me to Elan. When did you come here? I asked. Around the same time Esther arrived at the Institute, so nearly 5 months ago? Abigail set down her teacup. I'd been studying to become an elvish lady since my arrival. My mother had been a highborn elf, and it would have been my station had I been raised among the elves and forevermore. As I understand it, elves are born into their roles and study to become them their entire lives. I don't fit in anywhere else in elvish society, and I depend on the monarchy to care for my needs, so I've vowed to serve them. As your primary lady-in-waiting, I'll be here to guide you in your new role as princess. I've been working very hard to learn the customs here. I can teach you everything you need to know about elvish culture, and I can keep you company. I can even spy for you amongst the court, if you so wish. It's safe here in Elan. The elves practically worship the monarchy, I rebutted. The elves are a loyal people, but there are always one or two in any royal court who are only looking out for themselves, Abigail replied. And it goes without saying that you've married into a mob family, princess. If you want to govern properly and keep your head, you need allies who can slip in and out of places undetected. How can I trust that you'll be loyal to me only? I crossed my arms. I wasn't so sure she wouldn't sell me out. My station here, as well as my reputation and my long-term stability, relies on me being a valuable member of the royal court. I have to be useful to my princess. Otherwise, I can't stay. And I have nowhere else to go. I don't have much magic, and without magic in this supernatural world, I'll be at risk without the protection of the court, Abigail replied. I can understand if you don't want to trust me, and I know I have to earn your respect. But you can believe me when I say that I am loyal to the Elven monarchy, and to you. Esther and my uncle think that I'm dead, but if they knew I was alive, they'd certainly kill me. If I want to stay alive, I must be of use. I liked that she wasn't trying to bullshit me with noble proclamations of loyalty she didn't mean. She was intent on staying here in Elan, and I was a means to that end. That was fine. Her goals aligned with my own, and people who were working for themselves were easier to control than people who served you because they loved you. I could predict what a selfish person could do. I couldn't predict what one of my friends might do if I or someone else they cared for was in danger. Abigail needed me to favor her for her own benefit, which meant I could use her as my pawn. But I wasn't convinced it was the right move. I need some time to think about this privately, I said. We shall give you a moment, Elry replied. She and Abigail, along with all the other elves but my guard Eldon, left the room. I leaned in toward Callie and Opal. Did you buy any of that crap? That sob story she was spewing was such bullshit. I think she was telling the truth, Opal said, and Marina slid off her lap to go play with the flower petals scattered on the floor. She seemed very serious. She's a very good actress. Whatever Abigail said, I didn't trust that she had completely lost her affection for Esther. There was a dark shadow in her eyes when she said her sister's name that told me she wasn't ready to let go of her yet. Callie tapped her chin. I think we need to hire her. You trust her? I asked in disbelief. It's not that, Callie said. But choosing Abigail is a clever move. She was close to our enemies. If we get to know her, we can pry her for information on Esther and the warden, Then we can use that information against them.
A wise decision, Oberoi agreed. Keeping the enemy close and learning about them in the meantime.
She knows Esther's weak spots, as well as the warden's. If she turns out to be untrustworthy, we can get rid of her, Callie said with a shrug. But I think this is too valuable of an opportunity to throw away. The way Callie said, get rid of her, didn't imply firing Abigail. I suppose that was good enough for me. I summoned everyone back into the room. Abigail appeared almost nervous. She was excellent at keeping a flat mask, but I was good at reading people, and she definitely wanted this position. Whether it was to keep her place here in Elamanth, or because she wanted to spy on me for the warden, I guessed we'd find out. I suppose you can stay, I said. But it's going to be a while before I'll know for sure if this situation is going to work out. Understood, Abigail replied. I will do everything I can to serve you well. An immense rage boiled inside my chest and flooded outward. I found myself consumed by a red-hot anger that caused my skin to burn. I thought my fire magic was going to come erupting out of my form and reduce everyone in this room to ash. I didn't know where it had come from, but I thought my rage was directed at Abigail, and how absolutely insane it was she thought she could serve me when she had previously been connected to Esther and the warden. Then I realized the fury wasn't coming from me. Holy hell. Charlie was mad, and I could feel it.
Is there something wrong?
Opal asked, and she wiped at her face with a napkin.
You've elevated the temperature around us by at least 10 degrees.
Sweat formed on the faces of others in the room. I subdued my fire magic and gestured for the servants to open a window. It's my husband, I explained quickly. He's absolutely fuming. Something bad must have happened. I was really worried. Was Charlie safe? Who could even attempt to hurt him here in Elamanth, where he was a prince and had total control? I believe he was scheduled for lunch with his father, Abigail replied. The servants were gossiping about it this morning. That would explain why I wanted to pick this table up and hurtle it across the room. I didn't think the reunion with Charlie's dad would go well, but something hurtful must have been said. I felt Charlie's anger rise and fall, then explode. He briefly lost his bearings as magic was siphoned out of him. Shit, he must be fuming. Someone, probably his grandfather, as I thought he would be the only elf powerful enough to do so, had taken his magic for a moment to calm him down. I felt him come around, and magic flooded back into his body. I attempted to reach out, but he was so pissed I didn't think he heard me.
We should give him some time, Oberoi noted. This is not a problem we can fix. Charlie and his father must resolve it on their own.
Or I could just settle it with Cameron myself, I shot back.
Unlikely. Let it be.
I felt Charlie's anger dim, and resolved we'd talk about it later. This was between Charlie and his dad, and I knew better than to get involved unless the situation absolutely required it. Though if Cameron continued to hurt Charlie, I was going to lose my patience and take matters into my own hands.
We should move along,
Elry stated.
There is still much to see.
Elry took us out of the parlor room and down the hall to another set of double doors. This area is known as the Ladies' Court. This tower is strictly reserved for the women of the palace. Only females are permitted in this area, and it is an area that is under your control entirely. Not even the emperor or the princes are allowed to enter. A pair of servants opened the double doors, and we roamed inside. I was delighted to see a beautiful area that was full of elvish women. There was a lovely round pool beneath a waterfall that fell from one of the palace roofs. Around the pool were lounge chairs, and there was a bubbling tub that had been built to resemble a hot spring. Palm trees provided shade, and a female band played relaxing music in the background. There were massage tables, and people were getting manicures near a drink station which served mocktails that changed color. A mini workout station stood on a platform above the pool, where elvish women lifted weights and practiced sparring. Awesome. No men around. Callie gave a broad smile. Might as well call it paradise. Clearly, she wanted somewhere to hide from Marcus. I was ready to get in the pool immediately, but Elri led me on. There are other bedrooms here if you wish to take some time to yourself. It's not like I'm going to need it. I couldn't imagine a situation where I'd need a bedroom separate from Charlie's. It wasn't like we'd ever sleep apart. But maybe I could use this place for a girls' night. Perhaps you will, one day, Elri replied. All your clothes and treasures will be stored here as well. Treasures? I didn't know what she meant. Until I did. Elri led us to an absolutely enormous walk-in closet, the size of a small house. And when I ventured inside, I nearly died of happiness. Clothes and dresses lined the walls on hangers at my level, and designer bags were lined on top of dressers according to color. And ancestors' shoes, glorious shoes, spanned the entire length of the closet in small cubbies that were easily accessible for me to reach. There were literally hundreds of them. I could wear a different outfit every day for a year and still not go through everything in the closet. I swear, a tear slipped out of my eye. We wanted to make sure the princess was well dressed, as we heard from your friends that you enjoy fashion, Elri said, with a coy glimmer in her eye. I hope that you'll come to cherish every piece. There's so much pink, I squealed. I hugged the ball gown closest to me and buried my face in the puffy tulle skirt. I loved Charlie, but it would have been worth marrying him for the closet alone. There was a dressing room area, where couches circled around mirrors. There I could try things on. There was a ramp I could use to venture up onto the raised dais, so I could look at outfits in front of the mirrors. The entirety of the ladies' court had been built to be accessible to me in mind, and I could get anywhere and do anything without having to ask for much help. I was absolutely touched by how generous the elves could be. I wanted to start playing dress-up immediately, before Elri hurried us along. The back of the closet is my personal favorite. Ancestors. There was more? How could there be more? Elri took us to a door and indicated that I should open it. I did so, and almost passed out. Gorgeous necklaces, earrings, and bracelets lay on velvet pillows underneath white spotlights. Priceless gems and jewels were everywhere, ready for me to wear. There was a literal pool of fucking diamonds in the middle of the room. I absolutely couldn't believe it. Are those real or illusions? Real as can be, Elri stated. Everything in this room is certified and genuine. I was completely blown away by the abundance the elves had. You can't give me all these diamonds, I insisted. They belong in the royal treasury, to all the members of the monarchy. Oh, this is nothing, Elri said with a casual wave of her hand. Trust me when I say the Emperor has more than enough to spare. How'd you get it all out of Forevermore before the warden took it over? Callie asked. We didn't store most of our treasures in Forevermore. The monarchy was careful to hide our true wealth in secret magical stores all over the world, just in case our city was discovered, Elri replied. Of course, we did lose quite a few treasures from the siege of Forevermore, but let me assure you that what we have here in Elan is more than enough for everyone. She could say that again. Finally, I was living my best Ava-Marie life as I was meant to experience it. I was born for absolute luxury. I wasn't sure what to bathe in first, the pool or the diamonds. Looking around at everything the elves had, I was confused. The elves have so much wealth and so many resources. Why didn't they use them to win the last great supernatural war? I questioned. Money is a wonderful resource to have in a time of suffering. But diamonds don't win wars, Princess. People do, Elri responded. We had 3 very powerful magical societies fighting us from all sides. The Fae were as wealthy as we were back in that time, and the angels and vampires had their own stores of riches. Our allies, the Elementi and the witches, weren't as well equipped, and we had to share what we had with them to bolster their forces as well as our own. We can throw all the wealth we desire at obtaining weaponry, but we were vastly outnumbered. And back then, most of the supernatural world had the goal of exterminating us, simply because we were so powerful. But you had everything at your disposal, magic and otherwise, I stated. I wasn't trying to argue, but understand. If I was to be the princess of these people, I needed to comprehend how the elves had failed, so we wouldn't make the same mistake again. A beetle is far stronger and more powerful than an ant. But if 1,000 ants swarm one beetle with the singular goal of destroying it, the beetle will die, Elri responded. Our enemies were wise, because they came together to capture our most powerful warriors, and either imprisoned or killed them all before the war truly began. It left most of us defenseless. Our money was all but useless by the time we had to go underground and hide within forevermore. Hopefully we can utilize it better this time. Are you sure there's enough to go around? Callie asked. The elves are so generous. I can't help but wonder if it's going to run out. The elves have a different way of thinking. We believe abundance is infinite, that there's always more than enough for everyone, and always more to be had, Elri replied. Yes, we did earn most of our wealth through crime, but we also elevated our society through trade and magical goods long before the first great supernatural war. Our people have been around since the dawn of time, and we've used that advantage to compile everything we've ever wanted. We offered to give away some of that wealth to the other races in times of need. But even as we did so, that caused many to resent us. No wonder people wanted to wipe the elves out, I said quietly. The jealousy alone from the other magical races, witnessing the elves living in such prosperity, would inspire hatred. Indeed, many of the other races, most prominently the angels, didn't believe everyone could have what they needed. They thought that the elves hoarded everything for ourselves, so they attempted to take what we had, Elri said heavily. But such conversations shouldn't be had on a day like today. You have some time before the next item on your schedule, Princess. Feel free to use this area how you wish. Abso-freaking-lutely. I spent the rest of the morning and a good portion of the afternoon basking in paradise. I put on one of the adorable bikinis I had in the closet and went to go swimming. It was much easier to get in the pool, due to the lift they had for wheelchair users. The Institute never had one, which meant someone always had to carry me in. The elves had thought of everything to accommodate me. I used my Toaqua powers to swim around by myself for a while Opal splashed with Marina in a shallow area of the pool. Her child had the cutest turquoise mermaid tail, and she could already swim well. Oberoi busied herself with getting a massage, nickering as the therapist kneaded her back, while 2 Coigny girls braided her fire mane and tail. Abigail and I had made small talk while we swam in the pool, mostly about the city. She'd brought me a couple of drinks, and had offered to reapply my makeup once I got out of the water. Having a lady in waiting felt like having a paid best friend, and I wasn't sure if I liked it much. It felt fake. While Abigail was chatting with Opal, I took my chance to get away from her so I could approach Callie, who hadn't said a thing since Elri had left us to our own devices. Callie lounged on a reclining chair by the pool and soaked up the sun. I paddled up to her and rested my arms on the edge of the pool. Hey, why don't you come in? It's a beautiful day. I will in a minute, Callie said. I'm just distracted. How come? I rested my chin on my hands. I know this is a lot to take in, but we should enjoy it while we can. Callie gave a sigh. Honestly, I'm still thinking about the doll maker. The hated name soured a beautiful day like today. The doll maker was a mass murderer who'd killed multiple young women in Malovia. Charlie and Callie had done some investigating before we left the Institute, and they'd discovered the doll maker was actually Callie's ex, Valen. He'd compelled her after she'd broken up with him to assassinate her brother. And although the attempt to take Chasm's life had failed, it had gotten her sent to the Institute. The police were looking for him, but at the moment, Valen hadn't been caught. "You upset he's still on the run?" I asked. "Yes, but there's more to it. I'm wondering how he was able to compel me to kill my brother and not have me remember it. That's some strong magic," Callie said. "Wouldn't a fae be capable of pulling something like that off?" I asked. "Fae magic can compel people, but it's very hard to do and the magic requires a lot of effort. It's usually only something sorceresses can pull off, not shifters. Valen's good in battle, but his magic wasn't that powerful. I don't think he was strong enough to compel me on his own, especially not since I'm a demigod," Callie said. "You think he had help?" "He must have. Either he had someone cast a compelling spell on me, or he had some sort of object that did it for him. I'm thinking it must have been the second option, because if he kept the item in his possession, he could have used it during other murders to keep his victims from fighting back or escaping," Callie said. "If it was an item, I bet a vampire created it. They're basically masters of compulsion magic. Valen either convinced one to give the item or stole it," I said. "Or he's working for a powerful vampire, one who's willing to give Valen materials as long as he kills people this bigwig wants out of the picture," Callie noted darkly. "Gods, I hope the Union catches this bastard soon. I'd give anything to go through his tools of terror and see what he's got." "They're too busy looking for us," I scowled. "Yeah, and I can't exactly leave here to search for him while we're still looking for the keys. I know those have to come first, but I still wish that sick bastard was behind bars." "He will be, Callie. He can't run forever." "I know." She sat up and braided her hair back. "If only I could be out there right now, hunting him down." "I know you feel responsible for what he did, but you're not to blame for his crimes," I insisted. "He started killing people because I rejected him," Callie said. "If I had just said yes, if you had agreed to be with him, you would have been miserable, and he would have made your life a living hell. Not to mention, it probably wouldn't have stopped him from killing anyway. He would have done it regardless, because he's wired that way to get a thrill out of hurting others," I pointed out. "You could have done nothing, Callie. Let's get the keys first, then we'll kill him, and you can put it behind you." "Right." Callie gave a slow, thoughtful nod. "Put it behind me." We munched on a charcuterie board for lunch, then sunbathed until Ellery told us it was time for my next appointment. I decided I was already bored of my outfit from that morning and decided to choose another one, although Ellery told me to be dressed for some exercise. I chose the cutest two-piece tracksuit and was feeling absolutely extravagant as Ellery led us to another area of the palace, a massive room that was open to the sky and the size of a football field. The walls were made of stone, and the floor underneath us was some sort of bouncy, cushiony material that would be supportive if someone fell. "This is the palace's training area," Ellery informed us. "It is where you'll be practicing your abilities. You don't have to worry about holding your powers back, as it has been magically reinforced for demigods." Callie looked around. "We could practically blow this place up with our magic and it would still be standing. We don't have to worry about experimenting with spells that are too powerful." "Precisely," Ellery said, and she inclined her head. "I will leave you to it. Your companions and the demigod guardians will arrive shortly." Charlie was already there, leaning against a wall and waiting for the rest of us. He'd slipped out of his suit and changed into a t-shirt and workout pants. His expression was pretty flat, which I never knew whether to take as a good sign or a bad one. I felt his bitter emotions flood our bond, though, and they were pretty wounded. Something had happened. "Hey, babe," I said lightly, trying to cheer him up. "How'd this morning go?" Charlie frowned. "I met up with my dad and his wife." Oof. I didn't know Cameron had remarried. No wonder the conversation hadn't gone well. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, as long as he stays away from me." "Not well at all." "Do you want to talk about it?" "What's to talk about? He's moved on. Why bother being upset about something that happened years ago anyway?" He shut off his half of our bond, so I couldn't feel his emotions anymore. Charlie was obviously hurt, and I wouldn't make him talk if he didn't want to. I knew he'd come to me eventually, so I steered the conversation in another direction. "Did you see your grandfather?" Charlie brightened considerably. "Yeah, it was great. He taught me how to portal through mirrors." "That's awesome." At least the day hadn't been a complete disaster for him. Marcus ambled in shortly after we did. He hung out with Rishi at a distance and didn't make eye contact with any of us. He didn't say anything, not even a hello, which told me something was bothering him. Professors Amber and Wyckoff entered the room. This time, Amber was followed by her orangutan familiar, who was carrying a harp. "I hope you're up for a workout," Wyckoff announced. "Today we'll be doing some hardcore training." Right. Couldn't just laze around all day. I was here to do a job, to protect the people of Elan, and it was time to work. Abigail gave me a nod. "I'll leave you to it, Princess. If you need me, I'll be nearby." She exited the room, and Eldon went to stand guard outside the door. I suppose if Abigail was going to spy on me, she'd stay to watch my magical performance. But not excusing herself looks suspicious, too. I put Abigail out of my mind. I needed to focus on my training, not her. "Danny's late," Charlie commented snidely. "Does he think we have all day to wait around?" Wyckoff checked her watch. She shook her head, gave a sigh, and stated, "We might as well begin without him. Who knows when he's going to show up?"
We're going to start with a meditation to delight the senses and invigorate the mind, Professor Amber cooed. This way, your body will be delightfully prepared for the intense experience you are about to endure all over your form.
"Is she talking about meditating or having an orgasm?" Oberoi asked. We didn't know, but Amber gestured for us to sit. Everyone but me took a seat on the ground, and the orangutan began strumming the harp.
Close your eyes, Amber hummed. Let yourself float away on the waves of delectable delight. Feel the tremors electrifying through your skin as tingles run on energy currents from your soul into your earthly form. Transcend the limits of time and space and become an endless being, one that expands outward in order to encompass all the universe, indulging yourself in sensual pleasure.
I don't know what she's talking about, Charlie whispered telepathically. I don't either, but just go with it. My dad had told me Professor Amber was a little weird, but he never explained how much. This was supposed to be an experience, right? Might as well play along. Oberoi was getting into it.
I am life. I am death. I am the ending and the beginning. I am one with the earth and sky.
I attempted to relax, but it was hard when I was connected to Charlie's mind. He kept thinking that this was pointless, that meditating was a waste of time and we needed to get to work on practicing so we could be strong enough to beat the warden. I cut that connection off. I knew he was impatient, but I needed to ground myself before we began. I listened to the sound of Professor Amber's voice and soothed myself to the music of the harp until I felt a faint buzzing throughout my torso. When I had a clear head, I could feel my fire, water, and spirit magic resonating inside of me, and I had a stronger connection to it. Ideas of what I could do with my magic came to me, and how I could utilize them in battle. I was glad we'd started the session with meditation, because it enabled me to center in on the moment so I could think straight.
Do you feel the vibrations? Amber prodded. Can you sense the titillating, intimate caresses of time and space?
The meditation was brought to a screeching halt when one of the doors to the training area slammed against the wall. My eyes shot open and I jumped in my chair. Callie gave a gasp and Marcus fell over beside me. Danny strutted into the room like a cocky rooster, did a spin on his heels, then flicked his hair out of his eyes. "I'm here, everyone. No need to get alarmed." "Danny, you're late again," Professor Wyckoff said patiently. "I would have been on time, but the ladies needed me," Danny replied. "So are we working today or what?" Danny made a show of tossing off his jacket and doing a couple of arm stretches that were obviously meant to display his muscles. He was dressed in a tight shirt and pants, a hilt holding a short, small blade against his calf. "I suppose the meditation is over," Wyckoff noted. "Everyone rise, please." The others got to their feet, and I said, "The ceiling's open to the sun. Why aren't you frying your ass off right now?" "The palace has a ward around it so vampires don't burn," Danny said. "I can frolic in the sunshine as much as I please here." Charlie scowled. "We need to move on. What's next?" "We'll begin with sparring," Wyckoff said. "The 4 of you will be going up against Danny. He'll be defending himself alone." "The 4 of us against him? He's not going to be able to keep up," Callie said skeptically. Danny gave a small laugh. "We'll see, sweetheart. Unless you're too afraid to challenge me, even as a group." "We're not afraid. We just know you're going to get torn to pieces once we're done," Charlie rebutted. "Please," Danny scoffed. "You have no idea what I can do." I expected this exercise to last all of 5 minutes. "Whatever you say." Obereye knelt before me, and I slid out of my wheelchair and onto her back. The illusion saddle pad appeared as I got on, and Charlie fastened the straps for my legs before we faced off against Danny. Amber and Wyckoff moved out of the way. Once they were standing at the wall, Wyckoff said, "I would like you all to treat this as an actual fight. Don't hold back. We have healers to help you recover should you get injured, but we cannot afford for any of you to go easy on each other when we have so much at stake. Begin." The 4 of us flung magic at Danny at once. I threw out a combination of fire and water, Charlie blasted air magic, and Callie and Marcus tossed battle orbs. Danny used his super speed to sprint out of the way, and all of our hits missed. Callie transformed into a wolf so she could keep up with him. She ran after Danny and opened her jaws wide to catch him. He rolled out of the way of her snapping fangs and tripped her up. She went tumbling to the ground, and as he did so, he reached out. Danny grabbed Callie around the waist, spun her around, and tossed her across the arena with his super strength. She smashed into the wall, and a bit of concrete crumbled off the side. She groaned as she hit the floor, struggling to get up. "Callie!" Marcus shouted. He created a battle orb, and Rishi jumped into it, zooming around the room. Rishi went after Danny, but Danny grabbed the battle orb that Rishi was in and smashed it with his hands. Rishi yowled as pieces of magic shattered like glass, and he went skittering to the other side of the arena to hide. Danny ran toward Callie again. I wasn't sure why he was making her his target, as she was already down for the count. But Marcus didn't stop to think. He slid to a stop in front of her, putting himself between her and Danny. Marcus flung his arm out, and I watched as a silvery specter began hovering outside of Danny's body. Marcus was attempting to rip out Danny's soul as a gut reaction to protect Callie. Danny leveled Marcus with a heavy stare. Once Danny's eyes fixed on Marcus, he gave a cry of agony and dropped to the floor, landing heavily on his right arm. Danny had practically turned him into a limp rag doll. Don't try to rip my soul out of my body, pal, Danny warned. You ain't gonna like it. I wasn't sure what kind of power he'd used, but Danny's magic had completely incapacitated my friend. Marcus rolled on the floor, wincing in pain. Danny had taken down 2 of our teammates in seconds. We were underestimating him. Obereye cantered around Danny in a circle, while I observed him as we went around. Charlie waited, looking for the right opportunity to strike. This guy was too good. There was something off about him. We needed to figure out what that was before we tried to take him down. I blasted off different types of magic in succession. First a fireball, then a stream of water, then orbs of spirit magic, to see how he'd react to them and how he countered each one. He didn't react how I expected. Instead of dodging the magic, he ran toward me and slid underneath the shots I was firing. He pulled a dagger from the hilt that was attached to his calf and slashed it upward. The cloth cinch holding the saddle pad in place was sliced clean through. With nothing to hold me on, I toppled off into the ground. Obereye nickered in surprise as I crashed downward, and Danny sprinted to the opposite side of the arena. I tried to push myself up, but I found that my hands were stuck to the floor, and I couldn't move any part of my body. I realized that when Danny had cut the cinch, he'd also nicked my knee, and a tiny cut was oozing blood there. I glanced up and saw Danny focusing his gaze on me. He was using my blood to compel me. I couldn't fight back. "Obereye!" I called. "I can't move either," Obereye nickered, and she let out a huff. Danny had cut her too, and although the injury was barely visible, the few droplets of blood that dripped out of the cut on her belly were enough to enable Danny control of our bodies. When Charlie realized that Obereye and I were down for the count, and that he was on his own, he went ballistic. Charlie siphoned Danny's vampire strength and speed. He hurtled at him, raising a fist to drive it into Danny's face. It seemed like Charlie wasn't able to take all of Danny's magic, because Danny kept his abilities. Charlie did what he knew how to do best, and began throwing punches that became blurs due to the high speed. I heard Danny laughing, like he thought this was a fun game as he flung back hits of his own. Charlie realized this wasn't going anywhere. He used his Elven illusion magic to conjure a sword, and he swung it at Danny's head. I was pretty sure the Elven healers couldn't sew Danny's head back on should Charlie knock it off, but Wyckoff and Amber didn't stop him. Danny ducked and allowed Charlie to swing at him carelessly time and again, before eventually, Charlie lost his footing and stumbled. Danny took the opportunity to twist Charlie's wrist, and Charlie loosened his grip on the sword. Danny ripped Charlie's weapon out of his hand and kicked his legs out from under him. Charlie fell backward, and Danny pointed the blade at his throat. "Surrender," Danny said. "You're done." Charlie sneered, and Danny took a few steps back. I felt the compulsion magic holding me and Obereye break. The unicorn knelt to the floor, and I pulled myself back onto her. My group hobbled our way to the center of the arena, where Danny tossed the blade to the floor. "Are you sure these guys are demigods? They don't seem like they're at the top of their game," Danny said, gesturing to us. "That wasn't fair," Charlie spat as he caught his breath. "What's his demigod power? It gave him an edge." "I had an edge, sure, but you still should have been able to overpower me. You guys are untrained as a team," Danny said. "If you noticed, most of the maneuvers I did were to avoid you, not to fight back. I only went on the offense when I saw an opening, and you guys left yourselves defenseless. I didn't have to kick your ass or be the strongest guy in the room. I just had to outsmart you. You guys fight well as individuals, but not together. We're not gonna last if we can't battle as a unit." "I agree," Professor Wyckoff added. "The 4 of you should be helping to protect each other so there are no openings. Instead, each of you went on the most aggressive offense possible, instead of taking turns to attack while the others held the enemy off." Talk about our greatest weakness. Danny was right. Esther and her demigod goons had been able to beat us the other day because they worked together and we hadn't. He'd pointed out our biggest flaw. Can you see people's weaknesses like Esther? I asked Danny. Nah, Danny said. I'm kind of the opposite. I see people's deepest desires, what they want the most. That's my demigod power. That doesn't mean anything, Callie said. You being able to see what we desire shouldn't have given you that much of an advantage. Sure it does. It was easy, Danny replied. Once I knew what you all wanted, it was simple to manipulate. Marcus wanted to protect Callie. I had to disarm her first so he'd be too distracted trying to save her and would be unable to defend himself. Ava wanted to figure me out, and her trying to guess what my demigod power was threw her off, leaving her vulnerable. And Charlie was focused on beating me up, not winning the match. So I took advantage of his anger and used it against him. I knew he'd fuck up and get sloppy. I just had to wait for when. With that kind of demigod ability, you can do anything, Marcus said. His tone held a shiver of fear. Oh, it's not perfect, Danny argued. I can see people's deepest desires, yes, but it's still hard for me to utilize. I can't tell when someone is lying, to me or themselves. And if someone has two opposing desires that are equal in want, I'm not always sure which one to manipulate. It's not a sure thing, and sometimes I get it wrong. And sometimes I have to ask people what their deepest desire is before I can manipulate it, because I can't always see it. Wards and magical protections can trick me and get in the way. Marcus can protect our minds. It shouldn't have worked, I argued. Well, I can't protect you from everybody, especially if I don't know what I'm protecting you against. I've protected us from seers, witches who can mind read or predict our intentions. But some mind manipulators like Alistair can get through, Marcus panted. Looks like this guy is one of them. Danny chuckled. What do you truly desire, Marcus? You don't need to tell me. I can guess. Marcus flushed and turned his back on Danny, mumbling something under his breath. That's an unusual power to have, I stated carefully. Demigod powers were influenced by personality. Danny's demigod power indicated that for all his bravado, he was a huge people pleaser. Danny let out a huff. Yeah, well, as a kid it was a lot safer for me to cater to what other people wanted. Having a super sensitive alarm system about my parents' feelings kept my ass out of some shitty situations. It got rather quiet, and no one dared to ask him to clarify. I changed the topic, because I could sense this wasn't something Danny wanted to talk about. What kind of magic did you use on Marcus? Yeah, I want to know. It dropped me to the floor, Marcus said, giving a grimace as he rubbed the arm that he fell on. Blood distortion. It's when a vampire takes control of a person's blood and uses it against them. Sometimes a vampire can use blood distortion to make people their puppet. In some cases, a vampire can use it to disable a victim and make them feel pain, as I did with Marcus, Danny stated. I don't need to make him bleed to do it. I can manipulate what's in his body from a distance. That's similar to what a Tuakwa can do with water in the blood, I stated, impressed. I could use water magic to move limbs, but was otherwise limited. Yeah, but I'm kind of shit at it, and I can only use it every now and then. Not to mention, it doesn't last. I had to pull it back quick with Marcus, if you couldn't tell, Danny said. But it's useful in a pinch. Maybe one day I'll be strong enough to use it properly. But for the moment, I still get too drained to harness it well. It's hard magic. Most vampires can't use it. For Danny to admit that he couldn't do something told me how difficult blood distortion really was. Still, he was a tough demigod. I respected what he could do. Let's try working together as a team, Wyckoff suggested. We practiced for the rest of the afternoon. We sparred a little, though it was nothing as brutal as the first time around. Wyckoff and Amber instructed the four of us to fight Danny again. But this time, she had us alternate who was on the defense and who was attacking, giving us instruction as we sparred. It definitely made a difference, and I saw we were more effective. If we had worked together like this when Esther had found us in the woods, maybe we would have been able to chase her cronies off. Danny kept trying to help, but he could be a little too honest, and his pointers pissed Charlie off more than they provided any kind of advice. By dinner, I was worn out and starving. Wyckoff and Amber dismissed us, and Danny dipped out the moment we were let go. "Ancestors, that guy's a prick," Charlie complained as we left the arena. "I didn't hit him hard enough because if I did, he would have shut up. He was babbling the whole time." Danny pointed out all our weak spots. We learned a lot from him today. He can teach us what we need to know, I said. "He's so full of himself. I've never met a guy more in love with a mirror," Charlie mumbled. I mean, he's kind of a jackass, but I really do think he wants to help. Being arrogant doesn't make him evil. And I wasn't so sure Danny's attitude wasn't all an act either. Charlie was a quiet guy, so it wasn't any surprise his and Danny's personalities clashed. But they'd have to figure out a way to work together, because we were on the same team. Marcus and Callie followed us as we were led to another beautiful balcony overlooking the palace gardens. A long table had been set up, and food had been placed out for us. Dinner was served. Spinach artichoke pasta, with glazed salmon on the side, and lemon lavender sponge cake for dessert. All of our friends were here, chatting as they ate. I noticed Abigail was sitting beside Eddie. I acknowledged her with a nod, and she nodded back, although neither of us said anything more. "Did you enjoy your first day in Elan?" Eddie asked as he took another slice of cake. "I loved it. What's next on the agenda?" I asked. "All that's left is a lesson after dinner. Since you are monarchs, you and Charlie will have to learn Elvish," Eddie stated. Charlie gave a short sigh. "I feel behind. I don't even know Hawkeye, and now I have to learn Elvish, too." "I can teach you Hawkeye, and we'll learn Elvish together," I told him. "Easy for you to say. You already know 4 languages." Charlie frowned. "It'll be 5 soon. I've been teaching her Italian," Ivy said. Very unhelpfully, I might add. Charlie's frown got deeper, and he poked at the food on his plate. He was getting so down on himself, and I didn't like it. "You learned Braille. You can learn this too," I replied. "I'm not fluent in it yet," Charlie argued. "I've been learning it for less than a year. I'm barely literate at Braille." "I believe in you. I know you can do this." Ivy kept ducking their gaze. Every time a servant walked by, they hunched over and hid behind Chansey, avoiding attention. I took an olive from my plate and threw it at them. It bounced against their head and they yelped, "Hey, what was that for?" "Why are you acting weird?" I laughed. "I'm trying to keep a low profile around here," Ivy whispered, glancing from side to side. "Why? There's nothing to worry about. The warden can't find us here," I said. "It ain't the warden I'm worried about," Ivy replied. "It's people figuring out who I am. I'm in enemy territory." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "I'm a Bianchi. My family and Charlie's family have been going at it for centuries," Ivy said worryingly. "We're sworn enemies. My dad thought he'd gotten rid of the Elvish mob after the Great Supernatural War. But now he knows they're back, so some sort of gang war is bound to start up again." "I didn't know the Bianchi family and the Walken family were rival gangs," Charlie said. "Excuse me, but your family name isn't Walken, sire," Eddie piped up. "The Elvish royal family has a different title." "Then why does it say that on my birth certificate? Why's my dad called that?" Charlie questioned. Eddie cleared his throat. "Your father chose a different name once he fled forevermore and hid himself in Kimpago, before he met your mother, in order to keep his identity hidden." "Great. Now my name isn't even real," Charlie growled. "It is real. It's ours," I insisted, and I touched his hand lightly. "That's what makes it so special." "Apony Walken was your grandmother's name on your father's side, She was the air elemental married to Emperor Cassiel, so it does have some meaning to you, Eddie explained. In Hawkeye culture, it's traditional for the family to take on the mother's name. So it's actually accurate that your father took on the walk-in name when he moved to Kinpago, as he was reclaiming his heritage.
Charlie relaxed, but his expression was still stony.
Okay, so what's the family's royal title? Your grandfather's full name is His Imperial Highness Cassiel Majestica Emperor of Elan, and your royal title properly would be Prince Charles Majestica, Grand Duke of Elan, Eddie said helpfully. Why don't I get to choose? Charlie asked. Well, you do, Eddie said. But your royal title is always going to be different from your legal name. Monarchs have many monikers that they go by and always have been. It's your decision on how you want to be introduced in what situation, though you'll come to find some names are more helpful than others in certain circumstances. It's not the same thing, sire. Names are power, and you want to utilize them as tools to get people to do what you want.
I'd say, if you wanted to walk into a room and make sure people knew you were powerful, being introduced with a long, formal title was better than some average name. Though I could sense through our bond Charlie didn't see it that way.
Isn't it so wonderful to have so many titles? Eddie gushed. If you get tired of one name, you can just pick another. I only get to choose between Eddie and Edward, and I am very jealous. Charlie Walken is just fine, my husband grumbled.
Yeah, and the Majestica family ain't nothing to mess with, Ivy emphasized. You want to talk about bodies piling up on the streets? Take a look back at some of the showdowns between the Bianchi mob and the Majestica family during the 1920s. The two sides hated each other. And if your grandpa decides that he doesn't want a Bianchi running around his palace, I'm dead meat.
That rivalry was over 100 years ago. I get that vampires and elves are immortal, but not even they can hold on to bad blood for that long, I argued.
Precious, you and your man have no idea what you've gotten yourselves into. These elves like to play royal, but they ain't no saints, Ivy replied. Both of you need a rundown on how mob families work.
So, tell us. I leaned forward.
First things first. You got the head of the family, which is the boss. In organized crime, there's a hierarchy. All major decisions are made by the boss, and power trickles down to other people within the family that are beneath him, such as underbosses, Ivy explained. The wives of the family have their part to play too, standing by their men no matter what goes down, prison, death, or otherwise. You can't refuse an order given by the boss, or one of the underbosses, because otherwise, you're kaput. The dirty work is done by all the thugs at the bottom, but acceptance into the family isn't freely given. You gotta earn your place, and swear to be loyal to the family above all, even over the gods and your loved ones, because the mob comes first, and you can't ever get out once you're in. If you try, you're sleeping with the fishes.
Then why are you still here? Callie asked. You left your dad's gang.
I got tossed out on the street because my dad's the boss, and as much as he hates me, he didn't want to kill me, Ivy explained. The only reason I'm still alive is because I'm my dad's only child. He thought throwing me out would make me reconsider my life choices and make me subscribe to living his way, since I'm bound to inherit the head position once my old man finally corks off, if he ever does.
Ivy sank down in their chair.
Which is why, if your grandfather wanted to get a big hit on the Bianchi mob, all he'd have to do was make sure I was taken care of.
My grandpa isn't going to hurt you, Charlie assured him. You're safe here in Elamanth.
Ivy made a skeptical noise.
Sure, boss.
After dinner, we had a short lesson in Elvish before Eddie told us we were free for the rest of the evening, and it was a good idea we get some rest. One of the rooms in Charlie's suite had been converted into a mini greenhouse for Spriggs. The little guy was enjoying jumping from leaf to leaf, sunbathing underneath the heat lamp. He gave us a squee as we went by, and I waved back. Oberai wanted to fly around the city and stretch her wings. I watched the phoenix go as she leapt off the balcony
soaring over the palace towers as her white feathers contrasted against the sunset sky. Charlie leaned against the balcony, and I smiled as I observed the wind brush back his hair. "How do you feel about being a prince?" I asked. Charlie shrugged. "I'm torn. Some of this is great. I get to be part of a big family, one that has a noble cause and all this history." His shoulders slumped. Then, at the same time, it's also a lot to take in. Sometimes too much. "It'll get easier. It's only the first day," I promised. "I don't know if it will. My grandpa makes it sound like there's a lot of responsibility. If I had grown up with this, it might have been easier, but I've been thrown into it." The setting sun cast rays across his darkened expression as he added, "I don't like my dad, but when I see things from his perspective, I can understand why he ran away. Even though I would never leave because I do want this. It almost scares me, how easily I'm willing to do bad things for the family. My dad wasn't comfortable with it, because he grew up in Forevermore and never had to be that bad person in order to survive. I have. If my grandpa were to ask me to do something morally reprehensible for the family, I'd do it, because I've already done bad things and I wouldn't flinch. I don't know if that makes me a bad person, and honestly, I don't really care if it does." "It's okay to be conflicted." I took his hand. "Maybe you'll become sure of yourself once you spend more time here." "Maybe." Charlie turned toward me and took both of my hands. "Let's forget about it. I have a present for you." "A present? Where'd you find time to get me a gift during your busy day?" "You'll see." Charlie led me back to our bedroom, and in front of a large floor-length mirror. He pressed his hand to it, and a portal began to open. "There's a panic room on the other side of this wall that only I can get into. It's meant to be a safe house for us if there's an emergency, but I had a better idea for it." I wheeled through the portal and into the room. An enormous smile spread across my face as I took in the area. In the middle of the room sat a king-sized bed with restraints attached to each of the posts, along with a bar overhead that had been drilled to the ceiling. On the wall hung all kinds of toys, whips, chains, rope, and ribbons. A dresser sat beside the bed. I went to it and began opening drawers. Vibrators, rabbits, cuffs, blindfolds, and other toys were laid out on the velvet pillows within the drawers. Everything in the room was shades of black and green, and burning black candles hovered in the air as the only light. "You turned it into a secret sex dungeon." I was absolutely delighted. It was better than Christmas morning. "I knew you'd love it." Charlie's grin was just as eager as mine. "The best part is, it's soundproof. So I can scream as loud as I want. Even louder, baby girl." Charlie surprises Ava by carrying her to their secret room and providing her with an adaptable intimacy chair, which they use to demonstrate their love. Ava is touched and becomes emotional at the fact that Charlie wants to make intimacy adaptable to her disability. They decide to name their secret room their sanctuary, as they agree the love they share together is sacred and without barriers. As the days passed in Elan, Charlie and I were kept busy with royal duties and growing our magic. We had demigod practice every single day, and it was made clear to us that harnessing our abilities to their fullest extent was our most important task. Charlie's team was looking into the vampire key, but so far, they hadn't found anything conclusive that could lead us to where the key might be. One morning, while Abigail was curling my hair, she said that my family wanted me to visit for lunch. I kissed Charlie goodbye, then left him to go practice mirror portals with his grandfather. Opal, Marina, Abigail, and I hurried off to the suite where my family was staying. Callie didn't come, since she was in a meeting with a couple of Elven diplomats about Fae relations, and I didn't want to bother her. Oberoi walked beside me with his head held high. Each day, Oberoi wore an even bigger and more ridiculous hat. Today's hat was in the shape of a large mushroom, with a bunch of little mushrooms stacked on top of it. It was wholly obnoxious, and I knew that's why he loved it. He had his own personal room now in our quarters that was solely devoted to his hat collection, and I'd never seen him so happy. A servant opened the door for me to my family's suite. The area was set up like a full-size condominium, with a kitchen, living room, and all. Mama was at the stove, working on her famous Italian. The elves were amazing chefs, but not even they could measure up to Mama's cooking. Alana was sprawled out on the couch with her tigress familiar, Zareen. She practiced water magic by making a stream of water spin in midair. Maverick tinkered with tools and mechanical gears at a desk nearby. Though the project was so jumbled, I couldn't be sure of what he was working on. Daddy sat in front of the widescreen with a black cup of coffee. He watched the latest updates on the supernatural news with a scowl. Daddy was always glued to the news stations these days. I was worried it was turning him into a different person. "Oh, good, you're all here," Mama said as she set garlic bread out on the table. "Ez should be along soon." Not a moment after she said that did my brother waltz in. Tahoma squeezed through the door behind him. The Perryton had to tilt his antlers in order to fit through the door, even though it was wide. The moment she saw him, Marina gave a squeal and went tottering toward my brother. "There's my big girl." Ez reached down and lifted Marina on his hip. She gave a happy squeal. Ez kissed Opal and added, "And there's my sweet girl." Opal blushed, and I smiled. Opal and Ez were so cute together, and Ez did such a good job of taking care of Marina. Daddy side-eyed Mama, but she didn't say anything. None of us had sat Ez down and had a private conversation about where his relationship was going with Opal. I was waiting for Mama and Daddy to bring it up, but so far they hadn't. I thought it was pretty weird, seeing as how Ez was already acting like a dad to Marina. I figured they'd tell him to slow down or something. But nobody mentioned anything. I guessed we'd have to see where it led. "This looks wonderful, Mrs. Mido," Abigail noted as she rolled up beside me, taking a napkin and putting it on her lap. "I made more than enough. Take whatever you wish," Mama responded kindly. Abigail got along well with my family, which was good for her because I would have fired her if she didn't. Alana enjoyed her company, and I trusted my sister's judgment, so I let my walls down with Abigail, just a little. Throughout lunch, we talked about what everyone was doing in Elamanth. Mama and Daddy were doing their best to hold the tribe together with the other chieftains, while Alana and Maverick were getting accustomed to the schools in Elamanth. "What about you, Ez?" I asked as I finished my plate. "I haven't seen you around much." "I'm studying healing full-time. The elves have a really intensive medical program, and I've immersed myself in it. I don't have time for much else," Ez stated. "Ava, have you stopped by to see Maddie yet?" Daddy asked, abruptly changing the topic. "She's been waiting for you." "I'm a princess. I've been busy." The excuse was flimsy. I'd been avoiding going to see my aunt because I wasn't sure what she'd tell me next about my prophecy. I knew that's what it had to be about. She wouldn't summon me for a friendly catch-up. Daddy made a face before he stood up from the table. "We have a surprise for you, Peanut." People hadn't stopped spoiling me since I'd become princess, and I found it delightful. "Ooh, what is it?" I asked eagerly. "It's waiting outside." A little while later, I found myself sitting by the side of the cobblestone street outside. The palace had a garage area to store vehicles in order to get around Elamanth. My gaze instantly jerked to the side when I saw a beautiful red sports car turn the corner. It was low to the ground, with big fat tires and an engine that roared so loud it made my heart stutter. "No way! You got me a car?" I yelped. "An adaptable car. One you can drive," Daddy clarified.
"Yeah, me, Dad, and Bren have been working on it," Maverick added eagerly. The car stopped in front of me,
and Bren got out. He was a friend of the family, married to Chieftess Vanessa. He'd owned a shop for sports cars in Kimpago. I guessed he'd transferred his business to Elamanth after the Elementi had fled California. I couldn't believe he'd put this together for me.
The look on your face is priceless, Bren noted with a chuckle. Definitely worth it.
Maverick hopped up to the car and began explaining everything.
It has sensitive electronic controls for the fitting brake and accelerator controls to the steering wheel, so you don't need to use your legs to drive. You can control everything with your hands. The accelerator is like a motorcycle's, and there's a knob on the steering wheel so you can steer with one hand while controlling the speed with the other. It also has a rotating driver's seat to help you get in and out, and a specialized space for your wheelchair.
It can also convert to regular controls, just in case you need someone else to drive, Daddy added.
I figured I'd be driving some big-ass handicap van the rest of my life and would never be able to tear up the roads again with a fast vehicle. I started blubbering. I can't believe you did this for me.
We know you love going fast, Maverick replied. It was so much fun to work on.
Can I take it for a drive? I asked eagerly.
Absolutely, Bren said. Hop in.
I want to ride, Obereye cried out. His hat came tumbling off as he jumped into the back. I was able to use the handlebars of the car to lift myself up and get into the driver's seat all on my own. My wheelchair folded up, and I found that it fit perfectly behind me. Daddy rode next to me on the passenger side, and Maverick and Bren sat in the back. Mama and the rest of them waved me off as I revved the engine. Bren explained the controls to me, teaching me how to go forward, speed up, and slow down. I didn't want to take it easy, but Bren basically made me, because he didn't want me to be too reckless. I drove the car outside of the palace walls and into the city. We took a few winding roads that overlooked the ocean, and I experimented with the speed.
I think you've got it, Bren said. Just don't get too crazy, all right? I know this car can haul some ass, but I don't want you crashing it in the first week.
I would never. This shiny new toy was my baby. I got such a hard-on for fast cars. Monica and I used to love them. Probably why we'd stolen a few and taken them out for joyrides back in the day. My husband was waiting in front of the garages when I returned, having a conversation with my mother. I rolled down the window and leaned my head out, revving the engine again and making the turbo pop.
"Charlie!"
I screamed. "I have a new car!" He laughed.
"So I've heard. Let's go for a ride, Pidge."
Daddy, Bren, and Maverick got out, and Charlie got in the passenger seat. We drove together through Elamanth, and now that Bren wasn't here to make sure I was a good girl, I was riskier. I took turns too sharp and pushed far past the speed limit. Obereye stuck his head out the window, panting as the wind blew back his fur, and Charlie let his hand fall up and down with the wind. Charlie didn't tell me to slow down, rather, only urged me to go faster. This was seriously the best. The sun was shining, and I was flying free with my husband beside me and my dog in the back. Nothing could beat this feeling. By the afternoon, I knew how to drive her like a champ. I was riding a high like never before. I'm telling you, living in Elamanth was the life. I didn't want to beat on the car too badly, so we left her to cool off in the palace garage, while Charlie and I headed back to our room to rest before our demigod lesson. I sat on the balcony, drinking pink lemonade. Obereye sunbathed beside me, soaking up the sun in his husky coat.
"Pidge?"
Charlie came onto the balcony cautiously and took a seat beside me in a lounge chair.
"Can I ask you something?"
I smirked. "If you want to eat me out later, I'd prefer it in the bathtub." He smiled, but it wasn't as bright as it typically was.
"I'll take you up on that offer, but it's something else."
He sounded serious. I felt my insides drop as he reached out to take my hands in his.
"I had an idea, but you're not going to like it."
Oberai lifted his head, appearing anxious.
What are you talking about?
Spit it out, I demanded. I didn't like being kept waiting, and this was really starting to worry me.
To beat the Warden, we've got to be the best we've ever been, and use methods we never have before, he insisted.
You know I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
You sure about that? He questioned. Because I've had the idea that we should start using pistols.
I felt sick. He just said a simple word, and I already wanted to throw up my drink. I thought about what happened when I'd used the pistol down in cell block 9, and already didn't agree with this. My hands began to shake. Charlie tightened his grip so they steadied. Guns only have one purpose, I said. It's not like magic, which can be used for good or bad. Pistols are only used to kill people.
Which we've already done, he pointed out. And we need to keep doing it because unfortunately this is a war and people die. As long as we aren't the ones 6 feet under, I don't know if it matters how we do it.
I know I've killed people, I spat, and I wrenched my hands out of his. But I don't want to see someone's head explode again.
This will be different. I think we can use simultension to fuse them with our magic. It's the same as using a wand, he explained. It's just a way to focus our powers.
I understand where you're coming from, but pulling the trigger is different than casting a spell, I stated. It's more personal.
This fight has become personal, Pidge. We can't avoid getting our hands dirty, he said. And I'll do anything to anyone if it means protecting you.
Every time I even think about using a gun, I'm back in cell block 9. I can't go back there.
I don't want to make you repeat your trauma, but pistols could help us avoid something even worse in the future. If we had these pistols back in cell block 9, or even the Infernal Underground, maybe we could have avoided everything terrible that happened to us. We didn't have to be tortured, Pidge. We can use these guns for good to protect ourselves and help people. They don't have to be used for an awful purpose.
I was unable to speak, so Oberai did for me.
Pistols are human weapons. Not the way I've conceived them, he explained. During my lesson with my grandfather, he had me practice creating a pistol. I've been studying them since, learning all the different parts and how they work. I understand them now, and how we can use them to concentrate our powers to the best of our ability.
Those late nights when he'd waited to come to bed until after I was asleep were starting to make sense. I didn't like this, but if it helped us win, I was going to have to learn to be okay with this, because if the Warden was in my place, he wouldn't think twice. Charlie noticed my hesitation and rushed to say,
We don't have to use these if you don't want to. I don't want to force you to do this. I know you have a problem with guns since...
How I feel about something doesn't matter if it can help us win, I said harshly, cutting him off. Just tell me how they work.
Charlie, Oberai warned.
The unease throughout our bond told me my familiar wasn't keen on this either. I didn't like that Oberai was as clueless about this as I was. Charlie had kept both of us in the dark. Charlie hesitated before he began to explain.
It's not like it's a real gun. It's made of illusion. It shoots magic. It just enables us to cast faster and the accuracy is more precise. It's much easier to harness our power through them. We can fire a few rounds quicker than the time it would take to conjure and throw a single battle orb with our hands.
I felt the blood drain from my face as I said, "You've already created one."
He nodded. Yes. I just wanted to see if it would work. And I tried it, it does. But it'll only work for demigods, so you don't have to worry about it being produced on a mass scale. I had Chansey and Alistair try to fire it, and it wouldn't work for them. Not just anyone can pull the trigger because it focuses your magic. The magic doesn't come from the illusion. You have to combine your powers with the illusion of the gun, and only demigods are strong enough to fuse it with the technology. Normal or even talented supernaturals can't access it, but we can.
And this is a weapon we can use to beat the Warden.
It could be. These weapons could be the edge we needed. We had lost the fight with Esther and our demigod cronies, and we couldn't lose again. If these pistols could prevent that, I had to learn to get comfortable with them. Are you sure these can help us?
We need to have something that can fire faster than our regular magic can, just in case we get outnumbered again, Charlie said gently. I get that this is tough. But what happens if we aren't fast enough at the end of the day? We might lose a friend. Or worse, we might lose each other. If you don't want to use it, that's completely fine. But I feel like I have to protect you, if nothing else, because you're the most important person in the world to me. Nothing's taking you away from me again.
If you're carrying a pistol, I should be too, I insisted. I need to be able to protect you as best I can.
We need to be careful, Oberoi objected. I'm worried this could have more consequences than we realize between us. Look, we weren't strong enough fighting Danny, Charlie said. He wiped the floor with us, and he's not half as strong as the Warden is. But I think these will give us an advantage. Are you okay with going forward with this? Because we need an edge, and this could be it.
Charlie was right. I needed to get over it and get with the program. No matter how I felt about using pistols, we were part of a crime family. I had to be willing to do whatever it took to defend that family and make things right. I was a chosen one. I didn't have the luxury of making choices like normal people did. I had to do what was right for the world, no matter how uncomfortable I felt. I'll be fine, I stated. Let's do it.
Ava, are you sure?
Oberoi asked. He knew I was lying, but I didn't think Charlie noticed. Yes, we have to at least try them out, I said. Let's go early to our demigod lesson, to experiment. Charlie seemed relieved. I caught a stray thought of his that I'd taken this idea better than he figured I would. Yeah, well, if it came down to making myself comfortable or defending Charlie's life, it'd be Charlie, every time. We left our suite and arrived in the training arena a short time later. The professors hadn't shown up yet, and neither had Danny. I waited by the door, while Charlie and Marcus got to setting up targets for today's practice. Callie strode in, carrying a wooden chest. She conjured a table, then set the chest on top of it.
What's in there?
Marcus asked curiously, as she opened the top. Pistols, Callie replied. My stomach dropped as she began distributing them to Charlie and Marcus. Charlie made them, but I perfected them with my illusion magic to work out any extra kinks. Callie hesitated as she looked at me. She knew my problems with guns and wanted to double-check if this was okay. Did Charlie talk to you about this before I made them, Ava? I didn't want to help create the pistols without you knowing about it first. I frowned. Yeah, of course. Let's get started. Charlie didn't say anything, and I bit my lip. I didn't like how he'd waited until the last minute to spring this on me, but I somewhat understood. He knew there was a risk I wouldn't take it well, and he didn't want to upset me before they were ready.
Guns? Really? Marcus asked skeptically. This is stupid. Magic's much more powerful.
These aren't your typical pistols. They shoot magic, not bullets, Callie said. She took her pistol and aimed it at a target. When it went off, I jumped in my chair. I watched as a bolt of purple illusion magic burst out of the gun and hit the target, completely obliterating it to pieces. Well, I guess it was effective. And it was just like casting a spell, except you had to pull a trigger instead of wave your hands, so I guess it wasn't that bad. Just magic with fewer steps. Basically a wand, right? Witches use those all the time. It wasn't a big deal. Charlie turned the pistol in his hand, observing it. The speculation on his face was curious. Do you think it'll help? I asked him quietly. Charlie nodded.
Marty was shot by someone carrying a gun. If I have one too, I can stop that from happening to someone else. I didn't know if that logic really worked out, but for Charlie, it was his way of justifying keeping the pistol.
We agreed that we'd have to make some tough choices in order to save the world, Oberoi reminded me gently, and he put a paw on my knee. This is one of those decisions.
I nodded. I know, Oberoi. I just wish it didn't have to be this hard. Callie fired off a few more rounds, then turned to us. They have silencers, so they shouldn't be as loud. She paused before she reached into the box and handed a pistol to me. I knew she'd added the silencers for me, but they didn't completely take away the sound of the gun as it went off. I slowly took the pistol. The weight of it in my lap reminded me too much of what I'd done in Cell Block 9. It almost sent me careening back there again. Marcus put 2 hands on the pistol and fired at a target. He screamed as it went off and nearly fell over. The magical stream that had come out of the gun hit the top of the wall, and Rishi scattered out of the way as stone came crumbling down. Marcus, come on! You need to know how to do this, Callie snapped. She stomped over to him and began teaching him, showing him the right stance and adjusting his arms so he knew how to shoot. Charlie raised the gun. Pidge, where should I aim? I indicated through our magical connection where he should fire, and the gun went off. Charlie's air magic hit the target and made it explode instantly. Charlie had practice knowing where to throw his magic, due to the 3 of us working on his general awareness through our magical bond. Oberoi and I worked as an anchor for him, so he could understand his surroundings even though he couldn't see. Every time Charlie fired the gun off, the magical stream hit its target dead on. Charlie was way too much of a natural at this. But honestly, it was kind of sexy. He was a mob boss, so it made sense for him to carry a pistol. I was turned on by the sight of him firing the gun. It was so compelling to watch him shoot, because it made me view him in a light of power. The dominating aura he emitted while he shot at targets reminded me of how in control he was in the bedroom. It was hot. Well, if I was attracted to the sight of my husband shooting a gun, I might as well give this a chance, right? Ava, do you want to try? Callie asked gently. She seemed a little worried. It was wrong to make my best friend concerned. I needed to show her I could handle this. I lifted the gun and aimed, putting my finger on the trigger to fire. Try as I might, I couldn't pull it. My hand shook, and I found my aim was unsteady. Just do it! If Charlie can, you can too. Though I attempted to force myself to pull the trigger, the movement wouldn't come. I sighed and lowered the pistol without success. This was much harder than I thought it was going to be. I still didn't understand how I really felt about this. How could I be perfectly fine with Charlie using a gun, but I still hesitated to aim? We were supposed to be one and the same, soul partners and equals. I needed to be comfortable with this if we were going to beat the warden. So why couldn't I be? I was perfectly okay with Charlie using the pistol, even attracted to the idea. The temporary fantasy of him putting the gun to my head while we fucked in the sanctuary immediately made me swoon, and I daydreamed about how pleasurable that would feel, no matter how messed up it was. The thought of me pulling the trigger, though, and using a pistol to hurt someone again? Practically impossible. I didn't understand how I could find this romantic and traumatizing at the same time. I didn't know how to feel. You don't have to right now, Callie said. She took the gun from me and put it back in the chest. She sighed as Marcus fired his pistol again and missed. Eventually, I grew somewhat desensitized to the sound of the pistols. They were going off and nobody was getting hurt, so that was okay. Maybe I was getting over it. The doors to the training room opened a little while later, and we put the pistols back inside the chest as Professors Wyckoff and Amber entered. Wyckoff glanced at the guns, but she didn't say anything before Marcus subconjured the box. She didn't seem bothered by them. It was confirmation for me that pistols were basically the same as wands to witches. Amber, though, noticeably scowled, which I'd never seen her do. She didn't approve, but didn't go to stop us either. "Danny won't be joining us today," Professor Wyckoff said. This time, Amber's orangutan was carrying a small leather drum. "Great, is he slacking off again?" Callie asked sarcastically. "I believe he is ill," Wyckoff replied. "Didn't know vampires could get sick," Charlie said. "They can, with magical afflictions and other things. We've checked on him and we think it's best to let him rest," Wyckoff said. Well, at least they double-checked that Danny was telling the truth, and not just blowing the lesson off so he could get laid somewhere. Though I had to wonder, what was so bad it could make a vampire miss practice? "It is nothing to worry over. For tonight, we descend into the past," Amber stated triumphantly. "We shall guide you into the depths of the unknown, revealing what has previously been hidden from spiritual sight." "What does that mean?" Callie asked tiredly. "Before he went missing, Professor Takahashi told us that you four believe you've been chasing after the divinity keys in your past lives, and have been hiding them throughout the centuries for your current selves to find now," Wyckoff stated. "Professor Amber and I can put you into a trance, so you can insert yourself into a past life meditation, and remember where one of you might have stored either the vampire or the astromancer key." "We should be careful with this," I said. The last time we'd put Callie into a trance so she could remember her past life as Amelie, and recall where she'd hid the merfolk key, she'd almost gotten hurt. The practice had summoned a lot of dark spirits who were looking to hurt us. "This is a safe place, and many precautions have been taken," Wyckoff assured us. "I taught meditation and inner magic at Miriam College of Witchcraft, so I am trained and experienced to guide you here. The meditation you're about to undergo is simple. Professor Amber will be leading the practice, using elemental magic to induce the meditation. It is an ancestral technique, aided by the spirits of Hawkeye who have passed on. I will be monitoring the situation. If any of you show any signs of distress, I'll pull you out of the meditation right away." I trusted Hawkeye magic more than any other kind, so I was ready to go in. Wyckoff instructed us to lie down. Callie conjured yoga mats for us, and Charlie helped me down to the floor as we sprawled out and got comfortable. The orangutan began playing the leather drum, making a steady beat. Oberoi lay between Charlie and me. He had already fallen asleep, giving loud snores, not exactly what we were supposed to be doing. Amber began uttering a low chant, singing words in Hawkeye as she cried out to the ancestors. I understood what she was saying, and allowed the words to wash over me as I closed my eyes. "Ancestors, make what is unknown clear. Ancestors, show us the guided path. Ignite the things forgotten, and bring us to the past." The beat of the drum lulled me into a state where I felt my presence was no longer attached to my mortal form, but floating outside of my body. My soul hovered forward through a tunnel, racing forward to a stream of light.
"This is what must be done, Ilari."
Red smoke filled the sky, blazing against the murky sunset. My husband and I stood at the edge of a pool, connected to a shimmering waterfall. Redwood trees grew around us. The forest was quiet, waiting for an impending doom to swallow us all whole. Both of us were dressed in the respective elder regalia of our tribes, he Coigny, and I Toaqua. A monstrous brown wyvern flew overhead, keeping watch, as to warn us if someone was coming. In my hand, I felt the cool metal of a key, and the heavy burden of what would come if I threw that key away. "So, Leal, you don't understand," I insisted harshly in Hawkeye. "This key, it can be used to cure the tribe of our problems.
The houses are already becoming divided. We can use the key to unite them again. Our ancestors have made it clear. The key must be hidden within the depths of this waterfall, so that a new Tuakwa chief may find it, and bring it to the ones who will use it for good, he insisted. This is a risk. There is already talk of separating the houses. If sides are taken and lines are drawn, our marriage is at stake, Solil. Fire and water will not be permitted to be together. We are responsible for this. We're Minai, ones who share a soul, and we are connected through one familiar. This key has been given to us because of that gift, and it is our responsibility. We have to give up our lives, if we must, to keep it hidden from our enemies. The Prophet has seen what will happen to the tribe if we don't use the key's power to bring them together. The houses will go to war, and our future elders will sacrifice our children in a trial so they can prove themselves worthy. We can't allow that to happen, I hissed. What will happen if that key isn't hidden is even worse, he insisted. Trust me, Ilari. I trusted him with my life, though I wasn't sure if he knew of the consequences this would bring. I tossed the key into the water. I watched it float down to the bottom of the pool, and along with it, the tribe's future.
The vision changed. I found myself hurtling forward through the tunnel again, then coming to a harsh stop. My hair was in a short bob, and the swish of fringe skimmed across my thighs as my flapper dress clung to my lithe form. The noise of a brass band struck up a jazzy tune as couples twirled on the speakeasy's dance floor, and a couple of vamps at the bar ordered some illegal booze. I was thirsty for blood, but that wasn't anything unusual. I always thirsted for blood. What I was looking for tonight was a connection. I skimmed the men in the room, but wasn't interested in any of them. They were the same old vampires I'd been with 1,000,000 times before. Nobody interesting or new. This town could be a real drag. What are you here for, honey? A dame like you shouldn't be drinking alone. I swished my cocktail as I turned to take in the person who'd spoken. His voice was like velvet, warm and inviting. He was a tall, handsome vampire, one with dark hair and even darker eyes. Instantly, I felt my cold skin begin to warm with desire. My body responded to his without him having to do so much as look at me. "You're a sight for sore eyes," I stated, and took a sip of my drink. "Haven't seen you around this shindig before." "Just got out of the pen myself. One of my so-called pals ratted me out to the coppers." He gave a wink. "But between delivering shipments to the speakeasy, I found time to call on sweethearts like you." I had to smirk. "Well, aren't you the cat's pajamas?" "Lawrence, ma'am," he said, and he took off his hat to nod to me. "Lucille," I purred. "And how do you know I'm interested?" Lawrence grinned as he reached out and grasped me around the waist. He pushed me up against his bar, against his body, and I nearly writhed in delight. "Come on, Pidge. What's a fella gotta do to take you out on a date?" Lawrence smirked, and shivers rippled up my skin. I didn't know who he was, because I hadn't met him before, but I didn't care. There was something between us that sparked and said this was the guy for me. It was just what I needed. "Follow me out to the back." I took his hand, and we walked through a secret door hidden behind the speakeasy's stairwell. We'd barely been alone for a few seconds in the alleyway before Lawrence gave me a rough kiss. I responded in kind, tearing at his suit jacket with my long nails and ripping it off. Lawrence undid his pants and hitched me up around his waist. He fumbled to push back my dress as he slid inside, and my head rolled back in ecstasy. He thrust into me, and I felt like the kind of connection we had could go on forever. The vision abruptly shifted. My hands were on a steering wheel, and a Model T rocked back and forth as explosions rocked the car from side to side. I pinned the pedal to the floorboard, pushing the car as fast as it would go.
Keep driving, Pidge. Lawrence held on for dear life as we sped away. Mossy Taurus had sent angels after us, and they were hot on our tail, chasing us with several cars. We'd been fleeing them for days and hadn't been able to shake them. I didn't think we'd survive this. We'd been doing this for a while now, Lawrence and I. Our specialty was smuggling things nobody else wanted to transport, and we'd spent the past few years making good money doing it. Until we stumbled upon something we shouldn't have. Something that was too strong for either of us to mess with. I just wanted to pitch it, get it away from us before it killed us both. But Lawrence insisted we had to do the right thing, because this was bigger than us. "One last job, Pidge," he told me. "We get the vampire key to Europe, we dump it in the vault at the Banque Surnaturelle de Paris, then it's easy street." Beside him in the back seat, another vampire clutched onto an ivory box. My soul jolted as I recognized him, and in a thick New York accent, the vampire said, "This ain't looking good." "Hold on, Mr. Coffrey," I yelled. "This isn't over." "Sure looks like it," the vampire responded. "We're gonna make it out of here, Frank," Lawrence cried. But I heard the fear in his voice. He knew this was the end of the line. Magic exploded ahead of us on the road. I swerved to avoid it and drove right into an oncoming battle orb. Frank jumped out of the moving vehicle with the box and managed to roll safely to the side of the road. But Lawrence and I didn't make it in time. The battle orb collided with the engine, and the car exploded. The screams of Lawrence and I mingled with the night as the flames instantly overtook the car, singeing our marble bodies to ash. My eyes shot open. I hurried to touch my skin, certain the flames were still licking up my sides. They were gone. That had happened in the past, over 100 years ago, and I was Ava-Marie now, not Lucille. I managed to sit up. Charlie blinked a few times as he came to, and he instinctively reached for my hand. I took it. The feelings that flowed to him, to me, through our bond were powerful. We both remembered details of previous lifetimes, and though we couldn't remember everything, I knew we'd loved each other back then as much as we did now. Amber gasped above me. Her orangutan familiar was slumped on the ground, taking shallow breaths. "Are you all right?" Wyckoff asked in concern, and she laid a hand on Amber's back. "I barely got through," Amber said weakly. "The ancestors nearly didn't respond to my request." She put a hand on her familiar to steady her. Undergoing the ancestral chant and calling to the ancestors for aid had completely worn Professor Amber out. What she'd done had been difficult magic. She must be a talented supernatural for her to pull this spell off, especially since she'd had to reach past the broken boundary between Earth and the spiritual realm for the ancestors to hear her. Obereye had changed into her phoenix form sometime during the meditation. She blinked her cool eyes and ruffled her feathers, seemingly puzzled. "I had multiple visions," I said, and I looked at my husband. "What about you, Charlie?" "I did too," he confirmed. "In the first one, we were Hawkeye elders. Obereye was there. We spoke Hawkeye, and though I don't know it, in the vision I understood every word. We hid the key in a waterfall outside of Kimpago, because the ancestors had told us it would be safe there." "I experienced it just like you said," I added. "Did you see the second vision, during the 1920s? "Yeah, but we didn't get to the end of that one," Charlie said darkly. "Hell no, we hadn't. We died in a flaming car wreck." "Mossy Taurus, the warden's father, he sent those men to kill us. He knew we had the vampire key. And that vampire who leapt out of the car with the key, Frank Coffrey, I remember his name," I said. "Do you think that was—" "It was definitely Chansey," Charlie confirmed. "I felt it, in my spirit. He was helping us. He must have died at some point after he took the key. That's why he's reincarnated now as an angel." "We were taking the key to some vault in Paris. Do Do you think Frank got the key to the vault before he died? Or do you think Mossy killed him first? I asked.
Either are possible, Charlie said. We can't be sure.
But we do know that in our previous life, we did our best to hide the vampire key, I insisted. I think I can recall the name of the bank. It was the Banque Supernaturelle de Paris. We need to check to see if it's still there now, and if Frank made the deposit.
I'll tell my team to look into it right away, Charlie said. At least we're making progress.
I'm glad you guys got some clues. I didn't see anything, Callie said. My mind was blank. Marcus? I asked. What did you see? He cleared his throat.
I saw...
He jumped to his feet and swallowed visibly. You know what? It's nothing. Without another explanation, Marcus ran out of the training arena. Callie's expression became deeply concerned. Wyckoff helped Amber to walk, and the orangutan familiar hobbled after. I think we've covered enough today. Well done, Charlie and Ava. Hopefully this tip about the bank vault will lead us somewhere. Are you going after Marcus? I asked Callie as she stood. Charlie helped me back into my chair. Callie paused for a second before shaking her head. No, she stated. I can't quite be sure, but I think whatever he saw has something to do with me. We still share a bond. And if I didn't see what he did, that means he's either blocking me out, or I wasn't around to witness whatever he did back then. There were no clear answers, and until Marcus fessed up, we weren't getting any. Callie walked away, and I looked to Oberai. Did you see anything, girl?
Glimpses and pieces of the past, she replied. But nothing that would help us, as far as I could tell.
Shit, I sighed. I wish this was easier. I want to find the rest of the keys and get this over with.
You two think your quest is the hard part? This is merely the final step, Oberai said. You've been chasing keys throughout the millennia, spending decades, sometimes even your whole lives, to locate and hide these keys, only for you to find them at the proper moment at this shred of time.
Were there any past lives for you to examine? Charlie asked.
From what I can piece together, I don't really have a past life, because I've never truly died. It's just one long continuation of this current life that I don't fully grasp. I kept bouncing between Earth and the spiritual lands in your various lifetimes, Oberai replied. When you were Elementi, I came here to be with you on Earth. Then, once you died and transitioned into new supernatural forms, I remained in the spiritual realm until you summoned me again as your familiar. The constant go-between from one place to another has completely altered my memory. I can hardly tell what is real and what may have been made up. It is why I cannot give you any clear answers.
Oberai paused to contemplate.
If I recall correctly, I went into a deep sleep before the two of you were born into your current lives on this earth, and I didn't awaken until it was time for Charlie to bond with me. Now we know why I was not there to defend you when you were children. I am very sorry, my beloved.
Did someone put you into this sleep? Or did you do it to yourself? I asked.
I don't remember anything about it, save for that I agreed to it. It must have been important.
Oberai shook her head.
What happened to us as kids isn't your fault, Charlie said kindly, and he stroked her feathers back. There's a bigger meaning to all of this. Though I may agree, it does not dull the sorrow.
Oberai flew onto Charlie's shoulder and began preening his hair. Charlie pushed me out of the training arena, and I gave a giggle. We had some fun when we were a couple of horny vampires, screwing within 5 minutes of meeting each other, I cracked.
In that lifetime, maybe. But we've been together forever, Charlie said. It doesn't take long for the two parts of our soul to recognize each other.
My insides softened into goo. We really have been together forever, haven't we?
Centuries even, Oberai said. We cannot be aware of the time when our soul fragmented into two.
We assumed it was at Charlie's birth, but clearly it was not. You two have loved each other throughout time.
If that didn't make me all warm and fuzzy to think about.
I've gotten to love you through multiple lifetimes, and in a million different ways, Charlie commented. It's incredible, really.
I reached over my shoulder to touch his hand. Well, no matter how long it's been, I'm still your Pidge.
I guess part of me from back then bled over into this life. Charlie gave a laugh. Thankfully, that was the only corny slang I still took with me.
You've called me a dame before.
Yeah, I have.
Charlie brought me to a stop before we got to his suite.
Do you think we should check on Marcus? He ran off after the meditation.
Probably. He was freaking out. Maybe if we talk to him, he can tell us what he saw, I said. We returned to our quarters and headed toward Marcus's room. I heard a crashing noise long before we got to the door. The sound of things being smashed and torn apart echoed through the walls. My heart dropped. Marcus? I asked. I put a hand on his suite door. My spirit tore as I took in the sight of the destroyed room. Paintings were laying all around the room with holes in them, the canvases shattered and torn in half. It was a complete mess. My voice became still. I was unable to speak as I watched Marcus stomp one of his paintings underneath his shoe and punch a fist through the canvas of another. He'd been doing nothing but painting since we'd gotten to Elan, because it seemed to be the only thing that soothed him. Now Marcus was turning his treasured works into fragments, destroying everything he'd created. "Marcus, stop!" I cried. My shout mingled with Rishi's yowls. The cat seemed to be pleading with his warlock to take a moment to think. "You're destroying your paintings."
"It doesn't matter. It's all garbage anyway," Marcus raged. "My work sucks. It's trash, just like I am." "Marcus, calm down."
Charlie hurried forward and grabbed Marcus, holding him in place. Marcus tried to fight back, but Charlie was stronger than he was, so Marcus was forced to stand there and take deep breaths in the remnants of his self-created disaster. Charlie kept his voice even.
"Marcus, why did you do this? You worked so hard."
I don't know what's wrong with me,
Marcus replied tearfully, and he shoved Charlie away.
Why don't you just give up on me, huh? Why do you bother being my friend?
Marcus, of course I'm your friend. It's okay.
Charlie wrapped Marcus in a hug, and Marcus sobbed on his shoulder. Marcus didn't understand what was going on with him, but his meltdown was apparent to me. Whatever he'd seen in the vision had triggered him, and he'd been struggling with leaving the Institute worse than the rest of us had. We all wanted out of there. Marcus didn't want to stay a prisoner, but the Institute had sunk its claws into him. He wanted to be out, but he'd become so accustomed to prison life he'd forgotten how to live outside of it. He was struggling to adjust now that we were in Elan, and that stress was making him lose his grip.
"What's going on?"
I heard Callie's voice echo from around the corner, and I froze. She walked in, and Marcus's expression went from enraged to devastated. Callie took one look at the mess around the room. Then she pinched the bridge of her nose and muttered, "For fuck's sake, Marcus." Her lack of compassion shocked me. Couldn't she see how badly he was hurting?
"Callie, don't start," Charlie warned. "He needs us."
She rolled her eyes. "He always needs us. You guys think it's disturbing because this is the first time you've seen it, but this isn't even the first time this week I've dealt with it."
"So don't," Marcus spat at her. "Leave me alone."
"Like you mean that? You'll be at my door in an hour or two with an apology, begging me to let you in," she sneered. Her words were so cruel. "Callie, why are you being this way?" I asked. I sensed Marcus wasn't the only one in pain here. "Why shouldn't I be? Marcus showed up to my room drunk off his ass last night looking for a booty call," Callie cried, flinging her hand out.
"It wasn't like that. I just wanted someone to talk to," Marcus burst.
and he staggered away from Charlie to face her. Nobody understands how I feel. And I'm here for you, but not if you're going to show up completely wasted, Callie said. I didn't know you'd been drinking, I said. It wasn't like him. Marcus shrugged. I haven't been. It was just the one time. I had a couple of drinks by myself last night and got carried away because... Marcus trailed off and didn't need to finish. Because he got lonely, and he didn't know how to deal with it or reach out for help. I've seen this movie before, Callie shouted. You call me up, looking for a friend. We talk about things, we fuck around. Then the next day you act like nothing happened. Or worse, you get pissed off and purposefully act cruel because you want to blame me that your life's fucked up. But in reality, you don't know what you want, and you don't know how to make yourself happy. It's the same old story, Marcus, and I don't want to keep playing the reruns. You can't keep shaming me for reaching out, Marcus yelled back. I'm not shaming you for opening up. I'm just tired of being your punching bag, your emotional dumping ground, and your fuck buddy who you think doesn't deserve a commitment. I refuse to keep cleaning up your shit. You're always trying to fix me and solve a problem when I don't need a solution. I just need you to understand, he begged. Asking for help isn't easy for me, so I had to get drunk to do it. And every time I ask for help, you make me feel like shit about it. I try to get vulnerable with you, and you treat me like I'm a bad person for having feelings. Oh, really? Callie put a hand on her hip. I make you feel like shit? I haven't sat there and listened to you for hours without a word when you needed a friend? I haven't held you when you needed someone to cry with? For fuck's sake, I haven't cried with you? I've done everything I can to make you feel better. Hell, I've done whatever I needed just to get you through the night, and I'm still falling short. You act like I haven't sacrificed whatever I had to in order to support you. And even with all of that, you keep telling me that it's not enough. I keep trying to pull you out of this black hole of self-loathing that you put yourself in, but you refuse to come out. What else do I need to do to prove to you that I want this, and that I'm not going to abandon you? I know you've put in the work, but this shit is hard for me, Marcus exclaimed. I know it hurts you to see me this way, and I don't want to hurt you, so I try to help myself, but that doesn't always work. You obviously don't want me bringing all my baggage to you, so I feel alone. Because you're supposed to be the one person I can talk to about this stuff. But I can't, so I haven't figured out how to deal with it yet. Oh my gods, Marcus, you're just making it worse, Callie screamed. I can't be your everything and nothing all at once. What do you want? She spun on her heel to storm out. Marcus reached out to grab her shoulder. Callie, no, I'm sick of this game. She wrenched herself out of his grasp and left the room. Charlie, Oberoi, and I hurried after her into the hall. Callie, wait, I cried out. My arms were burning trying to keep up with her. I could only spin these wheels so fast. She paused to catch her breath. I brought my chair to a halt beside her. She hunched over her knees, quivering like she was about to cry. I can't keep dealing with him, Ava, Callie said in a strained voice. He's killing me. I couldn't blame her. I felt sympathy for Marcus and for his pain. I didn't know what side to take. But I understood why Callie wanted to give up. Because watching someone you love fall apart without being able to do anything about it was basically hell. I wasn't sure what to say, but I forced myself to find the words. He's going through a hard time. The Institute left scars on all of us. He's just not sure of how to heal them. I'm so tired of him putting me on a pedestal one moment and despising me the next, Callie yelled. I'm either his savior or his devil, and I can't keep going in circles on this merry-go-round because it's making me sick. I understand that has to be terribly frustrating, I said. But maybe if you just talk to him... There's no talking! The guy's crazy. He's either sitting here proclaiming that he wants to have this big future with me, or he's screaming that I'm going to leave him and never talk to him again. There's no middle ground, she huffed. He's put you in the worst position ever, I agree. But I think there's something else going on here, I said. He acts like he doesn't need you, but I promise you, he does. I need myself. I need to be happy more than I need to keep him in my life if he's going to act like this, Callie said shortly. I've dealt with this for over 2 years, and there's still no progress when it comes to us being together. If anything, we've backtracked, and my patience is running out. I don't want to be with someone who keeps accusing me that I don't love him. Callie, my voice got weak. I'm sorry. She staggered away, holding up her hands before she turned tail. I can't handle him tonight. She walked away. I didn't have anything else to offer that might comfort her, so I watched her go. I'll talk to her, Charlie said. Maybe she needs someone to listen. Charlie rushed after Callie. I rolled my chair down the hall to return to Marcus. Ava-Marie let out a coo as she settled on the back of my chair. I found Marcus sitting on the ground, surrounded by his damaged paintings with his head in his hands. I rolled up behind him. She doesn't mean it, I whispered softly. Rishi gave a soft meow. Marcus sighed. I'm having one of those really hard days where I'm trying not to hate myself. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and laid my chin on his head. I know. We sat like that for a while, before Marcus sniffed and wiped his face with his sleeve. I think I need to talk to my mom and dad, he mumbled. Catch you later, Ava? Okay. I really hoped that's where he was actually going. His parents might be able to do more than I could. I'll make sure he gets there, Ava-Marie said, and she flew off after Marcus after he dragged himself out of the room. All I could do was observe the mess Marcus had made, wondering if we'd ever find a way to fix it. Fix him. I couldn't lose another friend, but it seemed like Marcus was determined to push all of us away. He was sick. All my healing magic wouldn't do anything to cure him. For as much as I loved Marcus, Callie, and all my friends, I couldn't save them. I couldn't save anybody. No matter how much I wanted to take their pain away, I was helpless to stop their suffering. That absolutely wrecked me. I couldn't live with it. The world couldn't go on when there were people who suffered so terribly in this way. So I dared to think that one day, maybe it wouldn't have to. I was a demigod. I had the power to change things. I swore to myself right then and there, whatever it took to make the world a better place, I'd do it. That way people like Marcus didn't have to suffer. And if there were consequences, I'd go through with them, no matter what they might be.
Chapter 5. Charlie. I didn't know what kind of magic Professor Amber had performed, but it had far exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect the magic to be so powerful, or for the visions to be so vivid. Finally, we had information on the vampire key. While my team worked on gathering intel, Ava and I paid a visit to Maddie that week. Ava said she wanted to visit her aunt, but I could feel her unease through our bond. It felt more like an obligation than anything, but at the same time, I could tell that Ava really missed her. We drove into the city in Ava's new car. The ride was smooth, and the bucket leather seat gripped my body as I sank into it. I could definitely get used to it. Ava slowed the car.
Oh, wow. This apartment complex must be 20 stories. Daddy says she's staying in the penthouse.
I hurried around to the driver's side door to help Ava out. She waited for me to open the door, and I got her wheelchair out for her, guiding her in.
I can do it myself, you know, she purred.
Yes, but you want me to pamper you, I replied. I felt her satisfaction, which stirred our bond. She playfully nudged me. I can get back in the car and turn us around. We can visit our sanctuary later. I nipped playfully at her ear, and she giggled.
You two know I just had my breakfast. It's too early for all this foreplay.
Oberoi jumped out of the back seat and followed behind us in husky form. "Take good care of her," Ava said to the valet as she tossed him the keys. "I will, Your Highness," he replied before the engine revved and the driver took off.
Hey, leave a scratch and you're paying for it!
Oberoi barked, though the valet couldn't hear him. I patted Oberoi's head. "Let the poor guy have his fun. He'll get the car back to us in one piece." Ava and I took the elevator to the top floor. The moment the doors opened, I heard a high-pitched squeal from across the penthouse.
Ava, you're here!
Maddie cried. She rushed toward us, and we barely stepped off the elevator before she squeezed Ava into a tight hug.
I'm so happy to finally see you! Auntie, you're suffocating me,
Ava rasped. Her aunt pulled away.
Sorry, I just haven't seen you in so long. And how are you, Charlie?
I'd only met Maddie once, when she'd shown up at the Institute on the night of the Villains' Ball, and it hadn't gone very well. Though we'd spoken years ago, I was still rattled by what she'd told me in our first meeting. I held out my hand, and she shook it. Maddie's hands were soft, but when I touched her, I sensed magic within her I'd never felt before. My elven magic could feel her Natterai powers, the abilities of a prophet. But there was something else about it. Of all the powers I could ever take as an elf, this was one I couldn't touch. No matter how strong I was, the ability to prophecy wasn't one I could siphon. "I'm fine. Nice to see you again," I said, though I pulled away quickly. I hoped the meeting would be quick. Maddie seemed like a nice person, but she made me very uneasy because I wasn't sure what she would say. Another pair of footsteps came through a door to our right.
"Is that Ava-Marie that I hear?"
a male asked.
Uncle Drew!
Ava cried. A creature followed alongside him. The way its paws hit the floor and the sound of panting made me think it was a dog, but I couldn't be quite sure it wasn't a magical creature of some sort. The creature approached Oberoi while Ava and Drew exchanged pleasantries. Oberoi sniffed him, then huffed, like he wasn't pleased. "Don't be rude," I scolded, before turning to Drew. "Can I pet him?"
"Yes, of course,"
he replied. I bent to one knee and reached for the dog. He had soft fur, a long snout, and pointed ears. He thumped his tail on the ground happily, and his tongue rolled out of his mouth. He likes you," Oberoi complained. "Well, I've always been a dog person," I said. "Let me guess, a German Shepherd?" "Ace is a hellhound, actually," Drew said. "He has a fire for him when he's feeling protective." My eyebrow shot up. His fur is so warm. "That explains the smell of brimstone," Oberoi remarked. Ace stopped panting and turned to Oberoi to bark. I knew familiars could communicate, but I hadn't seen it firsthand until now. Whatever Ace said to Oberoi made him back down. "I guess he's all right," Oberoi admitted, "for a hellhound." "Oh, get over yourself," Ava said as she wheeled herself further into the room. "You're not the only magical dog that's ever existed, or reptile. Come meet Irikari!" I hadn't realized how big the penthouse was until we walked to the other side of the room. I could tell the ceiling was high because of the way my air magic swirled through the room, but my magic kept going outward. A soft breeze traveled through the suite, and curtains rustled like the doors to the balcony had been left open. But there was another soft breeze that I couldn't quite place. We came to something solid, and the breeze felt ice cold. That's when I realized that it was a creature breathing. "This is Irikari, my aunt's familiar," Ava said. "She's an ice dragon." The dragon cooed as Ava began stroking her scales. It was like the dragon had missed her, too. "It's okay, you can touch her," Maddie offered. I reached out, and my hand connected with ice-cold scales that were smooth to the touch. Irikari was a small dragon compared to Oberoi's wyvern form, but she was still bigger than most creatures we encountered. I understood why Maddie required such a large penthouse, because otherwise, her familiar couldn't fit inside. I figured the balcony doors had been left open so the ice dragon could come and go. As I continued running my hands over her, I was surprised to find that her scales turned to feathers at her wings. She had spines growing out of her back and horns on her head. "She's really gentle," I remarked. "I don't get to touch magical creatures often, so I almost never understand what they're like." As if Irakari could sense I needed to touch her to understand, she licked my arm, and I realized she had a forked tongue. "She's very kind when she feels safe," Maddie says. "But the moment she feels threatened, or feels like my life is in danger, she can be downright vicious." "A bit like your niece," Ava joked. Maddie chuckled. "You have a bit of your mom in you, but you got your dad's side too. Would you like some coffee? Drew just made a pot." "Sure," Ava said. Maddie led us to the dining room table, and Ava asked questions about her travels. Being a Natterai, Maddie had journeyed all around the world looking for answers to prophecies she'd created, though none of them were as big or important as Ava's. The atmosphere in the room was a little stilted. Nobody talked about the war, which meant Maddie's stories left out quite a few details. Eventually, Ava set her cup down. "I'm really glad to hear you two are doing well, but I can't help but think we're all avoiding the dragon in the room. And no, I don't mean Irakari." "Your prophecy," Maddie noted. "It's why I summoned you here. I expect you wanted to talk about it." "I don't want to talk about it," Ava said. "I'd rather there was no prophecy in the first place. But there is one, so let's figure out where to go from here." Drew stood and cleared his throat. "I'll clean up." He gathered our cups, then left the room. Ace followed behind him. Maddie drew a deep breath. "I made the prophecy, but there's a reason Nat or I have to write everything down. My memories of the visions fade over time, and even if I did remember all the details, they're difficult to decipher. That job is left up to the one the prophecy is written about." "You must remember something," Ava insisted. Pages rustled as she brought out her journal and flipped through the pages. "You don't remember writing any of this, or making these drawings? You don't recall how this page with blood from Erasmus Morelli got into my journal?" "The page with blood?" Maddie reached for the journal and began humming lowly as she observed it. "This journal was kept in your father's safe for ages. There's very little I remember, but this page, I think I recognize it. It's coming back to me now." "You know where it came from?" Ava asked. "It happened a long time ago," Maddie said, like she was still trying to recall the details. "I don't have a lot of memories from that time, because of what that man put me through." "You mean Elder Oleander," Ava said sadly. "The major asshole Daddy fought during the Hawkeye Civil War. He nearly destroyed the tribe." "Yes," Maddie said. "Oleander captured me and tortured me for my prophecy powers. He tried to use me to predict his victory, but was unsuccessful because prophets cannot be forced to see visions. They must come naturally. While I was his captive, I snooped around his office. I was looking for things your father could use against Oleander to end the Hawkeye Civil War. While searching, I found files in Oleander's desk. One of these files had details about Dark Island. Oleander was working with Dr. Torres to learn how to utilize other supernatural's powers." "Figures those two would be working together. They're two of a kind," Ava snarled. "Yes, they were allies, although not on good terms. Both of them wanted to be in charge, and that didn't work well between them," Maddie said. "Although the warden did supply Oleander with ferrokite crystals, which he used in an attempt to harness my abilities. Obviously, it didn't work." "The warden was performing experiments even decades ago," I said. "This has been a long process for him." "Indeed, the warden's letters spoke of demigods and powerful keys, though I don't remember all the details. This blood-stained paper was in these files," Maddie said. "But Erasmus was never arrested and sent to the prison on Dark Island," I remarked. "How'd the warden get his hands on it to send it to Oleander?" "Emily and Dante were arrested," Ava said thoughtfully.
The warden could have confiscated that page from Erasmus's allies and sent it to Oleander to gain information from it. When I touched the blood-stained paper, I received a vision of you, Ava, Maddie said. I knew the page was important for your journey, so I kept it and snuck it out with me when I escaped Oleander. I sewed it into the journal later, for you to use to decipher your prophecy. Do you remember the rest of the journal? Ava asked. I recall some of these drawings, Maddie admitted, but I never quite knew what any of them meant. Lindsay and Miranda attempted to help me find the meaning, but nothing became concrete enough for me to point you in the right direction. Even if I tried deciphering these visions, they mean nothing without context of your experience, because they are meant for you alone. Ava's disappointment sank through our bond. I was almost certain she'd been avoiding her aunt because she expected this very answer, but I also thought she hoped for more. What about the prophecy wording? Ava wondered. I remember it well. Maddie paused before she began to recite. The balance between the light and the dark will be brought together by the light of the new dawn. A discovery of the ancient ones on the island of shadow will change the course of our universe. A second war breaches the horizon. Mountains will fall and villains will stand. The heavens will crumble and hell will open wide, unleashing the demons that fester within. The paths she will walk determines our fate. She dances the line both dead and alive. A new world formed from gods of old, one from ashes or one from light. The choice is hers alone. Quiet harnessed control over the room, and Maddie stated softly, I think you already know what it means. Most of this prophecy has already come to pass, all the signs leading up to the end. The discovery of the ancient ones, hell opening wide. These are all omens to tell you when it's time to make your decision. The choice is hers alone. Ava, all that's left of the prophecy is your decision on how to move forward. I was hoping a Natterak could tell me how to make that decision, Ava said lowly. I felt her side of our bond flare. The prophecy is a warning about the end of days, Maddie explained. You are in the center of it all, but how it plays out is up to you. That doesn't help! Ava's tone was short. You made my prophecy. I need you to tell me what to do. You know I can't do that, and you also can't avoid it, Maddie replied calmly. I don't want to worry you, but my visions were clear on the choice you were going to make. You don't have much time to divert the path of destiny and make a different decision. I'm not going to turn my back on the world, Ava said harshly. I'm going to save us, all of us. The supernatural community is depending on me to stop the Warden's plans, and I swear I will. And what if you become just like him? Maddie asked softly. I don't say this to judge you. I merely intend to warn you of what you could become while there's still time left.
How dare you say such a thing?
Ava yelled.
I'll never be the Warden. I'm sorry the past is difficult for you to revisit, but I am not who I once was. I'm not the villain you and everyone else are making me out to be.
Yes, and that's what frightens me, Maddie whispered. Ava gave a dramatic noise. Whatever. This is stupid. If all that's left is that I need to make a decision, then it's already made. We're getting those keys and defeating the Warden. We'll bring this planet into the light. I won't damn the world. I'll save it. You'll see I'm a good person. All of you will see. But until then, I'm out of here. Ava wheeled away, and I heard the sound of the elevator's entrance to the penthouse ping as she pressed a button. I got up to follow her, but Ava was in such a hurry that the door slid shut, leaving me behind. Over I shifted into a phoenix. She flew to my shoulder and perched there, ruffling her feathers in concern. A silent beat passed before I turned to Maddie. Ava's worried she'll make a mistake despite her decision. I can tell. But we'll be fine, right? I mean, the prophecy says the decision is hers alone, so as long as she decides we're saving the world, we have this thing in the bag. That's how these prophecies work, isn't it? Prophecies are multifaceted and nuanced, Maddie stated. You're forgetting the final piece, the decision that you must make. My blood turned to ice. I knew my part of the prophecy even better than Ava's. We shouldn't be talking about this without Ava here. We must. Ava isn't listening, so I'm reaching out to you to be rational, Maddie begged. If she's not going to take this prophecy seriously, you have to, because everything's riding on your decisions. Maddie began to recite it, even as I wished she'd stop. A choice will be made by the twin of her soul, to save her and damn the realm, or curse her and save us all. A fate worse than death is the chosen one's destiny. That part is already over, I replied in a hollow tone. I made a choice when I brought her back from the infernal underground. She died, and I had to let her go, but it was her choice to come back to me. Ava didn't come back the same. I gave her up. I cursed her, just like the prophecy says. Now it's her choice to save us all, which she will. This prophecy doesn't speak of death, Maddie said. It speaks of a fate worse than death, which means your part of the prophecy has yet to be fulfilled. A heavy weight dropped in my stomach. My tone grew defensive as I demanded, what exactly does a fate worse than death mean? Ava's in constant, chronic pain. Isn't that worse than floating off to a utopian afterlife somewhere? You don't believe that, Charlie. You know a life of disability is far from the worst thing that can happen to you, and sometimes it can even be a gift. You're just repeating something able-bodied people say because you want to avoid the problem, Maddie said harshly. But if I haven't fulfilled my part, that means Ava's destined to get hurt again, by me. I won't let that happen, I insisted. Your piece comes after Ava's decision has been made. After her choice to save the world or damn it has been proclaimed, Maddie said. Which means you haven't gotten that far yet, but it's coming fast. You'll need to be ready to make the choice when the time comes, to side with or against her. This doesn't make any sense, I argued. Ava's prophecy says that the choice is hers alone, so how can any choice I make possibly get in the way of hers? If it's true that I still have a choice to make, then the prophecies contradict one another. There's no way to win. I told you prophecies aren't always straightforward, Maddie reminded me. There is much that is yet to pass that will influence the final outcome. Ava may wish to save the world today, but she can change her mind tomorrow. Whichever choice she makes will influence your final decision. I believe that Ava's portion is a warning, an omen like all the other lines before it. It will be you who will determine the final outcome. If you don't destroy her, she's going to destroy the world, Charlie. Maddie's warning grew darker. I know my niece. She wants to do good, but she's incapable of making the decisions she must in order to prevent damning us all. My visions aren't always clear, but I know one thing to be absolutely true. Ava is going to end everything. She was always going to. The only choice that's left to be made is if you're going to stop her or help her do it. If you're so certain of her choice, then why are you pushing her to do the right thing? I asked. Because it can still be changed, but you must be the one to change her mind. You have influence over her that nobody else has. We need to stop this, because if Ava goes down the road I think she's going to take, nothing will survive. I don't agree, I stated harshly. You said it yourself that the interpretation is up to the prophesied one. Well, I say the destruction is already done. She had to go through dying in the infernal underground and come out different in order to choose to save the world. It's the only thing that makes sense. And because it's my prophecy, I get to assign whatever interpretation I want to it. And Ava can do the same for hers. She made the decision to save us. She's not going to turn her back on the world. She wouldn't. What if you're wrong? Maddie asked gently. I'm not, I decided with firm conviction. I was a demigod, for heaven's sake. I was stronger than a prophet, and it was up to me to decide what my prophecy meant. Maddie couldn't help Ava decipher her prophecy's meaning, so I didn't know what she was doing lecturing me on mine. Are you sure? Maddie pressed. Ava and I have promised each other we're going to do whatever it takes to stop this war, save the elves, and help people, even if it costs us each other, I said. She and I are going to work together to make sure that happens, so there's nothing to worry about. Be careful, Maddie warned. You believe that you can keep your promises to Ava, and perhaps you can. But when push comes to shove and your back is against the wall, you're going to find that the options that are available to you are going to be very different from what you're considering now. When you are in the heat of the moment, are you going to be able to make the final call? Because I've foreseen what you will decide, Charlie. Both options, and neither one is going to leave you anything but heartbroken. I only plead with you to make the right choice, because if you don't, you won't only lose Ava. Everyone will lose everything, and as much as I love my niece, preserving her life isn't a price I'm willing to pay for the world. What about you? I didn't answer, because that was a ridiculous question, and I couldn't believe she'd asked me to consider it. I turned on my heel and headed for the elevator, because I'd heard more than enough. Don't give me that look, I told Oberoi once we were in the elevator. You have no idea what look I'm giving you, she replied snidely. I can sense you're about to give me a lecture, I said. Oberoi sighed. I'm not here to lecture you, Charlie. I just want to check in. I'm not going to try to change your mind. I know you won't listen to me, anyway. I listen, I defended. You're interrupting, Oberoi stated flatly. I just want to understand. You aren't stronger than a prophet. Their magic is a power that goes beyond ours. Are you choosing to accept that your prophecy is fulfilled because you truly believe it, or because you don't want to face the chance that you still have a difficult decision to make? Her question struck a chord in me, and I immediately got defensive. Do you want us to face a repeat of the Infernal Underground, or worse? Maddie said I get to choose, so I'm choosing this. The prophecy is done. We held a funeral for Ava. I've already destroyed her once. We're demigods, and we're strong enough not to let this happen again. If people can choose their own meaning of their prophecy, then I'll save Ava and the world. I'm not suggesting you're bending the prophecy's wording too far, Oberoi said. I'm just not sure if you truly mean what you're saying. What if the underground wasn't enough to change her mind? What if Ava chooses to destroy everything? Where does that leave us? I guess that part would be up to her. And you need to know how you'd respond, so you can prepare for it. That's why the prophecy exists, so you are ready. If Ava chose to destroy the world, would you stand by her and watch it burn, or destroy her to stop it? Ava and I have discussed this 1,000,000 times. You know where I stand. I know what you've said, Oberoi replied. But do you really believe that, despite your promises, you could choose to let her go for the sake of the world? Why would I need to make a decision about something that's never going to happen? I shot back. It's silly hypotheticals, because I've already fulfilled my prophecy. You didn't wish to discuss what would happen if one of you passed before you went down into the Infernal Underground, and Ava died that time, Oberoi reminded me. A heat of rage rolled through my body, though I forced it to stay suppressed. Bringing up what had happened still made me sick. Yeah, and she's not dying again. Certainly not by my hand, I spat. What kind of a husband do you think I am? If it's a fate worse than death, it means something like torture or inevitable, prolonged pain. Do you really think I'd do that to her? It's unfathomable. Let's not worry about what's already come to pass. Charlie, you don't understand. I will follow whatever you two decide, to save the world or damn it, because that is my responsibility and my oath as a familiar. But you're brushing this off as unimportant when it means everything. Oberei gave an angry huff. Maddie believes Ava is going to hurt people. Both of us find that hard to believe, because she wants to save everyone so badly. But what are you going to do if Maddie is right? If there's an emergency and we have to subdue Ava, we need to do it safely, so none of us get hurt. We should have some sort of plan we can execute together, just in case things don't go our way. Fuck the plan, I said shortly. It's not going to happen, and if it does, I'll deal with it myself. Don't go making prophecies of your own, Oberei warned. You aren't aware of how they might go. Oberei could say whatever she wanted. I wasn't giving in on this. We were demigods, and we decided our fate. Not silly prophecies, gods, or anything else. Ava was waiting in the car when I came to the entrance of the building. I slid into the passenger seat as Oberei flew in the back. You took a while, Ava stated, though it was hard to read her tone. What did you talk about? The prophecy, I admitted. But it doesn't matter. I told her it's not going to happen, and that we decide our fates. I honestly don't think there's anything to worry about. Ava leaned over to kiss me. Of course there isn't. We're calling the shots now. My wife drove the car at high speed back to the palace. I thought about my encounter with Maddie, but I resolved to let it go. Like I'd told Oberei, there was no point in worrying about what had already come to pass. There were more important matters at hand, namely finding the vampire key. The sooner we had all 7 divinity keys, the sooner we could end this war. And her aunt was wrong. I was going to prevent this, whatever her words meant. Eddie greeted us inside the main doors of the palace. Sir, your team has completed the first phase. When would you like to speak with them? Now, I stated. I'm coming with, Ava added. Eddie led us down a maze of hallways, and we came to a meeting room. Chatter filled the air. It sounded like Chansey, Ivy, and Alistair were there, along with Callie and Marcus, though the two of them sat at opposite ends of the table. The elvish associates spoke amongst themselves, but the chatter died when we entered the room. Eddie guided me to sit at the head of a large table, and Ava wheeled her chair up beside me. Oberei sat near my feet. I crossed my hands in front of myself. What have we learned? Chansey cleared his throat. I met with Professor Amber. Since I was in your vision, we figured we might learn something from my past life. I was able to confirm through my past life regression that I was the vampire you saw in your vision. I remember being chased, but I made it out of the crash that killed you guys. I went to Paris and got the key into a vault at the Banque Sunatrali de Paris, but I was killed almost right after. Max, our tech expert, spoke up. We hacked into the bank's security system to confirm whether the key was still there, or if it had been moved. According to bank records, the vault Frank Coffrey placed the key into hasn't been accessed since the day he made his deposit over 100 years ago. There have been no security breaches either. The key is still there. It's the only thing inside this particular vault. Excellent, I said. Let's blow the roof off this place and get us a key. It's not that simple, Master, Eddie told me. Gavin has already surveyed the premises, and he found that the bank isn't secured only by human technology. It's protected by powerful wards. This bank is used exclusively by supernaturals, and the magic surrounding it is designed to protect the vault from supernatural attacks from all races. I shrugged. We're demigods. I bet their ward won't hold against Marcus's powers. He can break it. There's more, Gavin stated. Esther and her gang of demigods have been spotted in Paris.
What?
Ava demanded.
How can they possibly know where to look? The warden has been searching for this key forever, and suddenly now he knows where to look?
We must have a mole in the castle, Marcus panicked. I had a feeling somebody was spying on us, Alistair said slyly. Relax, Ivy insisted. You know who else has info about vampire doings? My father. And Erasmus was working for him, the same guy the warden's men hunted down for slaughter. Erasmus knew enough about the keys to give up intel, whether he wanted to or not. Even if he didn't know exactly where the key was, he'd know enough to give the warden a place to start. I'm sure the warden has been hunting the key down for months, and their clues led them to the same place ours have. Regardless of how they got their intel, they're in Paris looking for the key, Gavin said. As far as we can tell, they don't know exactly where the key is hidden. They haven't approached the bank yet. If we go in guns blazing, we'll alert the other demigods to our presence, and they won't hesitate to kill us to get that key. We need to run a clean job so that we don't alert our enemies. I leaned back in my chair. How do we do that? Max spoke up again, and papers rustled as she spread them across the table. Along with bank records, we also hacked into bank surveillance. We've been mapping out bank processes, schedules, routines, everything we could possibly get our hands on. Security is intense on both the tech side and the magic side. We're going to have to be very strategic. We've been discussing an undercover operation, Eddie said. Gavin will be our undercover agent and get into the vault. Asa and Ares will pose as security guards in case anything goes wrong. Max will run tech surveillance from the van, while Alex surveys from above. He'll set up his rifles from 3 buildings over. If Esther and her gang show up, they'll be dead before they can make it in the building. A bullet's not going to kill them. They're demigods, Marcus pointed out. Alex chuckled.
My bullets will slow them down, I assure you.
Great, I said. When do we leave? We still have details to work out, Eddie replied. We need to arrange fake IDs and disguises. Callie can do that no problem, I stated. Her illusion magic is powerful enough to disguise us as anyone. Plus, she can copy an ID like it's nothing. There are wards around the bank protecting it from magic like that, Eddie pointed out. I shrugged. Their wards have nothing against demigods if we use simultension. Our magic just has to be stronger than theirs. We can't be sure of that, Eddie replied. No one's ever done it before. I leaned back in my chair. That's because no one's had us on their team. Get all 4 of us demigods in the bank, and we'll get that key no problem. Eddie paused for a beat. My prince, you're not going with the team. Protests rang throughout the room from my friends, and Oberoi barked loudly. My spine straightened, and my tone turned rough. Like hell I'm not! What do you mean, Eddie? The prince gives orders, but he does not carry out the mission, sir, Eddie said, like it was the way it had always been done. Your elvish associates are here to do these dangerous jobs for you. The rest of you must remain safe here in Elan. Eddie, we've been to prison, Ava reminded him. We're used to pulling off crimes. Yeah, do you know how many houses I've broken into? I asked. I never got caught. You guys need demigods in there with you. We're not sitting back and doing nothing. The keys are our responsibility. I understand that, sir, Eddie said, but I implore you not to underestimate your team. These elves are the best in the business. And so are we, I growled. Yeah, we've seen hell, Marcus added. Granted, it was a hole in the ground, but we've been through a lot. Need I remind you I'm an assassin? Callie said. I'm used to pulling off shit like this and not getting caught. Well, you were caught and sent to the Institute, Chansey said under his breath. All right, everyone settle down, I commanded. I couldn't have contention among my team. I turned to Eddie. You need me on this job. I've used my earth magic to crush iron doors like they're nothing more than a sheet of paper. I can knock the door off this vault no problem. That's not going to work, Eddie replied. There's a failsafe on the vault where if it's broken into by force, the whole bank will explode. We could shield ourselves from the blast, but the key could end up anywhere in the rubble, and that's time we don't have searching for it. The authorities will show up first. If you want this key, you need to do it properly. There are a series of codes and procedures we need to follow in order to unlock the vault without triggering alarms or explosions. If you're going to convince me to stay out of it, I need to know more. How long will it take before you're ready? I asked. Eddie sucked a breath. At least a week? That wasn't good enough. Esther was too close to the key, and she could be in and out of that bank before my team ever made it there. I didn't like this one bit. Alex must have noticed the look on my face, because he said,
My prince, this must be a clean job. We can't take any risks. I wholeheartedly disagreed. You didn't walk into a high-security magical bank and expect to walk out with one of the most valuable items in supernatural history without taking risks. My team should know better, because we wouldn't win anything by playing it safe. I want files on everything you know about that security system so far, I ordered. Max handed over a folder. Ava's brother Maverick had made me a new pair of reading glasses, and the glasses robotically read out the first few lines on the paper so I could understand what we were looking at. When I'd gone through the entire file, I set it aside and stated, I want the Elvish Associates to report back to me tomorrow with an update. Eddie, the 5 of you should get to work immediately. Yes, Master, Eddie replied. He and the rest of the Associates hurried out of the room. I'd assigned him as the head of the operation, but it was clear I had made a poor judgment call. These people weren't willing to do what needed to be done. What is it? Ava asked when the Associates had left the room. We were alone with Callie, Marcus, Alistair, Chansey, and Ivy. You're thinking hard about something. I don't trust my team, I admitted. I was agitated, so I stood from my chair and began pacing. Who were they to say we can't come along? I'm the boss here. If we do have a spy, it could be one of them. If we let them go through with this, we won't know until it's too late. I'm not letting these guys go without us and risk one of them taking the key. I don't know any of them well enough to allow that, except Eddie, and he's too trusting to think someone could betray us. So what are you going to do? Chansey asked. Demand to go with? You're the prince. You could get yourself killed. Isn't that what a demigod is supposed to do? Be willing to die for the keys? I demanded. I'm not going along with them, Chansey. I've already got my team right here. You realize this ain't like breaking into a house, right? You ain't stealing a frickin' TV, Chansey said flatly. One break-in is just like the others. You just have to not get caught, I shot back. And why trust strangers when we can do it ourselves? Callie spoke up. You're talking about going behind their backs? Why not? I said. I don't owe these people loyalty. They're supposed to be working for me. I'm not going to hand this job off to them like I'm not the one in charge. It's called delegating, Chansey insisted. I'm the boss, and if they aren't going to do what I say, then I'll do it myself, I replied. I gotta agree with Charlie, Alistair said. I mean, I love my man, but Eddie doesn't know what he's talking about. By the time the Elvish Associates stop dragging ass to get into that bank, Esther and her shitshow circus are going to roll in there and take it for themselves. A week is too long to wait, especially when Esther's already in Paris. She could be planning to break in tomorrow. Exactly, I said. Doing this ourselves right now is what makes sense. Chansey sighed. You think you could pull this off because you have experience breaking and entering, but you never robbed a bank. It's not the same thing. I've seen this play out before. I lived a life of crime and got caught. I wasn't as smart as I thought I was. None of us were, pal. That's why we landed ourselves in the Institute. Now you want to take a job a couple of weeks after your ass got out of prison? Are you nuts? We've learned from that, I argued. We're better than we've ever been, and we're demigods now. Look at us. Callie's an assassin who can cast the best damn illusions I've ever seen. Marcus can get through any ward, and Ava's the baddest bitch I've ever known. She'll kill any fucker who gets in our way. Ava laughed lightly. That's the best compliment I've ever received from my husband. Our intel is right here, I added, waving the folder Max gave me. Ava and I can plan a heist we can pull off tomorrow, not next week. We don't have that kind of time. Max has been poking around their computer system, and it's bound to trigger some sort of alert. The bank could move the key before we get there, or Esther could show up first. If the warden gets his hands on the vampire key, we might as well kiss it goodbye, because we'll never get it back. We need to act fast, and we need to go now. Ivy drummed their nails on the tabletop. I think Charlie's right. Ives! Chansey objected. Hear me out, Ivy insisted. This bank is run by vampires, and vamps move fast, and I'm not talking about their super speed. We've already been at this for a few days, and I guarantee you the second they get wind that anything is amiss, they're shutting that place down and hightailing the key out of there.
I think Charlie's team is underestimating him. Vamps use a lot of human tech, and because of that, their wards and magic can't be too strong or it'll mess with the cameras, just like it did at the Institute. Demigods should be able to break in easy, but we have to do it before anyone suspects anything. If Ivy knows how this place operates, then we have the intel we need, I said. Chansey, if you're in, you can run surveillance. What about the rest of you? I'm all for it, Ava said, sounding excited. Oberei panted. Anything for those keys. If you say we have a job to do, we have a job to do, Marcus added. Re-sheet me out in agreement. You sure as hell aren't going without me, Callie demanded. Ivy's chair squeaked as they sat up straighter. Whatever you need from me, just ask. I'm willing to create some chaos, Alistair added eagerly. Silence fell, and we all turned to Chansey. Finally, he breathed a heavy sigh. Yeah, all right, I'm in, but I don't like the look of this. By dawn the next morning, we had a plan in place. Callie, Marcus, Chansey, and Ivy had joined Ava and me in the privacy of our quarters before anyone else in the castle had awoken. We gathered around the couches in the main room. Oberei was coming with us, because we needed him, but Marcus had opted to leave Rishi behind just in case this went south. The phones the Elvish associates gave us were in a pile on the table. We were leaving those behind, because I didn't want the Elvish associates trying to get in contact, demanding to know where we were while we were trying to pull off a robbery. We'd tell them everything once we were back in Elan with the vampire key. Alistair was already in position and waiting for the proper time to set off his distraction. We'd be leaving once he did. Here's what we know from the file Max gave us, Ava started. The wards cover a 3-block perimeter around the bank, and portals won't work in that area. Marcus can't break the wards until we have the key, because otherwise it'll alert the vampires in the bank that something is up. We'll have to portal into the city outside the wards, then drive the rest of the way to the bank. We'll take my car, along with one of the royal vans. Chansey and Ivy will be running surveillance from the van. Chansey will be our eye on the sky and the streets, keeping watch for any signs of Esther. Ivy will monitor the bank's live surveillance footage. Max has already hacked into the system. What she doesn't know is that she gave us enough information in this file to hack into her program ourselves. Ivy rubbed their hands together. I was starting to think my father's crime lessons would never pay off. They're paying off big time today, Chansey muttered. Marcus and I will get the vampire key, Ava continued. I'll be the customer who comes in to open her vault, and Marcus will be the employee to take me back there. Callie's already forged fake documents. As for getting into the vault, it requires a fingerprint and a retinal scan from a bank employee, along with the customer's passcode. We already have the code from Max's files. I've got an illusion potion that'll transform Marcus into one of the bank employees, I said, setting it on the table. I snuck into the royal potions room and took a transformation potion from my grandfather's own stash, one that he brewed himself. I reinforced the potion using simultension, because demigod magic is the only thing strong enough to fool the wards and not set them off, Marcus added. But in order to transform Marcus into one of the bank employees, we'll need a DNA sample, Ava said. We already have our target, I added. Every morning before he arrives at work, Louis Blanc visits the coffee shop across the street at 7:15 sharp. It's there that we'll immobilize him and get his DNA. He's one of their top dogs with high security clearance, a griffin shifter. Once Marcus takes the potion, the wards won't know the difference between Marcus and Louis Blanc. Paris is only an hour behind Elan, Ivy pointed out. The bank will open soon. We don't have much time. No, we don't, Ava agreed, which means we have to move fast. The key's in a vault in the middle of the bank. You're sure we won't trigger the alarms? Chansey asked. We shouldn't, but just in case any alarms are triggered, Callie has worked with tech before in her assassin days, Ava said. She'll be on standby to disable the alarms if needed. As for magical alarms, Marcus can break those wards. However, that's going to alert the supernatural authorities, so we want to avoid resorting to that if at all possible. And if we trigger a failsafe like Eddie talked about? Chansey asked, before mimicking the sound of an explosion. We won't, I stated simply. The Elvish associates wanted to pull off a clean job.
And that's what we're going to do.
What's my job?
Oberei asked impatiently.
Oberei will accompany Charlie inside the bank, Ava continued. Charlie will be posing as a security guard, and Oberei will be his police dog. Charlie's job is to step in if any bank employees don't want to play nice. We'll all have earpieces so that Charlie can direct us. Once we have the vampire key, we'll quietly head back to our vehicles and portal home. Can Callie portal 2 vehicles without being spotted? Ivy wondered.
We've already got an alleyway near the bank staked out, and it should be safe to portal there without being spotted, I said. I'm bringing a pocket mirror, just in case we need to use one to leave quickly.
And all of us will have our guns on us at all times, Callie said, just in case things go south.
My pistol was holstered to the side of my body, underneath my suit jacket. The others were all hiding their weapons in similar places, just in case we needed them. Ava unfurled a large piece of paper over the coffee table.
I've got blueprints of the bank. Listen carefully, because we can't mess this up.
We went over our plan one more time. I was confident we could pull this off.
Charlie and I are going to put illusions on everyone to disguise our features, Callie said. Together, our magic should be enough to hold once we enter the ward perimeter. That way, even if we get caught, people aren't going to recognize us.
Callie and I had used simultension to combine our illusion magic. The 2 different types of power melded together and settled over the entire group like a blanket of dust, save for Marcus, who needed to be himself in order for the transformation potion he was taking to work. I didn't notice much of a difference, except my skin itched.
Can't recognize any of you, Chansey said. You all look different. That's the point.
Ava checked the clock.
Time to go.
I snagged a pocket mirror from our room and then waited by the door.
Come on, Alistair,
I murmured. It was past the time we'd planned to pull off the distraction. Eddie would be coming this way any moment, and other guards constantly patrolled the palace at all hours. Alistair needed to hurry up. A loud boom sounded, and the quake of a room exploding several floors down shook the entire palace. I heard the stomping boots of guards as they rushed down to investigate, and I smiled. Alistair had volunteered to create a distraction so we could slip out, as he was more than willing to experiment with the newest spell he'd created. It was a curse that caused multiple geysers to open up in the floor, spewing poison every time they erupted. Whoever touched the poison would get insatiable munchies, and all they'd become obsessed with was finding snacks, which would be a problem, because all the snacks were in the kitchen. The geysers would continue opening up, making everyone in the palace very hungry, and not at all willing to work on solving the problem until they'd been fed. That should keep them busy for a while, I thought, before gesturing to the team to follow me. The halls were now devoid of guards, and we snuck down to the royal parking garage. I knew we had to move, because the second people noticed I was missing, the royal guard would start looking for me. Ava, Oberei, and I got into her car, while the others piled into a van. The vehicles roared to life. I rested my elbow on the open window, and the air shifted as Callie's portal bloomed in front of us. Ava revved the engine.
Ready to rob a bank?
A wide smile spread across my face, and I leaned over to kiss her neck. Love, I was born ready. Ava shifted into drive, and the tires squealed as we took off. My heart surged in excitement. The adrenaline rush felt so familiar, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy the thrill of breaking the law. The temperature dropped a few degrees as we passed through the portal, and the sounds of Paris filled the air. Birds chirped, and voices from the street drifted in through the open window. I smelled fresh bread, and the sounds of conversation hovered over the space. In the distance, someone played an accordion. The morning sun touched my skin, and it was warm and refreshing. Tires crunched through the alleyway behind us, and I knew the van had made it through. The portal closed, and Ava pulled out onto the street. She gave a gleeful laugh as she revved the engine. Hey now, I warned. Let's not attract any more attention than we need to. Ava snickered.
Why not make an entrance?
It had been a long time since I'd seen her this excited. To think all we needed to do was rob a bank to make her happy. I was enjoying every second of this.
Look at the hats in that window!
Oberei cried. If we get this key and end this war, you two will have plenty of time to go shopping, I said. Hell, I'll conjure all the hats you desire. But first, we have work to do. Ava slowed the car. Speaking of which, here's our first stop. A thrill traveled to my stomach. I honestly couldn't wait to get out there and do this. Though robbing a bank was technically a bad thing, I felt like I was made for it. I'll see you inside the bank, my love. I leaned over to take her face in my hands, and I placed a gentle kiss on her lips. Ava smirked under my touch. I'll be the one robbing it, she teased as she drew away. Don't make me arrest you, I told her. I'm counting on it later, she snickered. Now go. Ava pushed me, and I got out of the car. Oberei hopped out of the back to help me navigate the unfamiliar streets. He wore a seeing eye dog vest and a leash, though he wouldn't shut up about how much he hated it. I don't see any other service dogs on leashes, he complained. There aren't any other service dogs around, I replied flatly. Now come on, we need to get inside. Ava had dropped me off at the coffee shop where Louis Blanc picked up his drink every morning. Oberei and I walked in, ordered an espresso, and sat down to wait. Eventually, I heard the door to the coffee shop open again. Target acquired, Oberei said. Louis is going for the table beside you. Louis sat down and unfurled a paper to read. I paid close attention to the sound of Louis setting his cup against his table, so I knew where it was. I stood. Oberei guided me, much like he helped me identify targets during battle. I walked by and pulled out a little trick I had up my sleeve, literally. As I passed, I slipped a few drops of potion into his coffee. It wasn't much, just a little sleeping potion that would kick in within a few minutes. I then headed around the corner to the back of the store, where the bathrooms were, to wait out of sight. Louis finished his drink, then exited the coffee shop. Phase 1 complete, Oberei said, and we left the coffee shop. I slipped into the back alleyway where the van was waiting for us. The doors opened, and I jumped inside. How's it going? I asked Chansey and Ivy. We're right on schedule, Ivy said. Chansey hit the gas, and we started around the block. Ivy tossed me some clothes, and I began changing into my security uniform. I switched my pistol from a holster on my side to one on my hip and secured it in place. Everyone else, what's your report? I asked. Callie's voice came through my earpiece. I'm almost in place on the roof. I'm scanning for alarms now. I'm parking the car, Ava added. And I'm tailing Louis, Marcus reported. The sleeping potion should kick in right about now. I heard Marcus grunt. He must have caught Louis as he passed out. Ivy opened the back doors again. Marcus was right there, and he pulled Louis' unconscious body into the van. The doors slammed shut. It all happened so fast and casually I didn't think anyone on the street noticed. He'll be out for an hour, Marcus said. I just need a cheek swab for the final touch. And there. The potion hissed from the vial in his hand. See you on the other side, boys. I exchanged Oberei's service vest for a police vest before the van came to another halt. This is Charlie's stop, Chansey announced. Oberei and I hopped out in our police attire, and he led me into the building. Ava had said the bank was huge, but I didn't understand just how big it was until we entered. My air magic swirled upward several stories, and I could still feel sunlight on my skin, as if the ceiling was made of glass. Voices came from so far away that I swore we could play football in this place. There's a line of teller windows along the wall, Oberei told me. A balcony surrounds the entire room on the second level. I see the hall that leads back to the vault. How's security? I asked him. There are a few guards, but they haven't looked your way yet. You blend right in. Oh, shit. I felt Oberei's guts sink, and mine did in response. What's wrong? There are wanted posters. Of you. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I demanded. Dozens of them, all over the place. They say that you, Ava, Callie, and Marcus are dangerous criminals. Wanted dead or alive. Oh, there's a cash reward. Well, what do you want me to do? Turn myself in for the money? I said sarcastically. It's not that bad, Oberei insisted. The photo they used is your old Institute mugshot, and you've grown a beard since then. You barely look like the same person. I sighed heavily. That's not going to keep me out of prison. This illusion better hold. Boss, an update, please? Ivy's voice came through my ear. I kept my tone low as I whispered into the earpiece. Oberoi says that our faces are plastered all over the bank. Just do the job and get out, before anyone suspects anything, Ivy said. A little wanted poster ain't gonna mean shit. Before I could answer, Oberoi cut in. There's a guard coming your way. Eyes forward. Keep walking. I pulled my hat further down over my eyes and focused ahead, like I belonged there. The guard passed by me without a word. I didn't think he noticed me, but I felt his magic rolling off him in waves. He was a dragon shifter for sure. Although we were in France, this property belonged to supernaturals. The guards here didn't answer to the French government. They answered to the United Supernatural Union. In fact, every person in this building appeared to have supernatural powers of some sort. My elf power picked up on other magic, mostly vampires and shifters, but I sensed a few elementi and witches too. The people here spoke all kinds of languages. I heard French, English, and a couple speaking in Hawkeye. Ava, are you still good to go? I asked. I'm in disguise, and my chair makes people uncomfortable, she replied. People don't look me in the eye anyway. I think we're good. I positioned myself as close to the teller window on the end as I could, but I was on high alert. Bonjour, Alice, I heard someone say as they passed the teller. She greeted them back, and they exchanged a few words in French. Is everyone in place? I asked through my earpiece. I'm good to go, Callie replied. Same, Ivy and Chansey responded. I'm inside, Ava added. I see you, Charlie. I'm right behind Ava, Marcus said, though his voice sounded deeper and unfamiliar. The potion had obviously worked. I held my breath, half expecting some sort of magical alarm to start blaring and lock the place down, but nothing happened. Ancestors, the wanted posters are everywhere, Ava mumbled. That's not even my good side. I communicated to Ava through our bond. The less I said out loud, the better. Focus, Pidge. Approach the teller window next to me. Approaching now. Bonjour, the woman at the window greeted Ava. She asked something else in French, but Ava replied in English. I'd like to access my vault, Ava said. Of course, madame, the teller, Elise, replied in a thick accent. We will need identification, a signature, and of course, your code to the vault. Ava pulled out the documents Callie had forged, just in case we needed them. It's all right here. Excusez-moi, Marcus said as he passed by. He spoke in his best French accent. He sounded a bit nervous, but somehow managed to pull it off convincingly. I guess his days as a theater kid were starting to pay off. May I be of service? This woman wants to access the vault, Monsieur Blanc, Elise replied. I quickly whispered into my earpiece. Her name's Elise. Call her by name and get rid of her. I will take it from here, Elise, Marcus said. Please bring the madame a glass of water. Elise sounded confused. Yes, Monsieur Blanc. Marcus went up to the computer and started typing on it. I didn't think he was doing anything more than mashing random keys. He made a show of rustling through Ava's paperwork. Once Elise was gone, he said, This way, madame. I must have been holding my breath the whole time, because when they disappeared into the hallway nearby, I finally felt like I could breathe. Keep us updated, I whispered into my earpiece. We're on our way to the vault, Marcus said before quickly switching back to French. Bonjour, bonjour. How many people are back there? I asked. A few, Ava replied. So far, so good. Ancestors, how many wanted posters can they have? I heard the sound of paper tearing through my earpiece. Ava was pulling the posters off the walls. Ava, I warned through the bond, we can shred this whole bank to pieces when we're done, but we need to get the vampire key first. I was just having a little fun. Have your fun in the vault. How close are you? The vault's just ahead. I spoke into the earpiece again. Marcus, report. Scanning now. Fingerprint is good. Retinal scan is... What the hell? My heart leapt, and a beat of silence passed. I started to panic. Don't leave us hanging, Marcus. Report. The scan took, and we entered the code, but the vault isn't opening, he said. This should have worked, Ava insisted. Something went wrong, I growled. Our magic must have triggered something. Callie, what's happening? There've been no alarms triggered on the tech end, she said. I could feel the bank's wards with my magic, Marcus added. Nothing's changed. So what's going on? I demanded. Oberei started to fidget beside me, and I could feel the panic rising in our bond between the three of us. Let me try again, Marcus offered. Several moments passed where nothing happened. Then I heard the sound of voices through the earpiece. They spoke in French, so I couldn't make out what they were saying. Ava, report! I cried through the bond. 2 guards approached us. Shifters, I think. Marcus stammered a few incomprehensible things, then managed to squeak out. English, please, for the lady. Monsieur Blanc, you should know better than to access the vault on your own, one of the shifters said harshly. His voice was loud enough to pick up in the earpiece. You know the procedure, and you know you need 2 bank employees to get inside. Fuck, I growled under my breath. I'm on my way. Oberei and I quietly slipped down the hall, as to not cause a scene. Then the 2 of us took off running in the direction of the vault. I've got you on the feed, Ivy said through the earpiece. To your left, Charlie. Of course, I'm well aware of bank policy, Marcus continued, playing along. I reached them just in time to hear one of the men ask a question in French. I didn't know what he said, and neither did Marcus. Is there a problem here? I demanded. The man simply repeated his question. These shifters were highly suspicious, and I wasn't entirely sure how we were going to con our way out of this one. He's asking Marcus what his wife's name is, Ava told me through the bond. I quickly stepped in. Well, go on, Monsieur Blanc. Tell him your wife's name. You know my wife, Marcus stammered while maintaining his French accent. Delphine and I have lunch together every day. We'd done our research, but this was cutting it too close. One of the guards instantly said, Delphine doesn't take lunch in the city. She eats at her desk. You are not Monsieur Blanc. Something in the air shifted. A high-pitched squeal filled the air, echoing throughout the entire bank. A clanging noise came from the main entrance, and I felt Noxide in the air. Ava gasped. There are huge walls coming down around the bank, and they're full of Noxite. Shit, we'd been fucking caught. Of course I'm him, Marcus demanded, but his accent was no longer convincing. Oh, fuck. It's them, one of the guards snarled. The ones the Union is looking for. You're under arrest, and the rest of you are coming in for questioning, the other guard sneered as he reached for Marcus. Marcus let out a vile laugh. Oh yeah? Arrest this! A thud sounded, but it barely fazed the guard. I heard the shifter grunt and stagger backward a single step before he sneered. That isn't going to stop me from taking you in. Marcus, don't punch him! Ava cried. Cast a battle orb or something! Right, Marcus squeaked. His magic swelled, then blasted down the hallway with the force of several bombs. Ava threw up a shield, and we were protected as Marcus's magic erupted. The guards' bodies hit the floor, and the whole ground rumbled. Debris rained down from above us. I instinctually threw my arms above my head, even though we were in the safety of Ava's shield.
We've lost visual!
Ivy barked in my ear.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, Ivy, we've still got audio, I said as my heart slowed. The explosion settled. Ava dropped her shield, but dust continued to fill our lungs. Ava coughed. Any chance the rest of the bank didn't hear that? I doubt it, Oberei stated flatly.
What the hell?
Callie demanded through the earpiece.
I cut the alarms before you did anything. This was supposed to be a clean job.
We didn't know about the 2-man system,
Marcus barked. If you cut the alarms, I bet they had a backup.
Well, you know now, so what are you gonna do about it?
Callie shouted. The alarm stopped blaring. Marcus must have broken the bank's wards. Even so, voices shouted from down the hall. We had seconds to make a decision.
Any chance the explosion rocked the vault? I asked. Let's find out, Ava said breathlessly. I felt Marcus put his hand to the vault door, examining it with his magic.
Fuck! This vault is locked down tight. It's on a separate system Callie can't access, and it's got wards up the wazoo.
So break them, I insisted. Marcus sucked a breath. I can't. I can feel they're attached to the failsafe spell. If I break the wards, this whole place is going up in flames. It's nothing like I've ever seen before. You're basically asking me to defuse a bomb. Union authorities will be here before I can break it. It looks like there's a manual combination override on the vault mechanism in case an alarm is triggered. Without the override code, we're not getting in. Then we need to get Callie down here so she can break the combination and manually get us in, I said firmly.
Already on it.
The shattering sound of a window breaking came through the comm, and noise crackled as Callie rushed to get to us from her place on the roof. We've got to buy her some time to crack it open, Ava whimpered. She's going to need a second. I cracked my knuckles. All right, time for Plan B. Guards flocked into the hallway, but before they could cast any spells, I'd already siphoned their magic dry. I drew the speed and strength of a vampire, along with the telekinesis of a warlock.
What the hell?
One of them shouted. I barely gave them a chance to respond before I used telekinesis to toss them to the side. Their heads hit the wall hard, and the 3 guards slumped to the ground unconscious. If we're going to do this, we're doing it the right way, I said. I conjured 2 ski masks with my powers and handed one to Marcus, then put the other one on myself. Oberei jumped at my feet.
Ooh, a hat! I want one!
We really didn't have time for this, but I conjured one for him and put it on anyway. Might as well go with it now, seeing as how our plan was royally blown out of the water. Does this mean I get to play damsel in distress? Ava gushed. I placed my hands on the back of her chair and leaned down to whisper. Who said we're playing? I felt a thrill travel through Ava's belly, and I got a little excited myself. I reached down to pull out my pistol and showed it to Ava. You okay with this, love? I think the sight of me holding the pistol turned her on. No matter how independent she claimed to be, I was her protector, and I wouldn't let anyone touch her. Green light, Ava breathed in admiration. Whatever my dom wants. Hell, if that didn't get me going in a situation where I needed a clear head. These fuckers didn't know what hit them just yet. I grabbed the back of Ava's chair and started back down the hall briskly. Those Noxide doors that shut all over the glass aren't going to be enough to keep the police out, I said. They'll disable them to get in. We need more magic.
I'm going to put a shield on the place so nobody can get in or out,
Callie said. A shiver crossed over my skin as the shield took hold over the bank, and my earth magic felt the marble walls ripple when Callie cast her impenetrable shield. Once it was up, we didn't waste a second the moment we stepped into the lobby. Pop, pop, pop! People screamed and ducked for cover as Marcus and I aimed our guns at the ceiling and shot off spells. Gunshots rang throughout the room. People tried to run for the doors, then panicked as they realized that the Noxide doors, as well as Callie's shield, kept them locked inside.
This is a robbery!
I screamed.
Everyone get on the ground!
Oberei barked loudly. I couldn't help but crack a smile beneath my ski mask as every patron in the room followed my orders. Well, almost everyone. Something clicked, and I felt the whoosh of a dart fly through the air. A sharp pain entered my leg, and a magical substance emptied into me. I yanked on the dart and tossed it aside. Laughter bubbled up in my throat. Noxite? Please. I aimed my gun forward. The guard's at 3 o'clock, Oberei told me. I pulled the trigger. A blast of air shot with such clear precision that it went straight through the guard's leg. He let out a pained cry that echoed off the wall of the lobby. A thud sounded as he landed on the ground, writhing. I could sense his magic. He was the dragon shifter from earlier, and I could feel it as he started to shift. I hauled Ava out of her chair roughly with one arm and held her body to mine as I pressed the end of the gun into the side of her temple.
Change, and I'll blow her brains out,
I snarled to the shifter. Ava began to sob loudly.
For the gods' sakes, do as he says!
The guard hesitated, then came forward. Oberei growled, warning him to stay put.
One step closer and she's dead,
I warned. I tangled a hand in her hair and yanked it to the side. Ava cried harder.
Please! He's not fucking around!
Ava wailed.
Let him do what he wants, so he lets the girl go!
A woman in the bank shouted. I heard the guards begin to back off. You okay, Pidge? I asked through the bond. I was worried I was going too hard. Perfect, she replied. We've got to put on a show, right? She pressed her ass against me, and I got hard immediately. Her seduction called to me through our bond, telling me how much she was enjoying this, like this was one of the scenarios we played out in our bedroom and not life or death. We were playing it up, not just for the guards, but for each other. This was hot. More than that, it was fucking thrilling, living on the edge like this with everything on the line, and both of us were getting pleasure from this sick performance. I would have thrown my wife on the floor and fucked her right there in front of all these people if we didn't have a job to do, but we did. So I just held Ava closer to me and pressed my dick against her so she knew it was there. She barely held back a moan of delight.
Anyone else want to be a hero?
Marcus shouted, and he fired a few more shots. People whimpered, but nobody moved. I cocked my head to Marcus. Clear out the offices. Marcus disappeared into the hallway, while I continued pointing the gun at Ava's head. Ivy, an update, I ordered.
I'm getting the feedback now,
they said.
And I've got visual on you in the lobby.
Callie, I asked.
I'm working on cracking the combination, but I need more time,
she insisted. The sounds of frightened people increased in the room as Marcus returned. I found a couple of employees hiding, including this bigwig. He pushed someone to the ground in front of me, and the man gave an oof as he fell at my feet. My elven magic told me he was a vampire, probably the head of the bank. I raised my voice as I said,
We need some volunteers to help us get what we came for. Anyone want to be kind enough to help us into a vault? We'd so appreciate the hospitality.
Not a damn soul stepped forward. The vampire on the floor let out a raspy chuckle. You're dreaming if you think you're getting anywhere near that vault. I'll kill her, I warned, and I pushed the barrel of the gun against Ava's temple. She let out a pitiful whimper. Go ahead, he sneered. She means nothing to me. There was another explosion from outside. It boomed over the ceiling and shook the building. People screamed, and I became paralyzed as I felt magic wash off me like sludge. I realized that the illusions disguising our identities had fallen. The Union must have cast a spell around the bank to wash away all traces of magical influence. The magic was so strong it destroyed even the effects of my grandfather's potion. If the spell was that powerful, only another demigod could cast it. That meant Esther was nearby, if her whole team wasn't here already. The hostages gasped as they recognized Ava's face from the wanted posters lining the wall. The ruse was up. Ava knew how to fall safely. I pretended to shove her aside, and she made a show of collapsing dramatically while I kicked the vampire in the stomach. He let out a grunt, and I growled. I don't think you realize I'm not fucking around. We're not leaving until we get what we came for, so we could do this the easy way or the hard way.
I can't get into this fucking vault!
Callie screamed through the comm.
The combination isn't taking!
Screw this. The whole plan was taking way too long. We needed to get into that vault, and now. You think I haven't done worse than this little game you're playing? You're not as tough as you think you are. The vampire sneered, and he rose to his feet. Around me, the guards began to approach.
Freeze!
Marcus bellowed.
Nobody move!
He fired off more shots, and a few people screamed. I heard a couple of spells being blasted toward me, and I had to duck as a fireball singed my shoulder. The vampire I'd been speaking to took his chance to deliver a punch to my face that nearly knocked me out. It wasn't as strong as I was expecting, probably because the knock-site doors around the bank were weakening people's magic. I fell over, landing heavily on my side. I pulled myself together and siphoned his strength so I could remain conscious. I got to my feet and faced him. He went to hit me again, but I shoved him downward as roughly as I could, knocking his feet out from under him. The guards had gotten bold, and we couldn't have that, so I decided they needed to learn a lesson. Once I got the vampire off of me, I immediately siphoned the shifter powers of the dragon that I'd shot earlier, and I began to morph. Scales formed on my skin. My body began to grow, filling up the lobby. I was gigantic, and I couldn't see where I was going, so I was smashing countertops, furniture, and registers trying to turn within the lobby. Cries of terror could be heard all throughout the bank. Spells that guards fired bounced off my sides, and I heard the vampire that had been below me seconds earlier give a loud scream. I didn't even have to think about it before I lunged my fangs out. His terrified yells were instantly cut off as I crunched him in my jaws. His body separated, and I let the two pieces of his deformed, mangled corpse fall to the floor. Wails shook the walls, and I heard the other guards fall over and crawl backward as they desperately tried to get away from me. I shifted back. My chest heaved as I yelled,
"Did you see what I did to him? Do you want to join him?"
A few of the bank patrons began sobbing. Then I felt something strange and foreign. Ava's slight disgust. But I barely registered it, because there were so many other powerful emotions coursing through me. Soft steps moved forward, and a woman said,
"We'll do it. My coworker and I will get you into the vault. Just don't hurt anyone else."
I smirked. Good decision. Let's go. I reached forward to grab her, then pushed her in the direction of the vault, jamming the pistol into her back. Marcus walked forward to control the other employee, while Ava hoisted herself back into her chair.
"We're taking these hostages!"
I yelled.
"As some of you have already found out, we put a shield around the bank, and not a damn one of you is strong enough to break our magic. Anybody who tries isn't walking away from this."
Nobody dared to reply. Once we were back in the hallway and out of sight of the lobby, I couldn't help it. I ripped off my face mask, leaned down and kissed Ava as roughly as I could. This was such a fucking thrill.
Charlie,
Ava laughed, pushing me away. You're a beautiful little actress. I hushed and I kissed her hair.
As long as you liked my performance,
she murmured and kissed me back. The employees we'd taken hostage didn't say anything. They knew we'd played them, but they were under our control now, so there wasn't anything they could do that could help them except comply with our orders.
"About damn time you showed up,"
Callie complained as we approached the vault.
"Can we hurry up and get out of here?"
I nudged the pistol into the spine of the woman in front of me. Go ahead. Just open up the vault so we can get what we came for. Then my friends, myself, and my sweetheart will be on our way. The woman walked forward slowly. She and her coworker approached the vault. I heard some technical noises before the spinning mechanism on the vault's door audibly opened.
"There, we did what you asked,"
the woman said in a quivering tone. You could go. We don't need you anymore, I said before stepping inside. The woman and her coworker ran off as my friends and I entered the vault. Everybody went dead quiet, and my friends paused once we were inside. None of my partners stepped forward, or even breathed. So, get the key, I ordered.
"Charlie,"
Ava said, but her sentence faded away. Marcus and Callie didn't add anything. It was like nobody wanted to tell me what they saw. Oberoi, describe the room, I ordered.
"The vault is a fairly large area," he said. "It's empty, save for a rotary phone attached to the wall and a pedestal in the middle of the room that has a glass case display on top of it. Inside is an ivory box, open with a silk pillow where I assume the key was kept, but it's empty. The vampire key was definitely here a few hours ago. I can feel its resonance. We just missed it. Someone must have gotten here first."
"Fuck!"
I screamed. I kicked a wall, absolutely enraged we'd done all this to get shit in return. Ava told the others what Oberoi said, and Callie noted.
"Who has the key?"
Probably Esther. She must have gotten here first, I snarled. We need to get it back from her.
"We can figure that out later. Ava started, but her voice was cut off as a blaring noise resonated through the comm in my ear.
It's the fucking feds!
Chansey roared. The sounds of Noxite guns went off, and shots fired from a regular pistol Ivy was carrying. I heard both of my friends scream before the comm faded into static.
Ivy! Ivy!
Ava yelped.
Fuck! We've lost communication!
Which means we have no idea what's going on out there, Marcus panted. They might have gotten caught, Ava said weakly. Feds can only mean one thing. The United Supernatural Union is here, Callie said. They must have ordered all the Union police who work for them to...
Put your weapons down and come out with your hands up! We have the place surrounded!
A voice on a megaphone boomed so loudly I could hear it through the walls. Yeah, the cops had definitely shown up. My mind raced to come up with a way out of this, until Callie said, Hold on, if the key was just here, I can reverse time up until the point that it left. Then we could take it and leave. Do it then, I snapped. We were cutting this too close. Callie snapped her fingers, then a second time. I didn't feel anything happen. No dip in my stomach, no shift in reality. It was as if an invisible hand wrapped around my throat and cut off my access to air. No, Callie groaned, and she snapped her fingers a third time.
No, no!
What's wrong? Marcus asked. I can't reverse time, Callie gasped. It's not working. Is there an ferrokite somewhere in the bank? I asked in a panic. We should have felt it. No, Callie said in horror. This is me. I don't have any access to my time powers. I struggled to understand what she meant, but Ava got it first. My wife's understanding of the situation rushed across our connection, and it hit me so hard I almost fell over. Shifters were weak if their bonded partners left them in limbo for too long. Marcus's failure to either accept or deny Callie as his mate was draining her magic, and now she couldn't access it without the help of their bond. I realized Callie putting the shield on the bank had drained up what magical reserves she'd had, and it needed time to replenish. Power was supposed to flow equally between two bonded partners, like it did between Ava and me, but with Marcus blocking his half of the bond off, Callie couldn't access what she needed. We'd warned him about this. I'd tried to tell him, and now it was happening, at the worst possible moment it could. Marcus knew it too. His voice was strained as he rasped. Callie, it doesn't matter. There's nothing we can do about it now, she snapped. The phone on the wall rang. We all jumped at the noise. It kept ringing and ringing. I wondered if anyone was going to answer it, or if we even should. Then Marcus's footsteps echoed across the floor as he picked up the phone. Hello? There was a pause, and Marcus said, They're asking for you, Charlie. He shakily handed the phone to me. I picked it up and barked. Yes.
Hey, Charlie. It's nice to speak to you again.
It took a moment, but I recognized that voice. It was Killian Ryan, the supernatural bounty hunter I'd met before I'd left the Institute. He and his partner, Coulter, had come to thank me for my criminal profile about the dollmaker, which had led me to the warrant for Valen's arrest. They'd thought I had potential as a future bounty hunter, and wanted me to join their team once I'd graduated. They must have shown up with the rest of the union reps to help bring us in. What do you want? I kept my voice flat. I didn't want to give these guys an in.
We want to help,
Killian said.
We're outside. You guys have gotten into a bad spot.
I huffed. That was undermining the situation as much as fucking possible. You can't help us. We come out, you'll take us away.
We can work something out,
Killian promised.
We know you kids aren't bad people. You're just confused. It's normal, after everything you guys went through, trying to escape the Institute the night it burned. You're upset and acting out. We've found other students like you, and we've helped them.
Yeah, right. I knew exactly what had happened to those inmates who'd managed to escape the burning prison and gotten themselves arrested again afterward. They'd been sent to mission indoctrination camps, and that was the last place I wanted to go. We're in too deep. If you want me, fine, but I'm not letting my friends take the heat for this. Arrest me, and let the others go, I said.
You know we can't do that. Come on, Charlie. This isn't the way you want to do things. You're a good guy.
Killian insisted.
You don't want to scare all these people.
I knew what they were doing. They wanted to get on my good side, appeal to any sort of empathy I had, so they could save hostages and hopefully make an arrest in the process. I wasn't going to bend. I'm doing the only thing I know how to do, I said blatantly. This is what the world made me to be, so now it has to pay the price. Killian must have handed the phone over to Coulter, because the next voice was deeper.
We know you've got your wife and her friends in there with you. You don't want to put them in danger, do you? You're the leader of this group, aren't you, Charlie? You want everybody to get home safe.
I gave a soft laugh. I've learned not everybody gets to go home at the end of the day.
Don't do this, kid. You've got a bright future,
Coulter added.
If you turn yourselves in now, there might still be a chance you could join us someday. We know you want to be a bounty hunter like us. You can have that, Charlie. Think about it. You could provide for Ava, have some kids, a good life. You don't want to throw it all away.
His words made me second-guess everything. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe this was the wrong thing to do. I was hurting people, and I didn't want to do that. But if we didn't get this key, everyone, on the Earth and in the afterlife, would get hurt. These guys didn't understand that I had to make some impossible choices. Yet even the good guys working for the Union had been compromised by the Warden. The Union was under his control now, and I knew if we surrendered, we'd never see the light of day again, if we even made it to the next morning. I had dreams that I desperately wanted, but I should have known they would never pan out. I wanted to be a supernatural bounty hunter, but I wasn't, and I never would be. I needed to make a choice. I could keep chasing after a foolish hope, or decide to become the villain my family expected me to be. It wasn't like I had much of an option. I had to let that dream go now. What I wanted in the face of what my family needed absolutely didn't matter. The phone shook in my hand. I could physically feel my future crumble into pieces as I replied. I'm the grandson of Emperor Cassiel Majestica, and an underboss of the Elven crime family. This is what I was born to be. This is the life I choose. I hung up the phone. Seconds later, it rang again. I thought of the pleading words of Killian and Coulter, and I felt guilty. Perhaps I could explain things to them. They didn't know about the keys and how important they were. If I told them about our destiny, they might understand and want to help. I hesitated before I picked it up again. Hello?
Hello, Charlie. We've missed you.
It wasn't Coulter or Killian this time. It was fucking Esther. Revulsion churned my innards as I snapped. Fuck off, Esther. How'd you convince them to let you talk to us?
I told them we were such good friends at the Institute, and you just needed to hear a familiar voice, she said chipperly. Please come out, so this can all end happily.
The minute we step out of this building, you and your demigod buddies are going to obliterate us, I hissed.
You should be more concerned about your immortal soul,
Esther crooned.
The only way to salvation is to seek refuge under the wings of the mission's God. You don't want to be judged in the afterlife, do you? The God of the mission doesn't forgive without repentance. But if you hand over the key and plead for his forgiveness, I'm sure my uncle will...
Nope. I slammed the phone back onto the receiver. Any doubts about the choice I'd just made flew out the window once I'd spoken to Esther. Everybody on this planet wanted to use and manipulate us, and I knew better. I berated myself for being so stupid to nearly fall for the Union's pleas, told myself I was an idiot for being so weak. I'd made my decision, and I was never looking back. That was Esther. She's here, I said. She doesn't have the key. She asked us to hand it over, so she thinks we stole it first. That means the Warden doesn't have it in his hands yet, but somebody else does. Somebody that doesn't work for him, Marcus whimpered. We've been played. I bet it's that fucking spy we got hanging around at the palace. The bank knew we were coming. Whoever the mole is, they raised an alarm, and somebody moved it just before we got here.
I seethed. If Esther's here, the warden isn't far behind. He could arrive any minute, Callie worried. We can't fight them all off. We need to go, Marcus insisted. A loud voice drifted through the walls of the bank. Esther had transferred to using a megaphone and was screaming religious propaganda.
The God of the mission will destroy those who do not worship him. Submit now and be cleansed of your sin.
I blocked her out as I shouted over the sound of the megaphone. Callie, make us a portal. It's time to leave. She let out another pained noise.
I can't do that either. It's not just my demigod abilities. Everything's affected. What can you still cast?
I asked desperately. She gave a gasp of pain as she attempted to create a spell. A spell flickered out and died.
All I've got is battle orbs. I can still use my gun, but I don't have access to anything stronger.
It's okay. I've got a pocket mirror. I can portal us out, I began. But as I reached into my pocket, I gasped as my skin cut on bits of shattered glass. I drew the mirror out of my pocket and ran my fingers over it. It was just a frame. There was no reflection. I'd landed on my side during the fight with the vampire. It must have broken then. I couldn't use it to make a portal and get us home, which meant there was nowhere else to go. This was it. We were trapped inside the bank, surrounded by enemies, with no way out.
Chapter 6. Ava-Marie. Charlie, what do we do? My question failed to rouse a response. He wore a blank expression, even as Oberei nudged his side. Where the hell are we supposed to go? Callie cried. Esther is going to break through our shield eventually. They've got us pinned, Marcus half sobbed. Charlie remained silent. He was completely helpless, which meant it was time for me to take action. We'd been cornered back in the infernal underground, and I'd go to hell before I allowed something like that to happen again. If you can get me to my car, I promise I can get us out of here, I swore. Where is it? Charlie asked. His voice was hoarse. Still parked in an alleyway at the front of the bank. Even as I said it, my heart fell. That means we'll have to fight our way through the barricade and hope the cops didn't take the car, Marcus moaned. It's our only shot, Charlie said. Let's move. The sirens were closing in all around me, intermingling with the voices in my head, which were starting to blare out warnings. Oberei ran out of the vault and back down the hallway, and my friends raced after him in a dead run. Callie, take down the shield, Charlie ordered. We'll release the hostages and blend in with the crowd as it leaves. I'll disguise us with illusion magic so they don't notice us slip out. Callie nodded. Tingles crawled over my skin as I felt the shield lift. We hurried into the lobby, where the hostages had figured out the shield had dropped and were racing for the door. I hardly had time to take a breath before Union reps stormed into the bank from all sides. Noxite darts and spells flew everywhere. I flung myself out of my chair and onto the floor as magic flew over my head. A second later, a battle orb slammed into my chair and blasted it to pieces. Well, so much for that. Oberei, I need to be on your back, I instructed. She instantly changed into a unicorn and knelt to the floor. I pulled myself onto her. The saddle pad formed beneath me, and I strapped my legs tightly to her sides. Oberei raced behind a corner, while Charlie, Callie, and Marcus ducked behind a counter to take cover. Hostages were hit with multiple Noxite darts, or pelted with spells. They immediately went down. Holes formed in bodies, as supernaturals took magical blows that were meant for us. Chaos ignited the area. Union cops collided with the fleeing bank patrons, until the crowd formed a literal mob. This was an absolute shit show. Our plan to get out had failed, because we hadn't thought the Union members would kill civilians in order to get to us. Who are the real villains here? Why are they putting the hostages at risk? Callie asked. Esther must have lost her patience and ordered them to go in, I yelled. She doesn't care who lives or dies, so long as they arrest us. You'll never take us alive, Marcus screamed. He fired off 6 rounds. and I watched Union cops go down once his magical bullets hit. There was so much noise, and everything was in mayhem. A lump lodged in my throat, and I clung to Oberei's mane. "Charlie, I'm scared." "Don't quit on me now, Pidge." Charlie poked around the corner and fired 3 shots before pressing his back to the counter. He went to shoot again, but a battle orb collided with his shoulder, and he gave a gasp. I felt the pain ricochet across our bond as blood spewed out of the wound. I saw that the orb had wrecked his shooting arm, to the point I could see muscle and bone poking through the tear in his clothes. He slid onto the floor as he struggled not to pass out. I'd failed to use my pistol before this moment. I didn't think I had the strength. But Charlie was hurt. Seeing him like that, in desperate pain and trapped in this goddamn bank, erased the part of me that was afraid. Fuck my earlier reservations, my morals, whatever it was that held me back before. I'd use this pistol to take as many lives as I had to, in order to keep Charlie safe. And I'd feel no guilt about it whatsoever afterward. Taking a life for him, in whatever way I had to? Simple. Easy. I reached into the lining of my jacket, where my pistol had been concealed, and drew it out. I urged Oberei forward, right into the line of fire, and raised my weapon to pull the trigger. I couldn't even see straight. I must have blacked out. All I could feel was the recoil of the pistol in my hand as it went off, and felt my water magic rushing through the gun to create ice bullets. Union cops screamed in terror and went to take cover behind objects as my shots hit their target. Oberei helped me by launching fireballs from her horn, and as our hits connected, I realized something terrifying and invigorating. I didn't need to be trained. I was an excellent shot. Even so, more Union cops kept flooding in, and they made a small army. We might be demigods, but being outnumbered had stopped us before. "We need to clear a path, or we're never getting out of here," Callie cried over the noise. Charlie managed to stagger to his feet. Through a heavy breath, he gasped, "Light it up, Pidge." I was more than happy to oblige my dom. Each wall of the bank immediately ignited into gigantic flames the second I thought of it. My fire magic licked up the marble, so hot that it even melted the stone, causing the building to buckle. Any furniture within the bank was instantly set ablaze and turned to ash. Several Union cops standing near the flames spontaneously combusted. Oberei shook her head in fury. An enormous jet of fire resembling a flamethrower shot out of her horn, helping me turn the bank into a pyre. The incredible heat in the building caused all but the grittiest Union police to flee the bank. We picked off the rest of them with our pistols as we fled toward the doors. The cool air outside kissed my skin. It was just as chaotic outside the bank as it was inside. Squad cars surrounded the bank, but the Union cops were divided on whether to go after us or stop the fire. Around the area, humans had surrounded the bank with expressions of shock, videoing the scene with their phones as both we and the police shot off spells. Supernatural secrecy was apparently gone. I searched for my car and saw with relief that it was still in the alleyway I'd parked it in earlier, and it had gone completely unnoticed by police. We could still make it. I looked up when I heard wing beats. Esther was here, hovering in the sky before the bank, her angelic wings spread out wide like she owned the very world. But we'd gotten fucking lucky, because none of her friends were with her. They had to be doing other dirty jobs for the warden. Wasn't going to prevent her from trying to kill us. Shrieks rose throughout the street as Esther used her light magic to blind us. I cringed away from the harsh light, and Oberei whipped her head away. I heard the sound of a pistol going off, and Esther screamed. Abruptly, the blinding light immediately ceased, and a crashing thud boomed ahead of me. Charlie had taken a shot with his good arm, and he'd managed to hit Esther in the wing. She'd fallen from the sky and landed on a squad car, breaking the windshield. She cringed and went to get up, but I was already firing. Blood spurted from her front as several of my shots connected, and she collapsed flatly on the broken windshield with a pained groan. My fire bullets weren't going to kill her, but they'd keep her down for a while. I flattened myself to Oberei's neck, and she galloped through the zigzag of patrol cars as Union cops flung spells after us. Oberei jumped, sailing us over a squad car, as Callie and Charlie darted around it, and Marcus slid across the hood. My heart was pounding when we finally reached my car. Charlie swung me off of Oberei's back with one arm and threw me in the driver's seat before he slipped into the other side. Oberei changed into a husky, jumping onto Charlie's lap. Callie and Marcus barely had time to jump in the back seat before I revved the accelerator. I was a damn good driver, and I knew I could outrun these assholes. We were pinned back in our seats by the force of the car shooting forward. I immediately turned out of the alleyway and onto a side street, racing down that before I got to the main road. The Union cops were immediately on our tail. Red and blue lights flashed behind us, and police sirens wailed as squad cars followed us on a high-speed chase through the streets of Paris. Pedestrians screamed and dove out of the way as iron tables and chairs bounced off the hood. I winced as the furniture scratched the paint and left dents in the hood of my new baby. My car was faster than theirs, so I was able to make it to the highway, where I had more room to maneuver. I swerved around other vehicles as I pushed the odometer past 100. Marcus and Callie leaned out the windows in the back and fired shots at the chasing patrol cars. They clung to the sides of the car to hang on as I swerved to avoid battle orbs whizzing toward us from behind. Squad cars tried to avoid their shots. Several ended up spinning off the road or crashing into each other, tumbling over into the ditch. Traffic slowed up ahead due to construction. I went around it and started driving on the median, though it slowed us down. As we sped past the traffic and into the construction site, I searched the surrounding area, looking for something we could use to escape. Oberei barked like crazy. One patrol car sped past us and went to box us in, but I spun the car around in a 180-degree turn and got back on the gas, driving head-on toward a line of approaching squad cars. "Ava, are you fucking nuts?" Callie screamed. Absolutely. I had the balls to pull this off. Monica and I had stolen a car before, and the race we'd had with the cops back then hadn't ended well. I was determined not to let this be a repeat. There was a ramp to my right, used by construction workers for repairing a nearby overpass. I jerked the car to the side and drove up it, launching the car off of the ramp. My stomach dipped as the car went airborne, and we flew over the squad cars that had been racing toward us seconds before. Callie, Charlie, and Marcus screamed as we sailed through the air, but I tightened my grip on the steering wheel until my fingers were white and my arms were shaking. "Come on, baby, you can do this!" The car slammed against the concrete, bouncing off the tires. I swear I heard a couple of parts in the undercarriage come snapping off. The windshield cracked with the force of the fall. Holy shit, that was going to be a lot of repairs. I nearly wanted to cry. "We can fix your car later, let's go!" Charlie shouted, reading my thoughts. I pushed the car even faster, laying on the turbo. The cars we passed became a blur, and dismay built inside my chest as we drove down the wrong side of the highway. I jerked the car to the side several times in order to avoid slamming head-on into vehicles that were barreling straight toward us. "They've got people in the sky!" Marcus cried. I noticed out the front of my cracked windshield that several helicopters were trailing us from overhead and getting closer. I couldn't outdrive a fucking copter, that was for certain. We needed an escape, somewhere to take the car and hide. If we didn't disappear and fast, they'd catch us because I couldn't keep this up. Eventually, the car was going to break, and if that happened, we were fucked. I had to get this car to a place we could take a portal out of here without them following. I had to get us out. Losing the cops and portaling away was our only shot. Then I saw a line of patrol cars up ahead. The highway was blocked behind us, and the Union police had set up a barricade in front of us. It looked like the highway was blocked off at all angles. I needed to go back into the city. I immediately slammed to a stop. I heard Marcus yelp as his face hit the headrest behind me, and blood spurted from his nose onto my arm. The vehicle made a screeching noise as I threw the car into reverse, and I painfully turned in my seat so I could look out the window behind me. My spine screamed in protest. I still didn't have great control of twisting my upper body, and fuck if it didn't hurt like hell to do so. But I had to right now. I drove backward at over 60 miles an hour before I whipped the car back around and took an exit that curved into Paris. The Union was waiting for us off the exit. Of fucking course! And they laid down spikes on the road ahead. I did my best to swerve, but I couldn't avoid them all. I groaned as I heard the spikes pop the right tire. Great, now we're screwed, Callie snapped as the car leaned to the side. I didn't slow down, but kept on the gas as we sped back into the streets of Paris. This time, a business district with a variety of expensive skyscrapers. We can still drive on the rim for a minute, but we have to get away from them, I insisted. Callie can't portal us away right now, which means Charlie is the only one who can. A singular Union squad car had managed to keep up with us the whole time, and they were still sticking with us. It wouldn't be long before my car gave out, or they caught up to us. I need a mirror, Charlie yelled. Where the hell are we gonna find that? Marcus cried. I was debating on pulling this bitch over and convincing the others to scatter out of the car and make a run for it, while I held the cops off with my magic, until Obereye stood on Charlie's lap. There! That skyscraper has a reflective surface, Obereye said, pointing with his nose. It did. There was a building straight ahead that had a mirror-like surface coating the entire building. We could use it. Drive through it, Pidge. Charlie's thoughts were full of determination. I'll get us home. I didn't think twice as I pushed the car in a straight line toward the skyscraper, the odometer climbing past 120. If Charlie said he could do it, he would do it. There was no fear, only complete and absolute trust. I'd put my life in this man's hands more times than I knew, and he'd never let me down before. He asked, I answered. He ordered, I complied. That was my role, and that was who we were. I'd crash this car and kill us all before I denied his command. Yeah, I was fucking crazy. I loved it. He loved it. And riding this high and feeling alive, playing with the lines between life and death, was the most exhilarating thing we'd ever known. Callie and Marcus hadn't heard our conversation and had no idea what we were planning. Callie's voice got nervous. Ava, what are you doing? Ava! I closed my eyes and braced myself, fully expecting to feel the car collapse around me as we crashed into the building. But I didn't. I pried open my eyelids, and my mouth dropped open in amazement as I observed the space around us. Mirrors surrounded us everywhere, reflecting our appearance millions of times. My face flew by in a blur as the car continued moving steadily past. It appeared we'd stepped into the mirror, like we'd entered another world. Charlie had done it. He'd opened up a portal through the reflective surface in the skyscraper. But we weren't the only ones who'd driven through it. The squad car who'd followed us was sailing behind us through the mirror realm, almost like we were moving in slow motion. A portal blossomed ahead of us, and I saw the sea that surrounded Elan. We drove through the portal and came out at ground level on a highway outside of the Elven city. I stopped the car on the side of the road. I turned to see what we had come through, and saw that the mirror behind us was some sort of reflective billboard, welcoming refugees fleeing the mission to the city of Elan. On the right side of the highway was a cliffside, lined by a guardrail. Beside the cliff was the open ocean, a wide expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. Charlie leaned out the car window, aimed his pistol, and fired a shot at the mirror we'd come through. Disbelief pierced my chest as I watched the bullet shatter the billboard into pieces. The last thing I saw as the portal closed was the shocked faces of the 2 union representatives as the portal slammed shut. The fragile bits of the mirror fell to the pavement. My heart stuttered. A broken mirror couldn't reflect clearly enough to make a portal. Those people had no way out. Marcus turned green. He swallowed thickly as he asked, Are those union cops stuck in the mirror? I had to seal off the portal. Otherwise, they'd follow us and expose Elomanth, Charlie said roughly. I didn't have a choice. Something gnarled inside of me like jagged thorns. A lie. He did have a choice, and he'd made it. But Charlie was right. We couldn't afford to put the elves in danger again. Not for anything. We couldn't. The city was more important than whoever had been in that patrol car, even if they were now stuck in the mirror world. The lives of thousands meant more than the existence of a few, and they'd chosen to chase after us when they knew we were demigods and what we were capable of. We'd done all we could. I opened the car door and bent down to pick up a large fragment of the broken mirror lying on the road. In its reflection, I could see the pale, terrified expressions of the union representatives stuck inside the mirror. They were screaming. Charlie stumbled out of the car and took the broken shard from my hand. Then he walked to the edge of the cliffside, beside the guardrail, and pulled his arm back to toss the broken mirror as far into the ocean as he could. Nobody said a damn word. When Charlie got back in the car, I managed to rasp, "We can't leave Chansey and Ivy." "We have to. We can't go back for them," Charlie said heavily. "Whatever happened, we'll put ourselves in danger if we try to find them now." Ancestors. I prayed they got out somehow. I couldn't handle it if the warden captured them because of us. I drove slowly back to Elomanth, where we got a lot of attention from the curious elves on the streets. They were all too keen to gawk at the damage to my expensive car. We managed to pull into the royal garage within the palace boundaries unseen, by some fucking miracle. But I bet the guards were already running to Emperor Cassiel to tell him we were back. Shit. I'd hoped when we returned we'd have the vampire key in hand to calm some of his anger. Instead, we'd completely blown the whole operation and nearly gotten killed in the process. I parked the car within the enclosed garage. Under the hood, the engine was smoking. Damn it all. Bren was going to kill me. Callie huffed. Time to face the music, I guess. Not yet. This was my idea. I want a chance to explain things to my grandpa before the rest of you get in trouble, Charlie said heavily. Fine by me. Marcus was out of that car in a flash. Callie waited for a minute or two before she left. After she was out of the garage, Charlie opened the door and Oberai hopped out. As much as you need to learn the consequences of your actions, beloved Charlie, I don't wish to see them put upon you, Oberai noted. I will cover for you. If people see me, they will follow. Perhaps it will give you time to seek out your grandfather and come up with an explanation. Thanks, Oberai, Charlie said, and he ruffled his ears. Oberai trotted off, leaving Charlie and me alone in the car. There was silence for a moment, before I asked with a smirk. Baddest bitch you've ever met, huh? You definitely live up to that reputation. He leaned forward, and I lightly touched his shoulder. The arm that had been fried by the battle orb mended, healing over until the injury was completely gone. Better? I asked. Yeah, it no longer hurts. We sat in the car for a few moments. Then Charlie reached out and snagged me across the waist, hoisting me out of my seat and into his lap. Charlie and Ava mess around in their car, which is an exhilarating experience. Ava relates the car chase and the robbery to an intimate scene within their sanctuary. She admits how twisted the two of them are as a couple, and becomes excited at the concept of their romantic villainy. Charlie brushed my face. Apparently we've found a new hobby, I smirked. Robbing banks isn't a hobby. Might as well be, if it can get us going like that. I let out a soft laugh. He'd certainly started my engine. I jumped, as there was a sharp knock on the glass window beside us. I turned my head, and was absolutely mortified to see my mother standing there, her arms crossed with a disapproving frown. "If you two are finished, Charlie's grandfather would like to speak with him," Mama said shortly. "I hope you have a good explanation for the damage you caused."
Chapter 7. Charlie. I felt the blood rush to my cheeks in utter embarrassment. I sure as hell didn't mind getting it on with my wife in our own fucking car. But did it have to be her mother who walked in on us? "I'll give you two a minute, then you need to come with me," Sophia said. Ava and I scrambled to get decent as Sophia turned away. Ava opened her door to let her mom know we were finished. "I heard your wheelchair got destroyed," Sophia said as she wheeled a chair to Ava's door. News really traveled fast around here. "Oh, wow, this is uncomfortable," Ava said when she transferred into the chair. "It's temporary," Sophia promised. "We found this one in storage and figured it would work in a pinch." "I guess it's fine for now," Ava grumbled. Sophia led us inside and through the palace. The only sounds were the click of footsteps and the roll of Ava's wheels. Obviously, no one wanted to talk about what Sophia had just witnessed. Sophia dared to break the silence first. "I didn't see anything, just so you know." "Dear ancestors, I did not want to have this conversation." "Mama," Ava groaned, "can we pretend it didn't happen?" "There's nothing shameful about a married couple enjoying a bit of fun," Sophia said. "Your father and I have enjoyed time together in some interesting places."
Mama, stop!
Ava cried. "I just don't want you to be embarrassed," Sophia said. "I wasn't until you brought it up," Ava replied. "All right, it never happened," Sophia agreed. She approached a door and opened it. I could feel the air shifting around the room as people breathed, but no one said a damn thing. It was quite eerie, and my stomach twisted into knots. I wasn't looking forward to meeting with my grandfather after everything that had happened. I can imagine how disappointed he'd be already. In the silence, I took a moment to assess the room. My elf powers sensed demigod magic, and I noted that Marcus and Callie sat on opposite ends of a long meeting table. The guards must have picked them up somewhere in the castle, along with Oberoi, because he was ducked under the table in husky form. I could feel his guilt through our bond and knew his ears must be lying flat on his head. He felt bad for getting caught. Others stood around the room. I picked up on the energy of two witches, along with a fey sorcerer and a wolf shifter. Marcus and Callie's parents were there, though my father was notably missing. Fucking fantastic. Everyone else's parents had shown up, and my dad didn't care. Couldn't say I was surprised, but it still stung. They weren't the only ones there. I also felt the energy signatures of a vampire and an angel.
Ivy, Chansey! Ava cried. How'd you guys get out? We were worried sick.
The Elvish associates pulled off a rescue, Chansey said. Yeah, barely, Ivy noted sourly. They got rid of the Union cops and got us out before we could be arrested. What a shit job that turned out to be. Ivy didn't get to say anything else before the door burst open behind us. An elementai strode in, and it was far too easy to recognize him by the way his energy commanded the room. Sit, Liam ordered. I pulled out a chair and did as I was told. Ava wheeled up beside me. Sophia remained standing with the other parents. Liam began to pace around the table. It felt like he was boxing us in. I counted his steps. 10, 11, 12. He stopped at the head of the table and turned to face us. What the hell were you thinking? We're sorry. I ducked my head, and my voice came out smaller than I intended. I hated feeling this way. I wasn't a kid anymore. I was a grown-ass man, and a prince at that. I was supposed to be a leader, not cowering to people who called my choices into question. But still, this guy was a chief of our tribe, and Ava's father. I didn't want to fuck up and make him disappointed in me, though I had. His piercing silence made me feel like a child.
Sorry isn't going to cut it,
Liam said roughly.
Do you have any idea how worried we've been? You tried to rob a bank. Do you realize how serious this is? What is wrong with all of you? And then you left us with a mess to deal with here at the palace. Don't try to tell me that curse wasn't your doing.
I spent all morning breaking it, Nadine said. I had tracked down everyone it affected and removed the magic from them personally. Marcus blew a breath. Don't look at me. I didn't cast the curse. That was Alistair. I'm not mad at you, Nadine said gently. I'm worried. You could have gotten yourself killed. Marcus groaned. Mom, I'm a demigod. You don't need to coddle me anymore. We're concerned, Lucas cut in. We know things have been hard for you, especially in the last couple of years. We had hoped when you went to the Institute that it would help you, but now you're robbing banks? Marcus, what happened to you at that horrible place? Marcus nearly snorted. Believe me, Dad, you don't want to know. We do want to know, because we care, Nadine insisted. If we understood, maybe we could help. What you did was dangerous, and we don't want to see you get hurt. We'll get you a therapist. I don't need a fucking shrink, Mom, Marcus snapped. He's right, Queen Emmeline broke in. Why are we talking about therapy when we should be discussing the matter at hand? Our children have caused magical chaos. Maybe if you didn't sit back and put up with your son's shit, Nadine, none of them would be in this mess. You think this was our son's idea? Lucas demanded. I know our daughter is smarter than this, Emma replied.
Indeed,
King Ethan agreed.
We raised Kalina well. She understands this type of work takes secrecy. My child, you should have known your plan needed better execution.
Dad, seriously? Callie complained. I know how to pull off a job. Things got out of hand. This isn't helping, Sophia started to say, but the others weren't listening.
Kalina, if you and your friends wanted to rob a bank, you should have done it under the cover of night,
King Ethan reprimanded.
To pull off something like this in the middle of the day is ludicrous. Did Marcus convince you otherwise?
Nadine scoffed. You think Marcus dragged your daughter into this? May I remind you that you're promoting criminal activity, Phantom?
My vigilante days are behind me,
King Ethan started. Apparently not, if you're giving her tips on how they could have committed a felony better, Lucas barked. Well, if she's going to be a criminal, she might as well do it the right way, Queen Emmeline shot back. Callie, you're a member of the royal family. If you're going to break the law, at least don't get caught. I expected more from you. You're being too hard on her, Nadine insisted. And you and your husband are a soft cinnamon roll, Emma sneered. Parents need to push their children to do better. No wonder Callie was so tough. Her parents loved her, and they were fair, but they could be a bit too strict. I'd had enough of listening to this. I shot to my feet. Callie's a vital member of this team, and her skills are invaluable to us. The last thing she needs is a lecture about how much of a screw-up she is. And this wasn't Marcus's idea or his plan. It was mine. I'd felt like such a coward when I walked into the room, but I wouldn't let these people belittle my friends. Our parents might be disappointed in us, but they could only make us feel guilty about it if we let them. We were the ones in charge here, and we hadn't done anything wrong. You know what? I'm not sorry about any of it, I decided. I'm in charge of this operation. I shouldn't be apologizing for making the right call. Callie got us into the vault. We almost had the vampire key, but...
I don't want to hear excuses,
Liam cut me off roughly.
I don't think you realize the gravity of the situation. Allow me to show you.
Something clicked, and a TV on the wall started to play the supernatural news. The suspects have been identified as the infamous Villains Club, the gang name which they were known by during their time spent behind bars at the Dark Institute for Supernatural Offenders. Reports say the robbery was led by Charlie and Ava-Marie Walken. Witnesses are calling this husband and wife duo the supernatural world's own Bonnie and Clyde. Oberoi gave a low whine at my feet. "Oh, they're rolling security footage of you two inside the bank," Oberoi told me. "They've got a video of you two kissing while you were attempting to break open the vault." Internally, I groaned. The parents did not have to see that. "Ava, wipe that smirk off your face!" Liam burst. "What?" she asked innocently. "I thought it was sexy." "This isn't sexy! This is disturbing!" Liam bellowed. "Robbing a bank should not be making you think about..." The broadcast continued. "These partners in crime were not working alone. A female accomplice has been identified as none other than Kalina Nowak, former Fey princess turned assassin for hire." Marcus shifted in his seat. "Great. They said terrible things about you guys. I can't wait to hear them blast my screw-ups all over the news." The news anchor paused, as if checking their notes. "The fourth member of their team is Martin Tyler, a rogue warlock born on the streets. He spent his childhood as a famous circus performer, not knowing where he came from, until a Ponzi scheme involving performing elephants landed him at the Dark Institute." "What?" Marcus asked in disbelief. "What?" "That's unfortunate," Nadine whispered quietly. "They got my name wrong! I'm not Martin Tyler!" Marcus yelled. "And I've never been in a damn circus! Why did they get my friend's information right and not me?" "I mean, it might be a good thing they don't know who you are," Ava offered feebly. "No way! I always get the short end of the stick!" Marcus slammed his fist on the table. "It's all bullshit! Who's writing these news reports?" "At least they mentioned you," Chansey said. "Ives and I didn't even get credit." "This isn't something you want to take credit for," Liam growled. "You exposed the supernatural world. The humans are preparing their nukes to mount them against us. I don't care how powerful you think you are. You aren't surviving a nuclear explosion." "The United Supernatural Union was quick to execute their exposure protocol," the newscaster continued. "Human witnesses have had their memories wiped, and all video content has been scrubbed from the internet. The Union is working diligently to explain away the events as an elaborate hoax. For now, the supernatural world remains a secret, but until these criminals are caught, there's no telling what damage they'll do to our communities next." The television clicked off. Nobody dared to say anything. That is, until Ava opened her big mouth. "I guess that means no nukes," Ava said happily, as if that was the end of it. "Problem solved." "No, not problem solved," Liam replied snidely. "The humans may have their memories wiped, but they're still on edge. They know something's up, even if they can't remember what it is. You guys really blew it, and you didn't even get what you were looking for." Ava sighed. "We don't need the lecture, Daddy. We're adults, not children." "Apparently you do, because you're behaving like kids," Liam accused. "You're like reckless teenagers acting on impulse." "Well, I'm 21, so I'm not a teenager anymore," Ava said flatly. Liam sighed, and his voice softened. "My point is, you can't keep making rash decisions, because if you do, they're going to end badly." "You made difficult decisions during the Hawkeye Civil War," Ava reminded him. "We have a prophecy to fulfill, too. You need to let us make our own choices." "I made tough choices because they were my only options," Liam emphasized. "You're making purposely bad decisions because you want to, not because you have to. There's a big difference, Peanut, and I'm really concerned about how this is going to end if you and your friends keep going down the wrong path." "That's not true," I defended. "You think this was a choice? We knew there was a chance someone else could get to the vampire key first, and we were right. We had to act fast, and it turns out it wasn't fast enough. We could sense its resonance. We only missed it by a few hours. We should have gone last night, while the key was still in the vault. You're not mad that we tried to rob the bank. You're mad that someone else got there first. We need that key, and it's going to take criminals to get it. Would you rather us choose to sit back and do nothing? You could have asked for help, but you didn't, Liam insisted. Charlie, if you don't learn how to trust people, you're going to end up in a bad situation. One that we won't be able to get you guys out of. I scoffed. Forgive me if I don't trust anyone but the few people who have ever shown up for me my whole life. I did put my trust in people, my friends, and we managed to make it out alive. I call that a win. Liam sighed. You can trust us, too. We're here to support you. If you wanted to support us, you wouldn't be berating us, I sneered. You say you're there for us, but where were you when we were in cell block 9? Because no one was there to get us out. We got ourselves out. I didn't like mentioning cell block 9. I barely held it together as I forced the words out, and even then, my voice still cracked. I could feel tears brimming at the corners of my eyes, too. But I hadn't cried since the day that the guards had broken the organ and all our musical instruments at the Institute. And I'd be damned if I let any tears fall now, in front of these parents who weren't mine. Charlie, we don't always agree on how to help you kids, Sophia offered. But we parents are here for you. We've all had to deal with prophecies and destinies that were too big for us to handle, at an age when that responsibility shouldn't have been on our shoulders. The adults in our lives who tried to help us often ended up dying or went missing. Sometimes we couldn't rely on them because they ended up betraying us. We're trying to give you the resources we didn't have. Yes, as tough as we can be, we want to give you support, Queen Emmeline insisted. We're upset because this could have gone worse than what happened today. One of you, or all of you, might have ended up hurt. I knew I'd gambled with everyone's lives today. I'd put the people I'd cared about the most at risk, and if anything had happened to any one of them, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself. But that didn't change the fact that I didn't believe the adults in this room actually wanted to protect me. No parental figure had ever shown up for me. I'd constantly been let down, and I wasn't going to take the bait this time. My voice got rougher. I was more bitter than I ever had been. The only heroes in this room are the ones who were with me in Paris this morning, and the people who were down there with me in cell block 9 when we were all dying. Don't sit there and act like you give a shit about anyone in this room but your own kid. My father didn't care enough to show up here, so I don't know why the rest of you pretend like I'm important. Truth was, I wished Cameron had been waiting to yell at me. Everyone else's parents were here. At least if my dad was in this room, he'd fucking realize I was alive. I wouldn't be invisible to him. He talked a great game about missing me and wanting to be my father, but I needed him to be here, and he was off screwing around doing who knew what when I just made one of the biggest mistakes of my life. He wasn't here to guide me, like he'd promised. He'd brought me into this world just to leave me here. If he wasn't going to be my dad, why had he bothered to give me a life? What had I done to make him hate me so much? Charlie, Oberoi said calmly, we all know you've had to fight your whole life, but this robbery isn't about only you. Your actions have an impact on all of the supernatural world, and the human world as well. I don't know why I should care about the world, because the world doesn't care about me, I replied through the bond. Then why are you doing any of this? Oberoi asked. His question struck me, and I wasn't sure how to answer. I didn't get a chance to respond before Liam was speaking again. You can't make emotional decisions because you think no one cares about you, Liam said softly. I shook my head. He didn't get it. You're just lecturing me because I'm married to your daughter, and you're afraid of how hard I'll fight for her. Yeah, you are married to my daughter, Liam said bluntly, which is why I care about you. Your family, Charlie. Everyone here cares. And because we care, we're telling you that you can't save the world by yourself. What you did at the bank this morning was impulsive and rash. You can't think that way if you're going to fulfill your prophecy, because it's going to get you hurt.
Liam, stop, Sophia said gently. This is unhelpful. Can we just be happy our children are alive?
Liam drew a deep breath. Yes, of course. We're happy you made it back safely. But if you need help in the future with all of this, please ask, because you don't need to do it alone. The door opened, and everyone turned to see who walked in. My elf magic sensed who it was immediately, because Emperor Cassiel had such a prominent and powerful presence. My stomach dropped, and my heart sank to the bottom of my chest. Oh, great, here it goes. I bet he was going to read me the riot act about what a fuck-up I was, and tell me no prince had ever disgraced the family so shamefully. Not like I didn't deserve it. My grandfather cleared his throat. Charlie, I'd like a word. His voice remained surprisingly even, and somehow that made it even worse. I was really going to get it now. Let's go for a walk, Cassiel suggested. I couldn't read his tone. Reluctantly, I stood and followed him. I kept my head down and my shoulders slumped. Didn't think I could feel any lower at this moment. The events that transpired this morning in Paris were unexpected, Cassiel began as he led me through the halls of the palace. Well, that's what you get when you rob a bank, I said flatly. Is it? Cassiel asked. I know what the news reports are saying, but why don't you tell me your side of the story? I was caught off guard. No one had asked me that. Ever, really. We received intel on the vampire key, I started, before explaining everything that had transpired between last night and this morning. It kind of just came out of me, and I couldn't hold it back. I left out a few parts regarding my wife and myself, for obvious reasons. But otherwise, I told him everything. Even what I felt and what I'd thought prior to making the decision to leave for Paris. By the time I finished, we had reached the gardens. A light breeze swept across my skin, and a lavender scent filled the air. It was a peaceful place. I wondered if the servants would hear my grandfather screaming at me from out here. I expected Cassiel to respond, but he didn't. Not right away, at least. We paced around the gardens until he said, I'm disappointed in you, Charlie. His words were like an arrow to the gut. There it was, the beratement. I was fully prepared for him to chew me out, so I was surprised when he added, I apologize for my role in this. I don't believe I've explained myself very well. I furrowed my brow. Aren't you going to yell at me? For what, exactly? Cassiel asked. Failures happen. If you're going to take my place as the head of this family, you need to learn how to deal with failure in stride. The mark of a good mob boss is not a perfect track record. It's learning how to adjust when needed. That and not getting caught. You barely made it out alive, but you're here with me now. All I could do was gape. I don't get it. Shouldn't you be ready to rip my head off? We exposed the supernatural world. What good would that do? Cassiel asked. I'm not here to guilt trip you. I'm here to train you, and I haven't done my job as of yet. If he was yelling at me, I'd know how to respond. His behavior was weird, and I didn't know what to do with it. Cassiel sat on a stone bench, and I took my place beside him. I think it's evidenced by the way things turned out this morning that this cannot happen again, he said. So what do you suggest I do differently? I asked, rather harshly. I did what needed to be done. This isn't how this family operates. You're supposed to send other people to do your dirty work. You're the boss. Which is exactly why I took matters into my own hands, I stated. You got your hands dirty, Cassiel countered. A good leader keeps his hands clean. So everyone else could take the fall for me? I demanded. I took a chance, and we got closer than we've ever been. I can't trust anyone else to get that close. It took a lot of demigod magic to get as far as we did. I've always done things by myself. I don't know why I can't do that now. Cassiel sighed. You're not the criminal you think you are.
You're so much more. You've lifted from cash registers and stolen a few electronics. I've robbed royal vaults and taken jewels from high-security museums. I've stolen ships and navigated their route through treacherous waters. All of this was done from the comfort of my own castle. I'm going to teach you how to be a bigger class of criminal. What fun is sitting around giving people orders? I questioned. I should be out there breaking into bank vaults and cracking through museum security. Hell, I should be on the ships captaining them myself, not sitting here on the phone while someone's shining my shoes. Forgive me if that's worked out for you, but you don't get it. While you were building this palace and restoring Elan, I was rotting in a prison cell. If you could get past security in a museum, why couldn't you get into the Institute and get us out of there? You think I didn't try? Cassiel asked. Patience is a vital tool in our family. These things take time. That's the problem, I insisted. I acted fast on that key, and it wasn't fast enough. You tried to get me out of the Institute, but I couldn't sit around waiting for someone to save me. My friends and I saved ourselves. I felt like I was talking in circles with these people. No one was hearing me. I understand that you're upset, Cassiel started. No, I don't think you do understand. You're safe here in your palace. It makes you feel like you have time. But when you're out there on the streets, your clock is always ticking. My grandfather thought about this for a moment, then said, I see. Be that as it may, you can't put yourself in danger just because there's limited opportunity. If you are to take my place when I'm gone, you must produce an heir when this war is over. I didn't understand why he was bringing this up now. Once I inherited all of this, I'd love to have kids and give them everything I never had. I wanted to build a perfect world for them. But at the same time, Ava wasn't sure about having kids, and I wasn't going to make her be a mother if she didn't want to be. And I certainly didn't want to have kids as some sort of obligation to the throne. I knew how it felt to have a big responsibility you'd been born into, not chosen yourself, and it was heavy. Heirs are irrelevant, I stated. They're relevant if we hope to continue our family legacy, Cassiel insisted. You're the prince, which makes you the brains of the entire operation. You can't have a bullet wound to the brain, or it compromises our entire existence as a society. Furthermore, you dragged Ava-Marie into the line of fire. She isn't just your wife, she's your princess. Soon she will become the spiritual mother of our people, and she's your greatest treasure. You can't bargain with her safety like that ever again, because the monarchy won't survive losing another queen. I would never let Ava get hurt, I snarled. You almost did, Cassiel reminded me. Our people look to Ava-Marie above anyone else. Once she completes her spirit ceremony and accepts her role as the mother of our people, she will be able to communicate with the goddesses. Our nation will look to her for answers. She is more vital to the elves than either of us. The elves have survived without a queen before, I pointed out. Barely, Cassiel replied. You're correct that there hasn't been an elven queen in years, and look at what has happened to us during that time. We barely survived extinction. We haven't thrived as a society since my wife died. That is why Ava is so important to our people. If she dies, so does our symbol of hope and rebellion. Guilt twinged in my guts again, but I refused to feel guilty for this. I wasn't going to push my wife into this if she didn't want it. We all have different roles in our society, Cassiel continued. As the Elven heir, you will take the role as our male leader. The Emperor is responsible for governing our society, fighting wars, and making decisions. But you cannot rule alone. The Queen is our spiritual guide and the mother of our race. She consults with the goddesses and sees what the elves need to do as a people to prosper. As Emperor, you cannot make decisions without your Queen. She is here to guide you, and so you can see where I've had trouble without a Queen at my side. Ava's already got enough responsibility on her shoulders. It's not fair to put this on her. I don't even understand how she's supposed to communicate with the elven goddesses when she isn't an elf herself. If you are at all familiar with Fae tradition, then you know that intention becomes reality. We came from Edenmire, from the same place as the Fae, so we hold many of the same beliefs. As with the Arcania, the elves believe that if you adopt a child or marry into a family, you become part of that family, regardless of your magical talent or genetics, Cassiel explained. You are my heir, and I chose you to follow my legacy. You chose Ava as your queen. Because we made those choices, the elves choose you too. Ava is an elf because she is your wife, and as we say, the blood of your blood. You have elven heritage, and she is married to you, which makes her one of our own. She became a part of our race the moment she said her vows. Ava can communicate with our goddesses because they will accept her as their own daughter. It is her fate. The goddesses destined her to do this job before she was born, because she wouldn't be your wife if they hadn't picked her. Why Ava? I asked. Why not Drea? She's married to my father. Elves are born into their roles, Cassiel said. Drea wasn't predestined to become queen, so she never will be. Elves believe that before we are born, our spirit enters into a contract, one that outlines our destiny. Although your father and Drea are partners in this lifetime, they are not destined mates. He was destined to be with your mother, but once she passed, her role among our people cannot be handed to someone else who did not agree to it before this lifetime. Cameron and Drea didn't have to end up together. It's just something that happened. So the gods and the ancestors meet in the Blessed Haven to decide our fates before we're born? I asked harshly. Pieces of your life are predestined, yes, Cassiel confirmed. But you were there too. Your soul agreed to all of this. I scoffed. That's bullshit. Believing that way allows people to blame the victim so they don't have to work to change things. You can't sit here and tell me I chose to be homeless, or that I chose to be sent to prison. The elves do not believe in victim blaming. He sounded a bit disgusted that I even suggested it. This belief system should be utilized to empower you. It allows you to reclaim your power, and to find meaning in things that otherwise disempower you. There is, of course, room for one to experience the world, but certain fates cannot be avoided. Callie had said something like that a while ago, because as a Fae, she believed in things like destiny. But I wasn't sure. I shook my head. I don't know if I can get on board with all of that. It's not your fault people treated you the way they did, Cassiel said gently. But if you see yourself as the one in control, you may find meaning in what you experienced. There isn't any meaning to trauma, I argued. It didn't make me stronger. It turned me into a criminal. I always had to hide or run from people who wanted to hurt me. You must find your strength in that, Cassiel said. The monarchy mirrors its people, and our lives will reflect their struggles. The elves have been in a state of poverty, hiding from the authorities of the magical world for years. Perhaps you had to undergo what you did in order to gain a better understanding of life, so you could be a better leader. It's you, Charlie, who will lead the elves to a greater place. He was talking about my prophecy. I liked to think I understood the elves and how they thought, but I couldn't accept that I'd somehow chosen to go through all this shit to get there. Ava and I were fated to be together. Of that I was certain. But he was wrong about me choosing the rest of it. I didn't want to hear more about it, so I turned the conversation back on him. Is that why you never remarried? Because you'd found your fated mate, and even if you met someone else, they'd never be her? Yes, Cassiel said, and I sensed a hint of sadness in his tone. Apony was it for me. I was only capable of loving one woman, and I'm still only capable of that, even though she's been gone all this time. I instantly understood how he felt. I didn't know how my father had remarried.
because I could never do it. Ava was the only person in this world for me, and my grandmother had been the only person for Cassiel. I felt a connection with him because we shared that kind of understanding. Ultimately, I want you to comprehend how important it is that you keep yourself and your family safe, Cassiel said. At the moment, we can't communicate with our goddesses. Ava's the only way we'll be able to. She will be undergoing her spiritual process as soon as possible, and you'll have to help her. If you'd have grown up here, I would have taught you this early in life, but we must work with the time we have and start now. There's a hierarchy here within our system you've never dealt with before, and I must teach you how to utilize it before you make another mistake. Maybe that's our problem, I said. I didn't grow up here, so I have to make decisions from the harsh lessons I've learned, Grandpa. Please call me Shinari, he requested. It's the Elvish word for grandfather. The request struck me momentarily. I'd never called him Grandpa to his face, and I hadn't meant for it to slip out. I didn't know if we were close enough for that yet, or if we'd ever be, but he wanted me to call him Shinari because that meant we were family. Okay, Shinari, I repeated, testing the word on my tongue. I liked it, and I suddenly felt much closer to him, almost like I could tell him anything. But I'm not like you. Do you not want to lead our people? I leaned back in my seat. I do, but I need to do it in my way. Either deal with that or take my title from me, but I'm not going to stop doing what I believe is right. And that's why you'll make a good emperor. I've chosen you for a reason, to take over the throne once myself and your father are both gone, should I meet an early end. You weren't merely born into this role. I knew you had the capability to become what our people needed you to be once I learned where you came from and everything you went through in order to survive, Cassiel said. You went through so much to get to Forevermore before you even knew what it meant to you, and that proved to me you were willing to fight for our people. I was fighting for our people when I broke into that bank. Yes, I saw the security footage on the news, Cassiel said in amusement. It was easy to see that you and Ava were having the time of your life out there. I understand how you feel. Your grandmother and I had some great times together when we were young. Really? Oh, yes. We loved committing break-ins and all kinds of petty crimes. Your grandmother was a fantastic pickpocket, just like you. You've certainly inherited her skill. No one's ever told me I've inherited anything, I said. I guess we're more alike than I thought. You remind me of my younger self in a lot of ways, but I knew when I had to be a criminal and when I had to be an emperor, Cassiel said firmly. We had our fun, but when it came time to take on the bigger jobs, I knew I had to be a leader rather than the one pulling off the heist. You have people here willing to do these things for you, and you need to utilize them. How can you utilize people you don't trust? I'm always expecting someone to stab me in the back. You don't have to trust everyone who's working for you. In fact, many of them will try to stab you in the back. But I'm your grandfather, and you can trust me, because I vow that I won't fail you. I'm going to teach you how to find the right people to get the job done. I'm always going to be here for you, so if you need guidance, all you have to do is ask. You're my grandson, and because you are, I'm going to show you the way. I'd had many mentors before, but I never felt I had anything to learn from them. I was always more powerful, or they didn't understand my disability, how to make accommodations for me, or how I felt. I had Marty for a few years, but he was a friend, and his guidance only kept me alive. It got me into trouble more than once. It almost got me killed. My grandfather understood the thrill I got whenever I committed a crime, but he also had power and knowledge that I didn't. He knew how to keep his emotions in check and how to see the crime from a different angle in order to pull it off in the most effective way. I knew I could learn a lot from him if I could open myself up enough to allow him to help me. And if I was really honest with myself, I really needed a role model.
I never had a father figure in my life, and Cameron wasn't really there for me, even now. But my grandfather was willing to step up and help me figure out how to be a man in a world where I'd struggled to learn how to become one by myself. Everyone around the palace really respected my grandfather. I wanted to command that kind of respect too. I'm going to take your advice, I promised. I'll ask for help next time. I smirked, thinking about what we'd done. Even if I did have a good time. I don't blame you for enjoying yourself. It's in your blood. Cassia laughed. But there's a time and a place, and it's important to discern where you're needed and where you need to give orders. When you're attempting these kinds of jobs, you can't be so attached to the outcome, because it won't always go in your favor, and sometimes you need to have others take the fall for you. I guess I'm going to have to get used to that, because with what's at stake, not everyone's going to make it. I just have to make sure Ava and I do. Exactly. Now you're thinking like an emperor, he praised. We went quiet for a moment, and I listened to the wind whispering through the flowers before I felt pressed to say more. I didn't want to ask him this, but I needed to. Why didn't my dad show up to the meeting? Everyone else's family was there. It was embarrassing I was the only one without a parent. Your father should have been there, but in my honest opinion, I don't think he knows how. Your father never got to be a dad, so he doesn't quite understand what that entails. He thought after you made such a big mistake, it would be best to give you space. I don't want space. I want support. You don't have to beg your father for his support, because the people who will support you will naturally show up, no questions asked. I'm here for you, and we're family. I can promise that I'm always going to be here. I didn't care about my dad. He could go to hell. But my grandpa was genuine, and he wanted to help me. There was no point in focusing on the father who'd abandoned me when there was one right here offering to take my hand. Thanks, Shinori. It's nice to have somebody who finally gets me. Tears welled in my eyes. I didn't want my grandfather to see me cry. I stood and cleared my throat. Ava's, waiting for me. I should let her know that you and I are all right. Of course. Go tend to your wife. I left the gardens as quickly as I could before my grandfather could witness me break down. I turned the corner and leaned my back against the wall as tears slipped down my cheeks. No one had ever been a parent to me before, and for the first time in over 20 years, I had a relative who actually gave a damn. Ava nudged me through our bond. Everything okay, Charlie? I wiped my face and took a deep breath. I'll be fine. Where are you? Aubrey and I are back in our room. I'm on my way. I returned to our room and found Ava in the living area. I sank down onto the sofa and pressed my face into my hands. It had been a long day, and I didn't realize it till now how exhausted I was. Aubrey jumped onto my lap and licked my face a few times before he lay across my legs. What did your grandpa say? Ava asked gently as she wheeled up beside me. She didn't ask the obvious, but she knew I'd been crying. I sighed. He wants to mentor me, and I think I'm ready for it. He's understanding, but he's disappointed I didn't send someone else to do my dirty work. He says you and I have to hang back because we're the leaders. We have roles, I guess. I'm supposed to be giving orders, and you're supposed to be communing with the goddesses and leading us spiritually. Screw that, Ava said, trying to lighten the mood. I'm not going to sit around and pray all day. I have a destiny to fulfill. I agree, but maybe my grandfather is right. I don't want you to get hurt. Every time we go out there, I'm putting you in harm's way. At least here in the palace, you're surrounded by guards. Even now, Eldon was stationed just outside the room. The royal family could hardly go anywhere without a guard or two close behind. I can't blow off saving the world, Ava argued. Neither can I, but you need to hear everything he said. I went over the entire conversation, and when I finished, I took her hands in mine. We need to make a decision and stick with it.
This is our last chance to walk away from this. I want to follow my grandfather, but you come first. If you don't want to do this, we don't have to be monarchs. I know it's my blood right, but we're allowed to refuse the throne. You've already got a prophecy to fulfill. You don't have to be their spiritual leader, too. After we find the keys, we can run away from all of this and travel the world like you wanted. We've got the power to do whatever the hell we want. No one is going to have the ability to stop us. Silence settled over the room as Ava thought about my suggestion. Finally, she said, "This is what I want, Charlie. I want to follow where our destiny takes us. I don't mind being a leader, and I think you were born to be one too." I nodded. That's exactly what my grandfather told me. We need to take his advice. We were sloppy with the bank robbery, and it cost us the key. We can't keep going in guns blazing. We need to be more strategic and fly under the radar. We're going to increase our demigod training sessions, and the next time we pull off a job, we bring the Elvish associates on board. If we're going to live a life of crime, we can't afford to screw up next time. I wanted to make my grandfather proud. Letting him down today had been worse than not getting the key. He believed in me, so I was going to give him something to believe in. We met alone in the demigod training room the following week. Marcus was notably missing, but Callie and Danny were there before Ava and I showed up. Marcus got it easy. His mom and dad believe in the gentle parenting thing. My mom chewed my ass out, like any strong Malovian woman would do, Callie groaned. That was in between my dad trying to give me pointers about how to break into places better. Daddy freaked out and Mama was concerned, but it's not like that's anything out of the ordinary for me, Ava said brightly. This whole robbery was typical Ava being Ava. They should have expected it, really. Awesome for you that your mom didn't explode, Callie grumbled. To make it worse, my brother heard about it and called to complain. He doesn't like that I put my diplomat spot at risk for this job. Yeah, Ez didn't take it very well either, Ava said reluctantly. I was really hoping he wouldn't hear about it. Thanks, supernatural news. Callie sighed. Good thing you didn't come with us, Danny. You're lucky you don't have to deal with the rents. Danny gave a dark, cold laugh. Funny you think my ma and pops would give a shit. Oh, O'Brien noted softly. So it's that kind of situation. Danny took a step toward me. What about you, Charlie? I heard your old man didn't show. Danny, shut up, Ava hissed. I pretended I hadn't heard either of them. I want to report on everyone's powers. I want to know where we're at, so we can discuss our potential. We need to get more strategic with our magic if we're going to figure out who took the vampire key from the vault and steal it from them. You don't have any leads, Danny asked. Max combed through the surveillance footage, and the feed was cut the night before we arrived, Ava told him. Whoever took the key from the vault covered their tracks. It could have been anyone from a number of supernatural groups that know about the divinity keys. So it's up to us to track them down, I said. Callie, how are things on your end? I've been working on my time powers, she replied. Back at the Institute, the wards and the Inferokite messed with my abilities, but here, I'm away from all of that, so my time powers are unbound. Then she growled under her breath. Or they would be if Marcus and I were getting along. That was a whole can of worms no one wanted to open. What can you do without him? I asked curiously. I can stop time for as long as I want, without affecting other demigods, Callie said. I've been able to go back years in time, though I haven't ever stuck around long. I don't want to change anything. I can combine my time powers with my portal magic so I can take us anywhere I want in space and time. The only thing I can't seem to do is go into the future. I can only go back, but I'm hesitant to push too far, because my powers aren't super reliable at the moment. They come and go, and because my bond with Marcus remains unsealed, I don't have access to them all the time. If we get into another emergency, there's no promise I'll be able to access everything. Danny groaned. This is getting old.
No wonder you guys fucked up the bank robbery. That wasn't Callie's fault, I growled. Look, I'm just saying, you're presented with a problem, and it's clear what the solution is, Danny said. If you guys want to unlock your full potential with time travel, you've got to figure out this fated mate situation. Callie, you either need to break your bond with this guy or be with him and have it over with. Because if you don't fuck him, the warden is gonna fuck us. And it won't be no tender loving, but I'll dig up the arsehole straight to Shitsville. It's more complicated than that, Callie sneered. I said, Danny asked simply. Do you love him or not? A simple yes or no is all it takes. Callie doesn't need this, I snapped. Someone needs to say it, Danny insisted. The world is relying on her. Callie can't save the supernatural community if Marcus is dragging her along. From what I've heard, this has been going on for years, and it can't go on any longer. Callie needs to make a decision on what she wants to do, because we're all tired of waiting here. Which she'll do on her own time, I stated firmly, before turning back to Callie. We might still be able to use your powers. You've been going back in time, and none of us are getting sick, so it must not affect us like it used to. Charlie's right, Ava mused. My symptoms haven't flared at all since we've been in Elan, so your powers must not be affecting me the same. My main hesitation on using Callie's time powers was that it could put Ava back in the hospital. The last time we tried to change things, Ava's symptoms had flared really badly. I'd never get that night out of my head. How she'd been in so much pain she'd begged me to smother her, and I'd actually reached for the pillow. I wouldn't put Ava through that ever again, not even for the vampire key. But if Callie had been practicing her powers and it didn't affect us, then perhaps that was a problem that only existed back at the Institute. Some side effect of time traveling around in Farrakite. It's safe now, as far as physical symptoms go, Callie promised. My powers are getting stronger, and I can prevent us from getting sick because it's easier for me to do this. Before, you were getting sick because it's difficult magic that I was struggling to pull off, and that was triggering your body, because people aren't supposed to be able to move through time and space. The way my powers work, I'm not screwing with the timeline. I'm manipulating your place on it. Your bodies were resisting because you aren't supposed to be there, but now I'm powerful enough to put you wherever I want on the timeline without it having an effect on you. If your time travel is unrestricted, we can pull off the bank heist again. The right way this time, I said. We'll go in before anyone else gets the keys, so we can steal it before they do. We have to be careful, Callie insisted. If we take the key before your team can confirm it's still in the vault, we'll have changed the timeline. Then we'll never go to the bank in the first place, and we won't have the idea to go back in time to take it. It could create a paradox, which could be catastrophic. We could get stuck in a time loop, or cease to exist at all. When you and I went back in time at the Institute, we merged into the same timeline. We remembered both, I pointed out. I told you my time powers don't work the same way as they did at the Institute, and I don't know the full extent of what that entails yet, Callie reminded me. I promised before that I'm only going to observe. Changing things is dangerous, as you well know. Callie's right, Oberoi advised. Misuse of her power could be worse than catastrophic. She could end up unraveling the fabric of the entire universe. There has to be a way we can use her powers to our advantage, Ava mused. Can we steal the key without changing anything? We could replace it with a fake, Danny suggested. And how exactly would that work? Callie asked skeptically. If you want to interfere as little as possible, you'd have to intercept the key before it was placed into the vault, Danny said. Go back to the 1920s and get your former vampire friend to put a fake in the vault, so when your enemies come to steal it, they've got the fake one, and you've taken a real one through time travel. That might actually work, Ava said. And what if we accidentally change something? Callie pressed. It could prevent us from being born. We don't know what kind of effect something like that could have. If no one knows anything has changed, then the events would play out exactly the same, wouldn't they? Danny asked. This might be the only chance we have, I said thoughtfully. If we can intercept Frank Coffrey,
The guy he was in his past life, on his way to the bank, he'll put the fake key in the vault and be none the wiser. It's an easy pickpocketing job. Then we just portal the key back there. Nothing has to change except the future. Callie remained quiet as she pondered the suggestion. It could work, but are we certain we're willing to risk it? I don't know if we have a choice, Ava said. It's either risk changing things or let someone get away with stealing the vampire key. We have no leads, but we do have your magic. You have this power for us to use it, or the gods wouldn't have given it to you. Oberei, is this something we can pull off? I asked. Oberei huffed. It's possible, but you'd have to be extremely careful not to change a single thing. Frank can't know you swapped the keys. Oberei's on board, I announced. Callie sighed heavily. I wouldn't be doing this if we had any other choice. We don't. Let's get ourselves a key then, I said. I'm coming with, Danny insisted. You guys fucked up the last robbery. I'm not sitting this one out. The last thing I wanted was a fight. Danny wasn't going to take no for an answer, so I guess that meant he was coming along. Fine, I agreed, but you answer to me. When I give orders, you follow them, no questions asked. Got it? Understood, Your Highness, Danny said in the most irritating way he could. He was obviously trying to annoy me. I didn't like the guy, but I was going to have to work with him. All right, we're going to need help from the Elvish Associates. You know they can't come with us, Callie pointed out. Only demigods can travel through time with me, along with Oberei because she's an eternal being. Rishi no longer freezes when I stop time, ever since he stepped into his demigod abilities in the infernal underground. So I'm certain he could come too, since his powers are linked to Marcus, but that's it. I'm not suggesting we bring the associates with us, I said, but I resolved to let people help us. At the very least, we need to know when Frank made that deposit. Max has the bank records, so she can get us the exact day and time. Do you really think they'll go along with this? Danny asked. Everyone was up in arms the first time you tried to rob the bank. It's best if we keep this on the down low. They don't need to know where we're going, I said. We're just getting information. I'll be right back. I marched down the hall and took a couple of turns until I reached the door where I had met with the Elvish Associates many times before. I entered the room and heard the clacking of a keyboard. Your Highness, Max was startled at my arrival. What can I do for you? I need you to search the bank records, I told her. Find me the time and date when Frank Coffrey made his deposit into the vault. I know we're looking at the 1920s, but I want the exact date and time. I'm on it. Max turned back to the computer. I expected her to ask questions, but she didn't. She must have felt unease in the silence. Is everything okay, Your Highness? Don't you want to know why I'm asking for this information? I wondered. If it was important enough for me to know, you would have told me already, Max said. The Elvish Associates don't ask questions. We follow orders. We aren't here to be your friends. We're meant to work for you. If you don't want to tell us anything, you aren't obligated to. You aren't mad at me for going into the bank without you? I don't have a right to be angry, Your Highness, Max explained. If that is what you thought was right, we have to back you up, even if we believe it is wrong. From birth, we're taught to follow you without question. I frowned. Eddie's made it perfectly clear he's upset with me, and he's my guard. Eddie's closer to you than he should be, Max stated plainly. He's breaking the rules by making his opinion known. He has been taught to comply without question, and that is what he should be doing. I knew it was a bad idea to get close to Eddie. I needed to start putting some distance between me and my guard. Otherwise, we weren't going to be able to do our jobs properly. Here we go, Max mused. I heard the whir of a printer, and Max handed me a thick sheet of paper with braille letters and numbers across the top, the exact time and date of the deposit. Thanks, Max, I told her. You're a lifesaver. I returned to the demigod training room, waving the paper at the others. I've got it. We went over everything we knew. When Frank showed up at the bank, how we were going to pull off the switch, and what to do if anything went wrong. When we were ready, I created a solid illusion of a false key so I could swap it for the real one and Frank would put the fake in the vault. Callie crafted us period-specific clothes that would help us blend into the 1920s, as well as an oak antique wheelchair for Ava that fit the time period we were headed to. "This thing is ridiculously uncomfortable," Ava complained as she sat in it. "You won't have to use it for long," I promised. Something clinked as Danny withdrew it from his pocket. "Bottoms up." I scowled, but he'd already downed the liquid. "Drinking on the job? Really?" "Relax, it's not a shot." Danny chuckled. "Though, now that you mention it, I should think about keeping a flask on me at all times for jobs like this. It's a potion to protect me from the sun. I'm a vampire, remember?" "Whatever you need to get the job done, I guess," I replied. "Let's get ourselves a key." A portal bloomed in front of us. We traveled through it, and my stomach flip-flopped the way it always did in response to Callie's time powers. The sounds around us changed as we were transported somewhere outside the palace. Chatter filled the air around us, and I heard the honk of a horn, but it was higher pitched than I was used to. "We're definitely in the past," Ava noted. "All the men are wearing suits, and the women are dressed in day coats and flapper dresses. The cars here are accurate for the era, and so are the advertisements lining the buildings."
I was born for the 1920s, Obereye cried. Look at all the hats!
"Can we stop it with the hats?" I demanded. "We're here for the key." "We're 3 blocks from the bank, outside the boundary of wards. We've arrived just a few minutes before Frank makes the deposit," Callie said. "He should be around here somewhere. Come on." We roamed through the streets until we were a block from the bank. We were careful to avoid other people, as to not interfere with anything in the past. It wasn't easy maneuvering the old wheelchair through the streets either. Things had definitely improved in that area since our time. "I shouldn't have come. I'm attracting more attention than I should," Ava said timidly. "You're fine, Pidge." I cringed as a man passed by us and gave us a warm greeting. "There's Frank across the street," Ava said. "I recognize him from the vision." Danny clapped me on the back. "Charlie, you're up." I started across the street, keeping my head low. "He's approaching the crossroads," Ava told me through the bond. "On your left. You're 10 feet away. Keep going." Her instructions helped me hone in on my target. "On target. 3, 2, 1. I expected to bump into him and make the transfer, but a soft breeze passed by me. Then, nothing. "I lost him!" I panicked. "What do you mean?" Ava demanded. "He was right there! Did you make the transfer?" "I never touched him. Where'd he go?" "He's past you now." I hurried back to my friends on the other side of the street. I grabbed them and pulled them into a quiet alleyway. "I don't know what happened. I had him, and then—" "It's like he went straight through him," Callie finished for me. "But I can touch all of you," I said. "What's going on? Are your powers slipping?" "It's not that," Callie replied. "My powers are working fine, but I've never gone back this far before. This is long before we were born, and we shouldn't exist in this timeline. I'm not sure we can influence anything around us outside our own lifetimes. We can touch each other because we're from the same time. But as for everything else, it's like we're ghosts." "That guy tipped his hat at us on the street," Ava pointed out. "We must be able to be seen and heard, but we can't touch anything. Hold on, let me try something." Flames crackled in Ava's palm, but she gave a thoughtful sigh. "My fire doesn't burn anything." "Obereye, why didn't you tell us?" I asked. "I don't know all the rules," he defended. "Mutabiche exists throughout all time and space. I've never had this issue before. Let me try to change something." He skittered away. I heard a crash, like the sound of a garden pot falling from a windowsill. He came tottering back and said, "I still appear to be solid, and I can influence things, but none of you can. It makes sense, as I am eternal. I was alive at this point on the timeline, though where I was, I cannot say." "If you exist everywhere, then you shouldn't have the same problem," Ava pointed out. "Let me try again." Ava wheeled away for a moment. Her tone was disappointed as she said,
I can't touch any of the flower pots, or anything else here, for that matter. The ground is solid, but it doesn't look like anything else is. I think people from this period can see my wheelchair, but not touch it, because we brought it here from our time. I explained what Oberoi had said, and Callie groaned. So we're intangible if we time travel outside of our own time period. Great. Ava huffed. We're going to have to think of something else. Damn it, where the fuck is Danny? I whirled around, but I couldn't feel the pulse of his magic anywhere. He's fucking ditched us, Ava sneered. We need to find him, Callie cried. If he changes anything, he compromises reality. I'm right here. Danny's voice came from around the corner, followed by the sound of footsteps. And I brought a friend. Though I couldn't touch anything outside of my timeline, my elven magic could sense the vampire in front of us. Callie smacked Danny's arm. You idiot! You know you can't change anything! We need that key, Danny insisted. I came along to make sure you got it this time. If we can't touch him, we can at least talk to him. Ava's wheels inched closer to the vampire. Chansey? I don't know anyone by that name, the vampire said. I didn't recognize his voice, but I sensed something in him that reminded me of our friend. He still spoke with a New York accent, which was nearly odd. Though I believe I understand why you would call me that. I explained everything to him, Danny said. He's going to give us the key. Fucking hell, Danny, I growled. You used your powers on him, didn't you? Danny could see people's weaknesses by tapping into their desires. He was abusing his power. Look, everyone's got a weakness, all right? Danny said nonchalantly. And I've got my strengths, so I'm going to use them. This guy needed to be convinced, so I told him what he needed to know. The rules of time travel weren't clear, and it made my head spin. Outside our own timeline, we could be seen and heard, and my magic still worked to sense the world around me, but it was like we weren't completely here in the flesh. Danny's powers worked through perception, so I guess his powers were still good too. I'm not going to hand over the key without proof I could trust you, Frank said. You can trust us, Ava promised. I'm Ava-Marie, and this is my husband, Charlie. You don't recognize us, but we used to be your friends in a past life. I was Lucille, and Charlie was Lawrence. We died in a car accident trying to get a special key away from Masky Torres. Our friend is Callie. She has the ability to time travel, and she brought us here so we could get the key before anyone else could steal it from us. I don't know if I believe you, he said skeptically. You're gonna have to give me more than that. Something sparked inside my mind. It was a memory buried deep in my subconscious. I knew it had to be something from my past life that my soul had carried with me into this one. I'd never recalled it before, but the memory ran smoothly off my tongue. The night before I died, you told me you didn't want to go on that job to steal the vampire key. You thought it was a bad idea, and you had somebody back home you were sweet on. You wanted to go into hiding, but I promised the pay was good, and we had to, so I made you promise not to back out. You swore on your lover's life that you'd see it through. Irene, wasn't it? Frank's voice was thick with a combination of shock and emotion. Yeah, I remember. I never told anybody else about that night and what was said, and I didn't tell anybody I loved Irene but Lawrence. He would be the only one who knew. I guess I believe you. Not like I got anything more to live for anyway. What do you mean? Ava asked. Irene is gone, Frank rasped out. The wrong people knew what we were doing with the key and went back to Brooklyn to take her out. Slaughtered her in a club right in the middle of her song. If I find out who did it. But it doesn't matter now, does it? His coat rustled as he pulled something from his pocket. He's got a box, Oberoi told me. The same one we found in the vault. This key was meant for you, and I made a promise to ensure it got back to you. It's yours, Frank offered. I pocketed my fake illusion key because it was no use to us anymore, seeing as we were outside our own timeline. It was nothing more than an image here, the same way we were. Keep the box, I told him. You need to put it in the vault as if it held the key,
Because we need to keep things as similar as we can to the way they originally played out. If you don't make the deposit, we won't go looking for it, and we won't come back here to get the key from you. We have to do everything the same as it happened the first time, except we're taking the key. I can't say I get it, but I figure you know what you're doing. Lawrence always had some kind of crazy plan. Just wish they didn't go so wrong as often as they did, Frank said. Apparently, I'd taken that trait into my next life, too. I wasn't going to keep making the same mistakes. He opened the box. Oberei took the key in his mouth, since he was the only one of us who could interact with this timeline. Thank you, I said, and Callie cast a time portal. It bloomed in front of us. Its power was so strong, I stumbled back a few steps. Oberei went to step through it first, but a loud thwack sounded through the alley. Oberei was blasted backward, and he gave a pained whimper as he smashed into the side of a building. Everyone gasped in unison, and I felt my insides twist in fear. Oberei! I rushed to him and knelt down beside my familiar. Oberei shook his head as I cradled him in my arms. Wow, that was quite the experience. What happened? I demanded. I tried to pass through the portal, but it won't let me through with the key, Oberei said sourly. I don't think the divinity keys are capable of traveling through time. Their magical ability overpowers the timeline, so they can't be moved through it. What's he saying? Callie asked. My portal feels fine. Oberei says the divinity keys can't be taken through time, I translated. They must be too powerful. So what are we going to do? Callie asked in frustration. What if we hide it somewhere else so we can find it in the future? Ava asked. That changes too much, Callie insisted. We've already altered enough as it is. If we hide it somewhere else, who's to say the warden won't find it before we make it back to our time? That could change everything. There's no safer place than that bank vault, Frank said. If I had put the key into the vault in your timeline, then I'm gonna do it again. I can't delay it any longer. I'll place the key in the vault, as it should have been all along. It'll be safe for you there until you figure out another plan. There has to be another way, I insisted. There isn't, Ava said. This plan failed. There are too many variables we can't account for. We have to follow through with how things should have been and come up with something else. It's our only option, Oberei agreed, before giving Frank the key once again. Go, Callie pressed. We've already wasted too much time. Guess I'll see you in another life. Frank took off at vampire speed and was gone.
Are you crazy?
Danny yelled.
You can't send him off. We were so close.
Hardly, Callie said flatly. You're a fucking moron, you know that? You don't know what you could have changed by telling him about us.
It doesn't matter if I broke the rules, because I actually did something about... Whoa!
Danny cut off as Callie pushed him through the portal. He gave a scream as he tumbled into it and through time. Let's get out of here, Callie said. Before Ava went through, she said to me, Should we have warned Frank? We know that he's killed after he puts the key in the vault. I hesitated. If we did that, Frank would have survived, and the Chansey from our timeline wouldn't have been born, because Frank's soul wouldn't have incarnated into our angel friend. And my gut is telling me Irene was one of Ivy's past lives. I agree. They deserve to be together in our timeline, Ava said. It's good we didn't say anything, even if it means Chansey's past life has to end. We followed Callie through the portal, and my stomach churned until we were back in the training room. Danny must have tripped coming through the portal, because he was on the floor. I marched straight up to him and grabbed him by the collar. I immediately siphoned his vampire strength without thought and yanked him upright, pinning him to the wall.
Are you insane?
I roared.
You were supposed to follow my orders. Do you have any idea what you might have done?
Things didn't go according to plan, Danny said in a casual tone. You said anything to get the job done. I had to improvise.
Improvise?
I growled.
You didn't just compromise the mission. You could have screwed up all of time. I'm not just the leader of this team. I'm a fucking prince. You need to learn to do as I tell you.
Danny shrugged. Well, you're not my prince. I didn't vote for you. Princes aren't voted for, dumbass, Callie grumbled. Either way, I'm a vampire, not an elf. I don't have to do what he says,
Danny argued. As far as I'm concerned, we're equals. Like hell, you are never coming with us on a mission again, I growled. Is that so? Danny asked coolly. I'm in charge here. To reinforce my statement, I slammed my fist into the wall near his head. Danny barely flinched, but a piece of cinder block clattered to the floor. Charlie, Ava said softly. The sound of her voice was the only thing that slowed my heart rate. Danny made a mistake, but we still need him. You might want to listen to your girlfriend, Danny teased. I didn't know what kind of threats he was trying to make, because I was certain I could take him. That's my wife, you jackass, I sneered. Danny chuckled. Then it hit me what he was doing. Ava was my weakness. Every fucking time. Nobody talked down to my wife, and he fucking knew it'd get on my nerves. I dropped Danny and stomped toward the other side of the room. He could be useful somewhere else. He could help, Ava insisted. The door opened and Callie announced, The rest of the palace looks to be in order. I don't think we changed anything significant. I hadn't even realized she'd left the room. I'd been so angry. See, it's fine, Danny said. He was so fucking cocky. I hated him. That doesn't change that you went against my orders, I said. Look, we're back. We're all in one piece, and we get a second shot at it, Danny stated nonchalantly. It's all good. I pressed my fingers to my eyes. This kid didn't get it. He was a poor substitute for Marcus, who I really wished had showed his ass up today. Where the hell was he? I breathed a heavy sigh. All right, time for Plan B. We need to time travel back to when the key was in the vault the night before the robbery and steal it without incident. Our first robbery attempt didn't work, so we'll have to come up with a different plan. Easy, Danny said. You guys made it too complicated last time with all your disguises and potions. You had too many moving parts. Of course something was bound to go wrong. And how exactly is robbing a bank easy? I demanded. Have you ever done it before? Danny noticeably ignored my second question. Look, we don't need disguises if we go far enough that no one will recognize us. Callie can get us as far back in our own timelines as possible, when we're technically still babies. We won't be on anyone's radar at that point. We're not going to become babies if we travel that far back, will we? Ava asked. No, I've gone back pretty far, and my age never changed, Callie said. Our child selves will still exist out there somewhere. We just can't run into them, or we'd create a paradox. When Callie and I time-traveled at the Institute, there were two versions of us. The original us from the timeline we first experienced, and the version of us that was time-traveling. It was only when we returned to the present that our timelines melded together. We'd show up back wherever our present selves were after the timeline changed. It was a good sign that we'd returned to the demigod training room just now, because it meant any minor changes we might have made had still led us to the same place we left, here in the present. But I was wary about continuing to fuck with this, because I didn't think we could keep doing it without consequences. All we have to do is get into the bank. Then I work some of my compulsion magic, and we get into the vault, Danny said. I can compel the employees to forget, so they never suspect a thing. Simple as that. Don't you think they have wards against compulsion? I asked. I'm a demigod, Danny said. Their wards aren't going to contain my abilities. Marcus is a demigod too, and he couldn't break the wards into the vault, I pointed out. I don't need to break any wards, Danny stated. I just need to get in without setting off any alarms. The wards prevent Callie from portaling closer than 3 blocks, or it'll alert security, I added. Because she's working against the bank, Danny said. I'd be working my magic on individuals, so it's not going to set anything off. I think Danny's right, Ava said. His magic is different from what we used before. I think we could slip under the radar. I was skeptical of Danny's plan, but it was clear we needed him. We didn't have compulsion the first time around, but it was insane of us to have access to it and not use it. I didn't have to be his friend, but I could sure as hell use him to my advantage. You follow orders this time, I warned. I don't care if you're a demigod. I will kill you.
I won't stand to have you compromise our mission." "Fuck, man, okay," Danny said, and I swear he had to be rolling his eyes. "You're the boss? God." I hardly believed him. "All right, Danny's the youngest, and since he's 19, then I'm taking us back 18 years, Callie said. We'll all be kids, and we'll be within our own timeline. We'll be able to interact with our surroundings this time, but no one will recognize us. Don't touch anything or talk to anyone unless absolutely necessary. We must have gone over the new plan a dozen times before we tried it. We weren't screwing anything up. When Danny started to complain he was getting bored and we just needed to do it already, Callie created another portal, and the 5 of us stepped through. Chatter filled the air, and the vehicles in the distance sounded more modern than the ones I'd heard in the 1920s. Like when I'd time-traveled at the Institute, I had a strange sense of déjà vu as we started through the streets toward the bank. Oberei stayed close to my side, and I pushed Ava's chair across the sidewalk. We reached the bank, and I paid close attention to my surroundings as we entered. "The wanted posters are gone," Ava remarked. "That's a good sign." Nobody said much else as we marched straight past the teller windows and into the hall toward the vault, as if we belonged there. Nobody stopped us or questioned us until we turned a corner. "Excusez-moi," a female voice said. She said something in French, then switched over to English. "You cannot be back here. I will need to see some form of ID. Ah!" She gave a gasp, then her tone turned soft. "Right this way." "What did you do?" I hissed at Danny. "I only pricked her with the needle I keep on my person," Danny said. He sounded really chill about it, too. "I only need a drop of blood to work my compulsion magic. It's not going to hurt her. She'll just be confused when she comes out of it later." I heard footsteps coming our way, and I leaned over to Danny to whisper, "We need 2 employees to get into the vault." Yeah, I got it. You can unclench your mangina." A man let out a sharp hiss, and I heard something drip onto the floor. Probably blood. A second later, he was following beside us. The 2 employees stopped at the vault, and Danny compelled them to run their scans and enter the code. The vault opened, and Danny took a casual step back. "So simple. You should have brought me along the first time." Fucking hell. I couldn't believe it actually worked. There were no alarms, no sirens, no one shouting at us through a megaphone. "The box is here!" Callie cried. She rushed over to the pedestal. Oberei stepped into the vault beside me and sniffed the air. "Something is wrong." I stilled. I felt it too. "Hold on," I told Callie before she could open the box. "The magic is off." "When we entered the vault before, I could feel the residual magic from the vampire key," Oberei said. "This time, I can't feel anything." My stomach hollowed, and I slowly approached the pedestal. Hands trembling, I opened the glass case, then lifted the top of the box. My fingers met nothing but the soft silk of the pillow inside. The key was gone. "Frank conned us!" Danny cried. "No, he wouldn't," Ava insisted, though she sounded unsure. "Something else must have happened." I grabbed the box and twisted it around in my hands. We were too late. Again. "Fuck!" I threw the box at the wall, and it clattered to the ground. Callie hastily picked it up and put it back on the pedestal. "Calm down. We'll figure this out." "Not from this time period," I snarled. "Let's go back home. Danny, release the employees and get this vault sealed back up again. Callie, get us out of here." "It's cute you're addressing me by name, Toots," Danny cooed. If I ever wanted to hit somebody, it was him right now. We returned to the demigod training room. That was good news, because it meant when we went back 18 years, we didn't change enough to affect our location in the present. It was the only bit of good news I'd had all day.
Fucking hell!
I roared as I paced around the room.
What is it going to take to get this key?
I don't understand what went wrong, Ava mused. Frank had to put the key in the vault, because the box was there when we arrived. The key should have stayed there until the night before we broke in, when someone else stole it out from under us. Except this time, someone got to it decades before. We can't know that for sure, Danny pointed out. Frank could have changed his mind. Great, I snarled. You scared him off.
I knew telling him about us was a mistake. There's a way to figure that out, Callie stated. But we're going to need Chansey's help. Callie left the room. I paced the area impatiently, waiting for her to come back. I was so pissed off nobody said anything, not even dumbass Danny. She came back a half an hour later with Chansey in tow. Chansey's agreed to do another past life regression so we can learn what happened after we spoke to him in Paris. I'll help in any way I can, Chansey offered, but this better not hurt. It'll be just like taking a nap, Callie promised. Callie conjured a bed and instructed him to lie down. I heard the rustling of pages as she rifled through a book. What spell are you going to use? Ava asked. The same one from my grimoire that Marcus used on me months ago to make me remember my life as Princess Amelie, she responded. We shouldn't use that spell, I immediately objected. It went wrong the last time we tried. The spell has to be performed by an unseelie sorceress, and I've got unseelie blood. We fucked it up last time because Marcus cast it. This time it'll go right, Callie promised. I hoped it did, because we needed some confirmation. Callie took a breath and began to recite. Phantom dove shadow, Neva, goddess of time, take us back through distant past, make clear through path divine. Answers found in ancestors, hidden soon be known. Through graves of ancient ones we dig, blood to blood, bone to bone. Unlike the last time we performed this spell, everything was still and quiet. No monsters or spirits appeared to interrupt the meditation, and Chansey didn't start to shake. I didn't hear anything except Chansey's soft breaths. Everyone else was too on edge to even dare to make a sound. Go back to the time when you were Frank, Callie instructed. What do you see? I see you, Chansey said calmly in his trance-like state. All four of you and Oberoi were standing in an alleyway, talking about the key. Good, Callie encouraged. What happened after our meeting ended? I see myself approaching the Banque Supernaturelle de Paris, Chansey recounted. The employees are leading me to the vault. Is the key with you? Callie asked. Yes, Chansey confirmed. I'm looking at it now, and I'm closing the box. I placed it on a pedestal and left it there. I'm walking out of the vault, and it's sealing behind me. How is that possible? Ava asked. If this vision's correct, the key should have been there. Shh, Callie quieted her before addressing Chansey. What happened after you left the vault? A beat passed before Chansey answered. It's hard to tell. I'm getting two sets of memories. He shouldn't remember two timelines, I pointed out. He isn't a demigod. But we're using my demigod magic to bring his memories to the surface, Callie reminded me. So it's entirely possible he'll recall two sets of memories, because he lived two different timelines after we spoke with him, and he's channeling those memories through my demigod abilities. Chansey, what happened to you in the first timeline? Someone was following me, he admitted. They caught up to me after I left the bank and slaughtered me on the street. They must have thought I still had the key on me. I remember thinking before I died that I'd gotten to the vault just in time, because they wouldn't find the key now. What happened the second time you died? Callie asked. I was delayed getting to the bank by a few minutes, Chansey said. I remember feeling like I was being watched when I went into the vault. I think whoever was following me caught up with me at the bank. They must have seen what I'd done with the key. I went to a vampire bar afterward. That's where they found me. Chansey, do you know who killed you? Callie wondered. I don't, he said. Both times I died, they approached me from behind and cut off my head. Thank you, Chansey. You can wake up now. Callie led him out of the meditation, and we gathered around to discuss what we learned. I felt Chansey shiver beside me. You okay? Peachy, man, Chansey grumbled. It was a blast, remembering someone knocked my head off twice. Sorry, I apologized. We had to know. Yeah. He crossed his arms. But I ain't doing it again. It had to be Masky-Taurus and his men, Ava said immediately. They were already on Frank's tail, ever since Charlie and I, or Lawrence and Lucille, rather, died in that car wreck. Only a strong supernatural could behead a vampire so effortlessly, which means the person who killed him was either another vampire, a shifter, or an angel. My money's on the angels, Chansey agreed. That was too clean a hit to be anyone else. Let me get this straight, I said. In the original timeline, Frank made it to the bank and put the key in the vault. Maskey's men found him after he left the bank, without any clue where he'd gone with the key. The key remained in the vault for the next 120 years until someone was tipped off the night before we went in for the robbery. We don't know who stole it. It could have been anyone. Yes, but things changed after we talked to Frank, Callie said. The second time around, we delayed Frank a few minutes by talking to him. Maskey's men caught up and saw him put the key in the vault, I mused. Then they stole it before hunting him down to kill him at the vampire bar. That lines up with what I saw, Chansey confirmed. So we're in a new timeline now, I said. One where the key has been in the hands of the angels all this time. If things changed, did we even rob the bank? Ava wondered. Yes, Oberei said. It will take some time for you to recall the events, but I remember them. In our new timeline, Max was able to confirm through inventory records that the box was in the vault. You went to get it, but when you got there, you found nothing in the box, just like before. Everything else played out the same. Could the warden have the key then? Ava asked. He could have inherited it from his father. I don't believe so, Oberei said. Esther still showed up looking for it, so the warden is on the hunt for it as well. He too believed the key to be in the vault. Ava quickly told the others what Oberei said. Even so, the warden is closer to the key than ever, because of what we changed, I growled. We didn't know which of our enemies took the key in the original timeline, but in this one, it's gotta be the angels. It makes sense that Maskey wouldn't have given the key to the warden, Callie pointed out. The warden killed his father. They weren't on good terms. That doesn't mean the warden won't find it among the other angels, I said. Maskey must have given it to someone before he died. The warden is closer to the key than ever before because of what we changed. We can't keep doing this. Going back in time isn't safe nor effective. If we keep trying, we're going to seriously screw something up, even worse than we already have. Regardless, we can safely assume the angels have the key, so we've just got to focus on the future and follow the clues to its next location. I want to go back and see who killed Frank, just to be sure, Callie argued. No, I stated firmly. The last time we went back, we changed things. The key ended up with the angels this time, who were too close to the warden. If you travel back again, you could change something else, and the key could end up in the hands of the warden himself this time. We can't afford for that to happen, because if he has it, we'll never get it back. I understand what you're saying, Callie said. That was a close call. Too close. But what other options do we have? I'll put the Elvish Associates on gathering intel about Maskey Taurus and his people, I offered. They can find out who was working for him at the time, and who might have been involved. I'll hold off on time traveling for now while your team investigates. But if this takes too long, I'm going back myself, Callie insisted. I'm not taking any of you back anymore, unless... Callie trailed off after realizing she'd said too much, but I'd heard the heartbreak in her tone. Unless it's to save my mate's life. I didn't blame her. I'd do the same for Ava. Hell, I'd tried to do the same for her last semester. Time travel was dangerous. Callie couldn't keep casting it, but she had to do something about her and Marcus. This relationship was killing them both, and it was really affecting the team. I'm making the call. No more time traveling, I stated sternly. This time, the team better fucking follow my orders. I was tired of not being taken seriously. I guess if this is a bust, I'm going back to my room to play with myself, Danny joked, and he collided into my shoulder to swagger away. I suggest you all do the same. My fists became tighter as I heard him slam the door to the training room shut. I couldn't believe the nerve of this guy. I hoped we found the rest of the keys soon, because I couldn't take working with him for long. It's always a bust, isn't it? Callie said hopelessly. My time powers might as well not exist at all, for all the good they do. It wasn't like her to get so down on herself. Danny's words from earlier had to be taking a heavy toll. He didn't understand this situation with Marcus wasn't as easy as he'd made it seem, but Callie was definitely taking his words to heart. "Do you want to talk?" Ava asked her softly. "Let's just go somewhere," Callie noted sullenly. "Somewhere without men. The ladies' court has never looked better." Ava checked in with me, and I told her through our bond. "Go on, Pitch. She needs someone to listen right now." "I'll be back for dinner, like we promised," Ava responded telepathically, before she said aloud, "The female area of the palace is all yours. We can bitch about it in the hot tub. Come on, Obereye." Obereye changed, and her hooves clattered against the floor behind Ava and Callie as they left the training area. I sighed and rubbed my face before I headed back to my quarters, where my designated court lived. Callie wasn't the only one who needed to talk, and I had to check up on Marcus. It really worried me that he hadn't shown up for practice. At this point, Marcus was more like my little brother than he was my friend. We'd been through a lot together, and I was super protective of him. I really cared about him, and I wanted him to be okay. I wasn't ashamed of letting anyone know that, so if I had to bang his door down to get through to him, I would. I knocked on the door to his suite. No answer came, except for the faint sound of a cat's meow. "Marcus, open up," I called. "I know you're in there." "No, I'm not. Fuck. Go away," he shot back. I grabbed the door handle, fully expecting to have to work some magic to get it to open, but the door swung open effortlessly. Marcus scratched away at a sketch pad, and the couch squeaked as he shifted. "I'm really not up for visitors," he stated flatly. Rishi hurried over to me and began purring as he rubbed against my leg. "Rishi seems to want company," I said as I sat beside Marcus. Rishi jumped onto my lap and kept nudging my hand. I waited for Marcus to say something, but he didn't. I knew I would have to make the first move. "You weren't at our demigod lesson." "So?" Marcus asked. "I'm sure you figured that out on your own." "It wasn't a question," I said. "We needed you there, man." "No, you didn't." "Of course we did." Marcus slammed his pencil down and tossed his sketchbook aside. "You don't have to lie to make me feel better. I know what the Villains Club actually thinks of me. None of you really want me around." "That's not true," I insisted. "Marcus, you're as much a part of our team as anyone. Hell, there wouldn't be a Villains Club without you." "Of course there would. I don't contribute anything, and I don't have a purpose. I'm supposed to have all these powers, but I'm not as talented as you guys." "Marcus, that's bull, and you know it," I said. "You can break wards, summon spirits, read minds." "Hardly!" he cried. "I can't hone in on anything anymore. It's all useless chatter. I can't puppeteer people like Alistair can, or survive a knife to the heart like Chansey, and I'm not fast or strong like Ivy. Even Ez has healing powers, and Opal can talk to marine life. You're better off with average supernaturals than you are with me." "It's our differences that make us stronger," I encouraged. "You've got all sorts of strengths. You were incredible when we broke out of the Institute. Your magic was unstoppable." "I can't even remember doing that, so thanks for bringing it up that I lost my mind," he growled. "Apparently, I can't access my full abilities unless I'm fucking crazy." I took a breath. "Even if you can't pull off everything a warlock could possibly do, it doesn't make you weak." "You don't understand the potential I have," Marcus insisted. "Witch powers are diverse, and most witches and warlocks only have one specialty. When Mother Miriam came to me to unlock my powers, she said I was different. Most witches can't harness more than one power because it's too much for them. Their bodies will give out. My goddess said that I'd be able to harness them all. She said I needed the power of all 5 castes to accomplish what I was put on this earth to do. I didn't get it at the time, but I understand now that she gave me access to all Miriamic powers because I'm a demigod, and my body can handle it. But I don't think my mind can." "Is that what this is about?" I wondered. "You're afraid you'll never reach your full potential because of your depression? Marcus, you've barely scratched the surface, and you're already the most powerful warlock I've ever known." "Maybe. I don't know. I met with my parents." Several moments passed, but he didn't elaborate. What happened? I asked carefully. They told me they knew I was a demigod. Marcus shot to his feet and began pacing around the room. They've known all this time, ever since I was a baby. Why didn't they say something earlier? I demanded. I hated Lucas and Nadine for keeping this from him. They wanted to, or so they said, Marcus admitted. I guess there was some sort of magic, a curse that prevented them from telling me. A spell so powerful even my mom couldn't break it. I had to figure it out on my own before they could talk about it freely. I just feel betrayed. Even if it isn't their fault, they could have tried harder to get around the curse, you know? Maybe they did try, I offered. We don't know the parameters of this spell you mentioned. Marcus, I know your parents really care about you. He scoffed. Yeah, I'm sure they care about the screw-up of the family. My parents were so proud of me when I came home with a mark from all 5 casts. They said I had to be destined for great things. But then my magic got out of control, and I killed all those people in the town square. If they could have at least hinted at something, maybe I would have understood the extent of my powers. Maybe I could have controlled them better. Marcus, I think they did try to tell you, I pointed out. And you know what else? They fought for you. You told me your mom spoke to the rest of the Witches' Council to get you sent to the Dark Institute. I'm sure she didn't know how bad it was there and just wanted to see her son get help at a reform school. She did what she thought was best for you, because your coven was going to hang you if you didn't go. Your parents didn't abandon you, and neither have we. I don't understand why you're afraid people are going to leave when they never have in the past. Marcus sank back into the couch. I don't know, to be honest. I ask myself that question every damn day. The best guess I've got is that I was abandoned in a previous lifetime, and now my soul is permanently damaged. I wanted to tell him he wasn't damaged, and to knock some sense into him, but I didn't think that would help. Marcus didn't need tough love right now. He needed to be heard. I've spent most of my life feeling broken too, I admitted. But if there's one thing I've learned about damage, it's that it can be healed. Yeah, maybe things won't ever look the same, and there will always be scars to remind you what happened, but you don't have to keep bleeding out. Marcus didn't say anything, but he rubbed his hands together, like he was really thinking about what I said. Maybe you should take a break, I suggested. Take a break from saving the world? He asked skeptically. I'm not sure that's helpful to anyone. If it helps you, then it's worth it, I said. You can't be out here saving the world when doing so keeps busting your wounds back open. You need time to heal, Marcus. I can't just step away, he insisted. What will I do with myself? I'll get bored, and that'll just make things worse. Everyone else here has a super important job. You're a prince, Ava's a princess, Opal's her lady, Callie's a court diplomat, Ez is studying medicine. And what am I doing? Sitting on my ass and making art. Like that helps anyone. Art is important, I insisted. And it's not like Ivy, Chansey, or Alistair have jobs. Ivy's keeping a low profile. Alistair's busy experimenting with his magic, and Chansey doesn't want any responsibilities. He's happy to sit on the couch with a beer watching baseball for the rest of his immortal life, Marcus shot back at me. But me? I can't just bum around. I need something to create. But that's not saving lives. No one's even bothered to ask if I'm needed. So obviously, I'm not. Marcus needed a job here in Elan. Something that wasn't as stressful as demigod work, and something where he could put his talents to good use. I was Prince, so I was going to have to come up with something. I need a court bard, I said quickly. Someone needs to sing and entertain the palace. We've got to keep spirits up around here. I can't keep a tune to save my life, Marcus said glumly. You know that. So put on plays, I offered. I'll be in the front row on opening night. Maybe, Marcus mused, but I could already tell he was liking the idea. Music, art, and theater were Marcus's healing modalities. Maybe if he spent enough time on his art, it would help him through some of his internal struggles. Come on, Marcus. We need to keep morale up around the palace, I insisted. The war really brings people down. Giving them some entertainment could help. I guess you're right, Marcus finally said. You guys have been telling me for a long time I need to work on myself, and now's the time to actually do that. Plus, I really could use a break from my powers. It's too much. That's good news, I encouraged. But, he added, and my stomach dropped. I need to stay away from the team while I get my stuff in order. We still want you around, I promised. It's not that, Marcus said. He got to his feet and gave a sigh. I can't work out my shit and save the world at the same time. I'll feel better once I figure myself out, and I need to do that alone. I can't talk to any of you guys for a while. I need space. The suggestion made me feel uneasy, but I knew protesting would only drive him further into his shell. We needed a healed Marcus if we were going to get anywhere, not a broken one. All right, I finally said as I stood. If you need anything, my door is always open. I know, Marcus replied. I reached out an arm for him, and although he hugged me back, his form remained rigid. I left the room feeling disheartened. I wasn't entirely sure Marcus was taking my suggestion seriously. It more or less felt like he was agreeing to work on himself in an attempt to avoid us. I really hoped his time away helped him feel better, because I cared about him, and we all needed him. The team felt broken without him. And no matter what he thought, we couldn't win this war without Marcus.
Chapter 8. Ava-Marie. Elan smelled like fresh linens and sunlight. I awoke slowly, enjoying the sound of the birds outside as the curtains blew in the wind. Charlie was asleep on my chest, an arm wrapped protectively around my waist. Last night was great. We'd messed around in the sanctuary before we'd moved to the bed. I didn't want to stop, but I'd been so worn out I'd fallen asleep after he'd blown my mind. Charlie really knew how to push me to my limits. I let a hand fall back above my head as I thought about how amazing life had become. Sure, there was a supernatural war going on, but I'd nearly forgotten about it here in Elan. We were doing all we could to stop the warden, looking for the vampire key and practicing our demigod powers. But in the meantime, there was always something new to explore in the city or the palace. We got to spend a lot of time together with our friends without having to watch our backs, and the elves took care of us here. This place was awesome. I'd never been happier in my life. I didn't ever want to leave. Charlie stirred. He squeezed me sleepily.
Hey, you.
Hey, you. I smiled as I trailed my fingers through his hair. You slept well. It was really nice watching Charlie rest. He never had the best sleep. He was always tossing and turning, talking in his sleep to some kind of nightmare. I'd observed him during long nights at the institute when my bipolar kept me awake, and it was really hard for him to rest. But since we'd gotten to Elan, his dreams were always undisturbed. It was the best thing, watching him be at peace, sometimes even smile in his sleep. He'd really changed for the better since we'd gotten here.
I'm hungry, and I want breakfast.
Charlie lifted the blanket over his head and ducked under it. Ava-Marie landed on the open balcony, back from her morning flight. The phoenix turned a beady eye on us as my fists bunched in the blankets.
Wrap it up, you two.
Ava-Marie ruffled her feathers.
I appreciate you're enjoying the moment, but there's a big day ahead. Just like every day here, I suppose.
Tell them we're busy.
I would, but your grandfather is expecting you both. You wouldn't want to be late now, would you?
Ava-Marie asked. This made Charlie pause. He kissed the inside of my thigh.
We'll have to pick this up later.
I wasn't disappointed. Charlie liked to edge me, and making me wait all day would give me a bigger thrill later. Charlie helped me into that awkward wheelchair I'd been given after I'd broken my other one, and he rolled me into the living room. The servants had already dropped off a fresh pot of coffee with a rack of newly baked blueberry muffins. I heard Spriggs sing a song from his potted lemon tree in the corner of the room, and decided he needed more plants to hide in.
We'd have to ask the servants to pick some up. I wheeled up to the serving cart, poured a cup of coffee, then dropped in 2 sugars and a spoonful of cream, before handing it to Charlie with a bowed head. "Thank you, my love." He took a sip. "I have a surprise for you." "A surprise?" I asked cheerfully as I made my own coffee, then took a bite out of a muffin. "What is it?" "Once we're dressed, I'll show you." I practically choked down my muffin. I loved presents, and I wanted to see what Charlie had gotten me. I was so spoiled. After we'd gotten ready for the day, Charlie took me back to the living room. I squealed when I saw Callie was standing by a brand new wheelchair, though it wasn't like any I'd ever seen. It was really fancy, with a bucket seat and padded leg rests. "It's pink!" I screeched. "Of course. I wanted it to be your favorite color. I knew you were uncomfortable in that chair." Charlie put a gentle hand on my shoulder. "It has all the latest advancements. It's a hybrid, manual and motorized wheelchair. So if you get tired of pushing yourself around, you can use the remote to go forward, backward, or turn. It also tilts and reclines," Callie said, pressing a button. I watched as the seat of the chair moved forward, then tilted backward. And guess what? The wheels light up. A hot pink light emitted from the spokes of the wheels, and I went giddy. "I can't believe it glows!" Charlie stroked my hair. "Only the best for my Pidge." I yanked on his arms and he stumbled forward. I wrapped my arms around his neck. "Oh, Charlie, it's perfect!" I kissed him on the cheek. "Plus, it's got padded seating, so you'll be able to sit on your ass after Charlie spanks you too hard." Callie cackled. "I want to try it out right now," I gushed. They helped me into the chair, and it was super comfortable. I already loved it. I began pressing buttons, doing circles around the room. Oberei's head went back and forth as she watched me whiz by. "Let's see how fast it can go," I blurted. Callie opened the door for me to the outside hall, and I pressed the accelerating button down on the wheelchair as hard as I could. I was thrown back as the wheelchair jolted forward, and servants jumped out of the way as I went racing down the hall. I headed directly toward a curved ramp, which led to a lower level of the palace. "Whee!" I cried. "This is so much fun! Oh no!" The chair had picked up too much speed on the ramp, and I lost control. I tried to correct it, but the chair jerked to the side and I tumbled out of it. "Ava!" Charlie and Callie's hurried footsteps clattered on the stone floor as they raced to catch up with me. I groaned, pushing myself onto my back. "Are you okay?" Charlie worried, stooping to the ground. "I'm all right." I blew a lock of hair out of my eyes. "I need to try that again. I think if I slow down on the turn, I can make it." "No," Charlie scolded as he helped me back into the chair. "You went too fast." "Why'd you put a motor on it if you didn't want me to race?" "If you don't use it nicely, I'll take it away and get you something else," Charlie warned. "No, my shiny toy." "Then behave." Callie put the chair back up, and Charlie deposited me into it. Callie brushed off my dress as she said, "You need to get moving or you're both going to be late. You're supposed to have your spiritual initiation today." My stomach sank. Right. That. Couldn't wait. "I don't know if I'm ready for this," I said warily as we proceeded in the direction of the Elvish temple. "You have to be," Callie insisted. "You're the princess." "But I don't know what they expect me to do." I'd been filled in on my responsibilities, but I didn't think I could pull them off. "I'll be behind you," Charlie promised. "This is only the first day. If it goes bad, you always have the next time." Sure, if the elves don't kick me out. Their goddesses were sacred to them. It'd been stressed to me how important this was, and I was worried about messing it up. Abigail met us outside the temple doors. My lady-in-waiting gave a kind smile. "Are you ready, princess?" "Hardly." I had trouble meeting her eyes. I wasn't so certain my lady-in-waiting wasn't the spy we'd been looking for. She was such an obvious choice, and that's why I hesitated calling her out. But at the same time, She was the only one I knew of who had a connection with the warden. She was a Taurus, after all. I was almost certain she was feeding information back to her uncle about us. But if that were true, why didn't the warden have the key already? I wasn't sure, but I was keeping an eye on her. Can we go over what I'm supposed to do again? I asked warily. The ceremony will begin, then once the opening rites are finished, your initiation will start, Abigail said. You'll take your vows and allow the mystics to help you make the transition into a vision from the elven goddesses. Great, I said. Hopefully they're talkative today. Once your initiation is over, you'll be expected to participate in temple services at least once a week, helping the mystics hold ceremonies and getting messages from the goddesses, Abigail informed me. But don't worry about all that right now. What's most important is this ceremony. Awesome. If I didn't burn the temple down by accident during any of these ceremonies, I was golden. A few guards opened the temple doors to us. We wandered inside, and I looked around in awe. The temple was beautifully elaborate. Pews carved from the interior of massive tree trunks were splayed out in a circle around a large elder tree, which was growing in the middle of the room. The trunk of the elder tree had been shaped with magic to form the image of two elvish women entwining their bodies within the bark, the elvish goddesses, Idril and Carolyn. Beside the elder tree was a wooden altar large enough for a person to lay, with ivy that wound up the base, and a stone basin that held shimmering silver water. A long aisle started at the double doors and led up to the center of the room through the middle of the pews. The windows were stained glass, depicting the story of how Idril had found Carolyn and bestowed upon her the powers of a deity. Emerald banners hung from the stone walls beside the windows, displaying the sigil of the elvish house of Majestica, a tree surrounded by 7 keys. The ceiling had a huge skylight, and yellow sun poured in from above to ignite the entire space. Everything was bathed in lovely tones of red chestnut, gold, and green. The entire room smelled of incense and mint. Wow, it's pretty in here, Callie said as she looked around. Obereye soared over the pews, describing what she saw to Charlie. It would be a beautiful place to hold a wedding, I said, looking around. So much sun. Opal was here as my lady, as well as my guard Eldon. They curtsied to me, and Abigail introduced me to a very tall elvish mystic standing before the elder tree, who wore robes that seemed to be spun from the wings of moths, if such a thing were possible. The robes were that beautiful and were in metallic colors. From my studies, I'd learned that initiates wore copper, regular mystics wore silver, and the highest roles in the temple wore gold. Other elvish mystics were gathered around her, but they had their hoods up to conceal their faces. The tall elf was wearing a gold diadem, with a white pearl dangling from the center, so I figured she had to be in charge. Abigail gestured to the tall elf before us. Princess, this is Valindra Essiel. She is the great mystic of our temple and has been for over 500 years. She didn't look a day over 25. Valindra inclined her head to me and said, "Welcome, Princess. Let us proceed with the initiation." "You'll do fine," Charlie whispered to me, and I swallowed. I wasn't so sure about that. I was eager to step into this role, but now that my time was here, I was afraid. What if I wasn't able to do this, and I let the elves down? So much was riding on me to be a good princess, and if I failed, the entire nation would come crumbling down. It was almost more pressure than I could handle. What if the goddesses didn't accept me because I wasn't an elf? I couldn't serve Charlie's people properly if the elvish goddesses didn't want anything to do with me. I had a hard time making normal people accept me, and now I had to impress 2 deities, neither of which I shared a bloodline with? I didn't think this was going to go well. The mystics took me to the back of the temple. Opal helped me into a white dress, so I could bathe in a circular pool beneath a thin waterfall. The elvish mystics threw diamond dust into the pool as I bathed, and Opal washed my hair in rosemary perfume. They put a golden robe upon my shoulders that shimmered whenever I moved, and dotted my face with makeup they'd made from powdered flowers. Oberai sat on a perch over the pool and hummed a low tune as the mystics intricately braided my hair beside the water. When the mystics wandered away to prepare the needed elements for the ceremony, Opal leaned in to whisper, "Don't worry, the goddesses will accept you." "What if the goddesses think I'm a bitch?" I whispered back. "You are a bitch. That's probably what they like," Opal joked. After I was finally ready, it was time for me to be presented to the public. When we came back to the worship hall of the temple, the patrons of the palace had gathered in the pews for the ceremony. I peeked out from behind the door to the back and almost choked. Shit. The room was already full of hundreds of people. Everyone was going to see if I made a mistake. My grandparents were sitting close to the door I was peeking behind. "Ooh, I've always wondered how elvish religious ceremonies would be performed," Grandpa Elliot whispered in excitement to my grandmother. "Now we get to observe one in person." "Such a joy," Grandmother Eleanor said dryly. She saw me and gave a firm nod. I knew what that meant. You can show them. Don't screw it up. My grandmother didn't care if I was queen of the elephants, as long as it put me in a position of power. Opal asked if I was ready, then wheeled me out. Whispers went up around the room as people saw me. Everyone looked excited and happy, though I wasn't sure if they should be. There hadn't been a female elvish monarch in such a long time, but I couldn't say for certain I was the one they'd been waiting for. I spotted a couple of friends gathered in the middle of the hall. Opal's daughter sat in Ez's lap, and he held her up so she could wave at us as I rolled by. "I can't believe you guys dragged me out of bed so I can go to church. Last place I want to be," Chansey complained. He actually looked nervous as he glanced around, like he thought an elvish mystic was going to jump out from behind a pew and start beating him over the head with a holy book. "This isn't church, dumbass," Alistair told him. Ivy wiggled their manicured fingers at me, and I managed to grimace back. My parents sat in one of the front rows. Mama gave me an encouraging smile, though I still must have looked worried because my father reached out as I passed. "You can do this, Peanut," Daddy hushed, giving me a little pat on the back. I was the daughter of a chieftain, and I'd helped my dad with all kinds of ceremonies back in Kimpago. After all, as the firstborn of a chief, I could summon my ancestors, so I was used to being put on the spot. But this was so different from Elementai lore. After all, who was I to initiate myself into this? I was trying to learn an entirely new religion on top of the one I'd been raised in. This was my specialty, and I was good at understanding other cultures as an anthropologist. But learning something and actually putting it into practice were two very different things. My eyes scanned the room for anyone else. Marcus wasn't here, and my heart dropped. I knew he was taking time to himself right now, but this was important. I really wished he'd shown up to give some support. I guess he really had been serious about needing space. Charlie was in the pew closest to the elder tree, sitting beside his grandfather. Elvish men didn't typically participate in spiritual ceremonies, as the elves considered temple rites a consecrated act, where only women were sanctified enough to communicate with the goddesses. I wanted his ass to be up here. If I had to do it, he should too. Cameron was here with his wife, though I'd noticed they'd chosen a pew opposite Charlie's. Hopefully they could keep the family drama to a minimum. This was a sacred place, and it didn't need to be ruined by arguments. Opal pushed me to the center of the circle, in front of the elder tree, before she went to sit down. Oberai nestled in the branches of the elder tree above my head. Before the ceremony began, I took one last look around the sanctuary. Coyote Spirit wasn't here. I really wished he was. I could have used his guidance right now. I expected the great mystic to say something to start the ceremony, but instead, someone began singing in Elvish. It was Eddie. Wow, he had a lovely tenor voice. I turned my gaze upward to see him on a balcony above the pews, standing beside a group of musicians who held drums, flutes, harps, and violins. He sang out the first hymn, and his voice vibrated around the sanctuary. The elves began to beat the drums with their hands, and other voices joined in. A choir of elves standing on the balcony stepped forward to sing the song alongside Eddie. It didn't sound like the heavenly chorus of angels, but rather a robust folk song that was bright and vibrant. As the song continued, the rest of the musicians joined in, their instruments weaving together in an intricate harmony. Ancestors. The elves were so talented with music. I'd rarely heard such a gorgeous song. The influence of the song were Celtic, or perhaps Welsh, until it occurred to me that the elves were so old that their culture had probably influenced those societies, not the other way around. Elvish was very new to me, so I didn't comprehend most of what was sung. At least I was kind of getting the message. Poor Charlie looked completely lost. He hadn't been as quick to pick up Elvish terminology in our lessons, so I tried to interpret what I could for him. The song is telling the story of your people, I explained to him across our connection. It explains how the elves left Edenmire and came to Earth to worship your goddesses here. He didn't respond, but still, I could tell he was appreciating the song just as much as I was, because it was so beautiful. I was just starting to relax when the music faded away. The great mystic held up her hands, and everyone looked at her. It has been many years since a new princess has risen to be our messenger, one who may speak to the goddesses on our behalf, she announced. Our mystics have tried and failed to contract Idril and Carolyn, most sacred of all goddesses within the blessed haven. Today, we pray that we may be enlightened through the eyes of she who has been sent to us. The great mystic gestured to me. Dear child, what is your name? Ava-Marie Walken, Princess of Elamanth, wife, fated mate and sole partner of Prince Charles Majestica, Grand Duke of Elamanth, I stated. Abigail had gone over what I'd needed to say 1,000,000 times, but I nearly stumbled on the lines. Why are you here? To become the messenger of the goddesses and guide my people into their light. What tree do you choose to mark your path? The great mystic asked. Trees were generally important to most supernatural societies, but elves especially revered them. I choose the poplar tree, the tree that has no secrets, a tree that whispers, that can be cut down yet will always grow back. A tree of water. Sounded like me when I looked it up in the Royal Library. Can't shut it up, can't kill it either. And who do you choose to be your guide? The great mystic asked coolly. The phoenix, the spirit of transformation, I replied. Like the trees, the elves had animals that were sacred to them that they chose to follow in their life paths. I decided on the phoenix because the concept of rebirth was important to me. I had left yet another life behind at the Institute and was stepping into another role, and so I had to become something new once again. I had chosen a tree that symbolized the energy of water, so I felt my guiding animal had to be something of fire, to suit two of my elements. Then let it be so, the great mystic responded. Let us prepare you to meet our goddesses and receive the message they shall send. The great mystic dipped her fingers into the basin of water, then ran it across my forehead. The other mystics began stirring small pots of paint with brushes. They drew elvish runes on my skin in golden paint, humming a chant. I swallowed a lump in my throat as they fixed a crown that was similar to the rays of the sun to the top of my head. The eager eyes of every elf in the room fixated on me. I was the symbol of their goddesses on this earth. In the palace, I was the princess. But from this moment forward, whenever I stepped into the temple, I would be the living incarnation of Idril and Carolyn, and would be treated as such. The goddesses would speak through me, and I would voice what they wanted to the elves, whether I agreed with it or not. It was such a heavy responsibility. that I nearly collapsed under the weight of it. But the elves were depending on me, so I kept it together. I didn't feel like a goddess, and didn't believe I could step into the role of one. But I'd been chosen for this one way or another. I had to transform into what my people needed me to be. Once the preparations were done, the mystics lifted me out of my chair and carried me to the wooden altar. I gritted my teeth as I endured the sensation of their hands all over my limbs, and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they deposited me on the altar, though it didn't last long. This part was what I was most worried about. The trance. If I didn't receive a vision, it would be proof the goddesses had rejected me. And what would happen then? No one had actually told me. When I'd asked, Abigail made a face and said, "Let's hope it doesn't come to that." I didn't think I could make something up, or fake it. From what I'd read about elvish religious ceremonies, this part was actually a huge show for the audience. The mystics began chanting an ancient song. I felt my body tremble, as a feeling like shivers raced up and down my skin. My eyes closed, and my head tilted back as a comfortable weight fell down onto my chest from above. My footsteps were soft upon the sand. I was walking on a beach. The sky was red around me, casting forlorn shadows onto the bloody waves. Ava-Marie was flying above me. She came down to land upon my shoulder. We looked at each other, then forward, casting our gazes forward to seek Idril and Carolyn. As I kept venturing forward, I heard noises, magic clashing, thunder raging, the sounds of battle. We climbed a dune, and the sight below paralyzed my chest with fear. Gods, thousands of them, were scattered along the shores below, and it was their blood staining the sea red. They warred with dark gods who were riding monsters, and the monsters were climbing out of the sea. They came from a black portal swirling within the water. There were so many of them, I couldn't count them all. The many animal gods of the Hawkeye pantheon were here, their bodies tumbling with the anthropomorphic forms of evil beings. Whale Spirit was in the water, using her large frame to crush a long worm with thousands of spinning teeth. Alongside the Hawkeye gods were other deities, giants who wore robes and capes, who were throwing massive spears and shooting arrows that were longer than my body at the monsters. I suspected these were the Titan gods of the merfolk. Alongside them were massive deer, the 7 gods of the Fae, spearing monsters through with their antlers. A woman in a black cloak tossed battle orbs over her shoulder that exploded on impact and shook the very fabric of time. By the magic she cast, I knew she was a witch and had to be Mother Miriam. A tall monster with the body of a man and the head of a ram hurtled toward her, and I cried out a warning, but the dark entity stooped down and helped Mother Miriam to her feet before pushing her behind him, giving her time to flee. I knew it had to be Santos, Miriam's husband and protector. There were other gods amongst them, but I couldn't recognize the others because the battle was so chaotic. There was so much carnage all around me, and I was caught in the middle of it. "Ava, love, run!" Coyote's spirit's voice echoed over the sounds of the fight. I saw him in his animal form as he crouched beneath a monster, his back pressed against a boulder. "Leave this place!" I turned to flee. Just as I did, the entire firmament quaked beneath my feet, and the spiritual plane I was on went dark. I tripped, falling onto the sand, though I didn't feel it beneath me. It was as if it wasn't even there. Ava-Marie was hurtled off my shoulder and sent flying several feet away. Screams from gods and monsters both filled the air, until light suddenly reignited the beach. I looked up and saw that cracks, like those that would fill broken glass, were scattered across the sky. The colors around me bled together, turning into a mess of shapes. I attempted to reach out and touch a seashell, but my hand went right through it. and the shell dissolved into a streaming mess that resembled paint. Everything started melting then. The spiritual realm, the gods, and the fight, until the only things that appeared stable were Oberai and myself. Oberai said my name, though I couldn't hear her. She put her beak to my third eye, and I felt myself tumbling out of the vision, returning back to where I came. The stone altar beneath me seemed incredibly stable. I couldn't believe I could feel something solid beneath me, because in the vision it felt like I was falling since I'd tripped on the beach. Oberai lay on my chest. She must have passed out and fallen onto me once I'd received the vision. She hopped onto the altar, and the mystics helped me to sit up. The expectant faces of the elves shone back at me all around the temple. I trembled. The vision had felt so real, more real than this earth was. Being there in the spiritual realm was true living. Existing here was like watching someone else's life through a television screen. It couldn't compare. I'd forgotten since I'd come back, but now I remembered. "Did you see our goddesses?" the great mystic pressed. The other mystics leaned in to hear my answer. How could I tell them? What I'd seen was horrible. I nearly wanted to make up a lie because the truth was so heavy. But the goddesses had entrusted me with this information, and I was obligated to share it. My opinion be damned. In any other circumstance, I'd do as I pleased. But this was different. This was my duty, so I would follow what the goddesses had asked of me. I was able to interpret the vision instantly, without having to consider what any of it meant. I didn't see the elven goddesses, but the spiritual plane was on fire with the blood of the gods. Every god I knew, and many I didn't, were battling with dark gods and monsters. A portal has been made that connects hell to the blessed haven, and the dark gods are trying to take over. The fight is making the spiritual realm weak and breaking it apart. It can't handle the disharmony between the gods. The entire plane is unstable. The gods are officially at war, and if it keeps happening, there won't be a blessed haven anymore to sustain them. The terrified voices of the elves filled the temple at my words. Emperor Casil rose to his feet to calm them. "Silence," he ordered. "We must hear the rest of this vision." "Did you witness Idril and Carolyn in the fight?" the great mystic asked. "I searched the battle, but the elven goddesses weren't there," I replied. "Wherever they are, they're not near the Blessed Haven, but somewhere else. Perhaps they're hiding from the dark gods. And if they are, it makes sense you haven't been able to contact them. Ophiotaurus has helped the dark gods create this portal to the Blessed Haven, and as the gods continue fighting, we're going to see the effects here on Earth. This could damage more than our magic. It could end the whole world. I'm not sure if we could exist without the Blessed Haven, but I am sure that it's in danger. We have to do all that we can to help the gods here on our plane, and that means doing whatever we can to stop Taurus and his followers from gaining more power. Because the stronger they get, the less chance we have of the spiritual plane surviving this." An undertone of panic suffocated the room, but Emperor Casil turned to his people and said, "This vision foretells dark things, but it is still a blessing, for it gives us warning. We have time to prepare and mount our attack. The gods need our help. Every elf in Elamanth must be willing to lend themselves to the cause, so we can defeat Ophiotaurus." There was a murmur of agreement. Cassiel swept his cloak behind him as he faced the great mystic. "Valindra, what is your decision on consecrating the Princess of Elamanth into your temple?" The great mystic hesitated as she pondered her answer. And for an awful moment, I thought for sure she was going to kick my ass out and say that I'd failed. "It is unknown to us why Idril and Carolyn did not make an appearance to our princess. Yet, she did receive a message from them, so I proclaim her to have passed their test. She is now inducted into our temple, and will be known as our messenger, the Holy Mother to our kind. Hail to our Holy Mother, and blessed be her name," the other mystics chanted. The elves in the congregation repeated their words, and Cassiel tilted his head to me.
Consider this ceremony complete. Well done, princess. You've made us all proud.
Didn't seem like it. I felt like a harbinger of doom. The temple emptied out. Many elves came up to congratulate and bow to me, though the mood was definitely dampened.
Good job, Pidge.
Charlie gave me a hug.
I knew you'd pass.
Thanks, I said glumly. I just wish I'd delivered better news. The ceremony was beautiful. Elvish is interesting. It's very close to Malovian, Callie said. I couldn't interpret everything, but I could understand most of what was said. Makes sense, since the Fae and Elves were neighboring nations in Edenmire. I waved to Opal, who rushed up to me.
Ava, that was amazing, she gushed. I can't wait to see it again.
What happened when I was in my vision? I asked. Once you fell into the trance, your body writhed on the altar, Callie explained. Oberai passed out and fell from the tree onto your chest. Then, you began to glow.
Yes, your skin sparkled and turned golden. You shone like the sun. Then your body and Oberai's levitated off the altar,
Opal said in excitement.
You appeared so beautiful, like a celestial being. It really was something to see.
I was going to get up and wake you, but my grandfather grabbed my arm and told me to wait, Charlie noted. It didn't seem like you were in pain, so I did. His grandpa had to have some major pull on Charlie. He never hesitated when I was potentially in danger. But I wasn't the one in trouble. The gods were.
Are you okay, Ava? You're really pale,
Opal said with worry. Well, declaring that the spiritual realm is in chaos made me really hungry, I said. Though the vision had only lasted minutes, I felt so tired, and the preparation had taken all morning.
Some food will help,
Opal said. She escorted me to the back of the temple and washed the golden paint from my skin before removing the golden robe and helping me back into my dress. Charlie pushed me across the palace to the outside dining area. The servants had already set out plates of lobster linguine with a lemon orzo salad. I sipped at tea and tried to keep my churning stomach steady in between bites of seafood. Beside me, Callie scowled. She'd been scanning the dining area for Marcus all hour, and now that the meal was basically over, it was obvious he wasn't going to show. Okay, so he skips your ceremony and now he's not showing up for lunch? Marcus hasn't been around a lot anyway, I reminded her. That's the point. Something's up, Callie spat. I bet he's the spy. The idea was so silly, I laughed out loud. That's stupid, Callie. No, it's not. Who knew about our plan? Callie asked. Sure, but Marcus? I raised a skeptical eyebrow. He's been through a lot to get us here, just like we all have. He's changing, Ava. He isn't the same. Not since we broke out of the Institute. I'm not officially mated to him yet, and maybe there's a reason why. Because if I was, I'd be able to get into his head. What if there's a reason he doesn't want me in there? What if he's been hiding something from us all along? Callie, you're being paranoid. I understand if you can't trust all our friends because someone has to be betraying us, but us four? We need to trust each other completely. Otherwise, this isn't going to work, I insisted. We can't turn our backs on each other like this. We're family. We're not family. If we were, he'd let me in, and he isn't, Callie stated bluntly. He's hiding something, and I'm going to find out what. She was hurt because of how Marcus was acting, so I wasn't going to convince her otherwise. She skulked off with her food half-eaten, and Charlie said, "She's just being dramatic because Marcus didn't show up." We don't need any more drama around here, I grumbled. At this point, these two were being obnoxious. Abigail approached me. Your day is free, on account of your ascension to the status of Holy Mother this morning. I suggest that you spend it resting. The spiritual process to access the goddesses is exhausting. She didn't need to explain that because I was dead tired. I barely stayed awake through lunch, and Charlie noticed I was nodding off. He ducked his head to whisper lowly to me. You okay, Pidge?
I don't feel good. It was a crappy day as far as my body was concerned. The spiritual ceremony had drained me. I'd pushed myself too hard, but I didn't regret it. We needed that message if we were going to take action. That was all I had the energy to say, and he knew it. Charlie lifted me out of the chair and onto his lap. I curled up against him and laid my head on his shoulder. We were in the middle of the dining area and surrounded by people. But Charlie's countenance dared anyone to come up and say something. Eddie fetched a blanket, and Charlie laid it over me before he wrapped me up in his arms. It felt nice to be held like this, and I felt myself slipping off.
Here, this will help.
Ava-Marie landed on the back of Charlie's chair, and her beak began to preen my hair. Her healing magic washed over me, and I found, try as I might, I couldn't stay awake any longer. I woke up a few hours later, still sore. Ava-Marie was perched on the bedpost, cocking her head as I sat up. I assumed my husband had carried me off to bed. Where's Charlie?
He went to train with his grandfather,
Ava-Marie noted.
Would you like me to fetch him?
Please. I missed him and wanted him around. When I checked in, I noted Charlie was so immersed in the conversation with his grandfather, he didn't notice me brush up against his mind.
I'll go get him,
Ava-Marie offered.
Be back in a jiffy.
She flew out of the room through the open balcony. I let out a small breath. As a princess, I never got time alone these days, so it was nice to have a moment to myself for once. I got myself into my wheelchair, then rolled to the vanity. I began brushing my hair, contemplating how I wanted to spend the rest of my evening.
You look very lovely, my dear. Being a princess suits you. I suppose both of us crave power, a familiar voice said.
My fingers tightened on the hairbrush. I was never truly alone. He was always here. I set my mouth in a thin line and turned my chair to face him. What do you want? An image of the warden peered back at me. His face set in that disgusting gloat I knew so well. The hallucination appeared so real, as if he was standing only a few feet away from me. But I knew he wasn't, and so I'd chosen to give him another name. The Beast. Because that's what the warden truly was deep inside. A vicious animal that needed to be put down.
I'm merely here to keep you company,
the Beast replied, sounding smug. I gritted my teeth. At some point during my stay in Elan, the voices in my head had somehow morphed into the Beast. He was always lurking around, standing in the corner of every room I inhabited. He didn't always speak. Most of the time he remained silent. But when I had a spare second to contemplate my thoughts, there he was, ever creeping at the back of my mind. I knew he wasn't real. This was just a part of my psychosis. If anyone walked in, they'd witness me talking to nothing. But he was in my head, and he was real to me. Some demons stayed with you. The Beast was an infestation inside of me that had been planted there sometime during my stay at the Institute. And for as much as I wanted to get rid of him, I'd be terrified if he didn't stay. Because I wouldn't know who I was anymore if that hatred for him was gone. I scoffed. You're a very unwelcome guest.
It does you no good to lie to yourself, the Beast soothed, and my skin crawled. If you didn't want me here, I'd leave.
I don't. Go away.
Come now. I think we could have an interesting conversation.
I'm going to beat you, I said. I get stronger every day.
The Beast narrowed his eyes. You don't have to defeat me, because no matter what you do, I've already won. You only have to live long enough to become what you fear the most.
I tossed the hairbrush at him. It sailed through his wispy form before he vanished. I sighed and dropped my gaze. Elan had isolated me from the reality of the war.
But some scars didn't heal. The beast was still in my head, and he wasn't going anywhere. As much as I hated to admit it, the warden was a part of me now, just as I was a part of him, and he damn well made sure to haunt me every day. I was afraid if we got rid of him, it still wouldn't do any good, because he still lived in me. And I didn't trust what that part of me wanted to do, because anything was on the table. And if I lost any self-control, if the warden was able to take over and do what he wanted, there wouldn't be anything left of our world, let alone me.
Chapter 9. Charlie. Ava's ceremony had been beautiful, powerful even, but it had put the entire palace on edge. I passed by people speaking in hushed whispers on my way to the gardens. We knew the war was out there, but today it had hit a little too close to home. This war was getting worse, and if I didn't do something to stop it, it wasn't going to end. I needed to become a better demigod and prince, because the fate of the entire world hung on me. I couldn't depend on anyone else to stop this. This was my responsibility, and I was learning every day that there needed to be no limits to what I would do if I was to save these people. My grandfather was already waiting for me when I arrived at the gardens. His guards remained at a distance to give us privacy. "Please sit beside me, Charlie," he said coolly. I took a chair beside a patio table. Warm sunlight touched my skin. In the distance, I could hear laughter coming from the palace. It made it easy to forget there was a war going on outside of Elan, but I knew the darkness that lurked beyond this island. "What are we going to do?" I asked. "The mission is gaining power, and it appears the gods are falling. I can't just sit here on my throne in all this sunshine and laughter while people are out there dying." "You need not worry," he assured me. "Our people are safe here in Elan. However, you must be told that in the past few days, the mission has launched an attack against the Fae. Our allies gave us this home, and now we must protect theirs. I'm sending all the Elven soldiers we can spare to Malovia to protect the Fae borders and the residents still living there." "How can you be sure we're safe here?" I believed my grandfather wanted to keep the elves safe, but I was more than worried. I was almost petrified with fear that this perfect city couldn't last, and that it would somehow be taken away. "I would never leave my people in danger," he promised. "We are well guarded and have soldiers stationed at all times. Dr. Torres doesn't know we're here, and we intend to keep it that way." "But he will find us eventually," I said. "He's not going to give up. Once he does, how do we prevent him from destroying the city, like he destroyed Forevermore?" "I have personally put up preventative wards around the city to alert us immediately if any demigods besides the ones that are living here enter. The warden is now a demigod, so we must be notified early if he arrives. We are also much more prepared than we once were. Our army is fortified and strong, and is able to hold the city under heavy attack. We weren't prepared when Forevermore was sieged, and were caught by surprise, but we won't make that same mistake again. I know the warden has demigods on his side now, but we have demigods too, and I trust that you and your friends will be able to defeat them if the worst happens, and we have to go on the offense. That is why I'm teaching you." "You don't understand. The warden is incredibly strong. I've seen him in action. Once he finds this place, he'll burn it to the ground," I insisted. "We don't just have elves living here, Charlie. We have the Fae, who are a formidable supernatural force on their own, able to stand up to angels and vampires, and we also have the witches and the elementals within our ranks. Even if the warden was to show up here with his army tomorrow, we wouldn't be easily defeated. The warden won't attack until he is certain he can win, and certainty is a difficult thing for him to attain when Elan is as strong as it is currently." "What about the dark gods?" I demanded. "He unleashed them on Earth. We saw him do it at the Institute, and we know they're working for him." Ava's vision showed us that the majority of the dark gods are battling the other gods in the spiritual realm, Cassiel pointed out. Some dark gods roam among us, but you must remember that there is a potential for gods that are on our side to be living on Earth as well, either incarnated or in their true god forms. You think we're outnumbered and overpowered, but if we weren't strong enough to give the Warden a hard time, he would have already eliminated us by now. He can't simply walk in here and destroy everything as he did in Forevermore. We can be just as strong as he is, and with enough time, we can be better. We just need to buy ourselves some. I want to help, I said. The greatest thing you could do is grow your powers, so that you may assist when the time is right. The demigods here are our greatest asset, but we cannot send you into battle until you are ready. I fought the Warden before, I pointed out. And how did that turn out? He questioned rhetorically. He was right. I'd faced the Warden multiple times, but we'd never actually defeated him. Now that he had stolen our magic for himself and had Esther and the other demigods on his side, he had a miniature army that was crafted to kill us. This war isn't going to wait around until I'm ready, I insisted. It could be years until I'm properly trained. How many people are going to die before then? In any war, there are going to be casualties, he replied. These soldiers know what they signed up for, and it's their job to hold off the mission until you are ready. What about the civilians? I questioned. They didn't sign up for this. What are you suggesting you do? Go into battle and get yourself killed? What good are you to people if you're dead? You can't help them. By trying to help, sometimes you hurt people more than you help them. Attempting to stop this now will hurt them in the long run, because if you get hurt, it will set the entire war effort back. A good leader amasses power to strike when the time is right. Don't forget that the Warden has demigods fighting for his side too. And may I remind you that one of those demigods you haven't beaten in a proper fight yet. Fucking deuce. He was always slipping right out from under my fingers. He beat me in Fight Club, survived the Dark Games, and nearly killed us while we were on the run. One of these days, I was going to send him straight to hell, and I would enjoy every minute of it. But my grandpa was right. Next time I ran into this guy, I better be sure I could completely obliterate him. I guess it's not enough to be the best out there, I said. I have to be the best anyone's ever been. Precisely. You're strong, but you can become even stronger. That's why I've summoned you here today. I'm going to teach you to utilize one of your greatest elven powers, bond breaking. I leaned back in my chair. I'm listening. Bond breaking is very powerful magic that can be used for good, but it can also be used to destroy your enemies. Breaking a magical bond sounds terrible. How can it be used for good? I tried to imagine what it'd feel like for my bond with Ava or Oberoi to sever, and I couldn't do it. Our souls were one and the same, and breaking our bond would destroy me completely. There'd be nothing left, no point to me existing. But I supposed, if I thought about it in a strategic sort of way, that was the point. To leave my enemies so broken there was nothing left of them to fight. Bonds are incredibly powerful, and most of the time they help the parties who participate in the bond do better. But sometimes bonds can be suffocating. In such cases, you must break the bond to allow each party to grow on their own. Take this plant, for example. My grandpa placed a large pot on the table with a heavy thud. Go ahead. My fingers roamed over broad leaves, which crumbled at the ends. I reached a flower at the center with hard petals. My earth magic tingled, but just barely. This plant was dying. What is it? I asked. It's a succulent plant. It's a magical plant the elves have tended for centuries. It contains powerful pain-killing properties that we use in our medicine. However, one must take special care tending them, because they're actually two plants in one. I ran my fingers over the tough flower again and realized it wasn't really a flower. It was an entire plant that was separate from the first, some sort of succulent. These plants share a magical bond that allows them to grow together through a symbiotic relationship. It is only together that they produce their pain-killing properties, which in turn promotes a harvest that allows the plants to reproduce effectively. Each plant is so different, I remarked as I felt along the leaves. Yet my magic can't tell the difference between them. Yes, because bonded, they're technically one being, my grandfather confirmed. The broadleaf portion of the succulent plant comes from marshes, while the succulent grows in deserts. The leaves are good at pulling water from the soil, which nourishes the succulent. The succulent can store the water. Together, they may withstand a variety of environments. Traditionally, both of these plants would benefit from one another, but in this case, the succulent is overtaking the leaves. I noted that the succulent felt firm and healthy, while the leaves were crusty and breaking off. They can no longer survive in the same soil. For both to live, the magical bond must be broken, so that they can grow separately. My chest felt heavy. I knew it was just a plant, but it made me really sad to think about breaking them apart. So all we have to do is break the bond and replant them? You must take special care. Once separated, they must return to their respective environments to survive. They can either live together or live apart. There is no in-between. So I can use this against my enemies to divide them from the people they love? Not just the people they love, but the people who make them. I can destroy their spirits. I shuddered, because it was a big responsibility, a choice I hesitated to make, even on someone as evil as the Warden. Yes, my grandfather confirmed. If your enemy happens to be magically bonded, and you can get close enough to them to break the bond, a decision such as this can win you a war. But you must understand how powerful this magic can be. Once you break a bond, there is nothing but the power of the gods that can restore it. This type of magic can save your people or ruin you. I've seen elves lose their temper and break bonds they can never restore, even accidentally break their own. You have a bond yourself, and you must tend to it with care. I would never break my bond with Ava or Oberoi, I snapped. I don't care how angry I get. That's never happening. Hold on to that promise, he urged. I have broken very few bonds in my time, yet there are several I deeply regret. The only reason I'm teaching you this is because it might be necessary to use it against your enemies. One day you might run across a magical being that is so powerful, the only way for you to stop it is to break a bond they hold. You mean I could potentially take away someone's casting abilities if I severed their bond? I asked. Yes. Bonds hold magic, and sometimes, if one piece of a bond is cut off from their partner, they will lose access to their powers entirely, he instructed. Though this isn't always the case. For example, if a Fae's bond is broken with their mate, both parties will still retain their own magic, because their power comes from Edenmire, and that's a channel they can still access without use of the bond. They might still be able to fight, but the loss would be crippling. They'd lose the will to keep going, I said. Precisely, but as you know, if a familiar dies, so does an elementai. And if you were to break an elementai's bond with a familiar, the elemental would lose their magic. Wouldn't the elementai die, then, without the bond to hold them here? It would be a possibility, but in this circumstance, we're considering splitting a soul, my grandfather said. It would be more likely the elementai themselves would remain alive, but be unable to cast or communicate with their familiar. The body would remain, but the spirit would be separated. I felt sick just thinking about it. I nearly wanted to run back to my room, clutch Oberoi to my chest, and never let her go. It wouldn't be much of an existence. No, it would be a cursed life, which is why you must understand how absolutely cataclysmic this ability to break bonds is. It's not a power to use lightly. In some circumstances, you're playing the role of the gods, which is why I beg you to use it only when absolutely necessary. The warden may not be magically bound to anyone, but I was sure as hell some of his followers were. We needed every advantage we could get. I want to be powerful, I stated. Teach me. My grandfather sounded more than proud. First, you must find the bond and draw it out. Observe the plant, and use your powers to explore the magic inside of it. It will feel like a rope, tethering one bonded partner to the other. Gently draw back your magic, pulling that bond to the surface. I did as I was told, tangling my magic within its leaves. I could feel every leaf and every pulse of water through its vascular system. The plant seemed to breathe, and I could sense it as if it were my own body, but I didn't feel any magical tether. Beneath my fingers, the withering leaves began to grow stronger, but it lasted for only a moment before the succulent took the energy for its own. The leaves withered once more. I realized I was inadvertently using my earth magic on them. I drew back my elemental powers and focused on my elf magic. Illusion magic tingled through my fingers. I pulled back on that and tried to find an energy signature within my body I'd never used before. My grandfather waited silently. Minutes must have passed as I meditated, quieting my body and mind so that I could tune into my magic. My mind brushed up against something centered in my heart. It was a smooth magic I hadn't ever noticed before, but it was powerful, too, waiting dormant until I was ready to give it purpose. I drew the magic to the surface and funneled it into the plant. To my amazement, I quickly found the tether that my grandfather described. My magic curled around it as surely as if I had touched it with my fingers. I dragged my magic back, pulling the bond with it. I gasped as an ethereal strand took shape in my vision. I could see the bond tying these plants together because it was a spiritual connection, and I didn't need my eyes to observe it, just my soul. I've got it, I announced. Good, my grandpa encouraged. Now, wrap your magic around either end of the bond and pull. Mentally, I curled my magic around the string, and I yanked in either direction. The bond fought against me, as if I were stretching a rubber band. I pulled harder. Snap! The magical tether broke, and the thread withered from my view. My breath hitched as all my magic came rushing back into me. I did it! I cried. It wasn't that hard either. You are a strong elf, Charlie. Now that you understand the process, I'm certain you'll learn to break any bond you please. Observe your work. My grandfather pulled the plants apart and slid the pot toward me. He'd removed the succulent portion, and only the leafy part remained. It's okay now, I told the plant. I infused my earth magic through the pot, and the leaves became strong and healthy once more. I ran my fingers over the ends of the leaves, and the dry, crusted parts had vanished. I noticed the soil was dry, so I carried the plant over to the fountain to give it a drink. Water droplets rolled off the dirt. The soil couldn't hold the water the plant needed. Carefully, I uprooted the plant and dumped the dirt out. I combined my earth magic with illusion powers to conjure the damp soil the plant craved. I replanted and watered it until it seemed perfectly at ease in its new environment. I returned to the table and realized my grandfather was still holding the succulent. I formed a pot of sand with my illusion magic. Put him in here. I pulled a bit of sand aside, and my grandfather placed the plant in the hole. Now both plants were potted and thriving. What should we do with them? I asked. You can keep them if you'd like, my grandfather offered. I'm sure your little sprigs would appreciate the variety. He really would like it. The rest of the afternoon, my grandfather brought me more succulent plants that were overgrown, and I practiced breaking their bonds and regrowing the separated plants in different pots. By the time evening rolled around, I figured I was getting the hang of it. It was a simple process to break a bond, which bothered me, because something so powerful and sacred shouldn't be so fragile. But I suppose that was one of the things that made a magical connection so special. One mistake, even something you didn't intend, could upset the balance and ruin things. I knew how strong a bond between two life forces could be, but I had a newfound respect for them after learning how easily they could break. When the air had developed a slight chill from the setting sun, I felt Oberai approach. She perched on my shoulder and said, "Ava's awake. I think she needs you." It felt good to be needed. I stroked her feathers and fed her a blackberry I picked off a branch. "You're a good girl, Oberai." "Why are you being so nice?" she asked suspiciously, though she gobbled up the blackberry and nudged me for more. "Just trying to appreciate what I have." I said goodnight to my grandfather, and we returned to our quarters. I placed the succulent in the window where it would get plenty of sunlight, then gave the leafy plant a home in the center of the room. Spriggs was excited about the new plants, and I heard him singing to them softly in a squeaky tone. When I entered the bedroom, I found Ava at the vanity. "Ow!" Ava complained as the brush caught in her hair, making a ripping sound. "Damn it, my hair's all messed up. I slept on it wrong." "Here, let me help," I offered. I took the brush from her hands, while Oberai flew over to sit on her armrest. "How did things go with your grandpa?" Ava questioned, before I had a chance to ask how she'd slept. I worked a tangle out of her hair. "Good. He taught me about bond breaking." "Oh?" she asked curiously. "Yeah, it's an elvish thing only the strongest can do." "I'm sure you pulled it off no problem." "Ow!" Ava cried as the brush snagged. "Sorry, Pidge." I ran the brush through her hair again, slower this time. "Don't be sorry. Do it again." I furrowed my brow. "Like this?" The brush caught the knot in her hair again, so hard that her wheelchair pulled in my direction. I worried that I'd hurt her. "Yeah, just like that," she practically sang. "Oh," I teased. I suddenly wasn't worried anymore. I yanked on the brush again, and she let out a moan of pleasure. "I like it when you pull on my hair," she breathed. "I like it when you moan." "Dear ancestors," Oberai groaned. "I do not want to see where this is going. I'm going to heal some people at the hospital. I'll be more of use there, I'm sure." Oberai sounded sarcastic, but I knew she was being serious. She spread her wings and flew out the window, leaving my wife and me in privacy.
Charlie brushes Ava's hair, then carries her to their sanctuary. There, Charlie uses a special device to help them to be intimate for longer, as Ava's spinal injury sometimes prevents her from being able to enjoy herself unless they take things slow. Once again, Ava is stirred by Charlie's love for her and his efforts to make intimacy accessible to her disability. Afterward, Charlie cares for Ava by bathing her and putting her to bed, where she happily falls asleep.
I was crawling into bed when a light knock came at the door. Ava gave a soft sigh as I pulled the blanket up around her shoulders and kissed the top of her head. She completely relaxed as I tucked her in. I crossed our suite to answer the door, hoping this didn't take too long. I wanted to get back to bed. "Hey, Charlie," Callie greeted in a small voice. "I came to talk." She barely sounded like herself. It was obvious something was really bothering her. I could hear the whiz of Alette's small wings hovering slightly above Callie's shoulder. The Fakin let out a few tiny noises that sounded deeply upset, and I knew she was concerned for her sorceress. "Sorry, Ava's already in bed," I started. I didn't want to disturb her. "I don't want to talk to Ava," Callie stopped me. "I came to talk to you." My brow furrowed. "Me?" "I need advice. About Marcus," she admitted. I leaned against the doorway. "You're upset he wasn't at the ceremony." Callie sighed. "That's part of it, but it's more than that. How can I help?" Callie hesitated, like she had a hard time talking about it. "You almost lost Ava, but when the time came, you were ready to let her go. I need advice from someone who's been where I'm standing. Ava's my best friend, but if I talk to her, she's going to convince me to keep holding on. And I don't know if I can do that anymore. I know you'll be straightforward with me and tell me how it is, not how I want it to be. Holy shit, this was really serious. I wasn't sure how much I could help Callie, but she obviously needed a friend right now. Let's take a walk, I suggested. I put on some shoes and shut the door quietly. Callie followed me out of my quarters and down the empty hall. You're talking about breaking up with Marcus? Callie scoffed. Breaking up? We're not really dating. And that's just it. I can't keep going back and forth with him. He says he wants to be with me, but he won't make the commitment. I shoved my hands into my pockets. I wished I had some insight to help Callie, but I couldn't say I understood Marcus. I knew if I were in his position, I wouldn't think twice about committing to the woman I loved. And I knew he loved Callie, without a doubt. So I wasn't sure why he kept holding back. Still, I tried to comfort my friend. I'm sure he'll come around. I flinched as soon as I said it, because I knew it wasn't the right thing to say. People keep saying that, but the longer this goes on, the less hope I have, Callie admitted. Danny was right when he said I need to make a decision, and I don't think I can until someone hears me out. We stepped onto a large balcony. The air was cool outside, and the city was quiet. Callie leaned against the banister. I figure I can either stay and let Marcus string me along, or I can leave and have my heart broken. Either way, it's really fucking hard. I just want to understand why you didn't walk away from Ava. She's put you through so much. I shrugged as I came up beside her. Even when things are hard, I know we'll get through it. Things keep getting better between us because we're both committed to growing together. Even when we were having problems, Ava was willing to put in the work. Do you think that's something Marcus will do? Callie didn't answer right away, like she was mulling over the idea. I want him to, and that's what's kept me holding on this long, but I haven't seen any progress. The way I see it, you've got two choices: leave or stay. Both options are going to be painful, but one of them is going to hurt less. I don't know which one that is for you. You need to make that decision for yourself. It doesn't feel like I have a choice. Callie's voice broke. Even if I walk away, Marcus and I are still magically bound together. I just feel... Callie sniffled. It was so quiet up here on the balcony that when her breath caught, it seemed to shatter the air around us. Callie was crying, which was a big fucking deal, because she only ever cried when things got really bad. Out of all the terrible shit we'd been through together as friends, I'd only witnessed her break down twice. Once when we found out Marcus had joined a prison gang, the other when Ava was fighting for her life in the hospital. Callie always held it together, always kept her guard up, and presented a rock-hard exterior. For her to cry meant she was already beyond her breaking point. Callie turned away from me. I just look up at the stars and realize how fucking massive this universe is. And I feel so alone. Marcus is supposed to be my person, but I'm so lonely. She broke into full sobs that racked her whole body. I've tried to break our bond, but I'm not strong enough to go through with it. I don't want to let him go, but I know I have to. Because if I don't, this connection is going to kill me. My heart broke for her. I was really rooting for Marcus and Callie, but this wasn't my decision. If Callie didn't want to be in this relationship anymore, she shouldn't be bound by the magic of their bond to stay. It wasn't fair. Elves can break bonds too, I told her. My grandpa taught me how. If this is really what you want, I can help you. Callie grabbed my arm so hard that I thought it might bruise. Will you? Because I can't do this alone. I need you to support me. What about Marcus? I asked. This could destroy him. Callie dropped my arm. What about me? Everyone's always concerned about Marcus and how fragile he is, but nobody asks what I want. This relationship isn't all about him. I'm a part of it too, and if I don't want to be anymore, then I shouldn't be forced to. I frowned. You're right. It's not fair. Not even close, Callie bit.
Believe me, I've thought about the consequences a million times. The last thing I want to do is hurt Marcus, but I don't think it's fair for me to stay in a situation that's hurting both of us. I can't be in a relationship with someone who isn't there for himself, let alone there for me. I'm terrified Marcus is going to hurt himself one day, and I can't be there to wonder if it's my fault.
Do you really think he would? I knew Marcus had attempted to take his own life before, but I assumed he was past that. I'm not talking about suicide, Charlie. Callie's voice grew heavier than before. There's a reason he has so many tattoos on his arms. I've gotten close enough to see what he's covering up. My heart plummeted to the bottom of my abdomen. I hadn't realized. Has he stopped? He swore to me he hasn't done it since he got to the Institute, but who knows? I'm worried if we get into another blowout argument, it could start up again, and I'm really tired of having these fights. We never resolve anything. We just go in circles. It's the same issues over and over. If it does happen, it's not your fault, Callie. He's always been in a really dark place. It is if I don't make a decision to change things between us, instead of dragging it out. I want to help him more than anything, but I only feel like I'm making it worse. I think it'd be better for both of us if I'm not around. I just want us both to stop hurting. Callie was begging me, and her vulnerability made me want to shred her bond right there on the spot. I knew her relationship with Marcus wasn't great, but I hadn't realized how bad it truly was. What does the future look like if I break your bond? I asked. Because if we do this, it's permanent. It's not something you can take back, or something I can fix once it's gone. Callie took a moment to catch her breath. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'll save the world with you guys, but once that's over, I can't talk to Marcus anymore. It's too painful to be reminded of how much I love him. I'll have to move on and go live a different life, and I can never see him again. So tell me, Charlie, is this the right decision? A lump formed in my throat so large I could barely speak past it. If you're looking for me to talk you out of it, I can't do that, because one way or another, you've already made up your mind. You just have to admit to yourself what you really want. I wasn't sure which side she'd chosen, to be honest, but I had my suspicions. If Callie had her way, she'd have broken her bond by now. I knew Faye had the ability to sever their own mating bonds, and Callie had tried, but she was too attached to Marcus to go through with it. That's why she needed me to do it for her. It was overwhelming to consider. The Villains Club wouldn't be much of a club without Callie and Marcus. We'd never hang out as a group again. I knew once this happened, the four of us would never get to connect as friends like we had before. If I did this, it would create a broken family. I couldn't imagine the weight Callie took on in making this decision. But it was her decision, and as much as I didn't like it, I had to respect it. I just wished they could work this out, because following through on this would be life-altering. Hell, it was a soul-altering decision. You should talk to Marcus, I encouraged. Give him one last chance to convince you to work this out, and if you still mean it after you talk, I'll break your bond. That's it? Callie asked. One conversation, then you'll break it? I nodded. One conversation, then you make the call. I just want this to be over, Callie insisted. I'm texting Marcus so we can do this right now. I heard her furiously typing on her phone. Callie paced around the balcony as we waited for Marcus to get her message and meet us here. It was only a few minutes before his footsteps approached. What's so urgent? Marcus asked. He'd come so quickly it appeared he'd left Rishi behind in his room. I had no idea what the text had said, but it had made him move. You might want to sit down, I told him. Callie and Marcus took a seat at a patio table overlooking the city, while I remained standing. Marcus's voice raised a pitch.
You guys are freaking me out. Where's Ava?
Sleeping. I crossed my arms. This is between you and Callie. She has some things she'd like to say to you. Marcus's chair squeaked as he shifted uncomfortably. I'm listening. Callie drew a deep breath, but her voice wavered. I'm thinking that maybe we should. She trailed off, then turned to me.
Charlie?
The desperation in her voice was heartbreaking. She couldn't do this on her own, and that said a damn lot for a girl like Callie. My grandfather taught me how to break bonds, I blurted. Okay. Marcus sounded confused, until it hit him.
Wait, you mean you want to break our bond? You can't do that, Charlie.
It's not my decision, I stated coolly. Marcus huffed.
What is this, some sort of threat? An intervention?
No, Callie insisted. I just can't keep doing this anymore.
So you're just giving up on me? He demanded. You say that like I want to!
Callie shouted.
Marcus, all I want is for us to get along. I want to secure our bond. I want us to be together, and it's killing me that we aren't. If you can't do that, fine, I'll respect your decision. But you need to respect my decision to walk away, because I can't stay here and love you if I can't love you fully.
Marcus surprisingly kept his cool. You're giving me an ultimatum. You're threatening me, so I'll behave.
If I have to do that, clearly you're misbehaving, Callie snapped. This isn't some empty threat. I need to know where this is going, and if you can't make a decision, I'm done trying to beat an answer out of you.
Marcus sat there in silence for a few beats. I don't believe you. You're not going anywhere. His words hit me heavy, so I couldn't imagine how they must have affected Callie.
Oh my God, Callie said in realization. Is that why you're doing this? You're stringing me along because you know I'll never leave? That's abusive as fuck, Marcus!
He blew a breath. Wow, there's a strong word. I would never... Callie slammed her hands on the table and shot to her feet.
I don't care what you think you're doing. I'm telling you that I'm hurt, and you don't seem to care. Of course I care,
Marcus insisted.
Then why don't you want to be with me?
Callie screamed.
You think that's why I won't secure our bond? Because I don't want it?
Marcus raged.
It sure as fuck feels like it, because why else would you avoid it this long? Callie demanded.
There's no reason why we can't be together. Nothing is stopping us but you!
The air shifted around us, and magic tingled up and down my arms. A glowing rope appeared in my vision, and I realized the heat of their argument had brought their bond energy to the surface, where I could see the spiritual tethers tying them to one another. The rope was so thick, I didn't think I'd be able to wrap my hands around it if it were solid. An ethereal glow pulsed back and forth between them as passion surged across their bond. I want you to have the world, Marcus said.
All I want is you,
Callie shot back.
You're not going to have any options if you're stuck with me,
Marcus shouted.
Once we secure our bond, that's it. This is all you're ever going to get. I'm a sorry excuse for a mate, and I don't deserve you.
What's going on? Ava's voice cut across the balcony. We all turned as she wheeled outside beside us. Her voice sounded groggy, like she was still trying to wake up. I could hear you guys screaming from our room. Callie plopped back down into her chair.
We're just having a friendly chat. Callie wants to break our bond,
Marcus cried. I felt my wife's panic flicker across our connection. Ava's tone turned sympathetic.
You can't do that, Callie. I know you're hurting, but you two can work this out. I know you think that because Charlie would never give up on you. But Marcus has already given up on me, Callie said sadly. He did a long time ago. You're the one giving up, Marcus sneered. Marcus, you aren't even trying, Callie stated firmly. We haven't made any progress in our relationship, and don't act like fooling around is progress. If anything, it hurts even more. Do you understand how fucking shitty it feels to be intimate with you, then just gather my shit and leave instead of staying the night? You didn't even say anything the last time. After it was done, you just let me walk out.
For fuck's sake, Callie, it's not like we've slept together!
I don't care if we haven't had sex, but at this point we've done everything else, and it still means something. Marcus let out a scathing sound of disgust. Well, you fucked Scarlet, so I guess you would know. How dare you throw that in my face? We weren't together, so I don't know why you're upset.
Because we're mates! I'm still pissed you did that!
We're supposed to be mates, but we aren't. So why does it matter who I sleep with? Callie wasn't even yelling at him anymore. She was too upset to do much of anything but protest and cry. Ava grabbed my hand, her unease growing through our bond. This was hard to watch for both of us, but we had to let them have it out. Marcus sighed. I just don't get why you want to be with me. Because I love you, Callie urged. I love the way you express yourself through art. I admire that about you, because I can't express myself the way you can. I have to be so tough all the time, because that's what the world expects from me. But you're such a gentle person. You soften me up. I could understand that. It was one of the reasons Ava and I worked so well together. I was a guy who had a pretty cold exterior, but Ava could melt me with just one touch. When I was with her, I could just be me. I knew Marcus was that for Callie. You teach me how to see things from a compassionate perspective when I'm being too hard-headed, Callie continued. Nobody gets me like you do. Being at the Institute was hard, and there were times when you were the only thing holding me together. But ever since we broke out, it's like you're the one tearing me apart. Sometimes I wish we'd stayed there, because at least things wouldn't be different now. They're not all that different, Marcus muttered. And that's a problem, Callie insisted. They should be different. We should be a couple. When things are good, Marcus, they're really fucking good. You surprise me with gifts, and even though we're not technically dating, you take me on the best dates. And when you go down on me, holy hell. It's moments like that when I know you really care. Sometimes things will be really good between us, and I'll think everything is perfect. She blew out a breath. But gods, when it's bad, it's fucking awful. We'll have these big heated moments where you think I'm going to leave, and I promise you I won't, but I can't seem to convince you otherwise. You won't let me in, no matter how hard I try to help you. I'm just so sick of having this fight. It's really easy to see who you care about because you're always there for them. I love how much you care about people, yet when it comes to me, you either care too much or not at all. I care more than you know, Marcus said harshly. He wasn't being kind. He was being defensive. If you care so much, then show me, Callie begged. I love you so damn much, but I'm terrified you can't say the same, because it seems you only want me around to torture yourself. Ava's grip tightened on my hand, and the tension in the air grew. We were both terrified of where this argument might end, and yet nothing we could do could stop what needed to be said. Maybe I am tortured, Marcus spat. The view you have of me is false. I'm not this kind, noble guy you talk about. I'm just Marcus Taylor, some nobody theater geek who was smoking weed in his bedroom while you were being a princess by day and assassin by night. Before you got to the Institute, you were making the world a better place. I've done nothing with my life. One day you're going to wake up and realize that. Eventually you're going to get sick of me, and someone better will come along. It's easier to prepare myself for the disappointment. I understood feeling inadequate, but Callie was right. Whether Marcus realized it or not, he was doing this to punish himself, and he'd let that consume him to the point where he was only thinking about how to protect his feelings. Callie desperately wanted to be with him, and he couldn't see that's what would make her happy.
He was afraid to be happy with her, so he deliberately made them both miserable by pushing her away. I'd made the choice to let Ava go because I loved her. Marcus wanted to keep Callie in this limbo state where he could claim her as his own without ever having to take responsibility. That wasn't a relationship. It was a prison. Callie blew a breath in disbelief.
I'm so tired of being your fucking idol. I'm not some god to be worshipped. I'm just a woman who wants to be loved. You're not preparing yourself for disappointment, Marcus. You're already disappointed. Constantly. You're making it worse by expecting the worst. It shouldn't matter if you lose me. What matters is if we're together now. You're so afraid of losing me in the future that you don't even want to try. You need me, but you're not willing to give me what I need.
The passion surging between their bond grew in intensity. Magic pulsed back and forth across their spiritual tether so fast that it was making me dizzy.
You aren't really going to break their bond, are you?
Ava worried telepathically. My stomach hollowed.
I don't want to, but it isn't my decision. It's Callie's, and this isn't fair to her. She doesn't consent to being in this relationship against her will, and I'm not going to violate that.
Ava understood deeply. So deeply, she didn't object further.
Because I'm just so inadequate, aren't I? Marcus sneered. No matter what I do, I'm always going to be living in your shadow. You're being a coward, Callie spat.
That really pissed Marcus off.
Forgive me if I know what it's like to lose someone! No matter how much I love you, I'm not a safe choice. So let's just keep what we have going without putting any labels or obligations on it, and enjoy ourselves for whatever time we have left.
Marcus wanted to remain in the comfort of his despair more than he wished for Callie to have peace. He didn't care if she was suffering, as long as she didn't leave him. If that's how he was going to treat her, I didn't think they should be in a relationship at all. My job was to provide whatever Ava needed, even if there was a price I had to pay for it. And Marcus's complete refusal to make himself even the slightest bit uncomfortable so Callie felt secure angered me greatly. Callie sighed in defeat.
You don't get it. Our time is up. I know you went through something hard, but you've deliberately made this harder for us. And you know what I think? I think you know exactly what it's like to lose someone, and you're okay with that. What you're really afraid of is that someone might actually want to stay because you can't handle things going right. So maybe I should give you what you really want, and we'll both get our way. I'm sick of having this argument. This is the last time I'm having it. If this is how things are going to be, I can't be happy with you. We could have been happy together. But not anymore. Ava's heartbreak filled our bond. We both knew where this was going, but Callie had made her decision. We couldn't stop her now, even if we tried. You're really going to walk away? Marcus demanded. Go ahead, but it's not going to mean anything. I'm your mate. You can try, but you can't be happy without me. You're not going anywhere. I didn't need to have a connection with Callie to feel how winded she was at Marcus's words. What he'd said had completely crippled her, and she was my friend. I wasn't going to allow him to keep hurting her like this. Something broke within me, within us all. The spirit rope tethering the two of them together shattered like glass. A gust of wind blasted across the balcony, blowing my hair back. Fatigue washed over me, hitting me so suddenly that I fell to my knees. "Charlie!" Ava gasped. She reached out to try and yank me to my feet. What just happened? Marcus panicked. His voice was full of terror. What did you do? He didn't need to ask me. He'd felt what had happened, but he had to hear me say it. I broke your bond, I rasped. I hadn't meant to do it, or maybe I had. Callie had made her decision, and I was going to help her one way or another. I just hadn't meant for it to happen that soon. My grandpa had warned me this could happen if I lost my temper, and I didn't realize what I'd been doing until it was already done.
You broke our bond?
Marcus screamed. He crossed the balcony in less than 3 paces and grabbed me by the collar. He yanked me to my feet and shoved me against the side of the palace. I should have been able to fight him off, but the spell had left me exhausted.
Put it back!
Marcus shouted in a pained voice that echoed across the city.
Put it back, Charlie! Marcus, stop!
Ava yelled, but he didn't listen. Feathery wings flapped from overhead, and talons scratched against the banister. Obereye panted, like she'd flown as fast as she could get here. "Oh no," Obereye whispered. "I'm too late to stop it."
You shouldn't have done that!
Marcus raged.
You had no right!
Air swirled around his fist as he drew his arm back to punch me, but Callie caught him and yanked him back.
It's not his fault!
Callie yelled.
"I asked him to do it."
No. No!
Marcus insisted, as if he could deny the truth. I righted my shirt and stood up straighter. "I'm sorry. I really am. But I wouldn't have done this if Callie hadn't asked. Whatever the situation is between you two, Callie doesn't consent to being a part of it. She was born into this, and she didn't have a choice. All I did was give her that choice back." Ava reached out for me. "Do you think this might have been a mistake?" "No," I told her. "This is what Callie wanted." Marcus shuddered so violently beside me that I felt his tremors against my arm. All the rage melted from his tone. I can't believe you did this." Callie breathed a sigh of relief. It sounded like it was the first unlabored breath she'd taken in ages. "This was the right thing to do." "But you broke our bond," Marcus whimpered, as if it needed repeating, like he wasn't quite convinced of it.
I told you I was going to.
"You didn't take me seriously," Callie replied. Marcus began to weep.
I didn't think you'd actually do it. I've been blindsided!
Callie huffed. "Charlie's blind. You're just a fucking moron." Marcus dropped to his knees.
You can't leave me, Callie. We're mates.
"Don't," she warned. "We're not mates anymore. I don't have any obligation to you. I'm never going to let you touch me again." Sobs broke from Marcus's chest, and he turned into a blubbering fool at her feet.
I'm sorry. I'll do anything. I can change. Just give me one last chance.
"You had your chance. You didn't want commitment, so I gave you exactly what you wanted." Marcus wailed.
I didn't want this!
"Marcus," I started, but he turned on me. "Leave me alone," he snapped. "How could you do this?" "You couldn't make up your mind. Callie wanted this, and it'd be wrong of me to say no. I didn't do this to hurt you. I did this to help her," I replied. Marcus got to his feet. He stood so close to me I thought he might try to throw another punch. Instead, he sneered. "You know what, Charlie? I thought you were like my brother, but you're no brother of mine. Now that you've done this, you mean nothing to me. Just go to hell." I gaped at him. How could he say that after everything we'd been through? How could he throw our friendship away when he was the one who'd caused all this in the first place? Marcus shoved past me. His footsteps echoed down the hall as he ran away. I turned to go after him, but Ava grabbed my wrist. "Let me," she offered. "You're the one who broke the bond. I need to be the one to talk to him, because he won't listen to you right now." My shoulders sagged. I wanted to be there for my friends, both of them, but it seemed impossible, and that was more than devastating. To help one friend, I had to hurt another. There'd been no good way to solve this, and the damage had been done. This was a permanent decision, and now it was over with. The only thing left to do was pick up the pieces. Ava followed Marcus, and Obereye flew behind her. Silence settled over the balcony until Callie turned to me. "Thank you, Charlie," she said in a stronger voice than I'd heard her use all night. "Are you sure this is what you wanted?" I asked.
Yes, this was the right decision. How is this going to affect your powers? I asked. I know Fey magic is closely linked to their mating bond. Now that the bond is broken, my powers won't be as strong as before, but it's worth it, she admitted. I'm certain I wouldn't be able to time travel right now, but I'll be able to once I recover. My demigod magic will regenerate my powers eventually. It just sucks that I never got to see how strong I could really be, because Marcus and I never secured our bond in the first place. You're strong without him, I told her. You don't need him to be everything you were born to be. I know. I'm glad for it. Then Callie did something unexpected. She pulled me into a hug. Tears rolled down her face and soaked into my shirt. Thank you so much. I hugged her back. I'm really sorry, Callie. I wished this could have ended in a different way. Don't be. I know I made the right choice, she whispered. Now, I'm finally free.